Chapter 1. She was reborn. 75 kilometers north of the Flower Country's capital, a myriad of grotesque zombies surged towards the solitary island that remained untouched by their relentless tide. The entrance of the 091 bunker refuge. A brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the scene, incinerating the foremost dozen zombies into charred remains upon the ground. Cough. Due to the forced exertion of her powers, Tu Xiaobai spat out a mouthful of blood. She fiercely wiped her trembling lips with the back of her hand, yet the crimson stain remained. Time had become a blur. She could not recall how long she had fought. Only that, as she gazed around, it seemed the universe consisted solely of her and the endless horde of the undead. In the midst of her mission, she had fallen victim to betrayal. The 091 bunker had long been overrun, and the promised supplies and reinforcements were but a distant memory. She felt like a bowstring pulled to its breaking point, as if death's footsteps echoed ominously in her ears. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of the zombies' wails, there arose an unusual commotion. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes reflecting the swiftly descending missile. Wu Sibin. Boom. The roar of the explosion drowned out her vengeful scream. As the smoke cleared, only a vast crater remained where the 091 bunker once stood. Hiss. Crouched tightly between the low shelves, Tu Xiaobai felt the residual agony of her body vaporizing linger in her senses. Time slipped away, until a hushed conversation pulled her back to reality. We must find a way to return. There are zombies everywhere outside. How can we go back? Unless we have bait to lure those zombies away, we can seize the opportunity to return. Bait? Are you suggesting? She lives alone. No one would care if she died. Besides, a frail girl wouldn't survive long in the apocalypse anyway. Sacrificing her could save countless others. It's worth it. What if she refuses? Are you foolish? We can't let her know. We just need to. The confusion in her eyes dissipated as she recognized her location. A small supermarket near her residential complex from before the apocalypse. So, she had returned to the very onset of the apocalypse. Memories surged forth. Images she believed she had forgotten resurfacing in her mind. Bound and helpless, with a gaping wound on her wrist, the stench of blood attracting the zombies, and the despair of pleading for mercy that was never granted. What chilled her the most was that the one who had urged the neighbors to use her as bait was Li Ming, the son of her upstairs neighbor, whom she had just rejected before the world collapsed. In this apocalypse, the true horror lay not in the various disasters, but in the hearts of men. Hatred surged within her, and her fingertips twitched involuntarily, instinctively yearning to summon her powers. Then she realized at this moment, she was not yet one of the strongest powers, merely a young girl with no means to defend herself. Yet, to her astonishment, a familiar strength truly welled up within her. Tu Xiaobai felt a surge of exhilaration. Her peak powers had returned with her. Though her body could not yet exhibit great strength, it was certainly easier to develop the powers within than to start from scratch. Lowering her eyelids to conceal the hatred beneath, she feigned sleep while silently beginning to channel her strength. She was still too weak to unleash her abilities instantaneously. Preparation was necessary. However, just as she summoned her power, a sudden voice startled her, nearly exposing her presence. Beep. Combat skills at maximum detected. Automatically acquiring the intimidating presence buff. Activating deterrence. Halo activation failed. System in diagnostic mode. Beep. Host level 2 low maximum level deterrence. Halo cannot be activated. Switching to national beauty and grace buff. Activating. Beep. Level 1 charming. Halo activated successfully. Newbie task accepted. Newbie task. Establish a bunker. Reward. Restaurant blueprint. 5 gold coins. Gazing at the translucent screen that floated in her upper left field of vision, she noted that the terms national beauty buff and bunker were underlined, their font a distinct light blue differing from the rest. She focused her thoughts on clicking the national beauty and grace buff. National beauty and grace, a buff that enhances charm. Upon acquisition, it activates the permanent halo charming, which can be upgraded. Current level 1. Skill effect. Targets within range will be influenced by the halo, with a 50% chance of entering a permanent absolute submission state if their level is equal to or lower than the user's. For each level above the user, this chance decreases by 10%. The halo is ineffective beyond 5 levels. Next, she clicked on the word bunker, prompting a new message on the screen. Confirm construction of the bunker here? Yes, no. She quickly selected no. A bunker, as its name suggests, is an underground stronghold, a refuge for humanity in the apocalypse. It was only after a month and a half following the outbreak that the first semblances of bunkers began to appear worldwide. Though the distinction between this system's bunker and ordinary bunkers remained unclear, it was evident that this location was unsuitable for such a purpose. With her inexplicable rebirth in the possession of this system, a thought began to stir within her. Perhaps this time, she could forge a truly trustworthy sanctuary. Yet, before she could fully organize her thoughts, the sound of stealthy footsteps began to draw near. Chapter 2. Who is enchanted? To Li Ming and his companions, their actions were executed with utmost caution, ensuring that the slumbering maiden remained undisturbed. Upon reaching the end of the small shelf, he beheld the visage of Tu Xiaobai. Despite the trepidation that had plagued her for several days, the young woman still radiated beauty akin to a blossoming flower. A fleeting pang of regret flickered in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by a cloud of despondency. Had she acquiesced to becoming his, she would not now be cast out to meet her demise. It was all due to her own lack of discernment. Li Ming feigned reluctance, yet when he lunged to subdue her, he exhibited no hesitation. In the next moment, a brilliant purple-white light illuminated the space between the shelves. This dazzling glow caught the attention of the remaining individuals, who peered out in horror to find the bait unscathed while Li Ming and his cohorts lay convulsing on the ground. Their sharp gazes swept over the scene, instinctively retreating in fear. Tu Xiaobai regarded them with a cold stare. They had not participated in the operation, merely hindered by the cramped surroundings. Once she was bound, they would carry her out the back door and drain her blood, completing their collective crime. Thus, each one of them was her enemy. Yet, with her current powers being limited, she understood the necessity of conserving her strength for more formidable foes, and therefore refrained from attacking them immediately. The lethal aura she had honed in the apocalypse erupted forth, driving them to cower at the far end of the supermarket. Only then did she stride towards the cashier counter. There, she discovered a window mostly obscured by shelves, allowing her to glimpse the outside world. Not far from the entrance stood their SUV, accompanied by 3 wandering figures. These were the weakest Class 0 zombies, slow-moving yet capable of impressive leaps. With stiff joints and nearly non-existent eyesight, relying solely on hearing and smell to locate their prey. However, these senses were underdeveloped, making it relatively easy for survivors to evade capture in the early days of the apocalypse. After observing for a while, she noted the absence of other zombies. If she could swiftly eliminate those at the door, she might find herself with ample time to act. Tu Xiaobai had already made her decision. Regardless of the seemingly miraculous system, it was clear that remaining hidden in her home was not the optimal solution. She was acutely aware that zombies would not remain so weak indefinitely, and the calamities of the apocalypse extended beyond mere zombies. To confront the impending dire circumstances, she must exploit her advantages to the fullest. However, before proceeding, she needed to make certain preparations. With her course of action determined, she approached the roll-up door. The others could no longer contain themselves. What? What are you going to do? You can't open the door. It will attract the zombies. She shot a cold glance at the one who had mustered the courage to speak, who felt as though plunged into an icy abyss. Even the dullest among them could sense the chilling aura of impending violence. Tu Xiaobai was indeed capable of exterminating them. Realizing this, they promptly sealed their lips, refraining from uttering another word. Silently channeling her powers to her side, she suddenly yanked the roll-up door high. With a loud clatter, the 3 zombies turned abruptly, and she dashed out, closing the distance to a mere 3 meters in the blink of an eye. This was the optimal range for her primary abilities, maximum lethality with minimal energy expenditure. The Class 0 zombies, endowed with enhanced physical strength, leapt high into the air. A brilliant electric spark erupted from her, and at that moment, the system emitted a beeping sound, prompting her to glance at the top left corner. National Beauty and Grace aura activated. Bam, bam, bam. The 3 zombies collapsed before her. The surging electric energy came to a halt. 3 system notifications appeared in succession. Target enchanted, duration, 60 minutes. Target achieves permanent absolute submission state, rare beast function activated. Target enchanted, duration, 60 minutes. Her mind, which had remained clear even in rebirth, now felt muddled, akin to a whirlwind of confusion. So, those who lay prostrate beneath her skirts were not humans, but zombies? After a few moments of digesting this possibility, she regained her composure and surveyed the docile zombies still sprawled on the ground. Regardless, it was worth a try. Opening the rare beast interface, a prompt appeared. Please command the rare beast. Name the zombies. Number 1. As soon as the words left her lips, the count of rare beasts changed to 1. The system panel now displayed. Number 1, Class 0 follow, guard, attack, rest, work, release. After some contemplation, she chose guard. 1 zombie sprang upright, standing beside her in a posture ready to attack at any moment. Confirmed, she had indeed enchanted a zombie. This was remarkably villainous. However, despite her incredulity, she would not refuse the labor offered to her. The other two had merely fallen under the enchantment. And since the system did not provide options to control them, their effect was limited to refraining from attacking her. No matter, one must not be overly greedy. She attempted to issue a command. Help me open the door of that vehicle. To her surprise, all three zombies jumped forward, colliding against the SUV, and tumbled to the ground. They appeared rather dim-witted. Nevertheless, she realized that the enchanted zombies could be controlled with clear directives. Though they were somewhat foolish, they would prove to be a significant asset for her current objectives. She turned back to the small supermarket, colliding with the few individuals who had not been rendered unconscious at the entrance. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their actions to pull the roll-up door frozen in place. A mocking laugh escaped her lips. What do you intend to do? Before they could respond, a brilliant electric flash illuminated the entrance, and bodies lay scattered on the ground. Opening the SUV's doors and trunk, she commanded, "Move the food and water over here." After 20 minutes, the vehicle's interior was brimming with supplies, and the shelves were half empty. She instructed the zombies to halt. It was not that they were unwilling to continue. There simply was no more room. A small space remained in the trunk, into which she shoved number one. After strapping a kitchen knife to her waist, she pulled down the roll-up door, paying no mind to the unconscious individuals, a cold smile gracing her lips as she departed. If they managed to survive, it would be considered luck, but if they perished, it would merely grant them a taste of the despair she once felt. Chapter 3. Establishing the bunker. After a brief journey, Tu Xiaobai arrived at her destination. As a nationally renowned 3A tourist attraction, the Luoqing Botanical Garden sprawls over an extensive area, encompassing 5 majestic peaks and boasting a collection of over 30,000 plant species. However, her primary focus was not on the garden's beauty, but rather on its potential for the future. Once the evolution of zombies had slowed, survivors had momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, survival in this post-apocalyptic world had not become any easier. Following closely behind was the sudden mutation of plants and animals overnight. Nevertheless, from calamity came opportunity, as these mutated organisms bore their own advantages, albeit requiring sufficient skill to obtain them. She was confident in her abilities, especially given an even more compelling reason. Her gaze wandered across the towering peaks. Regrettably, she lacked precise knowledge of the locations, resorting instead to a rather rudimentary strategy of waiting for opportunity to present itself. She refrained from entering the botanical garden, choosing instead to halt at the southeastern side. Walking 2 kilometers east led to the main road into the city, and less than 2 kilometers north lay a lake, Yinzi Lake, that connected with the lake within the garden. This location adeptly addressed both supply routes into the city and early water source issues. Satisfied with her choice, she resolved to establish her bunker here. Confirm the construction of the bunker here? Yes, no. Yes. Without any disturbance or sound, a massive stone emerged suddenly. On the side facing her, a small hole appeared at a height suitable for a person. As she curiously leaned closer, she heard a soft beep. Identity binding completed. With a click, a cavity appeared at the base of the stone. She then realized that beneath the stone lay a metallic door resting on the ground. At that moment, the door swiftly descended, halting at a certain point. She jumped onto the door to discover a narrow entrance on her left, designed for a single individual. Her instincts began to simulate the scenario of a zombie attack, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded in satisfaction. Venturing further inside revealed even more surprises. Descending through the entrance, she entered a rectangular space, with 2/3 of it remarkably spacious, accommodating 3 individuals standing side by side, while the remaining third comprised a disinfection chamber, leading to the second entrance of the bunker. Upon entering the disinfection chamber, she noted clear markings on the floor, indicating it could accommodate disinfection for 3 individuals at once. Standing in one designated spot, several nozzles emerged from all sides, releasing a fine mist of disinfectant. The water vapor was so delicate that even when sprayed on her face, it was comfortable and odorless, prompting her to wonder if it was merely water. However, a screen in front of her displayed the bacterial content as 94, which had now dropped to 5. Choosing to trust in the extraordinary capabilities of the system, she proceeded deeper. The second entrance was a standard sliding door, yet it remained impressively robust. Should the primary entrance be compromised, this door would serve as an adequate second line of defense. Behind the door lay an elevator, with only the first and second floors currently accessible. Being on the first floor, she could only descend. A few moments later, she stepped out of the elevator into a hallway, with doors on both the right and opposite sides, though only the right door was currently operable. Upon entering the room, the ceiling illuminated with a soft glow, and a series of beeping sounds filled the air. Dormitory activated, bunker officially operational, novice task completed, awarded 5 gold coins, restaurant blueprint. Congratulations on taking the first step towards becoming the ultimate bunker master. Store system activated. Warning, current energy and material reserves are critically low. Please replenish promptly. Bunker information, name, unnamed owner, Tu Xiaobai current residence, 0 energy, 10 gold coins, 0 weapons, 0 food, 0 clean water, 0 medicines, 0 miscellaneous, 0 current rooms. Entrance 1. Dormitory 1. Total, 2 bunker integrity, 100 available constructions, dormitory, restaurant, elevator. After reviewing the system notifications, she meticulously examined the dormitory. It was a double room with 2 1.2-meter beds positioned against the side walls, each accompanied by a nightstand. Additionally, the room contained 2 modest wardrobes, a 5-drawer cabinet, a long table, and 2 chairs. Her interest in the system deepened, eager to uncover what further surprises lay ahead. Summoning the system, she discovered new tasks had appeared. Expand influence. Your bunker currently has no residents. Recruit formal residents quickly. Requirement. Residence 05. Reward. Clean water station blueprint. Gold coins 3. Construction task 1. The bunker requires additional rooms to ensure basic living standards. Requirement. Dormitory 13. Restaurant 01. Reward. Storage room blueprint. Gold coins 3. Level 1 task. Formal residence 010. Rooms 210. Gold coins 050. Reward. Radiation resistant medicine 5. Food 50. Clean water 50. Energy 20. Small power plant blueprint. Daily task. Collect energy 05. Food 07. Water 010. Reward. Gold coins 5. On the previously empty right side of the screen, a new row of buttons appeared. The first option was for construction. Upon clicking, she could view the buildings currently available for selection. Constructing a dormitory required 1 gold coin, while a restaurant necessitated 5 gold coins. Clicking on the store tab revealed that food and water were relatively inexpensive compared to other items, with food priced at 1 gold coin per portion and clean water at 0.5 gold coins. However, glancing at her meager 5 gold coins, she fell silent. It seemed that combat was indeed the most straightforward approach. Yet, she was not one to abandon her endeavors midway. She patiently consulted the system, and thankfully, the help function was quite comprehensive, enabling her to quickly grasp how to proceed. Leaving the bunker, she returned to her SUV. Upon opening the trunk, she locked eyes with number 1, whose dark eyes seemed to convey a sense of grievance. Yet she knew this was merely an illusion. Level 0 zombies were severely nearsighted, unable to discern anything beyond 30 centimeters, let alone convey emotions through their gaze. In truth, level 0 and level 1 zombies possess little beyond an inclination for strength. She extracted the stiff number 1 from the vehicle, its body cracking as it contorted into an in-shape, quickly returning to normal. With immense strength, remarkable recovery abilities, and an ever-increasing speed and agility following their evolution, zombies were indeed a formidable presence. Turning away in distaste, she found it challenging to accept the notion of collaborating with zombies, despite the system's perspective that they were akin to pets. She coldly directed number 1 to transfer the items from the vehicle into the bunker. Without hesitation, number 1 lifted a substantial load and ambled toward the bunker entrance, leaping down without a moment's pause. Thud. Crash. She hurried over, a mix of irritation and amusement washing over her. Chapter 4. The enemy approaches. No one stood firmly on the door panel, yet its contents were strewn across the ground. However, for the system, it mattered not whether the items were disordered. As long as they passed through this threshold, they were counted. Thus, Tu Xiaobai soon heard the prompt sound, indicating food. 4. Clean water. 7. Upon peering again, the scattered items had vanished without a trace. The phenomenon was both marvelous and somewhat eerie, yet undeniably convenient. Next, she commanded no one to transfer the items from the vehicle to the entrance, prompting intermittent notification sounds from the system. Meanwhile, she stepped a short distance away, contemplatively surveying the mountain before her. The peaks of the botanical garden in Luo City were linked to the sprawling Chongling mountain range to the north, and she stood merely at the foot of one such mountain. Raising her arm, she inhaled deeply, summoning the strength within her. Her extraordinary abilities gradually concentrated in her fingertips, and 3 seconds later, a brilliant light erupted. With a series of cracking sounds, a massive tree, capable of being encircled by two individuals, collapsed to the ground. Its bark charred black. A wave of dizziness washed over her, causing her to stagger, but her peripheral vision caught sight of a dark figure leaping towards her. With a swift pivot, the electric light flickered once more. This time, she did not halt her momentum. Number 1 convulsed and fell to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, she restrained a portion of her power, or it might have perished instantly. A flicker of remorse crossed her mind, but she quickly suppressed it, adopting a stern expression as she refocused on her task. After a brief pause, she issued another command, to transport the tree into the bunker. Without regard for the small arcs of electricity still crackling around it, she turned and approached the vehicle, where most of the items had already been moved. She took a moment to rest, waiting for the dizziness to dissipate completely before tossing the remaining items into the bunker. Upon checking the system panel, she noted that her supplies had increased to food, 11, clean water, 15, completing 2/3 of her daily tasks. At the same time, a notification appeared. Bunker's clean water storage space is approaching capacity. Startled, she turned to see number 1 leaping high and howling, its fist striking against the stout tree trunk. After several blows, the trunk shattered into fragments, and it gathered some to bring back. A slight frown creased her brow as she sensed something amiss, but upon closer observation, it merely moved mechanically, transporting wood without any semblance of the zero-level zombies she remembered. A distant roar snapped her back to reality, and she shot number 1 an admonishing glare. Silence. Naturally, it offered no reply. She stretched her limbs and rolled into the shelter beneath the vehicle. The earlier commotion had attracted zombies, and her current strength was limited. Although she bore the allure of her abilities, without engaging in combat, she could never fully unleash her potential. Thus, she resolved not to rely solely on the system. After a moment, 5 zombies indeed approached, bouncing and leaping in her direction. A quick glance revealed the foremost zombie captured her attention. Its leaps were the furthest, its joints more flexible, and its skin bore a grayish-blue hue. This was a level 1 zombie, having upgraded merely 10 days after the apocalypse. Countless lives had likely been claimed by its hands. Anger surged within her, and she clenched her fists, electric energy coalescing in her palms, gritting her teeth as she awaited the opportunity. 5 zombies were a formidable challenge, yet the bunker was nearby. She felt she still had a fighting chance. 1 kill at a time. If overwhelmed, she would retreat to the bunker. She remained focused on the advancing undead, when suddenly, her vision darkened. Number 1, having completed its task of moving firewood, returned to its last executed command, standing guard. She quickly noted this observation. 0-level and 1-level zombies acted purely on instinct, showing little reaction to the strange behavior of their kind. But should she encounter more advanced zombies in the future, this could potentially expose her location. An idea struck her. The command for rare beasts included combat instructions. Her eyes lit up at the thought. If number 1 could distract 4, no, 3 0-level zombies, she might attempt to annihilate all 5 enemies. Resolute in her plan, she deemed that even if number 1 perished, it was of little consequence. The odds were 50-50, and she could soon capture another laborer. Thus, without hesitation, she issued the combat directive. Number 1, standing idly by the vehicle, dashed towards its fellow creatures. The 5 zombies seemed momentarily stunned by the situation, only reacting when it collided with them. The level 1 zombie was indeed beyond its ability to restrain. In the blink of an eye, it broke away from the fray, uninterested in battling its kin. The level 1 zombie turned its stiff neck, sniffing the air. Meanwhile, the 4 0-level zombies, enraged, roared like hot-blooded fools, engaging in a fierce melee with number 1. Exceeding her expectations. Elated, she seized the moment amidst the chaos, swiftly unleashing a flash of purple-white light that struck the level 1 zombie. Not a second wasted, she rolled out from beneath the vehicle. The level 1 zombie emitted a pained howl, but this strike alone was insufficient to deal a fatal blow. With a thunderous sound, Tu Xiaobai did not look up, as if she had anticipated it, directing a bolt of lightning upward. The level 1 zombie, having just leaped onto the vehicle's roof, was met with the attack and tumbled back down. Yet, its enhanced body remained functional. Upon contact with the ground, it rebounded like a projectile. She had prepared for this moment, deftly sidestepping the assault, and in the fleeting moment of their close encounter, she turned, raising her hands to press firmly against the zombie's back. Electricity surged forth once more, channeled under her deliberate guidance to strike the zombie's most vulnerable point, the heart. The level 1 zombie let out a deafening wail, its claws swiping back at her. However, she was undeterred. Having landed her blow, she retreated immediately. With a sickening crack, The level 1 zombie twisted its body at the waist. The distance she had created abruptly diminished. Losing a portion of its body was not a fatal injury for a zombie. Thus its lower half collapsed while its right arm propelled its upper body towards her. Its claws now closer than ever. Cold sweat trickled down her brow as she gritted her teeth, condensing the electric energy once more. Yet the cursed preparation time hindered her ability to strike. Both parties vied for that fleeting instant. The level 1 zombie's sharp claws tore through her clothing, the soft skin beneath beginning to feel the sting. The adversary was quicker. Chapter 5. Fortunate encounter. A shadow flickered before her eyes as number 1 unexpectedly lunged forward, colliding with the assailant and sending it flying. Tu Xiaobai was drenched in cold sweat, yet her resolve remained unshaken. With a swift push against the ground, she angled her body and unleashed a torrent of electric energy that enveloped the two entangled zombies. The level 1 zombie let out a pained howl, thrashing for several moments before finally succumbing to stillness. As for number 1, it was hurled away by the electric blast, lying 2 meters away, its fate uncertain. The distant roars of zombies echoed behind her, leaving no time to check on number 1. Drawing her kitchen knife, she pivoted and struck. As a level 0 zombie staggered sideways from her blow, her hand went numb from the impact. Nevertheless, her abilities were recharged, and despite a searing headache, she released another surge of electricity, instantly reducing 2 zombies to charred remains. On the other side of the vehicle, 2 level 0 zombies lay motionless, their torsos riddled with gaping wounds. Gritting her teeth against the throbbing pain in her head, she sliced open the chest of a level 1 zombie. Putrid, foul-smelling blood gushed forth, revealing a dark red crystal the size of a longan in place of the heart. Extracting this crystal, she trudged back to the bunker, her steps heavy. As she hesitated to close the door, glancing back at the unmoving number 1, she decided against checking on it. Fatigued, she collapsed at the entrance, succumbing to sleep almost immediately. 2 hours later, the after-effects of her overexertion began to wane, and she slowly opened her eyes, reflecting on her first battle since her rebirth. A wave of relief washed over her. Had it not been for number 1's extraordinary performance, she might not have been standing there at all. This encounter served as a wake-up call. She was no longer the battle-hardened Tu Xiaobai, nor did she have a healer capable of resisting the zombie virus by her side. Recklessness was not an option, yet fortune smiled upon her, as her first level 1 zombie yielded a blood crystal. In her previous life, survivors would not discover the potential of blood crystals within level 1 zombies for several months. The origin of these crystals remained a mystery, yet their utility was undeniable. Absorbing a certain quantity of blood crystals could cultivate abilities or enhance their levels, making them highly coveted treasures, often traded for precious supplies. However, her own powers had already reached their zenith, rendering further absorption of blood crystals futile. Still, she could prepare for future abilities that might join the bunker. Lost in thought, she summoned the system interface. Though she had heard several chimes earlier, she had been too preoccupied to examine the details. Energy 1 initiated attack. Charm failed. Warning: excessive stamina depletion. It turned out that initiating an attack caused the charm effect to fail. She made a mental note of this for future skirmishes. The third notification coincided with the moment she dispatched the level 1 zombie and then forcibly used her skills to eliminate 2 level 0 zombies. In the heat of battle, she had paid little attention to the system warnings. As for Energy 1, it was likely the firewood thrown in by number 1. Remarkably, a whole tree only yielded a single point of energy. She would need 4 more to complete her daily task. Yet considering the unique nature of the Bunker S system, it was understandable that such low-tier energy would contribute minimally. Rising with the support of the wall, she felt weary yet resolute to complete her task for the day. 5 gold coins awaited her. Upon emerging from the bunker, she was startled by a figure before her. Number 1, head bowed, seemed to be gazing at her. Seeing the hint of grievance in its dark eyes, she shook her head vigorously, dismissing her fleeting empathy. However, the sight of number 1's tattered rags, the ghastly wounds exposing bone on its ashen skin, and the varying depths of electric burn marks stirred a pang of guilt within her. She silently resolved that on her next supply run to the city, she would bring back a couple of outfits for it. I'm not feeling sorry for you. It's just inappropriate. What if others think I'm a pervert? She muttered to number 1, which remained unresponsive, trailing closely behind her. She felled 4 more trees, instructing number 1 to carry them into the bunker. This time, number 1 again broke down the entire tree before transporting it, making not a sound. Suddenly, it dawned on her, during the recent battle, the only sounds she had heard were the howls of the zombies. Number 1 had remained utterly silent even when struck by her powers. Was it the effect of her command to remain quiet? It seemed the system's constraints were indeed formidable. She began to haul the firewood herself. And once all 5 trees were inside the bunker, a delightful notification rang out. Daily task completed. Reward: 5 gold coins. Elated, she could hardly wait to expand the bunker. Opening the construction menu, she selected the dormitory option. A map of the bunker unfolded before her. And wherever she directed her gaze, a translucent dormitory materialized. She quickly grasped the rules. Green indicated buildable areas, while red signified those that were not. Available locations were either on the left side of the hallway or further from the elevator, adjacent to the existing dormitory. She noticed that if she constructed next to the current dormitory, the hallway would automatically extend. However, attempting to build deeper into the bunker would result in failure. Accompanied by a prompt, please build an elevator first. Each elevator level required 0.5 gold coins, and while the daily operation consumed a minimal amount of energy, she was currently impoverished, leading her to abandon the idea of excavating deeper. Ultimately, she constructed 2 new dormitories and a dining hall, evenly distributed on both sides of the corridor, consuming a total of 7 gold coins. In an instant, her treasury was depleted, leaving Tu Xiaobai feeling a pang of anxiety. Construction task 1 completed. Reward: storage room blueprint, 3 gold coins. Construction task 2. Enhanced material reserves are essential for the bunker S operation. Please construct a storage room 01. Reward: food 10, clean water 10, medicine 5. A storage room required 10 gold coins, and with only 3 coins to her name, it felt exorbitantly priced. However, a storage room could increase the storage capacity for various supplies by 50. She resolved to include the construction of a storage room in her future plans. Closing the system interface, she was eager to explore her new rooms. Chapter 6. Encountering survivors. The dormitory exhibited a uniform layout, with her attention particularly drawn to the dining area. Neatly arranged were 4 rows of 3 booths, and against the far wall stood a row of glass refrigeration cabinets. Inside these cabinets lay various portions of food and water, all meticulously processed or reconstituted, mirroring the provisions she had brought along. Each serving was ample, sufficient to satiate an adult's hunger for a meal. It dawned on her why, despite a half-full vehicle of supplies, the Bunker S inventory had only increased by 11. The system evidently imposed stringent requirements regarding the living conditions within the bunker, not merely survival, but a quality existence. This realization bore both positive and negative implications. For the future inhabitants, the ability to eat well was undoubtedly a blessing. Yet it also escalated the demands for resource replenishment. However, as she was currently the only living soul in the bunker, such concerns were temporarily set aside. Accessing food required merely a facial scan at the refrigeration unit, and she eagerly retrieved a portion. With twilight approaching, and after a day filled with tasks and battles, her hunger had intensified, prompting her to savor a delightful meal in the dining area. Prior to her ability upgrade, venturing outside after dusk had been deemed reckless. Thus, she refrained from doing so. Upon reviewing her remaining tasks, she noted that they all stipulated a requirement concerning the population of the bunker. Yet, regarding potential residents, she held a philosophy of better to have none than a multitude of unworthy. Having narrowly escaped a missile in her previous life, she was motivated to cultivate a reliable haven, necessitating a rigorous vetting process for entry into the bunker. Contemplating her future plans, she gradually succumbed to slumber. As the sun ascended high the following day, she awoke with a sense of profound rest that had eluded her for some time. While enjoying breakfast, she checked the system and discovered that the day's tasks had refreshed. Today's task: capture rare beast 01. Reward: rare beast exclusive medicine 3. She grimaced, finding the allure of this reward utterly lacking. Who would endeavor to heal zombies? Emerging from the bunker, she was unsurprised to find number 1 standing rigidly outside. After a night had passed, the zombie's cold skin was adorned with dew, yet it showed no intention of shedding it. Only when it sensed her presence did it slightly stir, its dark eyes meeting hers, with the morning sunlight casting an ethereal glow that seemed to imbue its gaze with emotion. Discarding any unrealistic thoughts, she led number 1 up the mountain, contemplating how to utilize the zombie's wakefulness at night. However, as they ascended, a sudden cacophony of hurried footsteps interrupted the stillness. Urgently, she shoved number 1 behind a large tree, whispering for it to hide, as she turned to face the source of the commotion. 3 men and 2 women burst from the thicket, their astonishment evident upon seeing her, yet none paid her any heed except for a short-haired girl at the back, who breathlessly shouted, "Run!" Seemingly fearing she would not comprehend the urgency, the girl grasped her arm and pulled her into a sprint. As they dashed away, she glanced back to see 2 level 0 zombies emerging, and a sense of relief washed over her. With the need for preparation before unleashing her abilities, she went along with the flow of the escape. A group raced down the mountain, the leading boy exclaiming excitedly, "There's a vehicle over there." It was, of course, her SUV. Still 100 meters from the vehicle, they exerted every ounce of energy to run. However, upon hitting the flat ground, the zombies gained speed, rapidly closing the gap. A boy with shoulder-length hair suddenly reached out toward the short-haired girl. Narrowing her eyes, she accelerated, positioning herself in the most accessible spot for capture. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy yanked her forcefully, sending her tumbling to the ground. She remained unperturbed, her fingertips subtly flickering with electrical energy. Unexpectedly, she felt a tug on her arm and looked up to find it was the girl again. Trembling with fear, the girl's voice quivered as she urged, "Get up." Foolishness. Having grown accustomed to the indifference of humanity in the post-apocalyptic world, this judgment instinctively arose within her. Yet, from an unexpected source, a warm current flowed through her, softening her hardened heart. Behind her, 2 notifications chimed. Target is enchanted, duration, 60 minutes. Target is enchanted, duration, 60 minutes. Having not initiated an attack, her aura activated. Regrettably, it did not conveniently fulfill the day's task. The zombies leaped and toppled beside her. She surmised they merely intended to kneel in submission. Yet their stiff joints rendered them incapable of such a gesture, causing the girl to collapse in fright while still instinctively pulling at her, as if that would ensure their safety. Meanwhile, the girl's companions had reached the vehicle and were attempting to unlock the doors. A silent scoff escaped her lips. "Apologies, but I have a habit of removing the keys and locking the doors." Her disdain for this group was palpable. While she could comprehend their desperation in a life-or-death situation, deliberately sacrificing a companion for survival was among her most detested behaviors from her past life. Thus, despite being strangers, she had already closed the door to her bunker against them. In her mind, she commanded, "Drive those people away, but do not harm them." 2 temporary allies leaped over their heads, and the girl finally succumbed to the weight of her burdens, fainting. Her initial intention had been to frighten the group away. However, to her astonishment, upon witnessing the zombies charging towards them, they circumvented and ran back in her direction. The boy with shoulder-length hair shouted, "The vehicle must belong to her." His quick wit had led him to the truth. Soon, they were upon her, and he brandished a utility knife, waving it threateningly as he snarled, "Hand over the car keys." Her gaze turned icy, and just as she prepared to retaliate, a shadow suddenly lunged forth. Chapter 7. Rejected. A piercing scream reverberated painfully in Tu Xiaobai's ears, leaving her momentarily speechless. Upon closer inspection, she found herself torn between laughter and tears. In her haste to issue commands, she had forgotten about Unit 1. It had rushed to execute her orders, albeit a tad late, perhaps drawn by the sight of a potential threat to her. However, bound by the condition of nonviolence, it merely tackled the aggressor and then stood still, creating a rather comical scene. Suddenly, her smile froze on her lips. The boy was thrashing wildly, a utility knife slicing through Unit 1's visage, leaving behind several wounds. A wave of discomfort washed over her, and she frowned. "Unit 1, retaliate appropriately. Do not grasp or bite him." In an instant, her vision blurred as Unit 1 flung the boy away. He finally ceased his antics, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. His escape prompted the others to abandon their pursuits, hastily following him into the distance. After successfully driving them away, the 3 zombies returned to her side. Glancing at the still unconscious girl, Tu Xiaobai issued a new command. "Unit 1, assist me in relocating her to the bunker." Once the girl was settled, she decided to experiment with a more complex instruction. "Unit 1, take them to the mountains to gather firewood. Pile it behind the rocks, and if anyone approaches, hide without causing harm or being seen, and eliminate those 2 who refuse to follow commands. Go." Unit 1 remained motionless, and she felt a twinge of frustration, doubting its comprehension. Just as she was about to rephrase her orders, Unit 1 let out a low growl directed at its peers and took the lead, with the other 2 following closely behind, swiftly disappearing into the mountains. Surprised, she felt a renewed appreciation for this unique system. After waiting in the bunker for a while, the girl finally regained consciousness. After a brief period of reassurance, they could finally engage in meaningful conversation. "My name is Tu Xiaobai. What is yours? Why did you flee from the mountains?" I am Luya. We are recent graduates from the landscape department at W University. interning at the botanical garden. 11 days ago, our mentor, suddenly. Her voice trailed off, a shiver coursing through her. Tu Xiaobai could guess what had transpired. Surely that person had undergone a transformation. Luya composed herself and continued. He turned into a zombie and killed several tourists before our eyes. We were beneath Eagle Beak Mountain at the time and fled in panic to the mountains. Soon, the botanical garden was overrun with zombies, and we found ourselves trapped. Later, Sun Hongjun suggested that since part of Eagle Beak Mountain extended beyond the botanical garden, there might be a way out. After a long climb, just as they neared an exit, they encountered 2 zombies. She understood the subsequent events without needing further details, but inquired, "Who is Sun Hongjun?" "The one with shoulder-length hair." "Oh," she elongated the sound, connecting the name to a rather selfish person. Perhaps sensing her willingness to converse, Luya mustered the courage to ask, "May I inquire where this place is?" With intentions for Luya, she replied candidly, "This is a bunker I constructed. Rest assured, it is quite secure." "A bunker?" The girl's eyes widened in astonishment. "Indeed. Would you like a tour?" Luya eagerly agreed. However, their exploration was abruptly interrupted by the tantalizing aroma of food, as outsiders could not access provisions. Tu Xiaobai shared her own portion. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Luya ultimately succumbed to her growling stomach and ate heartily, only to shyly confess afterward. "We found some mushrooms in the mountains, but we haven't eaten well in days." "I can empathize," Tu Xiaobai responded gently. "What do you think of my bunker?" "Simply magnificent." Luya praised sincerely. "Would you like to stay?" To her utter surprise, the system interjected, "Please note that residents may only be invited after naming the bunker." A name instantly sprang to mind, and without hesitation, she declared, "Nirvana." Luya then replied, "Thank you for your invitation, but..." She frowned slightly, surprised by the reluctance. "I apologize, but I wish to return home." In that moment, Tu Xiaobai realized that Luya still had ties to her family. Unlike her, who had lost both parents years ago and had grown accustomed to solitude. Not responding immediately, Luya grew anxious and murmured, "I'm sorry." Regaining her composure, Tu Xiaobai smiled softly, "No need to apologize. Where's your home?" "In Luo City." This was certainly within her capacity to assist. After a moment's thought, she said, "I'm heading into the city anyway. I can give you a ride." Luya was both surprised and delighted. "Would that be too much trouble?" "Not at all. It's on my way," she replied, rising to exit the bunker, with Luya hastily following suit. As they stepped outside, Tu Xiaobai locked eyes with Luya, channeling her abilities to convey a silent message. "Do not disclose the existence of this bunker to anyone." Liu appeared momentarily dazed before swiftly nodding. "Understood. I will keep it a secret." This was a universal ability akin to hypnosis, effective only on those weaker than herself. Presently, she could wield this power almost against anyone. Upon entering the vehicle, she noticed that a pile of firewood had already accumulated behind the large rock. The 3 zombies had demonstrated commendable efficiency. Satisfied, she nodded and drove away, unaware that a few shadowy figures were stealthily approaching. Chapter 8. Is she black? This time, Tu Xiaobai ventured into the city with 3 primary intentions: to exchange her vehicle, procure some gasoline, and gather supplies to bring back. The SUV she currently owned was a second-hand vehicle in dubious condition, and its compact size rendered it insufficient for transporting a larger quantity of goods. In addition to fueling her vehicle, she was curious to see if gasoline could also serve as an energy source for the bunker. As for supplies, it goes without saying that in an apocalyptic world, no one would ever complain about having too much. She noticed Luya constantly gazing outwards, seemingly searching for something, and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you looking for a classmate?" Luya hesitated for a moment, recalling their previous encounters. She anticipated the question and calmly replied, "They ran away." "Oh well, that's good." Luya sighed in relief. "Before, Sun Hongjun did it on purpose." "Couldn't you tell?" "Yes, I know, but I still hope they are alive. And I'm sorry." "Why apologize?" Tu Xiaobai furrowed her brow, hoping the girl wasn't expressing remorse on behalf of that man due to some emotional attachment. If that were the case, she would reconsider allowing Luya to join the bunker. "If I hadn't pulled you along, you wouldn't have found yourself in this situation." "I see," Luya smiled. "You were trying to help me. You can't be blamed for that." "Was it truly to help you?" Luya mumbled in a barely audible voice. However, Tu Xiaobai had excellent hearing and immediately expressed her confusion. "Why do you say that?" Luya was taken aback, hesitating to respond. Sensing the girl's emotions, Tu Xiaobai regarded her with curiosity and released a hint of her power. Ordinary individuals found it challenging to withstand the strength of an ability user. And Luya quickly acquiesced. "Perhaps I am overthinking, but I just feel that the zombies wouldn't harm you." Such a keen intuition, thought Tu Xiaobai. surprised and intrigued. In the future, there would gradually be more ability users, but not everyone would have the opportunity. Generally speaking, individuals with certain prominent traits, such as heightened sensitivity, resilience, and physical strength, would have a greater chance of awakening their abilities. To ensure the bunker's safety, it was crucial not to rely solely on herself. She would inevitably need to recruit more ability users in the future. Those who awakened their powers with her assistance would likely exhibit greater loyalty. Initially viewing Luya merely as a task completion indicator, her interest in the girl had now deepened. However, she did not rush to recruit her again. After dropping Luya off at her home, she busied herself with her own matters. Exchanging the vehicle was actually quite simple. The streets were filled with abandoned cars left in the wake of the apocalyptic outbreak. After careful selection, she finally chose a legendary vehicle. This car had been modified, with the last row of seats removed to create more space for cargo, perfectly aligning with her requirements. Fuel was also easy to obtain. She simply located a gas station and filled several large barrels. As for supplies, she resolved that matter in the station's convenience store. Along the way, she encountered a few scattered zombies. Without waiting for her aura to take effect, she swiftly eliminated them using her abilities. Her mastery over the fluctuations of her powers had reached an extraordinary level. When the last zombie fell, she distinctly felt her energy flow faster than before. Combat was undoubtedly the best method to hone one's abilities. With that, she was ready to attempt completing her tasks for the day. Just as she resolved this, a broadcast echoed through the air. Attention residents of Luoqing, attention residents of Luoqing, a temporary shelter has been established at Peony Square in the northern part of the city. Residents are welcome to seek refuge there. Repeating. After placing a box of water in her vehicle, she raised an eyebrow slightly. Compared to the more challenging construction of a bunker, shelters were a more common gathering place in the apocalypse, often organized by a few ability users. Of course, in terms of safety, the two were vastly different. However, was it possible that a shelter had been established in Luoqing so swiftly? And that they could broadcast this citywide? Could there be government involvement? Nevertheless, she was particularly concerned about this matter. Her priority remained the supply issue. After all, once a shelter was established, organized raids for supplies would inevitably follow, making her solitary endeavors less advantageous. With this thought, she began to formulate plans for the upcoming days. However, she needed to address another issue first. The moment the announcement rang out, nearby zombies were stirred into action. With a swift motion, she closed the car door and retreated into the convenience store, securing a strategic position. Before long, a group of level 0 zombies, drawn by the scent of humans, approached. She partially closed the store's entrance, ensuring that despite the multitude of zombies, only 5 could squeeze through at a time. With electricity crackling at her fingertips, she refrained from attacking immediately, seizing the opportunity to test her aura. With several system prompts, the first 4 zombies entered a state of charm. Then, the system notification shifted to controllable exotic beasts at capacity. Indeed, there was a limit to the number of zombies she could control, including the first. She could currently manage a maximum of 5 zombies. Although this aligned closely with her predictions, she found it perplexing that there was a supposed 50% probability of absolute submission. Was she truly an unprecedented anomaly? As she commanded the 4 charmed zombies to turn against their kin, she mentally dismissed that possibility. After all, she was an SSR tier individual. There had to be an issue with the system's probabilities. Seizing this opportunity, she conducted several other experiments, confirming that the charmed zombies were completely under her control, just like the first. However, since they were merely temporary exotic beasts, they lacked the system's intelligence boost. Overly complex commands caused them to exhibit a state akin to freezing. Additionally, if she wished to terminate the charm early, she could only do so by actively killing them. During the charm state, the zombies posed no resistance, which made them easy to eliminate. Thus, she continually swapped out the battered temporary exotic beasts as shields, swiftly dispatching all the zombies blocking the store entrance. By afternoon, she decided it was time to return. Unexpectedly, she encountered survivors along the way, their backpacks indicating they were heading toward Peony Square. Clearly, the shelter was indeed a tempting prospect. Some even appeared eager to hitch a ride. However, Tu Xiaobai had no interest in lingering. The more people outside, the higher the likelihood of attracting zombies. After fighting for a considerable duration, she felt thoroughly exhausted. So she sped away in her vehicle. Finally, nearing the bunker, she spotted several figures in the distance. Among them, the rigid movements of the first zombie stood out conspicuously. Who was attacking her zombie? Tu Xiaobai furrowed her brow and pressed down on the accelerator. Chapter 9. It killed as she approached. She discerned that it was indeed Sun Hongjun leading the charge, accompanied by two male classmates, wielding long sticks affixed with utility knives. To her astonishment, Number 1 had sustained numerous injuries from such rudimentary weapons. Rage ignited within Tu Xiaobai, compelling her to charge directly at them. With a screech, Sun Hongjun barely managed to evade the oncoming wheel. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, turning to see who had disembarked from the vehicle and instinctively fell silent. Fleeing into the distance, the other two hastily followed suit. Tu Xiaobai cast a glance at Number 1, incredulously asking, "Did these worthless fools inflict such harm upon you?" Number 1 tilted its head, appearing utterly bewildered. Deciding it futile to converse with a mindless zombie, she turned back, raising her hand as a brilliant flash of purple-white light erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished cries. Sun Hongjun and his companions writhed on the ground, and she sauntered over, looking down at them with a cold smirk. "Run, keep running," she taunted. She had yet to encounter anyone who could outrun lightning. Apart from her own abilities, the three gazed at her in terror, unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. She placed a foot upon Sun Hongjun's abdomen, causing him to curl up in pain. Yet her expression remained impassive as she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" No one answered. With a derisive laugh, she flicked her wrist, and slender bolts of lightning lashed out like a whip, eliciting cries of agony from the trio. I will speak," one of the boys stammered. Jun said, "You're not in and not right." So he was so electrified that he could barely articulate. Yet Tu Xiaobai understood. It seemed Sun Hongjun was not merely malicious, but cunning as well. Initially intending to inquire why they had attacked Number 1, she reconsidered. After all, it was quite natural for survivors to eliminate zombies. Thus, she refrained from speaking. However, Sun Hongjun broke the silence. "Did you notice someone was missing from our group? I advise you to release us promptly, or your secret will soon be known to all." "Oh, what secret might that be?" She narrowed her eyes. "You are a traitor to humanity. You have ties to the zombies." It appeared he had discerned something amiss about Number 1. Yet, she merely chuckled derisively, unleashing another series of electric lashes. "Go ahead, tell everyone," she taunted. She had already devised a plan, should anyone discover the truth. She would simply attribute it to her powers, as there were countless peculiar abilities in existence. Seeing her indifference, Sun Hongjun grew frantic. Thud, 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 Number 1 bounded over, fixating on her hands as the flickering electricity illuminated its gaze. Perhaps the system did indeed enhance its intelligence. For the fourth time, she perceived emotional fluctuations within its pupils. It approached the three sprawled on the ground, yet Tu Xiaobai paid it little mind. She had come to the realization that Number 1 had been injured primarily due to the constraints placed upon it, preventing it from harming others. Now, free from such limitations, it was no longer a source of worry. Number 1 extended its hands toward the trio. What is it trying to do? Tu Xiaobai wondered, puzzled. It struck a bizarre pose, but she soon lost interest, intending to call Number 1 back. As for Sun Hongjun and his companions, they had been sufficiently dealt with, and she was prepared to let them go. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck her as she beheld three charred corpses before her, the stench of blood assaulting her senses. Number 1 raised its hands in apparent confusion. Realizing what had transpired, fury surged within her, and her fingertips crackled with energy as she lashed out again with lightning. With a crack, Number 1 was sent flying. It collapsed, convulsing on the ground, and managed to lift its head to gaze at her, its dark pupils reflecting bewilderment. Tu Xiaobai approached step by step, her chest churning with anger and regret. Despite having witnessed the darkness of human nature in this post-apocalyptic world, her resolve to remain human had never wavered. Yet, the docility of Number 1 had led her to underestimate it, forgetting that slaughter was the innate instinct of zombies. What was even more shocking was that it had developed abilities, powers typically reserved for zombies of level 3 or above. She suspected this transformation was due to its status as a rare beast. This was undoubtedly a dire situation for survivors, and as the instigator, she could not allow events to unfold unchecked. As she drew nearer, Number 1 exhibited no reaction, lying half reclined, its numerous wounds charred from her earlier strike, yet still emanating an aura of unwavering trust in her. Her heart ached slightly, but with a blink, those fleeting uncertainties were cast aside. Standing before Number 1, she raised her hand high, the magnificent electric energy coiling in anticipation. Suddenly, she turned sharply, spotting a horde of zombies rushing toward her. The dusk, accompanied by the scent of blood, had drawn the undead from the botanical garden. They howled as they lunged at the only living human in sight. With no time to spare, she disregarded number 1 and unleashed a torrent of lightning, incapacitating the foremost zombies in an instant. Retreating, she recognized the open terrain was unfavorable, as it would hinder her ability to unleash lightning instantaneously. She needed to create distance. In a flash of electricity, number 1 leaped into the mass of zombies, simultaneously discharging lightning while clawing and biting at them. The zombies were momentarily stalled, and she quickly halted to gather her energies once more. Over 20 zombies had been drawn to the scene, and she and number 1 fought valiantly, swiftly dispatching most, but 4 remained. Having likely evolved, they were considerably more agile, proving difficult to subdue. Number 1, previously silent, suddenly found itself bitten in the throat, unable to restrain a brief cry of pain, yet it quickly fell silent, gripping the head of a quasi-level 1 zombie as electricity erupted once more. Instant kill. Yet, there was not just one quasi-level zombie. As the lightning dissipated, another seized its arm. Crack. Number 1's left arm was brutally torn from its body. Another zombie's claws pierced its chest, having fought far longer than anticipated. Tu Xiaobai felt a sharp pain in her head, her vision blurring as she witnessed this scene, her heart momentarily halting. For an instant, she forgot number 1's identity. Her anger surged, causing her powers to resonate violently, a blinding purple-white light shooting skyward. Lightning enveloped the area around number 1, yet it deftly avoided her. The 2 quasi-level zombies were reduced to charred remains, crumbling to ash. She felt as though a massive hammer had struck her forehead, plunging her into darkness, her body collapsing uncontrollably. Though she immediately bit her tongue to maintain consciousness, channeling her powers proved excruciatingly difficult. Her frail body had reached its limits. While her adversaries still stood, the last quasi-level zombie advanced toward her, navigating through the corpses of its fallen kin. Once more, she bit down hard on her tongue, the metallic taste of blood flooding her mouth as her nearly unresponsive fingers twitched, the electric energy flickering erratically as if struggling to maintain contact. Chapter 10. Drive It Away. Once regarded as one of the 4 survivors, Tu Xiaobai had faced countless dire situations. Alone, her powers were nearly depleted, merely one of the many trivial challenges she encountered. At the brink of life and death, she transcended into a profound state of oblivion, where the pain in her body, the stench in the air, and the growls of the level 1 zombies faded into the background. It was as if an invisible hand had gently stirred the vast reservoir of power within her, previously dormant. With a crack, something that had bound her seemed to vanish. The system notification chimed, yet she was too absorbed to notice. The anguished wail of a zombie jolted her back to reality. Looking up, she saw the number 1 zombie, missing its left arm and with a gaping hole in its chest, fiercely gripping the ankle of its kind. Being a quasi-level 1, it was not truly a level 1 zombie. Its body remained stiff and was toppled to the ground. After struggling to shake off the number 1 zombie in vain, the creature, filled with rage, seized its head, seemingly intent on tearing it off. With a roar, she challenged its audacity, and suddenly, a lightning bolt shot down from above. The electric surge engulfed the quasi-level 1, momentarily halting its actions. Moments later, the 2 severed arms of the zombie fell to the ground, while the last foe disintegrated into ash, swept away by the wind. This exertion had drained her of the last vestiges of strength, and she nearly succumbed to darkness once more. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, losing consciousness outside equated to death. Without hesitation, she bit down on her battered tongue, the sharp pain jolting her back to a precarious awareness. She gradually crawled over to the number 1 zombie. It lay motionless, its head twisted at an unnatural angle, its dark pupils devoid of any light. Zombies do not breathe. In a sense, they are mere corpses awakened by the virus, making it impossible to ascertain their vitality through the rise and fall of their chests. She silently observed it, her mind oscillating between memories of it taking 3 lives and its own piercing wound sustained in an effort to save her. As the last rays of twilight faded, she finally made a move. Gritting her teeth, she dragged the number 1 zombie towards the shelter. After several bouts of darkness threatening to engulf her, she finally reached the entrance. "Your survival depends on yourself now," she murmured before pushing the zombie inside, following suit as she tumbled in. Hearing the resounding thud of the door sealing shut, she surrendered to the encroaching darkness. Once unconscious, her powers began to circulate within her body, replenishing what had been spent, while the once dormant energy within her, akin to ice thawing, began to flow into her revitalizing abilities. Each muscle was nourished by this energy, undergoing subtle yet imperceptible transformations. Simultaneously, a dim crimson glow flickered from the wound in the number one zombie's chest, and a faint bluish hue surfaced beneath its ashen skin. Tu Xiaobai gasped, struggling to awaken from her nightmare. It took her a few moments to regain full consciousness. The discomfort in her body had vanished. Blinking, she noticed a fleeting spark of electricity flickering in her eyes. The ability to manifest her powers from any part of her body marked her ascension to a level 1 ability user. Despite the harrowing events of the previous day, the outcome was gratifying, leaving her quite satisfied. But where was the number one zombie? She quickly searched and found it leaning against the wall, its one remaining arm at its side. As she recognized its form, the joy she had felt dissipated. It had leveled up too. A zombie that had been at 0 level could now wield powers. Her first instinct was that it posed an even greater threat to humanity, and she could not allow it to continue evolving. Yet, as she prepared to take action, the number one zombie suddenly lowered its head slightly, its dark eyes locking onto hers. It lifted its remaining hand and awkwardly plunged it into its own chest. It took her a moment to comprehend. There was already a wound there. Thus, this horror movie-like scene was not as shocking as it seemed. How bizarre. Under her wide-eyed gaze, the number one zombie finally retrieved what it sought. It extended its hand awkwardly towards her, opening its fingers to reveal a round, dark red blood crystal. Tu Xiaobai stood frozen. The hand inched closer. Gradually, she raised her gaze to meet the zombies, noticing its head tilt in curiosity, as if puzzled by her reluctance to accept the offering. She could see the bluish hue of its skin rapidly fading, and if zombies possessed vitality, it appeared significantly drained. Perhaps becoming a system-recognized rare beast had brought about many changes, but undoubtedly, forcefully extracting the blood crystal inflicted considerable harm. The number one zombie pushed its hand forward once more. No, that won't be necessary. Finally regaining her voice, she firmly declined, wondering if it could even be returned. Fortunately, seconds later, the blood crystal found its way back into the zombie's chest. Watching the creature regain its health, she felt a complex swirl of emotions. Yet one certainty emerged. The desire to eliminate it had faded. However, the fear of unforeseen consequences lingered, leading her to propose a singular solution. You should live in the mountains from now on. Zombies don't need food or water, just stay away from humans. The number one zombie tilted its head in confusion, and after a moment, it seemed to grasp her directive, though it wore a look of dismay. She turned away. Go on, you're a zombie. You aren't suited to live among people. Opening the bunker door, she continued, for safety's sake, I can't let you roam free. So don't misbehave. I can sense it. With a thud, the number one zombie followed her out. She walked to the vehicle, gesturing towards the mountains. Go on. No response came from behind her. Hurry. Ultimately, the number one zombie could not defy her command, its footsteps fading into the distance. Only when its silhouette vanished into the trees did she turn back, letting out a sigh. She spoke aloud, though unsure to whom. This is for the best. Retrieving her gaze, she began to examine the system. During yesterday's battle, she had overlooked several warnings of physical danger. In the middle of the night, notifications of consecutive level-ups had appeared, first for herself, then for the number one zombie. Then, a new quest emerged in the morning. Today's task, collect medicine 05. Reward, gold coins 2. Gold coins were a valuable commodity. The prospect of earning more instantly dispelled her earlier melancholy. Chapter 11. Something is amiss in the following days. Tu Xiaobai tirelessly gathered supplies and gradually discerned the patterns of item exchanges in the bunker. Although the system interface displayed the supplies as whole numbers, in reality, they possessed decimal points. Any supplies stored in the bunker that fell short of the system's standard for 1 unit would be converted into fractions, accumulating until they reached a full unit before being reflected in the bunker's inventory. Among these, medications proved to be the most challenging to amass into a single unit. Despite her diligent efforts to collect various medicines, anti-inflammatories, pain relievers, cold remedies, and wound treatments, the exchange values remained minimal. It took nearly scavenging an entire small pharmacy to barely accumulate between 1 to 3 units. However, she harbored no grievances. The bunker accepted ordinary medications, but converted them into essential radiation-proofing agents and healing potions. The former was a necessity in the apocalyptic world. Yet survivors would require nearly a year to develop a mass-producible radiation antidote. The latter was essentially a composite of common medicines, effective for ailments ranging from fever to injuries. Undoubtedly a miraculous product of the system. Upon discovering that the bunker transformed these ordinary medicines into such extraordinary remedies, her fervor for collecting increased exponentially. Currently, The bunker's medical stockpile had reached 15 units, comprising 10 doses of radiation-proofing agents and 5 doses of healing potions. With the completion of daily tasks occasionally yielding some coins, she finally saved up 12 coins, spending 10 of them with a pang of regret to construct a storage room on the opposite side of the elevator, thus resolving the issue of limited storage capacity. That day, she had her usual breakfast in the bunker and casually checked the day's tasks. Today's task: recruit a formal resident 01. Reward: protective suit 1. A brow arched in suspicion, she deduced that this task had surfaced due to the prolonged absence of formal residents in the bunker. However, upon reviewing the current data of the bunker, formal residents: 0. Energy, 25 coins, 2 equipment, 0 food, 37 clean water, 44 medicine, 15 miscellaneous, 0 current rooms, total 6. Entrance 1, dormitories 3, dining hall 1, storage room 1, bunker integrity, 100 available buildings, dormitory, dining hall, storage room, elevator. She felt it was indeed time to recruit some inhabitants. Regrettably, during her previous search for supplies, she had visited Luya's residence only to find it deserted. She had likely sought refuge in a shelter. In times of disaster, there was often a greater sense of security in numbers, making Luya's choice unsurprising. Although she felt a tinge of regret, she quickly reconciled herself to the reality. After breakfast, she prepared to venture into the city. Upon exiting the bunker, she immediately sensed something was amiss. A fog had settled in, a very thin mist, so delicate that had it not been for the nearby mountains, where the fog was more pronounced, she might not have noticed at all. Gray tendrils of mist hung between the trees, appearing deceptively benign. Yet, her expression turned serious. Checking her phone, she confirmed that the previously full signal had dwindled to a single bar. The second phase of the apocalypse had arrived a week early. Once inside her car, she attempted to start the engine 4 times before it reluctantly roared to life. Just before pressing the accelerator, she glanced in the rearview mirror at the forest, sensing some movement. Turning her head, she noticed the intertwining of the forest's green and the mist's gray, finding nothing amiss. Biting her lip, she drove off. In the city, the fog was scarcely visible, but that did not imply the absence of danger. In fact, she had sensed something was off since yesterday. The number of fresh corpses had increased. The initial chaos of the zombie virus outbreak mirrored her previous life. After the initial turmoil, survivors swiftly devised coping mechanisms, and the lethality of level 0 zombies was indeed limited. Consequently, the streets littered with bodies persisted for only a few days, with most unfortunate souls swiftly transforming into new zombies, instinctively avoiding the harsh sunlight. By day, the city lay silent and desolate, with only scavengers quietly moving about. Yet, yesterday, she had spotted fresh corpses in several shaded spots. This was peculiar. Had they been killed by zombies, they would have risen to join their ranks by now. Upon examining the wounds, she suspected they had been slain by humans. Of course, in this new world, the moral threshold of humanity had lowered considerably, making murders less shocking news. Yet, she instinctively sensed something amiss. Unfortunately, shortly after awakening her powers in her previous life, she had remained in sparsely populated areas for various reasons until she became a level 3 ability user, rejoining society without knowledge of the changes among the survivors during that time. Today, upon entering the city, she meticulously observed her surroundings and indeed discovered several more fresh corpses. The fatal wounds were consistently located at the heart or throat, accompanied by cuts on the wrists. This time, she fortuitously found a body that still felt warm, yet the area around the throat wound radiated a chilling aura. Her fingertips brushed the wound, and a glint of realization flickered in her eyes. Suddenly, she caught a rustle nearby. Hesitating for a moment, she skillfully concealed her presence and stealthily approached. To her surprise, she recognized familiar faces. Luya and another woman were huddled closely together, being herded forward by a man. Their mouths were stuffed with something, and their hands bound behind their backs, their faces etched with despair as they trudged onward. Soon, they reached a fork in the road. The man driving them commanded through a walkie-talkie at his waist, "It's time, proceed." He then drew a dagger, smiling as he said, "Good luck to you." His actions belied any semblance of goodwill as he aimed the blade at the wrist of the two women. From the shadows, her eyes narrowed as she recalled the wounds on the corpses. She had nearly pieced together the grim scenario unfolding before her, and a wave of revulsion surged within her. With a flicker of intent, electric sparks enveloped the fork in the road. Gasps arose from the nearby building. With another wave of her hand, a bolt of lightning slithered into the structure. Moments later, as the electric light began to fade, she suddenly rolled to the side. Chapter 12. almost deceived by Yu whoosh. For blades of wind struck the very spot where Tu Xiaobai had just stood, sending concrete shards flying in all directions. Rising gracefully, she cast a cold glance at the man standing at the fork in the road. An ability user? The man flicked his tongue against the corner of his mouth, his gaze slithering over her like a venomous serpent. I don't believe we've met before. Tilting her head slightly, she retorted. Have you encountered every ability user? Behind him. Luya suddenly shook her head vigorously, realizing she was hinting for Tu Xiaobai to flee. This foolish girl, once again prioritizing others in the face of danger. Tu Xiaobai smiled faintly at Luya, but the man misinterpreted it as a provocation. He raised both hands, a gentle breeze swirling around his fingertips. The shelter has already issued a notice. All ability users must submit to authority, and you. Without warning, he waved his hands, unleashing another 4 blades of wind. Narrowing her eyes, she swiftly assessed his strength. Though not particularly powerful, his control was commendable, with the blades aimed directly at her hands. Ordinarily, this would constitute a solid strategy, but alas, he was up against her. Twisting her body, she evaded the 4 blades, raising her arm, and, as expected, his gaze immediately fixated on her hands. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she blinked, and lightning erupted forth. What? The man had not anticipated the lightning's peculiar manifestation, and in a frenzy, he hurled the wind blades to defend himself. Yet, the lightning coiled like a serpent, impossible to thwart in such haste. Ah! The man cried out, clutching his bloodied arm, his entire body trembling in pain. His sinister gaze locked onto her as he gritted his teeth. Do you know who I am? You've injured me. And you. Snap. A resounding crack echoed as a lightning bolt, as thick as a thumb, shot through the air, ensnaring him like a rope. Tu Xiaobai clenched her fist, tightening the loosely bound lightning tether, and before he could utter another threat, his words transformed into a pained yelp as he collapsed to the ground. TCH, as if I would be frightened of you. Calmly striding over, she retrieved the dagger that had fallen to the ground, swiftly freeing Luya and the others with 2 precise strikes. The older woman appeared anxious, clutching Luya tightly, too frightened to speak. The younger girl remained relatively composed, but seemed slightly anxious. There are more of them. Be careful. Do not fret. She replied with a faint smile. Can you guess why no one is coming to his aid? As she spoke, she lifted her foot and kicked the unconscious man. Luya paused, realizing a few seconds later, could it be that they have all? Tu Xiaobai had already taken the lead into the building. This place was once a 2-story CAF. She surveyed the first floor and discovered several individuals bound and gagged beneath the counter, completely obscured from view. They could only hear sounds, and when a figure suddenly appeared before them, they shrank back in fright. Glancing at them, she casually tossed the knife at Luya's feet. Free them. I will check upstairs. Okay. Be careful. The second floor was mostly a terrace, offering no cover. Thus she immediately spotted 3 individuals lying at the junction of the inner room and terrace. What a surprise to find a familiar face. Without hesitation, she kicked Li Ming in the side, rousing the unconscious man back to painful awareness. It's you. He looked as though he had seen a ghost, having been knocked out by lightning without even having a proper introduction. It is indeed me. A subtle smile danced on her lips as she flicked her fingers. You truly have a charmed life. Li Ming's expression shifted to one of unease. Narrowing her eyes, she surmised that his survival was likely due to more than mere luck. However, she had no interest in uncovering the truth. Instead, she casually glanced at his fingertips and inquired, what ability have you awakened? Bypassing the question of whether he was an ability user, she directly asked what his power was, effectively silencing his instinctual denial. Crackle. Staring at the lightning dancing at her fingertips, Li Ming's eyes twitched, and he ultimately made the wise choice to tell the truth. It's ice. Damn, another mutation. She cursed aloud. Heaven truly had no eyes. While it was one thing for 1 or 2 worthless individuals to awaken powers, but they were all mutations. As a fellow wielder of lightning abilities, she felt insulted. However, she now understood the peculiarities of the wounds on the previous corpse. Misinterpreting her disdain, Li Ming quickly donned a sycophantic smile. Tu Xiaobai. No. Tu boss. Although my ability is rare, I am yours to command. Just point, and I will strike. Never to disappoint you. He cast a furtive glance at her hands, clasping his palms together. I am willing to follow Tu boss. Whether it be up a mountain of blades or into a vat of oil, I shall not flinch. Oh? Noticing his anxious yet hopeful gaze, a smirk tugged at her lips. With a forceful sweep of her right hand, Li Ming was sent flying by a bolt of lightning, tumbling across the terrace and crashing heavily against the railing. He let out a pained cry, curling up, yet his eyes remained fixed on her, malice practically radiating from him. The next moment, a violet-white lightning bolt shot from her back. Ah! The assailant collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Rising calmly, her expression remained icy. Quite the quick reaction. You almost deceived me. The assailant, who had mingled among the bound individuals beneath the counter, could only glare at her in silence, his eyes burning with humiliation and rage. Such a gaze held no effect on her. She unleashed several lightning whips, binding the remaining ability users together and dragging them downstairs. On the first floor, those who had been freed seized Luya's knife and attempted to rebind her and the middle-aged woman. Thud, thud, thud. Everyone instinctively turned towards the staircase. Tu Xiaobai descended leisurely, unperturbed by their actions. She merely smiled coldly, abruptly channeling more of her abilities. Sizzle. A blinding purple-white light erupted, leaving the crowd momentarily blinded. A few seconds later, their vision gradually returned, yet upon seeing the scene before them, they instinctively opened their mouths to scream. Anyone who dares to utter a sound shall face dire consequences. Her frigid voice, akin to the scythe of death, effectively silenced them. Release them. The group hurriedly retreated against the far wall, the hastily discarded ropes falling to the ground as Luya and the others rushed over. However, upon witnessing the four charred corpses at her feet, the two women cautiously halted and moved to stand on the other side. Casting a glance outside, she noticed wisps of gray mist beginning to emerge on the street. Narrowing her eyes, she decided against lingering with these individuals and decisively asked Luya, "Will you come with me?" "Yes." Luya replied quickly, "Can my mother join us?" Having already deduced the middle-aged woman's identity from the resemblance, she bore to Luya. She nodded, of course. However, just as they reached the CAF's entrance, the group suddenly spoke up, "You can't leave us here." Chapter 13. Officially acquiring new residents. Halting her steps, Tu Xiaobai cast a smile that straddled the line between amusement and skepticism. "What is your reasoning?" You are an ability user. Shouldn't you be protecting us?" The speaker was an elderly man with wispy white hair. "How do you intend for me to protect you?" "By binding you like bait, as they do." The expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Suppressing the disdain that flickered in her eyes, she replied coolly, "My aversion to taking lives of ordinary people does not imply foolishness. If you wish to survive, rely on your own strength." The old man seemed poised to retort, but she had already turned away, striding off. Luya and her mother exchanged complex glances with the group, but the resentment they saw in the other's eyes stung, prompting them to hastily follow her. Upon reaching the vehicle, even Luya sensed something amiss, murmuring, "Why has it suddenly become foggy in broad daylight?" She shook her head. "It's not sudden. The fog is thickening. For safety's sake, we cannot enter the city for now. Today, we must gather as many supplies as possible." Luya instantly volunteered, "We'll help." Very well. She had no intention of allowing the bunker residents to become parasites. The apocalyptic situation would only grow more dire, regardless of whether they were ability users or ordinary individuals. Everyone had to exert their utmost to survive. Driving to a shop nearby, she effortlessly enchanted 4 zombies to assist as laborers, fervently stuffing supplies into the vehicle. Food, water, and medicine were paramount, along with other essential items, which they endeavored to gather in abundance. Ultimately, Luya and her mother found themselves wedged amidst a pile of provisions, laboriously arriving at their destination. Once inside the bunker, she inquired once more, "Are you willing to stay in my bunker?" "Absolutely," they affirmed. Today's task completed. Reward, Protective Suit 1. Simultaneously, the bunker's records indicated that the count of official residents had increased from 0 to 2. Beep, Bunker Resident Management System officially activated. She observed the new interface, which now displayed basic information about Luya and Zhu Rushuang. Additionally, there were certain parameters she needed to set. The system had a method for calculating contribution points, allowing her to determine whether residents would incur charges when utilizing various bunker facilities. At present, the bunker's functions were quite rudimentary. After a moment's contemplation, she completed the settings. Official residents could utilize the dormitories free of charge, but meals in the dining hall required contribution points for purchase. This would effectively prevent future abuses when the population increased. Following this, she guided the mother and daughter duo to register at the bunker entrance's screen. A box at the bottom of the screen dispensed 2 smartwatches, which would enable them to directly monitor their contribution points, access basic bunker information, and view tasks issued to official residents. They could also trade contribution points with others using the watches. New residents could claim 2 days' worth of complimentary food, albeit with a limit on quantity. You should head to the dining hall now, she suggested, having perceived that Luya and her mother had been struggling in the shelter. Indeed, upon hearing they could eat, their eyes sparkled with delight. Luya, familiar with the surroundings, led her mother to the dining hall while she made her way to the storage room. The previously barren storage area now contained a cardboard box, and upon opening it, she discovered the protective suit awarded for completing her task. Contrary to her expectations, the suit was remarkably lightweight, its material indiscernible. It was likely akin to the healing agents, specially provided by the system. However, as the external radiation was not yet severe, the suit remained unnecessary for the time being. After examining it, she neatly folded the clothing and returned it to its place. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Luya and her mother, who shared a dormitory, rose early. Having enjoyed a hearty meal and a peaceful night's sleep, they felt considerably more energized than the previous day. Zhu Rushuang whispered, "We're quite fortunate. This place is far better than the shelter." Luya nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Mom. I should have brought you here directly. It would have spared us the anxiety of those days in the shelter." Sighing, Zhu Rushuang's gaze dimmed as she recalled those days. "It's my fault for trusting those people's words, thinking we would be safe in the shelter." Luya's expression grew somber as well. Beep. As the mother-daughter duo sank into a low mood, the smartwatches emitted a notification. Glancing down, they saw the word task displayed on the screen. Tu Xiaobai also noted the refreshed task. Today's task, Hunt Zombie 010, reward, gold coins 3. She had just realized that official residents also had daily tasks, though their rewards were contribution points. She was pleased with the system's setup, as it would guide new residents on how to earn contribution points, alleviating the need for her to explain each time a newcomer arrived. Luya and Zhu Rushuang's tasks for the day involved gathering energy, perfectly aligning with her goal to hunt zombies. Thus, the three of them set off toward the botanical garden. The entrance to the botanical garden lay behind a large boulder. As they conversed quietly, they rounded the stone, abruptly falling silent. Before them lay a meticulously stacked pile of firewood, estimated to consist of about 40 to 50 large trees worth. "What is going on?" Luya asked, bewildered. Tu Xiaobai remained silent. Who else but the foolish know? One could have accomplished this? The sheer volume of firewood indicated that the individual had, while she slept, laboriously transported it down from higher ground. She had clearly driven it away. "Do we need to move this inside?" Luya asked, unaware of her turbulent thoughts, rolling up her sleeves as she inquired. Regaining her focus, she nodded. "Let us move it." Consequently, Luya and her mother swiftly completed their task, though they felt somewhat guilty. Believing they had taken an easy route, they eagerly offered to accompany her to the botanical garden. Luya explained, "There are many edible plants there. My mother and I can gather some." "That sounds good," she replied, harboring other intentions that she chose not to disclose at the moment. Thus, the trio proceeded to the botanical garden together. The botanical garden in Luo City was a free 3A scenic area, bustling with visitors before the apocalypse. Yet now it was shrouded in fog, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Sensing the apprehension of those around her, she spoke up. "Most zombies are still level 0. They are in T2 difficult to handle. You can observe how I deal with them shortly." "All right," Luya responded, her voice trembling yet resolute. She was increasingly pleased with the girl's demeanor. Not far along, they encountered a souvenir shop. Listening intently for a moment, she lowered her voice. "There are zombies inside. We must tread lightly and ascertain their numbers first. If there are too many, it won't be suitable for a teaching moment. I will have to clear the area using my abilities. Wait here," she instructed. The mother and daughter nodded earnestly, allowing her to stealthily approach the souvenir shop. Chapter 14. Not disappointed through the window, Tu Xiaobai observed a total of 7 level 0 zombies, all within her controllable range. A surge of power coursed through her body, and a bolt of lightning erupted from her fingertips, darting through the gap in the window into the room. The electric arcs danced joyfully over the zombies, precisely striking at their hearts. One by one, the zombies collapsed, their exteriors showing no visible damage. Yet, if one were to dissect their chests, they would discover the once throbbing mass of dark red liquid that had replaced their hearts, now thoroughly disheveled. Any other ability user witnessing this scene would undoubtedly marvel at her mastery of powers. However, she felt no sense of pride, as if she had merely accomplished a mundane task. After dispatching 4 zombies with her lightning control, she prepared for her next move. She waved at Luya and her mother, then gently tapped the window frame. The soft sound resonated through the quiet greenhouse, sufficient to catch the attention of the zombies. 3 of them turned in unison and hopped towards her direction. She moved to the door, creating a bit more noise, causing the zombies to alter their course once again. Drawing a combat knife from her waist, she nodded slightly at the anxious mother and daughter duo, then faced the approaching zombies. Level 0 zombies were not particularly challenging to handle. Many ability users had learned this in their previous lives. When faced with scattered enemies, they often chose to engage directly, as overexertion could lead to fainting, necessitating a judicious use of their abilities. At this moment, however, she was not conserving energy, but rather demonstrating a technique. With a swift motion, she blocked a zombie's claw with her knife, simultaneously explaining, "Zombies carry a blood-borne virus, so be cautious of their teeth and claws during combat. If bitten or scratched, symptoms may manifest in 10 to 20 minutes. She lifted her left leg, delivering a precise kick to another zombie's waist, causing it to topple immediately. The rigidity of level 0 zombies could be tactically exploited. They possessed nearly no vision but had heightened auditory and olfactory senses, thus one must avoid creating excessive noise. With a quick spin, she evaded the third zombie's claw and elegantly maneuvered behind it, thrusting her knife forward. Most of a zombie's organs had deteriorated, rendering them numb to pain. Thus, a blow to the head or destruction of the heart was requisite for a swift kill. Extracting the knife embedded in the zombie's back, she suddenly crouched and charged at another zombie, using her shoulder as a pivot. The zombie, which had just risen, collapsed once more, pinned down by her knee. The knife flashed out again, followed by a powerful swipe to the side, sending a grotesque head rolling far away. Severing a head required considerable strength. Thus, I recommend beginning with stealthy backstabs whenever possible. Effortlessly evading the final zombie's attack, she tossed the knife to Luya. "Your turn." Zhu Rushuang instinctively tightened her grip on her daughter's arm. The young girl bit her lip and gently patted her mother's hand. In the next moment, Luya bent down to retrieve the knife, facing the zombie head-on. Tu Xiaobai did not hesitate to withdraw from the battlefield. She noticed Zhu Rushuang's fingers intertwining tightly. Her gaze fixed unwaveringly on her daughter, yet she refrained from uttering words of caution. Tu Xiaobai nodded quietly. A parent's love for their child often entails foresight. The delicate flower in a greenhouse would not survive long in a post-apocalyptic world, and this mother and daughter duo clearly understood that truth. However, having Luya confront a zombie directly held deeper intentions. Lost in thought, she returned her focus to the skirmish, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Surprisingly, while Luya was hesitant in her attacks, her evasive maneuvers were commendable, resulting in a stalemate where neither party gained the upper hand. Suddenly, her attention shifted to the other side, where the Eagle Beak Mountain, where Luyu and others had once sought refuge, stood. She thought she heard a noise, but upon investigation, saw nothing amiss. A slight frown creased her brow, only to be interrupted by a muffled cry of terror. Turning swiftly, lightning shot out once more. It turned out that Luya, in her evasive actions, had toppled 2 trash bins, from which 2 zombies emerged. Both had lost their arms and could not extricate themselves from the bins, inadvertently granting them newfound freedom. In an instant, the scenario shifted from 1-against-1 to 1-against-3, prompting Luya to lose her composure and scream. Zhu Rushuang instinctively lunged forward a few steps, inadvertently drawing the attention of a one-armed zombie. At that moment, as Tu Xiaobai's focus wavered, the one-armed zombie lunged toward Zhu Rushuang's neck. Lightning struck it, but simultaneously, vines appeared and yanked the zombie away, causing the lightning to veer off course. Nonetheless, this minor disturbance did not deter her. 2 more bolts of lightning shot forth, piercing the hearts of the remaining 2 zombies. In the blink of an eye, Luya was left to face only 1 zombie. Yet, instead of attacking immediately, she gazed at her hands with excitement. "Luya!" Tu Xiaobai called out urgently. The young girl jolted, finally regaining her senses. "Die!" she shouted, filled with rage and disgust as she extended her hands forward. 2 vines erupted in response, one ensnaring the zombie, the other coiling around its neck. With a sickening crack, the last zombie fell to the ground. Panting heavily, Luya's legs weakened, and she trembled. This reaction stemmed more from exhilaration than fear. I have powers?" Meeting her expectant gaze, Tu Xiaobai nodded appreciatively. "Yes, you did well. This is wood-based ability. While its offensive potential may be modest, it could possess other unique applications. You should explore it further." Tu Xiaobai had hoped for Luya to awaken her powers during combat. If that failed, she would resort to providing her with the blood crystal. The outcome proved that this girl had indeed not disappointed her. With a few more zombies remaining to be dealt with, she did not rush to return. She decided to leave one for Luya to practice on while she took on the role of a guardian. After several encounters, Li began to experience a dull ache in her head, so Tu Xiaobai switched in Zhu Rushuang. Witnessing her daughter's awakening abilities filled her with mixed emotions of joy and envy. However, despite their struggles against two zombies, Zhu Rushuang displayed no signs of awakening her own powers. To Tu Xiaobai, it seemed that this mother lacked the potential to become an ability user. Yet, as long as she was willing to strive, Tu Xiaobai had no intention of dampening her spirits. She continued to eliminate the 10 zombies required for today's task, while remaining vigilant about Zhu Rushuang's situation. Zhu Rushuang stumbled during an evasive maneuver and fell to the ground, her palm landing directly on the blade of her knife, causing blood to seep out. The pursuing zombie halted momentarily, its crimson eyes appearing even more vivid, and in the next second, its movements quickened. Tu Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and she retaliated with a bolt of lightning while swiftly exclaiming, "The scent of blood will attract a multitude of zombies. We must retreat." Chapter 15. Hidden channels for earning coins. I apologize for holding everyone back, Zhu Rushuang said, feeling quite guilty as the three hastily made their way to the entrance of the botanical garden. Tu Xiaobai, ever perceptive, merely waved her hand dismissively. Indeed, the distant sounds of zombies began to echo, but fortunately, they did not pursue the trio until they returned to the shelter. Phew! All three let out a sigh of relief, yet Zhu Rushuang's spirits remained low. Having sustained injuries meant she could not venture outside until her wounds had healed completely, and she lamented the loss of contribution points. "Don't worry, Mom. I can earn enough contribution points for both of us," Luya reassured her mother. However, Zhu Rushuang still struggled to lift her spirits. Suddenly, Tu Xiaobai suggested, "Why don't you try using your ability on Aunt Zhu?" Luya, taken aback, inquired, "Can abilities be used on people?" Despite her surprise, she promptly began to experiment. With her hands hovering gently over her mother, Leah closed her eyes and concentrated. Moments later, slender tendrils emerged from her fingertips, intricately enveloping the wound on Zhu Rushuang's palm. Approximately 30 seconds later, Luya suddenly slumped against the wall, sliding down to the floor. "What happened to you?" Zhu Rushuang exclaimed, quickly supporting her daughter. "Ha, wonderful. Truly wonderful." Tu Xiaobai laughed heartily. Grabbing Zhu Rushuang's hand, she turned it over, revealing a smooth palm. If not for the bloodstains surrounding them, one would not have guessed there had ever been an injury. Zhu Rushuang was astonished. "Where's my wound?" Luya's ability was revealed to be healing. She announced that wood-based powers could potentially possess healing effects, though they were rare, and she considered herself fortunate. The weary girl's eyes brightened. Tu Xiaobai was genuinely elated. Healers were scarce, and having one within her shelter was a boon. Moreover, Luya's healing prowess appeared commendable. Perhaps, a figure with a missing arm flashed through her mind. Pressing her lips together, she casually turned away, dismissing the thought, and calmly advised Luya, "Your ability must be used regularly to grow stronger. From now on, you should accompany me to slay zombies daily until you reach level 1. Luya obediently agreed. Yet both mother and daughter were tired, so Tu Xiaobai suggested they rest and eat before training Luya further in the afternoon. She then accessed the system to inquire about acquiring coins. With only a meager 2 coins to her name, she felt quite impoverished. Methods to obtain coins, task rewards, marketplace transactions, other avenues. Marketplace transactions? She murmured to herself, promptly opening the marketplace. The system's store displayed an array of enticing items, many of which made her mouth water. However, upon glancing at the prices, her racing mind swiftly cooled. Out of sight, out of mind. As a result, the impoverished Tu Xiaobai refrained from engaging with the marketplace, thus failing to notice a deeply concealed feature. At the very bottom of the marketplace page, in faint gray text, were the words, "Sale." It was indeed evident that they did not wish for this to be discovered. Upon selecting the sale function, the plethora of product images vanished, leaving only 5 items: food, clean water, energy, medicine, and miscellaneous goods. The first 4 were essential supplies for the shelter. After checking the recycling prices, she immediately cursed the merchants. In the marketplace, a portion of food cost 1 coin, while clean water was priced at 0.5 coins. Yet the recycling prices were 0.3 coins and 0.05 coins, respectively. The recycling prices for energy and medicine were similarly dismal. Only a fool would sell such items. Dismissing the option to exchange supplies for money, she turned her attention to the miscellaneous goods category. Among this category appeared protective gear. The recycling price was 5 coins, while the marketplace price stood at 50 coins per set. She realized the system was nothing short of a shameless merchant. Fuming, she closed the marketplace and resigned herself to earning coins through tasks. Initially, She planned to stick to this strategy, but by the next day, her resolve wavered. Zhu Ruoshuang received a task to collect food. While Tu Xiaobai and Liu were occupied with slaying zombies, she gathered 2 full baskets of mushrooms, wild vegetables, and even fruits, more than sufficient to meet the task's requirements. Her watch pinged with a notification. Would you like to directly exchange for contribution points? Zhu Ruoshuang opted for the exchange, and the surplus provided her with 1 contribution point. Meanwhile, Tu Xiaobai received a prompt. Official resident Zhu Ruoshuang has submitted additional resources, earning 1 contribution point and generating 0.1 coins for the shelter. Her eyes instantly lit up. Goodness. It turns out there are hidden avenues for acquiring coins. Previously, her focus had primarily been on Luya. For experiences from her past life had taught her that shelters and sanctuaries relied heavily on the protection and support of those with abilities. Thus, her consideration of Zhu Ruoshuang was more about securing Luya's safety by safeguarding her family. It was only now that she meticulously examined the shelter's resident system and discovered the disparity between her preconceived notions and the system's recognition. In the resident panel, Luya and Zhu Ruoshuang were categorized distinctly. Luya's name bore the designation ability, and the color of her name was a conspicuous green. However, if one were to linger on Zhu Ruoshuang's name, they would observe a line of floating text. Ordinary residents can continue to contribute to the shelter after completing daily tasks, thus earning contribution points. Each contribution point can generate 0.1 coins for the shelter, and there is no limit to the number of contribution points an ordinary resident can redeem daily, with a maximum coin earnings of 1. This indicated that ordinary residents could earn up to 1 coin from the first 10 contribution points they earned each day. It may not seem like much, but what if she had 10 residents? 100? 1,000? As if witnessing a rain of coins falling from the sky, she couldn't help but chuckle gleefully. It seemed she would need to slightly revise her previously envisioned elite path. Summoning the mother and daughter duo, she inquired in detail about the situation at the Luoqing sanctuary. Both were taken aback, yet they quickly provided an overview. The sanctuary is established within the global department store. All survivors must submit supplies upon entry, and their assigned floor is based on the amount of supplies they contribute. We didn't bring much, so we could only reside on the 2nd floor. I've heard that the uppermost floor is mostly occupied by those with abilities, making the 4th floor the safest. Survivors on the 1st and 2nd floors are merely bait. By the time we were brought out, the 1st floor was already half empty. In truth, some individuals wanted to escape, but there were guards stationed, and any unauthorized actions would result in being killed by those with abilities. Furthermore, they even dispatched people outside to spread rumors, deceiving many unsuspecting individuals into going there. We too were tricked by our neighbors. Little did we know we could only enter and not exit. As they spoke of the sanctuary, both mother and daughter were filled with resentment, exchanging their knowledge in a lively manner. Finally, they asked, "Why do you want to know this?" Having already formed a plan in her mind, Tu Xiaobai smiled gently. "Is there anyone in that sanctuary you wish to rescue?" Chapter 16. The fiery wave at 9 in the morning in the Peony Square of Luoqing. A hazy mist enveloped everything, casting a shroud of ambiguity over the surroundings. 2 figures leapt from a vehicle. Luya, placing a hand on her chest, suggested, "Shall we switch cars? The underground parking lot must have a plethora of fine vehicles." Tu Xiaobai, with an expression of exasperation, shook her head in refusal. It was no surprise that anyone who had broken down 6 or 7 times during the journey would propose such a change. It's unnecessary. The issue lies not with the car, but with the fog. The fog? She pursed her lips, her complexion slightly pale, yet refrained from further elaboration. Raising her gaze towards the indistinct silhouette of the building, she recognized it as the global department store. Extracting a stack of papers from the vehicle, she whispered to Luya, "Let us proceed." According to their original plan, the two separated to execute their tasks. Relying on her agility, she stealthily infiltrated the interior of the global department store. The once familiar layout had dramatically transformed. Shelves were haphazardly piled at the entrances, leaving extensive areas vacant, cluttered with scattered bedding. The 1st floor was nearly devoid of survivors, while the 2nd floor housed a few more, yet the atmosphere remained dreary. Survivors, with vacant expressions, were being directed by several ability users, either washing bedding or preparing meals. The situation on the 3rd floor was considerably improved. Instead of scattered bedding and sleeping bags, there were neat tents. The inhabitants of this level exhibited a markedly different spirit, and she could even faintly hear the sounds of laughter and joy. Tu Xiaobai narrowed her eyes, remaining concealed, and made her way to the 4th floor. She sought to ascertain the true nature of this refuge. Unexpectedly, As she reached the escape staircase on the 4th floor, an angry shout pierced the air. "You little brat!" Peering through the crack of a door, she caught sight of a girl with striking red waves pouring a drink over the head of a rotund man. The girl, undeterred, hurled the cup, then forcefully flipped over the table before her. The clatter of dishes resonated painfully in Tu Xiaobai's heart. Such delectable food was being wasted. "What are you doing? Xiaosheng, have you lost your mind, daring to treat Mr. Qian like this?" The others at the table finally reacted, rising in a frenzy. Another woman rushed to the rotund man, attempting to wipe the liquor from his body while soothing him, as two men approached to seize the wave-haired girl. "You're the real lunatics here. Do you not realize the gravity of your actions? You've forgotten how to behave like civilized beings." The girl, undeterred, fought against the two men while vocally expressing her defiance, her words overwhelming their attempts to silence her. The rotund man, infuriated, yelled, "You filthy wench. You're asking for it. Today, I will have you, or you will be thrown out, and I'll relish watching your face be devoured by zombies." With clarity, Tu Xiaobai discerned the absurdity of the scene, her gaze sweeping over the wave-haired girl. Though her face remained obscured, her curvaceous figure was enough to elicit a blush even from women. No wonder these individuals resorted to such despicable behavior. In a matter of moments, the wave-haired girl was overpowered, her hands bound behind her back. The rotund man, with a sinister grin, commanded, "Strip her. You think you're so virtuous? I'll have my way with you in front of everyone." "You dare!" the girl screamed, resisting vehemently. "I would rather die than share a bed with the swine." However, the more she struggled, the more excited they became, and the two men began to tear at her clothing. Suddenly, a burst of purple-white light erupted between them, exploding with a brilliant flash. "Ah, my eyes! My eyes!" As the light faded, the wave-haired girl crouched in a daze, while the other four were sprawled on the ground, three of them unconscious, leaving only the rotund man aware of what had transpired. Pushing open the emergency exit, Tu Xiaobai sauntered outside. "Who are you?" The wave-haired girl remained on high alert, eyeing her with suspicion. Noticing that the girl was stealthily grasping a wine bottle at her feet, Tu Xiaobai chuckled softly. "Miss, that one tea serve you well, you should discard it. If you cut yourself, it might attract zombies." The wave-haired girl showed no sign of compliance. "You're not one of the refuge-s people. I've never seen you before. Who was that just now? I'll kill your entire family." The rotund man suddenly surged to his feet. The girl's pupils dilated in shock. The bravado in his voice could not conceal his disarray. Two scorched pits now marred his fleshy face, remnants of Tu Xiaobai's earlier strike that had cauterized his eyes without spilling a drop of blood, thus averting the risk of attracting zombies with the scent of blood. Now rendered blind, the man was consumed by excruciating rage. Yet what use were threats from a man who could not see? After merely 2 steps, he stumbled over the unconscious girl, crashing into the overturned table with a resounding thud that made one wince. Tu Xiaobai smirked, nudging the rotund man with her toe, ensuring he remained conscious. Amused by the irony that he had knocked himself out, even a fool could see she was not aligned with the others lying on the ground. The wave-haired girl, slightly less wary yet still tense, warned, "Whoever you are, you should leave. This pervert is Zhang Xiao's father." "Who is Zhang Xiao?" Tu Xiaobai inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "One of the leaders of this refuge, the most powerful ability user. You don't even know him?" The wave-haired girl's expression was one of disbelief. "Zhang Xiao is fiercely protective. If he learns you've harmed his father, he will not spare you. So you should leave. And you?" The girl's cheeks twitched slightly, evidently grappling with a difficult decision. "I can't leave yet. His injuries are clearly not my doing." "Are you jesting?" Tu Xiaobai interrupted, her eyes wide with incredulity. "For out of 5 people here are down, and you remain unscathed? Only a fool would think this doesn't concern you." The wave-haired girl fell silent, contemplating. "Why stay? I doubt this is the first time such an event has occurred." Biting her lip, the girl ultimately confessed, "My sister is unwell. Leaving the refuge could." "I understand." Tu Xiaobai nodded. "Then let us take your sister with us." "Wait. Rest assured, my place is very safe." Without further explanation, she asked, "So, will you come with me?" The wave-haired girl began to chew on her lip again. Seizing the moment of contemplation, Tu Xiaobai turned to survey the 4th floor. It was evident that this level had been intricately decorated, segmented into various rooms. Yet she did not see anyone else present. Recalling her earlier observations, it seemed the ability users had only been seen on the 1st and 2nd floors. She casually inquired, "Where are the other ability users?" Chapter 17. A collision. A few days ago, several ability users met their demise outside, prompting a division into 2 large teams to mitigate further issues. It was quite a coincidence, wasn't it? Tu Xiaobai chuckled derisively. The wavy-haired individual glanced over skeptically, inquiring, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Have you made up your mind?" After a moment of internal struggle, the wavy-haired one declared, "Let's go." Having reached a decision, she felt an unexpected sense of relief and quickly added, "I'll go find my sister." "How will you take us?" They agreed to meet on the first floor in 10 minutes. "Oh," she called out to the departing figure, "don't bring too many supplies. Everything we need is over there." As the wavy-haired one nodded and was about to leave, she suddenly halted. In the midst of the other's puzzled gaze, she delivered a swift kick to the beer belly, exclaiming, "If it weren't for the fear of attracting zombies, I would have killed you." With that, she landed several more kicks before running off. Her anger dissipated. Watching her retreating figure, Tu Xiaobai couldn't help but smile, appreciating the fiery spirit of someone who sought retribution. While wandering the fourth floor, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a high-end safe. The contents within, still secured in such a dire time, certainly couldn't be ordinary. Given the inadequacy of the shelter, she felt no moral qualms about looting it. Without hesitation, she unleashed a bolt of lightning, the powerful current obliterating the safe and revealing its treasures. Well, Tu Xiaobai whistled in surprise. Inside were 2 blood crystals, seemingly untouched based on their luster. This was hardly surprising. It was likely that few had yet discovered their true utility. It seemed fortune favored her today. She carefully tucked the blood crystals into her pocket and, after some consideration of the potential for conflict, gathered only a few easily transportable medical supplies. Upon returning to the first floor, she immediately heard the wavy-haired one softly calling, "Over here, over here." Approaching, she noticed a frail girl of about 15 or 16 standing beside the wavy-haired one, her breath shallow and her physique alarmingly thin, indicative of poor health. The wavy-haired one, bearing 2 backpacks, quietly asked, "Are we leaving now?" Estimating their rendezvous with Lu Yu was imminent, she replied, "Yes, follow me." The 3 departed the global department store silently. It was nearing 11 o'clock, yet the sunlight was shrouded by mist, rendering their surroundings increasingly dim. As soon as they exited the building, the wavy-haired sister began to cough uncontrollably. "Who's over there?" Under the veil of fog, no one noticed a group approaching the global department store. The wavy-haired one's expression shifted dramatically. "It's Zheng Xiao, the one who was reputed to be the strongest among ability users." She squinted slightly and inquired, "What is his ability?" "Water. He can manipulate water." A sense of caution flickered in her mind. Water abilities, one of the 5 fundamental elemental powers, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, were inherently less aggressive than mutation abilities, yet Zheng Xiao still held the title of the strongest. Clearly, he was not to be underestimated. Gently nudging the wavy-haired sisters forward, she whispered urgently, "A van is just ahead. You 2 get in and hide." The wavy-haired one gritted her teeth. "You be careful." With that, she and her sister dashed off, the young girl understanding the gravity of their situation, tightly covering her mouth, her face turning crimson as she suppressed her cough. Tu Xiaobai turned her attention in the direction of the voice. The fog obscured visibility beyond 5 meters, yet Zheng Zhao's team was encroaching, their footsteps gradually becoming audible. After assessing the situation, she concluded there were likely 8 of them. This indicated that approximately 20 ability users still remained in the shelter. No wonder they could suppress ordinary people so effectively. 20 or more ability users constituted a formidable force. Suddenly, an arrow of water shot through the mist. Tu Xiaobai effortlessly dodged it and retaliated with a bolt of lightning, bracing herself for battle. To her surprise, the attack ceased, and Zheng Zhao's voice rang out again. "Ability user?" She remained silent, her vigilance unwavering. "You there, brother or sister, since you are also an ability user, have you not considered that the heavens have chosen us, marking us as exceptional? Why not join us in creating a new world?" Understanding his true intentions, she felt a surge of murderous intent. The glimmer of purple and white energy flickered at her fingertips as she prepared to take action, but suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from within the global department store. In light of the uncertainty regarding the allegiance of this potential ally, Zheng Xiao and his group prioritized their stronghold over an unknown ability user. Yet, before departing, Zheng Xiao extended another invitation. Tu Xiaobai narrowed her eyes, aware that the commotion within the department store was likely instigated by Lu Yu. She remained unaware of how many people Lu Yu had brought out, and engaging in battle at this moment might not be prudent. Suppressing her simmering rage, she replied coolly, "I will consider it." To Zheng Xiao, this likely sounded like a concession, and he left her with the words, "You can find me anytime." before dashing toward the global department store. Remaining alert for a moment longer, she gradually retreated to the side of the vehicle. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the mist. It must be her companions. There was no need for concern. She reassured the sisters softly as she approached. Indeed, it was Luya, accompanied by 2 men and 2 women, one of whom cradled an infant in her arms. Xiaobai? Luya appeared somewhat anxious, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I did it. Good, let us get in the car and leave. They swiftly boarded the vehicle, but despite several attempts, the engine failed to ignite. They're coming back. Zheng Xiao and his group returned swiftly. Tu Xiaobai turned. Does anyone know how to drive? I do. The wavy-haired one immediately raised her hand. You drive. Luya will guide you. Don't worry about me. However, the wavy-haired one hesitated. Luya, displaying a resolute demeanor, insisted, we will wait for you in the bunker. Okay. Tu Xiaobai exited the vehicle, a faint spark of electricity flickering at her fingertips, coordinating with the wavy-haired one's ignition attempt, successfully reviving the engine. The instant the vehicle surged forward, arrows of water, flying stones, and metallic blades pierced the fog. With a casual wave of her hand, she conjured a dazzling web of electricity, illuminating the battlefield and revealing both parties' astonished expressions. Indeed, there were 8 adversaries. She quickly zeroed in on Zheng Xiao, a young man with a sinister demeanor who, upon spotting her, locked his gaze onto her face like a coiled serpent. Capture her alive, he commanded, his tone dripping with malice. Ah, what audacity! Seizing the fleeting opportunity to obscurely track his form, Tu Xiaobai unleashed a lightning bolt directed at Zheng Xiao's visage. Simultaneously, the 8 enemies launched their attacks, facing off against 8 ability users. She had to muster all her focus, anticipating a grueling battle. Yet, to her utter astonishment, after exchanging blows 2 or 3 times, Zhang Zhao's team suddenly erupted in screams. Ah, help! Chapter 18. The electrifying zombie chaos suddenly erupted within Zhang Zhao's team. Tu Xiaobai furrowed her brow, remaining ever vigilant despite the turmoil. She summoned her powers, enveloping herself in a crackling aura of electricity, prepared for any potential ambush. Contrary to her expectations, the anticipated plot of surprise attack did not unfold. Instead, she heard Zheng Zhao's furious roar. Calm down. Dongzi, sure to, you deal with that zombie. The rest of you, follow me to capture the others. It turned out that a zombie had appeared. The thick fog hampered human vision, granting the zombies an advantage as they relied on hearing and smell to detect their prey. She became increasingly alert. Although the zombies were currently attacking Zheng Zhao's team, seemingly aiding her, she was acutely aware that she could become their target at any moment. Moreover, Zheng Xiao had divided his forces into 2 groups. One could hardly deem this decision a mistake. In fact, his quick thinking and decisiveness deserved commendation. After all, he had 8 seasoned ability users at his side, and even if the zombies launched a surprise attack, 2 ability users would suffice to handle them. Were she in his position, she might have made a similar choice, assuming these were ordinary zombies. Her powers remained protective around her, yet amidst the fog, a flicker of purple and white light emerged. Screams erupted. Ah! Someone screaming, and others exclaimed, damn, this zombie can discharge electricity. An electrifying zombie. Tu Xiaobai was taken aback and promptly opened the interface for her rare beasts, where she observed a flurry of battle alerts. Do not panic. Gather around me. Earth users, erect defenses. Wind users, disperse the fog. Everyone else, coordinate your attacks. Zheng Xiao bellowed. He continued, that friend over there, the zombies are our common enemy. Let us temporarily cease hostilities and address this zombie first. The opposing party's mind was indeed quick, though he could never have anticipated that this common enemy was solely targeting their group. Tu Xiaobai remained silent. Moments later, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the fog and significantly improving visibility. A simple defensive structure had formed around Zheng Xiao. Just as the 2 sides locked eyes, the electric light flickered once more. The enemy hidden in the fog finally revealed itself. The one-armed zombie lunged, its claw accompanied by a surge of electricity, striking violently against the hastily constructed earthen wall. Dust cascaded down. Damn, this zombie hits hard. I can't hold out much longer. The earth ability user exclaimed, his face pale as he rushed to repair the breach. Hold on, Zheng Xiao shouted, simultaneously directing others to coordinate their attacks. With a swift motion, he raised both hands, sending 10 water arrows soaring forth. Although the rest were not as formidable as he, they filled the gaps in the water arrow assault, creating a formidable barrage. The zombie leaped and dodged, but its agility, limited by its level, prevented it from evading all attacks, causing it to miss numerous opportunities to counter. Consequently, it soon altered its strategy, disregarding non-lethal blows. This approach significantly increased its chances to attack, but also resulted in a rapid accumulation of wounds. For reasons unknown, Tu Xiaobai suddenly recalled her initial intention to craft several outfits for the zombie, citing its exposure to the elements. However, she had subsequently become so engrossed in gathering supplies that she had forgotten about it. Thus, the zombie remained draped in tatters, a fact she had overlooked until now. At this moment, however, she found the sight exceedingly displeasing, especially as she observed the ever-increasing wounds adorning the zombie's form. As she pondered, Zheng Xiao cast a fleeting glance in her direction. This peculiar zombie was proving to be a formidable opponent. Both he and his teammates were rapidly exhausting their abilities. If they did not devise a solution, they might very well perish less than 100 steps from their stronghold. Yet that woman. She had refrained from engaging from the outset, remaining unnoticed by the zombie, adopting an air of detachment. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zheng Xiao's eyes as he discreetly signaled to his Earth ability user. During the next attack, the trajectory of the water arrows shifted minutely, a change that, amidst the fervent combat, went largely unnoticed. However, Tu Xiaobai's keen instincts, honed by rich combat experience, immediately detected the anomaly. Yet, the zombie seemed oblivious. A warning surged to her lips, but she found herself unable to utter it. The tides of battle shifted swiftly. In the fleeting moment of hesitation, the zombie fell victim to the assault. Two water arrows struck simultaneously, the impact sending it hurtling backward. In tandem, the Earth ability user lifted his hands, launching a chunk of earth that swiftly burrowed into the ground, only to erupt beneath the zombie as a makeshift platform. The zombie's descent was abruptly halted, and Zheng Xiao's water arrows followed, propelling it once more into the air. In a matter of moments, the zombie's silhouette loomed larger in her sight. Evidently, it was executing a diversionary tactic. Were this a mere ordinary zombie, Zheng Xiao's strategy might indeed have borne fruit. After all, zombies did not strategize, but instead targeted whoever fell within their range. However, at this moment, Tu Xiaobai raised her right arm, a lightning whip coiling around the zombie's waist, effortlessly flinging it aside. The zombie rolled upon landing, swiftly regaining its footing, and leaped toward Zheng Xiao and his companions. Damn, what is wrong with this zombie? Zheng Xiao, realizing his scheme had failed, steeled himself to command the battle, urging his team, hold on. Brother Zhu's team will be returning soon. His words reminded Tu Xiaobai that the shelter's ability users had split into two groups. Should the other team return, it would only complicate matters for her and the zombie. With this thought in mind, she resolved not to remain a mere spectator. Zheng Xiao, catching sight of her preparing to attack, felt a surge of hope. Friend, as long as we can eliminate this zombie together, today's events will be forgotten. And the Luocheng shelter will be your ally. However, they could never have anticipated that the one struck by the lightning whip was their own teammate. The Earth ability user screamed as he tumbled through the air, crashing to the ground, unconscious. His sudden collapse caused his abilities to dissipate, leaving Zheng Xiao and his companions exposed, their already frayed nerves fraying further. You traitor, aiding the zombies! Zheng Xiao exclaimed, both shocked and enraged, a traitor among humans. At this juncture, Tu Xiaobai felt an invisible restraint shatter, her demeanor relaxing as she smiled and tilted her head slightly, using your compatriots as bait to hone your abilities. Your actions are scarcely better than those of the zombies. In Zheng Xiao's eyes, a fierce intensity ignited as he finally recognized that they were not of the same ilk. He roared, kill both the zombie and the woman. Chapter 19. The first true cooperation. Once she relinquished her self-imposed constraints, Tu Xiaobai's movements became unfettered. Perhaps it was the influence of the system, but for the first time, she experienced a genuine synergy with number one, sensing an unspoken bond between them. Each time she lashed out with a lightning whip, number one would miraculously position itself perfectly. This seamless coordination, devoid of any need for exchanged glances, was an unprecedented sensation for her. It was undeniably exhilarating. Within 5 minutes, their adversaries were scattered like leaves in the wind, save for Zheng Xiao, who, due to his exceptional prowess, continued to struggle. Yet, after just 30 more seconds, number one executed another flawless maneuver, delivering a lightning strike to Zheng Xiao's arms. As a level 0 ability user, he was limited to using his powers through his hands. Now, with his arms charred and pain nearly rendering him unconscious, he could no longer wield his abilities. Number one sprang forth just as Zheng Xiao attempted to evade, pinning him to the ground. Feeling the cold, gray claws sinking into his flesh, threatening to pierce his throat with the slightest pressure. Zheng Xiao dared not resist. Just moments ago, he had been vociferously challenging a person and a zombie alike. Now, he was performing a theatrical act of desperation, pleading for mercy. I know where all the valuable resources in the shelter are. I can retrieve them for you. Just spare my life. Is this what you refer to as a valuable resource? Tu Xiaobai taunted, brandishing a blood crystal before him. The realization dawned on Zheng Xiao that the formidable figure before him had already acquired it. His expression shifted instantly to one of ingratiation. Your vision is indeed remarkable. This item is rare, and we have no knowledge of its true potential. It must be of great use in your capable hands. He widened his eyes, striving to convey sincerity. Yet, she was acutely aware of his ulterior motives, merely stalling for time until his companions returned to turn the tide. Casting a glance at number 1, she suddenly unleashed several bolts of lightning. With a series of crackling sounds, Zheng Xiao and his cohorts fell lifeless. Number 1 raised its head slightly, seemingly perplexed that she had taken matters into her own hands. The next moment, it sprang up and bounded away. Stop, she instinctively shouted. Number 1 froze in place as if under a spell. Confused, she asked, "Why are you running?" Number 1 turned to face her. Its dark eyes filled with a sense of grievance. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that she had indeed instructed it to leave. Thus, it had disobeyed her command, secretly following her despite her moderate speed due to the fog. The image of number 1 bouncing along after her vehicle evoked a mix of amusement and a peculiar tenderness within her. Blinking to dispel the unwelcome emotions, she quickly suppressed the flicker of a smile, adopting a serious expression as she chided, "Did I not tell you to hide in the mountains?" As her words echoed, she noticed number 1's head dip slightly. Strangely, she was reminded of a chastised dog, ears drooping and tail tucked, looking pitiful yet silent, stirring her compassion. Clearing her throat, she found it difficult to voice her reprimands. In truth, she felt little anger towards number 1's disobedience. "Oh, forget it. Let us go." The moment she spoke, number 1's eyes brightened with enthusiasm. It seemed more like a big dog that had just received its owner's forgiveness, its tail wagging with exuberance. Having driven away from the now-cleared Mudan Square, she began to notice the fog thickening again. Earlier, during the battle, she could see clearly within 5 meters, but now, visibility had diminished to mere 2 meters. As ability users relied on their sight for navigation, this posed a significant impediment to her progress. Glancing at number 1, who appeared wholly unaffected, a twinge of envy surged within her. In her momentary distraction, she misstepped and nearly stumbled. Fortunately, number 1 reacted swiftly, positioning itself in front of her. Instinctively grasping its arm to steady herself, she was surprised to feel a fleeting warmth at her fingertips. She tightened her grip, only to find herself clutching its cold, unyielding form. Zombies, being reanimated corpses, lacked human warmth and pulse. She chuckled, shaking her head to dismiss the strange sensation. Observing number 1 crouched before her, she queried, "What are you doing?" With a creaking sound, it awkwardly twisted its neck to glance at the figure behind them, its right arm stiffly extending backwards. It took her a moment to comprehend its bizarre action. It intended to carry her. Though unconventional, it was indeed a sensible solution, as it would not risk any missteps. After a brief hesitation, she leaped onto number 1's back. While its cold and rigid surface was far from comfortable, she was content with the speed they maintained. After a while, they encountered abandoned vehicles scattered across the road. However, noting the dense fog, she abandoned the idea of seeking another vehicle. As she inadvertently caught sight of a faint sign, she suddenly tapped number 1's shoulder. "Stop." Obediently, number 1 halted, allowing her to dismount and enter a nearby store. The fog was slightly less dense inside, enabling her to swiftly locate her objective. A row of men's clothing hung on the shelves. She initially intended to grab a few suits, but hesitated as a vision of number 1's appearance crossed her mind. Most zombies bore the scars of their transformation, often disfigured or missing limbs. Yet, a rare few retained their completeness, appearing almost indistinguishable from humans, save for their grayish skin and stiff movements. In her previous life, these were known as the original zombies. Though number 1 now looked tattered, she vividly recalled its initial form as one of these originals, allowing her to imagine what it once was. After a moment of contemplation, she selected several formal outfits and, after a brief thought, added 2 casual sets. These styles would undoubtedly suit it well. Suddenly, she turned to see number 1, unable to contain its impatience, had jumped into the store. Meeting its dark gaze, she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. She grabbed a casual top and playfully tossed it over its head. The force of her throw nearly sent number 1 tumbling to the ground. "Hurry and put this on," It's simply indecent, she muttered. However, Number One's rigid limbs were ill-equipped for the complexities of dressing. With a sigh, she approached to assist, treating it as one would a small child. After helping Number One don the clothing, she returned to its back, feeling far more at ease. Chapter 20. Half-ability user approximately 1,000 meters from the bunker. A familiar van lay abandoned. A pang of unease gripped her heart as Tu Xiaobai leaned closer to the window for a better view. There were no traces of blood, which eased her worries somewhat. A glance into the driver's seat revealed that the keys were missing. It seemed they had walked away after turning off the engine, taking the keys with them. As long as they hadn't been attacked by zombies, that was all that mattered. However, as she moved forward a little more, the ground began to reveal the corpses of zombies, most of whom had their necks twisted, a clear indication of the work of a wood-based ability user's vines. After Luya and the others exited the vehicle, it was likely that the sheer number of them had attracted the attention of the zombies. Fortunately, Luya had killed numerous zombies alongside her and possessed a degree of combat experience. As long as they remained composed, safely reaching the bunker should pose no problem. With her heart slightly racing, she hastened her pace toward the bunker. To her surprise, about 200 meters from the entrance, she spotted a charred zombie. Its features grotesquely burned, especially the neck, which was left with only a thin layer of skin. Furrowing her brow, she wondered if a fire-based ability user had appeared. In this desolate wilderness, the sudden emergence of such a user raised questions of whether they were friend or foe. Growing vigilant, she whispered, Number One, you should hide for now. If the situation turns dire, cooperate with me to attack. Suddenly, she realized that such vague instructions might be lost on it. How troublesome. Just as she was about to rephrase her command, she noticed Number One quietly blending into the thick fog. Did it understand? Surprised for a moment, she set aside the thought, knowing that if the need arose for Number One to attack, she could simply issue a direct order through the system. The entrance to the bunker came into view, where several dead zombies lay on the ground, all having fallen to wood-based abilities. With no sign of fire abilities making an appearance, the bunker door was tightly shut, appearing to pose no immediate threat. A vague suspicion began to form in her mind, and she felt a surge of excitement. Inside the bunker, everyone had gathered in Luya's room. She quickly counted the Wavehead sisters, Luya's two male companions, 2 females, and an infant were all safe and sound. Xiaobai, Luya exclaimed, unable to mask her excitement. I killed so many zombies, did you see? I saw. You were amazing, she replied. Luya beamed like a child, her face flushed with happiness. After a moment, she asked in confusion, and Shuji? Oh, that is her. Following Luya's pointing finger, she noticed that Wavehead's emotions were somewhat strange. There was excitement, but also a significant degree of disappointment, a complex mix. However, when Luya mentioned her name, Wavehead took the initiative to introduce herself. I'm Shuji. Nodding, she waited curiously for further explanation. Sister Shuji suddenly used her fire abilities, but only once, and then she couldn't use them again. Oh, I see. Luya was filled with questions. Why did Sister Shuji experience such a situation? Sheng Shizi looked at her with anticipation. I'll explain later, she replied, choosing not to answer immediately. The bunker contained only 3 dormitories. She occupied one, Luya and her daughter another, leaving only one vacant room, which urgently needed expansion. These individuals were merely entering the bunker and were not yet considered official residents, requiring registration. Fortunately, the daily tasks had rewarded her with 3 gold coins. And with a total of 5, 3 gold coins in hand, she quickly proceeded down the original corridor to construct 3 more dormitories. At the end of the corridor stood a door. When Luya and her daughter approached, their watches signaled insufficient permissions, so they were unaware that the other side of the door was completely empty and thus did not exhibit any surprise. After registering the newcomers, they learned of 2 days' worth of free food rations, which excited everyone greatly. Except for Sheng Shizi, of course. After sending her sister to the dining hall, she observed Tu Xiaobai with eager anticipation. It seemed that without receiving an answer, this enchanting lady had no mood for anything else. Come with me, she beckoned, leading them to Tu Xiaobai's room. You have indeed awakened your abilities. She offered reassurance, observing the flicker of elation on Sheng Shizi's face. However, she swiftly changed her tone, but the power within you is too scant, so you exhausted it with just 1 strike. Much like a gun that has fired all its bullets and cannot continue to shoot. The joyful expression froze on Sheng Shizi's face as she clenched her fists. Struggling to ask, is there still a chance for my abilities to grow? There is a possibility, she replied, casting a glance at her before continuing. However, Compared to other ability users, each increment you gain will be 100-fold more challenging, and whether you can upgrade remains uncertain. Sometimes, reality is indeed cruel. Tu Xiaobai had witnessed powerful individuals who awakened their abilities and wreaked havoc, while others struggled tirelessly yet made no progress as half-ability users. Yes, in her past life. Such individuals had a separate designation. Many formidable ability users looked down upon them, but due to the increasingly tense relationship between ability users and ordinary people, most ordinary survivors also harbored hostility towards them. Gradually, this group became a marginalized existence, unable to integrate with either side, leading to a life of extreme difficulty. Looking up at Sheng Shuzi, she softly inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Sheng Shuzi's eyes dimmed momentarily, but in just a few seconds, they reignited with fervor. The stunningly beautiful woman clenched her jaw and declared with determination, "I want to go with you to kill zombies." After a pause, Sheng Shuzi continued with an even firmer voice, "I want to be stronger than those scoundrels, strong enough that no one dares to bully me." Tu Xiaobai suddenly smiled, her brows softening. She patted Sheng Shuzi's shoulder gently, replying, "All right, let us go together tomorrow." Choosing to explain the situation privately, she ensured that only the two of them were aware of Sheng Shuzi's condition. Yet, when they appeared in the dining hall, everyone looked over with concern. Even the newcomers understood that the more ability users in the bunker, the greater the assurance of safety. She remained silent. Sheng Shuzi's issues were her own, and how to present them to others should be decided by her. Then she saw Sheng Shuzi beam. "I will work hard to become the strongest." Her tone was resolute, and her sister Sheng Shooting was the first to cheer her on, the little girl expressing a hint of envy. "I believe in you, sister. You will surely become the strongest ability user." "Yes," shouting, "I will strive to do my best." Tu Xiaobai smiled softly, her thick eyelashes casting shadows over her reminiscent gaze. Once everyone had finished their meal, she called Luya aside from the bunker. "What do you need me to do?" Just as she finished speaking, Luya jumped in fright. "Be careful. There are zombies." Taking hold of Luya's hand, which was about to wield its vines, she whispered, "Don't be afraid. It is under my control and will not harm anyone." Luya trusted her immensely, and upon hearing this, she directly retracted her power. Leaning in curiously to observe, exclaiming, "Wow, your ability isn't lightning? What is this? Summoning type?" "Air, sort of," she replied, feeling a slight discomfort at the fib but quickly masking it. "So, what do you need me to do now?" Luya asked, turning back after having seen enough of the spectacle. Chapter 21. The Healing Wounds. Tu Xiaobai's gaze fell upon number 1. The towering figure of the zombie was draped in clothing, concealing its true form. Yet she was acutely aware that number 1's body was riddled with a multitude of wounds. Particularly, she gently spoke, "Luoya, why not attempt to heal it?" "All right," Luoya replied, raising her arm and cautiously placing her hand on number 1. Suddenly, the silent zombie stirred. Tu Xiaobai immediately commanded in her mind, "Do not move, and certainly do not resist." Number 1 complied, ceasing its movements and merely bowing its head slightly. By this time, night had fallen, and with the encroaching fog, even at a distance of half a meter, she could not discern number 1's face. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt certain that its dark pupils were filled with a sense of grievance. Instinctively, she explained, "Luoya's abilities can heal. Let's see if it can work on you." A faint green light emanated from Luoya's palm, slender vines curling around No. 1's upper body like agile serpents. After 10 seconds, Luoya staggered back, visibly exhausted. Tu Xiaobai rushed to support her. The young girl expressed her regret, "I'm sorry, Xiaobai. I couldn't fully heal it." When healers employed their abilities, they possessed a unique healing vision that allowed them to clearly discern which wounds could be treated. Luoya had just discovered that the severed arm fell into the category of injuries that were utterly beyond remedy. However, the myriad other wounds on No. 1's body were amenable to healing. Unfortunately, her current strength was limited, and using her healing powers was particularly taxing. So she had only managed to mend 2 of the injuries. Tu Xiaobai reassured her, "You've done remarkably well. Let's rest for today, and we can gradually treat it moving forward. It will also help you hone your abilities." "Yes, I understand." Luoya nodded vigorously. "I will strive to restore its severed arm as soon as possible." "You can do it." Number 1 appeared to sense its shortcomings in meeting her expectations, displaying a palpable sense of guilt. Thus, she refrained from exacerbating the situation by informing Luoya of the injuries that were irreparable. Regardless of how powerful a healer might become, a flicker of disappointment lingered in her heart, but ultimately, she said nothing more. Instead, she softly instructed, "Number 1. Find a place to stay. The bunker is becoming increasingly crowded, and it would not be suitable for you to enter. Number 1 tilted its head slightly, seemingly grasping the intent behind her words. Moments later, it leapt away, heading towards the mountains. She suspected that the earlier command to seek refuge in the mountains was still in effect. Yet her mindset had shifted. She no longer felt an urgent desire to sever ties with it. However, upon reflection, while the bunker was somewhat isolated, it was not entirely devoid of human presence. If Number 1 remained outside and encountered formidable individuals while she was absent, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Therefore, it was indeed wiser for it to stay hidden in the mountains. With her lips moving but ultimately saying nothing, she supported Luoya back into the bunker. As the night passed, she organized her thoughts and early the next morning sent the rudimentary Nirvana Bunker Living Guide, first edition, to everyone's smartwatches via the system. In addition to the well-known method of using contribution points to acquire food, she emphasized the importance of radiation-proof potions and medical supplies, as well as the increasing array of equipment in the future. All of these would require contribution points for exchange. Currently, there were 4 ways to earn contribution points within the bunker. The first was, of course, daily tasks, with random content available to all. The commonality was that they were not particularly challenging, and the corresponding contribution point rewards were limited, merely sustaining basic survival. The second method targeted ordinary residents. After completing daily tasks, they could also directly exchange contribution points for collecting supplies for the bunker, with a slightly higher ratio than the daily tasks. The third was aimed at ability users. Luoya discovered that for every 25 level 0 zombies she killed, her contribution points would automatically increase by 1. The fourth method was uncovered by Zhu Rushuang, who found a broken laptop and brought it back, receiving a prompt that it could be exchanged for contribution points. Although the final assessment revealed it was beyond repair, yielding only 0.1 contribution points, she mused that even the smallest gain was worthwhile. This sort of scavenging activity, which the new residents jokingly referred to as picking up trash, had unexpectedly become the primary source of contribution points for the bunker inhabitants. In addition to these crucial explanations for the residents, she included simple welfare terms. First, new residents could receive 2 days' worth of free food, albeit in limited quantities. Second, children under the age of 14 could claim 3 portions of food and water daily, free of charge. The basic needs of ordinary people revolve around food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and knowing that hard work could secure their livelihood instilled a greater sense of reassurance in everyone. With the new arrivals having enjoyed a peaceful night's rest, their spirits were further elevated. Upon hearing that Luoya and Sheng Shuzi were venturing out to hunt zombies, they eagerly prepared to join in the quest for supplies. Tu Xiaobai was not idle either. She opened the system to check on matters. After the new residents completed their registration yesterday, the task of gathering 5 residents to expand influence was accomplished, granting them the blueprints for a water purification station and 3 gold coins. This conveniently offset the gold coin expenditure for constructing 3 dormitories. However, constructing the water purification station required 7 gold coins, leaving a shortfall of 7 coins. She temporarily stored the blueprints in the storeroom and continued to review other tasks. Today's task: collect miscellaneous items 015, reward, energy 5. The rewards were rather mundane, but she had learned that miscellaneous items encompassed everything beyond the 4 basic supplies, including what everyone humorously termed as trash. This made the task quite manageable and easily achievable. She then examined the remaining 2 tasks. The bunker upgrade task required 2 more formal residents and 1 additional room, both of which were not difficult to complete. However, the requirement of 50 gold coins significantly hindered the task's progress. Given the difficulty of acquiring gold coins, she suspected it would take at least a month to fulfill. The other task was a recent addition. Construction Task 3. Construction Task 3. Water is the source of life. For the proper functioning of the bunker, please construct a water purification station as soon as possible. 01. Reward, trade system activation. Her gaze lingered on the reward, a new category she found intriguing, and she resolved to complete the task at the earliest opportunity. Thus, her primary focus was to earn more gold coins. With her thoughts clarified, she exited the bunker. Chapter 22. I need gold coins. Together with Luoya and others, while battling zombies, I safeguarded the collection of supplies. A day swiftly elapsed. Upon returning to the bunker, I did not forget to casually gather a heap of miscellaneous items to fulfill my tasks. Today's task completed. Gained energy 5. The anticipated notification appeared, but immediately, another alert popped up. Detected that the inventory of discarded miscellaneous items exceeds 15. Recycling function has been activated. I promptly opened the system interface and indeed discovered a new tab on the side. After some exploration, I realized that even waste meeting the system's standards could be valuable. Recycling metal waste could be exchanged for gold coins, electronic products could be replaced with new ones, and paper and wooden items could be converted into energy. Unbelievably, it appeared I had stumbled upon an eco-friendly system. However, the exchange rate remained consistent with the practices of unscrupulous merchants. 50 pounds of metal waste could only be exchanged for 0.5 gold coins. Were it not for my financial constraints, I would have preferred to disregard this greedy trader. Yet now, even a penny could pose a challenge to a hero. Fortunately, I was not fighting alone. Tu Xiaobai swiftly crafted a task and disseminated it through everyone's smartwatches. Collect metal waste. Task duration: unlimited. Task reward: 5 contribution points for every 50 pounds collected, with a maximum of 10 contribution points per person per day. As soon as the task was released, Xing approached. We need a substantial amount of metal waste. It would be ideal to have more people involved, especially since such items are scarce around the botanical garden. However, in the city, the other party had evidently adapted to the identity of a bunker resident, and the questions posed were indeed significant. Nevertheless, armed with memories from my past life, I assured her confidently, rest assured, the number of bunker residents will surely increase in just a few days. My certainty left Xing somewhat puzzled, yet she chose to trust me. As for the initial choice of location for the bunker, I had my own rationale. Most importantly, it was due to that piece of information from my previous life. I contemplated whether I should venture up the mountain in the botanical garden. Yet it would be prudent to first scout the area to understand the situation. However, with the impending significant upheaval in the apocalypse, I found myself unable to spare the time. Thus, this plan must be postponed. Reflecting on the recent fluctuations in fog density and calculating the days, I estimated that the upheaval would occur within these few days. Sighing, the increasingly dire circumstances of the apocalyptic world weighed heavily upon my shoulders. Although life in the bunker seemed relatively comfortable, I dared not allow myself a moment of complacency. After 2 more days, through daily tasks and the efforts of the residents, I finally amassed 10 gold coins once again. I immediately chose to construct a water purification station. Water purification station consumes 5 energy points daily. Provides 20 servings of clean water. All rooms in the bunker are rectangular, with the elevator occupying the least space. Assuming 1 elevator lobby equals 1 unit, the dormitories, dining hall, and storage room each occupy 2 units, while the water purification station spans 4 units. Initially, I intended to construct the water purification station alongside the 3 newly built dormitories. However, this arrangement would create an asymmetrical corridor, which unsettled me. Ultimately, I decided to relocate the water purification station opposite the storage room. Although it remained asymmetrical, constructing an additional storage room later would balance the corridor's layout. As someone with a sudden penchant for perfectionism regarding certain details, I found this layout considerably more pleasing. Construction task 3 completed, trade system now open. Excitedly, I delved into the trade system, discovering its intriguing features. The trade system offers vacant shop buildings, which can be constructed and configured for various business operations. Subsequently, shops would begin inventorying and operating, allowing residents to purchase goods with contribution points, which could be converted into gold coins at a ratio of 10:1, filling my pockets. Tu Xiaobai's eyes sparkled. Another avenue for profit? However, upon closer inspection, I noted that constructing a vacant shop required 25 gold coins and would incur varying daily energy costs, starting at a minimum of 10 points per day. Inventory acquisition was certainly not complimentary. Setting aside the gold coins, the energy consumption was daunting. Currently, the total energy consumption across all bunker rooms amounted to just 15 points per day. The financially strained Tu Xiaobai promptly closed that interface. I simply could not afford such expenditures. As a seasoned warrior focused on combat in my previous life, I found the prospect of building a bunker from scratch utterly overwhelming. Just as the water purification station was completed, a new task emerged. Construction task 4. The energy consumption of the bunker is escalating, urgently requiring a stable energy supply. Please construct a small power plant 01. Reward: protective suits 3, gold coins 10. Wow, the avaricious system was finally generous. The purchase price for a set of protective suits was 50 gold coins. Calculating the reward, it rounded to an equivalent of 200 gold coins. I had to do it. It was imperative to act swiftly. Yet, I had not yet obtained the blueprint for the small power plant. To acquire that blueprint, I needed to collect 50 gold coins for the level 1 task. Gold coins. I needed gold coins. Tu Xiaobai silently cried out to the heavens. It was decided. The coming days would be dedicated to frantically acquiring wealth. The following day, I did not join Luya and the others but ventured alone with No. One to a nearby road. I casually captured 4 zombies to assist in collecting metal. My collection method was rather crude, dismantling vehicles. What could be easier than gathering metal waste from the cars littering the road? The only drawback was the transportation, after attempting several vehicles, most of which wouldn't start. I was fortunate to finally find a tricycle. However, the load became too heavy for me to pedal. I attempted to enlist the zombies' help, but their stiff knees proved inadequate for the task. Eventually, I concocted a clever solution, using ropes to harness 5 zombies to pull the cart. Although the pace was slow, the zombie strength allowed me to transport larger quantities back. Throughout the day, I diligently made several trips, earning 4 gold coins, bringing my total savings to 8 gold coins. On my final trip transporting the discarded metal back to the bunker, I unexpectedly received the notification. Aura leveled up to level 2, increasing the maximum effective targets to 7. Yet, I remained disgruntled. Despite capturing numerous zombies to serve as laborers throughout the day, not a single one had fully submitted to me. What was this absurd 50 probability? Yet, despite my complaints, the system offered no response, and I had no choice but to force myself to dismiss that probability. Still, I couldn't help but mutter, had that probability been devoured by a dog? The hour-long cooldown was rather bothersome, requiring careful time management. After all, the aura could not be reapplied to the same target, necessitating that I keep track of the timing to avoid being attacked when the effect dissipated. Permanent pets seemed far superior. As I spoke, number 1, who was pulling the cart, turned its head slightly. Noticing its movement, I casually remarked, at least you, number 1, don't require any concern. In the next moment, the system emitted a beep. Chapter 23. The fog has lifted, encouraged by the success of beast number 1. The data metrics soared. Time, 30 minutes. Tu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the tricycle picked up speed significantly. Goodness, it could operate like this? Reflecting on the past, she realized she had never actually praised number 1. But who would casually praise a zombie? Yet now, she resolved to make complimenting No. 1 a daily ritual. For 3 consecutive days, she toiled from dawn until dusk, dismantling nearly every vehicle along the road from the bunker to Luoqing. Finally amassing a total of 20 gold coins. Overwhelmed with joy, she wept. Today, she intended to continue her efforts, determined to clear the road completely. After sharing breakfast with the others, they left the bunker together. Luyu and the others had grown accustomed to not walking alongside her. They planned to head towards the botanical garden as soon as they exited the bunker. Wait. Tu Xiaobai's expression darkened as she stopped the departing group. What's wrong? The others looked puzzled. She gazed up at the sky. A few white clouds drifted lazily across the azure expanse. Following her gaze, Luya suddenly realized the fog had lifted. Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. The dense fog had hindered their movements and concealed dangers. Its absence was undoubtedly a relief. However, the perceptive Luya noticed that Tu Xiaobai bore no trace of joy. Xiaobai, is something wrong? The others immediately turned back to the bunker, deciding against venturing out today. Some voiced dissent. What about today's tasks? Surely, everyone has contributed some reserves. As the owner of the bunker, Tu Xiaobai held significant weight in their minds, and despite their reluctance to part with their savings, they obediently returned. Luya, accompany me into the city. All right. Just as she was about to return, Sheng Shizi turned back. I'll join too. After a moment of contemplation and witnessing the resolute expressions of her companions, Tu Xiaobai nodded. Let us go. They captured a few zombies to serve as their steeds and boarded the zombie-powered vehicle. Before long, they arrived back in Luoqing. Hide number 1, Tu Xiaobai instructed, leading the way toward Peony Square. Occasionally, she encountered survivors scavenging for supplies and would pause to advise them. The city is no longer safe. Hurry and gather your belongings to leave. She refrained from revealing the location of the bunker, as its limited capacity made large-scale reception of survivors unfeasible. The area outside the botanical garden was also unsuitable for habitation. It was better for survivors to seek their fortune elsewhere than to endure hardship in the open. A month had passed since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Numerous shelters must have been established by now. As long as they stayed outside the city, the risks should be mitigated. Xiaobai, do you think they will listen to you? Luya inquired while running. I'm not sure. In truth, this uncertainty was why she had delayed her warning until now. She possessed no evidence. All her knowledge stemmed from her previous life, a reason that would not easily convince others. Soon, Peony Square came into view, revealing a gathering of survivors. They were tied together in groups, resembling cattle awaiting slaughter. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped Luya and Sheng Shuzi. They're still using this tactic. Sheng Shuzi ground her teeth in anger. Clearly, the annihilation of Zheng Xiao's team had not altered the shelter's policies. Tu Xiaobai speculated that perhaps they had grown even more desperate. Especially with the number of ability users halved, those remaining would be even more eager to enhance their powers. Today, with the fog gone, they had mobilized en masse. As they approached, the others noticed their presence. A few ability users stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you?" Stifling her murderous intent, Tu Xiaobai replied coolly, "There is danger in the city. I am here to warn you to evacuate swiftly." "And who are you?" scoffed a man adorned with a nose ring. "You think you can just tell us to leave? A prophet, huh? Just a worthless woman." With a swift motion, a vine lashed through the air. Luya interjected sharply, "Show some respect." Upon realizing they were facing ability users, the opposing group stirred uneasily. Moments later, a burly man emerged, his demeanor shifting from flippant to cautious. Noticing Sheng Shuzi tense beside her, Tu Xiaobai asked, "Do you know this person?" "His name is Zhuo Zhifei, renowned in the shelter alongside Zheng Xiao." Suddenly recalling that Zheng Xiao had referred to him as Brother Zhuo, she understood who he was. Sheng Shuzi continued, "He is formidable, possessing metal abilities, but I've heard he also has strength enhancement. He once shattered a vault door with a single punch." Tu Xiaobai narrowed her eyes slightly. Abilities awakened during the apocalypse were most commonly offensive in nature, yet there existed other avenues of awakening. For instance, enhancement abilities that augment one's physical attributes significantly. Greater strength, enhanced speed, and increased flexibility, among others. She had once encountered an ability user whose flexibility allowed them to contort their body in astonishing ways without injury. If Zhuo Zhifei truly possessed dual awakened abilities, she would need to exercise caution. While Sheng Shuzi introduced her, Zhuo Zhifei scrutinized them as well. Eventually, his gaze settled on Sheng Shuzi's face. "Xiao Sheng, it's been a while. After your disappearance, many have expressed concern for you." Though seemingly a caring remark, it ignited fury in Sheng Shuzi, who struggled to suppress the urge to lash out. Tu Xiaobai grasped her hand tightly, drawing the attention of the enraged individual. With a soothing smile, she turned to face Zhuo Zhifei. "Sister Shuzi is doing quite well now. There is no need for your concern." Before Zhuo Zhifei could retort, she continued, "I have come to inform you, as fellow survivors, that the warning has been delivered. Farewell." Her words were resolute, and she departed with a decisive swiftness that left Zhuo Zhifei momentarily stunned. "Wait." Of course, no one heeded his call. Zhuo Zhifei's expression darkened as he exchanged glances with those beside him. The nose-ringed man shouted, "Did you not hear Brother Zhuo's words?" With that, he raised his right arm, summoning a vine to lash out. Li wasted no time in retaliation. Two vines clashed in the air before entwining tightly, resembling two serpents engaged in a struggle. The nose-ringed man smirked disdainfully. His vine underwent a transformation. Tu Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed, "He is a mutated wood user. The vines are toxic." "Ha ha ha, the little girl has some insight. But alas, it's too late." The nose-ringed man was filled with pride as he clenched his fist. The vine shifted from green to purple, the toxic hue spreading along the points of contact where their vines intertwined. However, Luya remained unfazed, also clenching her fist. The once vibrant green vine glowed with an intense brightness, not only repelling the purple toxin but also pushing it back inch by inch. The nose-ringed man widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell is this ability? Chapter 24. The electric shock from the matriarch Luo Ya's smile did not convey any intention of answering. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, the man with the nose ring could no longer maintain his composure. He let out a cry, his internal energy abruptly severed, causing the purple vines to wither instantly. Luo Ya swiftly retracted her healing power, transforming the vines into tangible weapons that struck fiercely against her opponent. One of their own was sent flying with a single blow, and Zhuo Zhifei's expression darkened significantly. His gaze finally shifted away from the exquisite face of Sheng Shuzi and landed on Tu Xiaobai. As someone who managed such a large shelter, he possessed a keen insight, having already discerned that the three women were led by the one in the middle. Yet, his innate arrogance led him to dismiss the notion that a few women could pose a threat. Thus, when he looked over, the scorn in his eyes remained glaringly evident. "Since you claim danger is imminent," Zhuo Zhifei began slowly, "why not stay and confront it together?" He took a few steps forward as he spoke. With a series of cracking sounds, his arms suddenly swelled, becoming several times thicker in mere blinks, his skin glinting with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Tu Xiaobai narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured, "If a fight breaks out, let me handle this Shua." Luoya and Shang Shuzi responded in low tones, instinctively drawing closer together. Having worked in tandem while battling zombies for some time, they subconsciously adopted a cooperative stance, despite this being their first encounter with an ability user. Just as the atmosphere was charged with impending conflict, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. "Yaya, is that you? Yaya?" A figure burst forth from the global department store. Tu Xiaobai lifted her gaze, finding the face somewhat familiar. However, it was Luoya who, upon recognizing the person, became elated. "Bien Yu, is that you?" "It's me. Yeah, I can't believe you're still alive." Bien Yu dashed out from the crowd, and Zhuo Zhifei and his companions did not intervene, allowing the two girls to embrace each other in excitement. It finally dawned on her who this individual was, the other girl from their team during their first encounter with Luoya and her companions. Simultaneously, memories of Sun Hongjuan's threatening words resurfaced in her mind. "Did you notice we are one person short?" The absence of Bien Yu during that time was now explained, but why had she not appeared? Was it Sun Hongjuan's orchestration, or merely an empty threat? Bien Yu's sudden presence now raised a multitude of questions in Tu Xiaobai's mind. However, before she could untangle her thoughts, Shang Shuzi had already exclaimed, "Luoya, be careful. She is Zhuo Zhifei's mistress." "What?" Luoya turned, bewildered. In the next instant, chaos erupted. Bien Yu suddenly drew a dagger, pressing it firmly against Luoya's throat. "What do you want?" Shang Shuzi screamed. Upon meeting Bien Yu's gaze, Tu Xiaobai felt a heavy dread settle in her heart. This was not a normal look. The intense resentment in her eyes sent a chill through her. Bien Yu remained silent, forcibly dragging Luoya backward. The distance between the two groups was minimal, and Zhuo Zhifei's men quickly moved forward to support her. In the blink of an eye, Luoya was pulled into the opposing camp. Zhuo Zhifei smiled. "Now, are the two of you willing to stay?" His gaze lingered on Shang Shuzi's face for a moment. Hearing the heavy breathing beside her, Tu Xiaobai gently patted Shang Shuzi's arm. Turning to face the opposition, she calmly asked, "What do you intend to do? Since you are here, why rush to leave? Perhaps you could explain what you meant earlier and who sent you here. Do you think someone is manipulating me?" Zhuo Zhifei chuckled. Otherwise, would you women dare to roam around at a time like this? Don't talk to me about equality. A woman is still just a woman. Without support, nothing can be accomplished." He then turned to Shang Shuzi and inquired, "You should understand this well, shouldn't you?" Shang Shuzi exploded. "I understand nothing. Stop disgusting me." Yet Zhuo Zhifei wore an expression of delight. "Stop cursing. You're only fueling his desire to dominate." Tu Xiaobai interjected. "Oh, the little girl is quite perceptive," Zhuo Zhifei grinned. "Listen to me. Regardless of who stands behind you, we have the numbers here, and we can ensure your comfort." The ability users around him chuckled sinisterly, their intentions far from benevolent. Tu Xiaobai moved her neck and smiled lightly. "I have no interest in such a filthy place." "What did you say?" Zhuo Zhifei's expression darkened. The man with the nose ring snapped. "You foul woman, don't overstep your bounds." She dismissed them with a wave and raised her arms, unleashing a flash of lightning. "Lightning ability? No wonder you are so arrogant." "Ha. Too bad I have a natural advantage over you." Zhuo Zhifei laughed heartily, his arms once again turning metallic. He positioned himself in a stance, raising his left arm and placing his right hand on the ground, creating an artificial lightning rod, diverting the bolts harmlessly into the earth. "Such impatience from the young lady. You don't even care for your friend's life," he sneered. Just as he finished his sentence, Bien Yu, who was holding Luoya, let out a blood-curdling scream as she was blasted away. With the threat eliminated, Luoya spread her arms wide, and the vines, like serpents, surged forth, toppling those nearby, allowing her to escape. "What just happened?" Zhuo Zhifei exclaimed in shock. "Oh, my legs, my legs." Bien Yu rolled on the ground, shrieking in agony. They finally noticed her shins, charred and blackened, clearly singed by electricity. Where did that lightning come from? Zhuo Zhifei's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety as he scanned his surroundings, suspecting an ambush. You really can't see the source of the electric shock, can you?" Tu Xiaobai scoffed. "You did this?" "Impossible. I blocked your ability earlier," Zhuo Zhifei retorted. "Did you?" A smirk played on her lips as she slowly stepped forward. An arc of electricity appeared beneath her feet, connecting to the ground. Zhuo Zhifei and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief. With a single step, the electric arc surged. This form of attack was far more covert than direct lightning manipulation. No one could discern the target of the buried lightning. In the following second, the man with the nose ring was again sent flying. She would not show mercy to ability users. He fell silent instantly. Zhuo Zhifei bellowed, slamming his fists together as he charged toward her. "I will make you pay." His immense strength seemed capable of shattering the ground beneath his feet, creating an impressive spectacle. However, Tu Xiaobai stood her ground, the electric arcs intertwining to form a web before her. What does it matter if your arms are metallic? You are not invulnerable to electricity. Chapter 25. A resounding victory in the midst of a fierce confrontation with Zhuo Zhifei, Lu Ye, and Sheng Shizi could not remain idle. The two joined forces to confront the remaining supernatural beings. In terms of numbers, they were at a disadvantage. However, the so-called combat tactics of the Shelter S powers involved using ordinary people as bait while they ambushed zombies from the safety of the sidelines. Thus, the experience in battle between both sides was incomparable. Despite their numerical superiority, the opponents could barely manage a stalemate against the two girls. Tu Xiaobai and Zhuo Jiwen were locked in an equally intense struggle. Among this group, the only truly formidable opponent was this dual-awakened supernatural being. Among the ordinary people tied up, there were subtle movements, but at this moment, no one had the time to attend to them. Suddenly, the ordinary people erupted into chaos, most fleeing outward, while a few, in an inexplicable decision, ran towards the global department store. Even if the supernatural beings had come out to fight, returning would inevitably lead them back into the jaws of danger. Noticing this scene out of the corner of her eye, she shouted while fighting, "My powers possess foresight. Danger will soon befall the city. If you wish to survive, make haste to the outskirts." A few who were heading towards the global department store hesitated momentarily before turning to flee. Yet, there would always be a stubborn few whom even divine intervention could not save. Zhuo Zhifei indeed possessed remarkable skills. The moment Tu Xiaobai let her guard down, he seized the opportunity to land a punch on her left arm. Crack! Her left arm broke, and a cold sweat immediately drenched her. However, such an injury was trivial for her. Evading Zhuo Zhifei's attack, she executed a side kick that struck his waist, causing him to scream in agony. "Damn it! How dare you hurt me?" he roared, clutching his waist as he swung his other arm in retaliation. They were now in close proximity, the wind from his fist grazing her cheek, delivering a sharp sting. If that punch connected, she might lose consciousness instantly. She bent her legs, rolling to the side. Simultaneously, she executed a scissor kick that caught his left knee, sending another jolt of electricity through him. Go to hell. As a dual-awakened supernatural being with metallic and enhancement abilities, Zhuo Zhifei, though at level 0, possessed resilience far surpassing that of other supernatural beings, and he was not incapacitated by the electric shock. His body convulsed uncontrollably due to the current, but his arms remained functional, fists hammering down towards her head. With her body still on the ground, it appeared there was no escape. In a moment of peril, she flicked her right hand, sending a lightning whip to wrap around a statue in Peony Square. With a swift retraction of the whip, she was propelled upward. Boom! Zhuo Zhifei's fist struck the ground, creating two massive craters in the stone-paved floor. Tu Xiaobai stood atop the statue, her internal energy surging forth, transforming into a multitude of ping-pong-sized lightning bolts that surged outward. Zhuo Zhifei bellowed as he slammed his fists together, sending metal spikes flying to intercept the lightning orbs. Ugh! Tu Xiaobai was growing impatient. Indeed, dual-awakened supernatural beings were troublesome. Capable of both melee and ranged attacks, once developed, they became a fusion of turret and fortress, making them incredibly difficult to defeat. However, given their level disparity, in a war of attrition, victory would ultimately be hers. Yet, she did not wish to prolong this encounter. As she maneuvered the lightning orbs to evade the metal spikes, she simultaneously opened the special beast interface. Mere seconds later, the individual battling the storm of lightning orbs suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his back. Damn! Zhuo Zhifei was aware that he had been struck by the lightning abilities, yet he had thought he had successfully blocked the lightning orbs. Staggering from the electric shock, before he could regain his balance, a gust of wind announced an imminent threat behind him, prompting him to instinctively turn and raise his hand. As the zombie's iron-like claws collided with his metallic arm, a deafening crash resonated. Zhuo Zhifei's eyes widened. Number 1, indifferent to the enemy's expression, lunged towards his shoulder with another strike. Zhuo Zhifei quickly raised his other hand to shield himself, but was met with a sharp pain in his back. Tu Xiaobai would not let such an opportunity slip away. The lightning orbs unleashed a barrage toward his back. You dare team up with a zombie? Zhuo Zhifei cursed vehemently. Yet, her response was indifferent. She scratched her ear with her right hand. Seizing the moment, he had to block number 1's attack to send another lightning whip at his legs, pulling him forcefully. Thud! As Zhuo Zhifei fell, number 1 seized one of his arms, twisting it with great force. Ah! Zhuo Zhifei shrieked, His right arm wrenched from his shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. In the next instant, he retaliated with a punch to number one's face, sending it tumbling backward before he scrambled to flee. Tu Xiaobai was determined not to let him escape easily. She hurled the lightning whip after him. However, he picked up the unconscious Bianyu and threw her as a shield, buying himself time to flee. Frowning, she ensnared Bianyu with the lightning whip, tossing her to the ground before looking up to see Zhuo Zhifei already beyond the reach of her abilities. Number one sprang back up, intent on pursuing, but she stopped him. They had lingered too long. Remaining in the city could lead to trouble. Supporting her injured left arm, Tu Xiaobai's gaze turned to the battle between Luya and Shang Shuzi. After many days of training, Shang Shuzi's internal strength had not seen significant growth. Thus, the battle between the two girls consisted primarily of Luya dealing damage while Shang Shuzi provided support. Fortunately, their teamwork was harmonious, and the opponent's lack of experience allowed them to hold their ground thus far. However, Shang Shuzi had yet to utilize her powers, leading their adversaries to underestimate her and view her as a potential weak link. After observing for a while, Tu Xiaobai understood the girls' intentions. While their plan was commendable, executing it proved challenging as human agility far surpassed that of level 0 zombies. Suddenly, she flicked her hand, launching a slender lightning whip that arced through the air, striking several enemies with great force. They were momentarily stunned by the electric shock, instinctively retreating. In the next heartbeat, Luya's vines shot forth, ensnaring the enemies together. With Luya's current strength, she could not hold them for long, but they needed only a brief moment. Shang Shuzi raised her arms, summoning a fireball 3 meters in diameter that descended from above. Damn, fire abilities. They screamed in terror. I don't want to die, spare me. Curse you. I'll haunt you even in death. They shouted, their cries echoing. Yet, none could alter their fate. The fireball struck the ground, resulting in a violent explosion. When the flames dissipated, only charred remains remained. This was the overwhelming power of the fire ability's reputed strongest attack. Even a single strike was formidable enough. Shang Shuzi swayed weakly, promptly supported by Luya. Tu Xiaobai leaped down, approaching the two girls. Meeting their eager gazes, she raised her thumb in praise. Impressive. You have both become capable warriors. Luya smiled shyly, while Shang Shuzi burst into laughter. I've endured these scum for far too long. I once vowed to one day gouge out their eyes, and now ha ha ha. Burning them to ash is far more satisfying than that. The three girls paused momentarily. Noticing Luya's injured left arm, she quickly offered, let me treat you. Let us wait until we return. We shouldn't expend our strength unnecessarily. She declined. Having come here merely to sound the alarm, her purpose achieved, she intended to return to the bunker. However, just as she turned, they suddenly heard a series of loud bangs emanating from within the global department store. Chapter 26. If you wish to follow me, do not engage in infighting. Tu Xiaobai furrowed her brow. The voice seemed to belong to a group of individuals emerged from the global department store. She recognized several who had just gained their freedom in the square, but stubbornly insisted on returning. They were laden with bags and boxes, evidently intending to collect their belongings. A flicker of helplessness crossed her gaze. There are always those who cannot discern the gravity of life versus possessions, burdened as they are. They will likely be the first to perish. Not wishing to dwell on them, she beckoned Luya and Shang Shuzi to prepare for departure. Yet, she noticed Luya's gaze fixated on the ground. Following her line of sight, she discovered it was directed at Bianyu. Her heart sank. Was she truly considering bringing her back? As she pondered this, she realized that if Luya affirmed her intention, she would have to adopt a stern demeanor. Sometimes, excessive kindness can be quite troublesome. Shang Shuzi exclaimed incredulously, surely not. Xiaoya, she just held you hostage. She's clearly not a good person. Don't be a saint. Luya quickly shook her head. No, I had no intention of taking her back to the bunker. Merely what? Luya sighed. In school, Bianyu and I were quite close, and she has helped me numerous times. I believe her current state is largely due to her environment. So what do you intend to do? Luya hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth to voice her thoughts. I wish to offer her some treatment, as a gesture of our past friendship. As for her fate thereafter, that is up to her. Why waste energy on someone like that? Shang Shuzi muttered, though her agitation had diminished. Both turned to Luya, who added, if you think it's inappropriate, then forget it. I will heed your counsel. The young girl's eyes sparkled with sincerity, offering her trust openly. Words of rejection hovered on Luya's lips, but with a gentle sigh. She nodded. Very well, proceed. Everyone has moments of folly, yet in this apocalyptic world, such folly may be the most precious and worthy of protection. Luya rushed over. Bianyu's injuries were primarily inflicted by her own powers. Both her calves were charred and severely damaged. However, she had always shown mercy towards ordinary people. So it was merely a frightening appearance. Bianyu had been unconscious for so long, not due to true injury, but rather from being frightened. Luya's hands enveloped Bianyu's legs, delicate vines quickly entwining around her calves. Having treated number one every night before sleep, Luya's healing abilities had significantly improved. As Bianyu's legs regained their smoothness, she found she could move independently without collapsing from weakness. While Luya was administering treatment, most of the survivors who had rushed out of the department store had fled, but a few cautiously approached them. Tu Xiaobai observed that these individuals split into two groups. One group was led by a suited man. After enduring the apocalypse for some time, his once pristine suit was now wrinkled and less than presentable. Yet his demeanor remained striking. He carried only a mountaineering backpack and assisted an elderly man, while most of his companions were dressed simply. The other group consisted of a boy, perhaps around 15 or 16, with black hair cascading over his shoulders, his slender figure somewhat androgynous at first glance. However, upon meeting his gaze, one could easily discern that he was a wolf cub. The boy exuded a heavy, oppressive aura, especially with a gun in hand. Smoke still lingering from its muzzle, and bloodstains adorning his sleeves and chest. The source of the earlier commotion had been identified. The suited man was the first to speak, politely inquiring, "Good day, I am Zhou Qingyuan. May we accompany you shortly?" He appeared to be a few years older than them. Yet his humble demeanor elicited a sense of goodwill. While the bunker could indeed benefit from a few new residents, she did not respond immediately. Instead, she surveyed the individuals before her, then turned her gaze to the brooding boy. In peaceful times, this boy might have been shunned and avoided by everyone. Yet in this desolate world, she found herself admiring such courageous souls. In fact, during her earlier confrontation with Zhuo Zhifei, she had witnessed the ordinary people bound by ropes suddenly scatter when the boy picked up Bianyu's fallen dagger and was the first to cut himself free. With him as an example, the others had followed suit. The boy did not meet her eyes, nor did he express any desire to speak, but he remained there, indicating his intention to follow them. "Xiaobai, I have finished here." Under Luya's care, Bianyu had awakened, albeit looking somewhat dazed. Tu Xiaobai nodded. "Then let us depart." Suddenly, the square erupted with the roars of zombies. Oh no, the zombies had been drawn by the scent of blood. The suited man's expression shifted. The individuals surrounding him immediately glanced at the sullen boy. Though no words were exchanged, the accusatory intent was palpable. The boy swiftly shed his shirt, casting it aside. His thin torso bore several bruises, yet he appeared unfazed, gripping his gun tightly. Regardless, they continued to watch him, some murmuring, "What good is removing a shirt? Who knows if there's blood in his hair?" The boy's dark gaze swept over the crowd, his lips pressed tightly together. Tu Xiaobai suddenly stepped forward to block his line of sight. Lifting her chin, she spoke coolly, "If you wish to follow me, do not engage in infighting." Instantly, everyone fell silent. "Let us move." As she took a step, number one hopped after her, startling everyone. Luya kindly explained, "Fear not. This is controlled by Xiaobai's abilities." After a moment, the crowd realized number one was indeed well-behaved, and their apprehension eased, their gazes turning fervent. It was evident that they had developed a reliance on the strong for survival, and now, she was that recognized strength. With the growing number of people, the tricycle was no longer sufficient. Fortunately, many bicycles lay abandoned by the roadside, and they quickly allocated them. The suited man rode the tricycle with the elderly man, while the others took bicycles, following her out of the city. As they traveled, they encountered numerous survivors heading back towards Peony Square. "Why are they going that way?" Luya queried, puzzled. "They likely wish to retrieve their belongings," Tu Xiaobai speculated, discerning the thoughts of these individuals. "Can they succeed?" She scoffed, responding bluntly, "That is courting death." No sooner had her words escaped than a jarring metallic screech filled the air, akin to a switch being flipped, the dreadful sound echoing incessantly. The lethargic zombies, previously dormant in daylight, were roused, their roars mingling with the cacophony. "My goodness, look!" The elderly man on the tricycle suddenly pointed to the sky in terror. Chapter 27. Sustenance from electricity. All eyes turned skyward as a towering edifice swayed precariously, resembling a drunken man. The unsettling creaking emanated from that very structure, causing many to halt in their tracks, filled with confusion and dread as they observed the building's relentless oscillation. Tu Xiaobai cast a swift glance before regaining her composure, exclaiming, "Do not stop. Keep moving." Only then did the crowd react, their trepidation propelling them to pedal with renewed vigor, despite their uncertainty regarding the unfolding events. Suddenly, a cacophony of cries erupted as zombies surged forth from every corner, ravenous for flesh. Survivors who contemplated returning for their belongings became prime targets. Fortunately, Tu Xiaobai and her companions, having fled swiftly, evaded the zombies' intense scrutiny, with only a few lagging behind, soon outpaced. Yet, the chaos unleashed by the zombies was not the peril that most concerned her. The building's swaying intensified until the steel and concrete could withstand no more. With a resounding crack, the structure split in two. In a scene reminiscent of a cinematic catastrophe, half of the building gradually descended, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Tu Xiaobai glanced skyward once more, accelerating her pedaling. Safety lay beyond the city limits, and they needed to hasten their escape. The collapse of the building signaled the commencement of the second phase of the apocalypse. Amidst the screams and wails, a third sound emerged, a low, droning hum. "Did you hear that?" someone queried, perplexed. "It sounds like the wings of insects." Finally, an observant individual pointed skyward, exclaiming, "What are those bizarre creatures?" At some point, the light appeared distorted. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a swarm of translucent insects had coalesced, refracting sunlight and creating the illusion of distortion. The transparent insects spiraled, swiftly targeting another building. The previous scene repeated itself, this time with the collapsing structure much nearer to Tu Xiaobai's group, sending tremors through their vicinity. Coughing ensued as the dust enveloped them, significantly affecting their pace. Amidst the cacophony of coughs, Tu Xiaobai's voice rang clear and composed. "Hold on, we are nearing the outskirts." However, disaster struck as three zombies seized the opportunity to approach the group, concealed by the billowing dust. The sound of coughing obscured their presence, and by the time Tu Xiaobai realized the danger, one of her companions was already engaged in a struggle with two zombies, while another lunged toward the tricycle beside her. "Help, Grandma Wang." The dust cloud obscured the scene, leaving everyone unaware of the unfolding events. A vine lashed out, but Luyu could not ascertain if her blind shot had found its mark. "Let us move on," Cao Cheng Yuan urged, panic etched across his face. "I'll go find her." As the dust settled, the ground became partially visible. "It's not necessary. We must leave," Luyu replied softly. Cao Cheng Yuan, torn between confusion and agitation, insisted, "We cannot abandon the elderly. She cannot survive alone." Luyu's eyes glimmered with compassion. "Grandma Wang has already passed." Cao Cheng Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" He struggled to accept the grim reality, his gaze flitting among the faces of his companions. Tu Xiaobai remained silent, while Luyu's eyes reddened and Sheng Shuzi turned away. Their reactions compelled him to confront the truth, and he struck the handlebars in frustration, his voice choked with guilt. "It's all my fault for being slow to react. I'm to blame." His remorse was palpable, prompting his companions to offer words of comfort, subtly implying that the living were of greater importance, urging him to move on. After some time, Cao Cheng Yuan managed to regain his composure, but as they departed, he could not help but glance back repeatedly, as if etching the memory of the deceased into his heart. Luya, her eyes brimming with tears, offered solace. "Do not grieve too deeply. It is the way of fate." Cao Cheng Yuan managed a bittersweet smile. "Thank you for your words." Yet, guilt and sorrow still lingered in his expression. Their shared exchange fostered a burgeoning closeness between him and Luyu. Tu Xiaobai observed the pair, narrowing her eyes in suspicion, feeling an unease that she could not quite place. Just then, another building collapsed, interrupting her thoughts and causing her to abandon her previous line of contemplation. It mattered little. After all, the bunker was her domain, and should anything amiss arise, she could simply expel them. Redirecting her gaze, she led the group in a desperate sprint. Finally, as the insects shifted their focus from skyscrapers to ordinary high-rises, the scenery transitioned from urban to rural. Untended fields lined the roads, instilling a sense of safety. After the relentless ride, fatigue washed over the group, prompting them to decelerate, allowing time for inquiries. "What on earth is happening? Did you see the insects? Or am I imagining things? Is Luoqing truly doomed? I've only just finished paying off my mortgage." Excitement, despair, and uncontrollable tears filled the air. After allowing them to vent their emotions, Tu Xiaobai spoke with calm authority. "What you mistook for fog was, in fact, insect eggs." "What?" They collectively covered their mouths and noses, retching in horror. "Fear not. These eggs pose no harm to humans and will soon be metabolized by your bodies." Yet, her reassurance fell on deaf ears, as some began to vomit by the roadside. Sheng Shuzi, pale but resolute, inquired, "Did those insects cause the buildings to collapse?" "Indeed," she confirmed, explaining that the insects, though they did not consume flesh or blood, could easily penetrate steel and concrete to access their food source. And what is their food? They feed on electricity. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Luya suddenly connected the dots. No wonder you didn't T-act earlier. Tu Xiaobai nodded slightly. As a lightning wielder, using her powers when the insects had just hatched and were ravenous would have drawn unwanted attention, like a massive bulb illuminating the darkness. What will you do now? Luya asked, concern etched on her face. Do not worry, those insects. She hesitated, they do not live long. How do you know? The brooding youth spoke for the first time, curiosity evident in his tone. Fortunately, she had anticipated such a question and explained with ease. The effects of my abilities. The youth scrutinized her in silence, weighing her words. Cao Cheng Yuan interjected, yes, I recall you mentioning that abilities can possess foresight. She nodded in affirmation. Sensing their emotions beginning to stabilize, she added, let us proceed, while the insects are momentarily distracted by the electrical energy in the city. The outskirts are not entirely safe. With renewed determination, the group resumed their journey, and after enduring exhaustion, they finally returned to the bunker. Upon descending into the entrance, astonishment filled the air. Newcomers and old residents exchanged introductions. Yet Tu Xiaobai noticed the typically reticent and kind-hearted Gong Zhu seemed particularly attentive to Cao Cheng Yuan. As anticipated, during the room allocation, Gong Zhu suddenly proposed to Cao Cheng Yuan, young people likely prefer to room with their peers. How about we partner up? Chapter 28. What thoughts occupy number one's mind according to the system's regulations? The dormitories in the bunker are shared by two individuals. However, it is not uncommon for additional occupants to squeeze in. Those without fixed beds cannot register in the bunker resident system, which naturally excludes them from being recognized as official residents. Consequently, they are unable to obtain smartwatches, receive relevant tasks, or earn contribution points. Nor can they generate income for her. Tu Xiaobai, of course, refused to engage in such a losing venture. Thus, she insisted on maintaining the two-person arrangement for the dormitories. Before the arrival of Zhou Qingyuan and the others, her allocation was a single dormitory for herself, one for Luya and her mother, one for Sheng Shuzi and her sister, one for a mother with an infant and Luya's female classmate, and one for Gong Zhu and a male classmate. This time, she brought back 7 additional individuals. Gong Zhu proposed to share a dormitory with Zhou Qingyuan, a suggestion that was not entirely unreasonable given that they were the only 2 present from the group of 30. Meanwhile, the sullen youth, Yin Luoluo, had already expressed a desire for a single accommodation upon registration. Considering his particularly gloomy disposition, Tu Xiaobai acquiesced to his request. Thus, 4 new dormitories were constructed, bringing the total to 9. As she observed the elongated map of the bunker during construction, she silently created an elevator between the new and old dormitories. This elevator does not reach the entrance level. In the current situation where the bunker has only 1 residential floor, it serves merely as a passageway. To access the entrance, one must still use the original elevator. However, considering the inevitable need for downward expansion in the future, having 2 elevators would prevent overcrowding. This endeavor cost her an additional 5 gold coins, a painful expense for the financially struggling Tu Xiaobai. Fortunately, the bunker now housed 16 residents, 14 of whom were ordinary residents, including 1 infant. If they exerted themselves, her rate of gold coin acquisition would see a slight improvement. That night, while the well-fed residents were fast asleep, the frantically impoverished Tu Xiaobai pondered how to motivate everyone to actively contribute to the bunker-esque construction. Lacking experience in managing such a facility, she ruminated for a while but ultimately found no viable solution and fell into a slumber, dreaming of gold coins raining from the heavens. The following day, the new residents received their first tasks, which they found quite novel. However, Tu Xiaobai restricted them from venturing deep into the botanical garden, allowing only Luya and Sheng Shuzi to guide them around the periphery. The residents had no objections, as they could still manage to complete their tasks in the outer areas, albeit without the chance for extra earnings. However, the 2 ability users were somewhat displeased. The tasks issued to ability users in the bunker primarily revolved around extermination missions, and today, both had received assignments to eliminate zombies. Yet, the zombies in the garden's outskirts had already been nearly eradicated. Unable to delve further, they found themselves unable to complete their tasks. After listening to their concerns, Tu Xiaobai remained resolute. The electric-eating insects have just emerged, and the situation outside remains uncertain. It is inconvenient for me to engage in combat at the moment. If you venture too deep and encounter danger, it would be a loss beyond measure. Recognizing her reasoning, the 2 reluctantly complied, choosing instead to scavenge for refuse. Consequently, The bunker's inventory of miscellaneous waste surged by 35 units that day. Upon inspection, she discovered the two had returned with even the most tattered scraps. The system accepted their offerings without hesitation, albeit at a meager price. Within the recycling function, these assorted items were categorized, and to her surprise, the option to exchange for an electronic product illuminated. Exchange for the rare beast thought reader? Confirm? What is this? Since it was obtained from trash. She unhesitatingly selected yes. A black bow tie materialized in her hand, appearing to be made of silk at first glance, yet possessing a metallic texture upon touch. Labeled by the system as a rare beast exclusive. Curious, she summoned number 1 and carefully tied the bow tie around its neck. Having just returned from the city, she disdained number 1's casual attire, opting instead for a suit. Paired with the bow tie, the dim lighting subtly concealed the abnormalities of its skin, making number 1 resemble an elegant gentleman. Ah, if only you hadn't turned into a zombie, you would certainly attract a throng of admirers even in this apocalypse. She mused playfully, though a twinge of regret lingered. Then she recalled, what was the purpose of this item? Suddenly, she heard a series of beeping notifications from the system. Upon checking, a barrage of identical messages flooded the screen. Rare beast number 1. Tu Xiaobai, rare beast number 1. Tu Xiaobai, rare beast number 1. Tu Xiaobai. Stunned, she took a moment to remember the system's explanation. Feeling around the back of the bow tie, she found the switch and turned off the rare beast thought reader. The incessant messages finally ceased. She found herself at a loss for words, realizing the folly of having a simple-minded zombie as her pet. Perhaps the system had not anticipated that her sole companion was a zombie, lacking any substantial thought to read. Thankfully, the exchange had not cost her any gold coins. Otherwise, she would have lamented bitterly. Just as she contemplated removing the bow tie, she glanced at number 1 and changed her mind. Ah, let us consider it an accessory for number 1's outfit. Waving her hand, she instructed number 1 to retreat to its usual hiding place at night, then turned back to the bunker. Unbeknownst to her, number 1 stood motionless outside for a while before slowly raising its stiff arm and gently touching the bow tie. A week passed, and the new residents gradually acclimated to life in the bunker, revealing distinct personalities. Some were content to merely scrape by, completing their daily minimum tasks and promptly lounging about, contributing not a single gold coin over the week. Others demonstrated a keen interest in the bunker, exploring its every nook and cranny. Tu Xiaobai was unconcerned, knowing that the technology clearly surpassed the standards of the current era. She doubted they could discern anything merely through observation. Yet, some individuals, specifically Yen Luoluo, proved unexpectedly industrious. Despite his enduring gloom, he had become the second highest contributor among ordinary residents, trailing only behind Zhu Rushuang. Sheng Shizi recounted an incident where he had encountered a zombie and successfully dispatched it with a single shot to the head. Although he had not awakened any abilities, his self-defense capabilities had markedly improved. Tu Xiaobai noted this development but refrained from any particular reaction. As the owner of the bunker, her responsibility lay in maintaining its smooth operation and fairness. How each resident fared was ultimately determined by their own efforts. Time flew, and over half a month had passed since the appearance of the electric-eating insects. Finally, she heard the system's delightful notification. Ding, level 1 task completed. Rewards: 5 radiation-resistant potions, 50 units of food, 50 units of clean water, 20 units of energy, blueprints for a small power plant. Level 2 task: official residence 1650, rooms 1335. Possess 5 level 1 ability, users 1-5. Rewards: 5 healing potions, 100 units of food, 100 units of clean water, 50 units of energy, medical room blueprints. At last, the task conditions did not demand gold coins. However, the requirement for 5 level 1 ability users was rather stringent. As she began to devise a plan for the level 2 task, Leah suddenly burst in, exclaiming, "Xiaobai, you must come outside and take a look." Chapter 29. The zombies menu. Upon exiting the bunker, Tu Xiaobai immediately sensed something amiss. The sky was adorned with patches of blue and purple, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that these patches were subtly shifting. At first glance, it appeared as though the clouds above had transformed. "Xiaobai, are those insects?" Luya rubbed her eyes, questioning her sight. "No, those are electric-eating worms." After calculating the time, she realized that the eggs had been incubating for nearly a month, and the first batch of worms was likely well-fed. They were about to depart from the granary city in search of suitable locations for reproduction. Luya's expression turned to one of horror upon hearing her explanation. "Reproduction? Are these worms never-ending?" Sensing the concern in her companion's gaze, Tu Xiaobai understood the underlying worry. The continual emergence of electric-eating worms would pose a significant threat to those with lightning abilities. However, she dismissed the thought. While these worms appeared unexpectedly, they vanished just as quickly, and she did not dwell on it too much. The truly terrifying prospect lay in what would happen after the worms disappeared. Yet, she could not divulge too much detail. Fortunately, Luya had an unwavering trust in her. As long as Tu Xiaobai assured her that everything was fine, she would believe it without question. With the electric-eating worms beginning their migration for reproduction, it signified that Tu Xiaobai could resume her normal activities. After gathering her belongings, she set out with number 1, intending to assess the situation in Luoqing. From a distance, she beheld a scene of devastation. Buildings lay in ruins, and many survivors who had sought refuge within them had met an unclear fate, their bodies trapped beneath the rubble, perhaps to remain undiscovered for years. In stark contrast, most of the zombies, aside from a few unfortunate ones whose heads had been crushed, remained unscathed. As she entered the city, she encountered a horde of zombies. Forewarned, she calmly slipped into a fortunate shop that had not collapsed. She understood that as long as she did not obstruct the path of the zombie throng, they would not expend the energy to hunt for prey, for the current zombies were drawn to more effective food sources that beckoned them. Watching the tide of zombies pass by with a cold gaze, she suddenly noticed number 1 becoming restless. It was not surprising. Its instincts must have been urging it to take action, yet it was bound by the constraints of the system, unable to defy orders. Should she allow number 1 to hunt? Compared to the zombies that strengthened themselves by consuming survivors, this opportunity for evolution seemed gentler to her. Still, she worried that if number 1 became too powerful, it might one day break free from the system's restraints, thereby creating a formidable adversary for humanity. After considerable contemplation, she resolved to not entirely suppress number 1's instincts while still imposing some control. Finally, as the horde of zombies diminished, she proceeded onward. Minutes later, she exhaled deeply, the air filled with a sense of despair. The city had suffered extensive destruction, much like in her previous life. She knew that similar tragedies were unfolding worldwide. And from this moment onward, survivors would be compelled to abandon their original town strongholds in favor of suburban areas. However, they would soon discover that the outskirts offered no sanctuary either. Only by retreating underground could they find true safety. As perhaps the only individual possessing foresight in this chaotic world, she could now begin disseminating crucial information. With the catastrophe of urban annihilation looming, her words would command the attention they warranted. Armed with a sense of purpose, she headed eastward toward the city. Before long, she came upon a wall. Within its confines stood an intact 3-story building, a stark contrast to the surrounding ruins. This was the renowned Xinjiang Research Institute, often featured in the news. The public was most familiar with its research on new energy sources. Yet, Tu Xiaobai knew much more. Following the emergence of electric-eating worms, all electrically charged objects exposed on the surface had become inoperable, plunging human society into a semi-paralyzed state. It was the Xinjiang Research Institute that first introduced a new energy solution, gradually alleviating the energy crisis faced by survivors domestically while spurring reforms in various electrical machineries. She had heard that prior to the apocalypse, the institute had just undergone renovations, primarily focused on experimenting with the application of new energy in everyday life. Thus, the surface of this 3-story building had remained untouched by electric-eating worms. Before the apocalypse, the institute was guarded day and night, with unauthorized individuals prohibited from approaching. However, now that no one was stationed at the entrance, she effortlessly entered the courtyard and approached the front door of the small building. A glance at the doorframe revealed several small lights. Aware that these were surveillance cameras powered by new energy, she realized that her appearance was likely being observed by the researchers hiding underground. This was precisely what she hoped for. Taking out paper and pen, she quickly composed a letter in front of the cameras, then slipped it through the crack of the door. Not lingering, she turned and returned to the botanical garden, heading straight into the mountains. Within the mountains, the trees formed a dense canopy, casting shadows that significantly lowered the temperature compared to the outside world. After climbing for a while, she broke off a leafy branch to use as a broom, clearing the ground of decaying leaves. Before long, she spotted a flicker of blue and purple glimmering in the dim forest. Number 1 bounced excitedly around her. "Do as you wish," she softly urged. In an instant, a shadow darted past her, and number 1 pounced, its rigid fingers rummaging through the fallen leaves to uncover an electric-eating worm. The worm bore a resemblance to a golden beetle. Its eggs and newly hatched form were entirely transparent, only transforming into a beautiful blue-purple hue once it had consumed enough electrical energy. Afterward, they would seek out dark, damp places to lay their eggs. During the egg-laying period, electric-eating worms were nearly immobile. Even without her assistance, number 1 would manage to capture a fair number. Seizing the electric-eating worm, it swallowed it whole. She felt a pang of nausea as she averted her gaze, suppressing the urge to retch. These were zombies. Their dietary needs were fundamentally different from those of humans. She reminded herself. Despite this self-reassurance, she found herself instinctively distancing from number 1, prepared to reprimand it should it leap toward her. Number 1 tilted its head in confusion. Yet she chose not to explain. As they continued their search for electric-eating worms, number 1 suddenly froze in place. Go on, eat, she urged. Don't you want to grow stronger? Still, number 1 remained motionless, its dark eyes fixed on her, an emotional current flowing within that left her perplexed. Glancing at its collar, she hastily unfastened it, eager to understand what it was thinking. Please, not again, with her name flooding the screen. Moments later, the system emitted a series of beeps. As she opened the interface, a barrage of information flooded the screen, and upon discerning the contents, she abruptly halted her actions. Chapter 30. Their conflicts within the chaotic stream of thoughts. The messages from the creature numbered 1 seemed disordered, yet they conveyed a singular sentiment. The creature, struggling against its instinct due to its inability to accept the notion of consuming insects, was restrained by its own nature. Interspersed within were numerous calls from the creature, seemingly a mere yearning for its master. After a brief moment of stupor, she raised her hand to deactivate the thought-reading device, halting the influx of messages. Although the previous records remained visible, after a moment of silence, she exhaled deeply. Go ahead, I bear you no ill will. The creature tilted its head slightly, its gaze fixed upon her with unwavering intensity. What do you stare at? Eat quickly, or else the other zombies will grow stronger. And how shall you assist me in the future? She muttered, turning her attention back to rummaging through the leaves on the ground. A sound of swallowing followed behind her, and when she turned to look, the creature had swiftly leaped, twisting in midair to present her only with its retreating silhouette, as if believing that this would render its actions a mystery to her. As they ascended along the mountain range, they soon entered the botanical garden's mountainous section. This was the Eagle Beak Mountain from which Luya had initially escaped. If one were to proceed downward, they would arrive at the roadside of the botanical garden. However, instead of descending, they ventured southwest, connecting with several other peaks of the garden, ultimately leading directly into the Chongling mountain range. Yet, she had no intention of traversing the entirety of the 5 peaks belonging to the botanical garden in a single day. Her plan was to search for food for the creature while leisurely exploring the Eagle Beak Mountain. Recalling tales from her past life, she sought out a specific hollow in the mountains where the creature was rumored to appear, albeit the exact location remained unclear. Thus, her task was to identify all areas that could be deemed hollows. As dusk fell, she descended from the mountain, preparing to exit the botanical garden. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she suddenly sensed movement within the woods. Instinctively, she darted behind a tree and peered out. Between the vines, she discerned 2 figures sprawled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that Zhou Qingyuan had pinned Gong Zhua to the ground, a pistol aimed at the latter's forehead. This was peculiar. Only one firearm was supposed to exist within the bunker, brought over by Yin Luoluo from the shelter. How did it find its way here, and what was the nature of the conflict between these two? No one had mentioned any discord between them. Could it be a grudge formed before their arrival at the bunker? As she pondered, Gong Zhua rasped, "So it is you. Well, didn't you scrutinize my face thoroughly under the cover of night?" Zhou Qingyuan sneered. "You murderer! I finally caught you." The veins on Gong Zhua's neck bulged. "I knew it. How could you have come to Luochen? You're still not willing to let go, but you cannot defeat me." Though she could not see Zhou Qingyuan's expression, his tone sent chills down her spine. "TSK. What a pity," he continued. "Such a beautiful woman married to you, only to remain in an empty house for years. Your wife should thank me. I made sure she enjoyed herself before she passed." "Damn you." Gong Zhua was incensed, suddenly kicking Zhou Qingyuan away. Bang! Zhou Qingyuan was no pushover. As he was propelled backward, he fired his weapon. A flash of lightning erupted, the bullet speeding off to the side with a resounding thud as it embedded itself deep within the tree trunk. "Who is there?" Zhou Qingyuan shouted, his grip on the gun tightening in alarm. She stepped forward, her piercing gaze fixed upon him. "Stoutbai," Zhou Qingyuan stammered, clearly flustered. Having been in the bunker for a week, he understood that firearms posed little threat to those with abilities unless employed in a surprise attack. His eyes darted, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Xiaobai, you arrived just in time. Gong Zhua has lost his mind, claiming he has questions for me, yet he attacked me out of nowhere." "Oh." A slight smile graced her lips, She neither affirmed nor denied his words, her focus remaining on the gun. He hastily lowered it. Really? Thank goodness Nian Luoluo warned me last night that Gongzhuo was looking at me strangely and lent me the gun for protection. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. Her eyes glimmered with contemplation, yet she remained silent. Meanwhile, Gongzhuo erupted in fury. Liar. You murderer. Freak. Trash. He lunged forward. Zhou Chengyuan gritted his teeth, raising the gun once more. She had already noted that, despite the apparent lowering of the firearm, his finger remained firmly on the trigger. As Gongzhuo charged, he resolutely pulled the trigger again. Bang! The same scene replayed. Lightning propelled the bullet away. Gongzhuo tackled Zhou Chengyuan to the ground, raining blows upon his face until it was bruised and bloodied. Damn you, you lunatic! Zhou Chengyuan fought back desperately, but in the chaos, the gun slipped from his grasp. Just then, a figure emerged from the woods, momentarily stunned by the fallen weapon at their feet, before swiftly picking it up. It was Nian Luoluo. He glanced at the two men grappling together, then at Tu Xiaobai, before inspecting the gun, quickly chambering around, and shoving it into his pocket before rushing to her side. In such a tumultuous scene, one might expect questions, yet Nian Luoluo remained silent, merely observing. Still, she sensed a profound disdain flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, she spoke. Which of them do you detest? Nian Luoluo, his expression impassive, remained silent for a while. This was not surprising. She had heard from Luya and Sheng Shuzi that he had spoken less than 5 words throughout the week. Not wishing to linger, she flicked her wrist. A whip of lightning shot forth, ensnaring Gongzhuo's waist, and with a gentle tug, the furious man was lifted into the air. Though she deliberately moderated the force of his descent to prevent him from being harmed. Yet, Gongzhuo was evidently unwilling to relent, thrashing wildly and shouting, I will kill him, let me kill him. Zhou Chengyuan seized the moment to escape, his expression one of elation as he scrambled to his feet, scanning for a weapon. Finding none, he picked up a stone and charged at Gongzhuo. Number 1, stop him. The creature leaped forth, landing squarely behind Zhou Chengyuan, its arms encircling him firmly. Taken aback by the sudden embrace of the cold entity, Zhou Chengyuan screamed in terror and swung back to strike the creature. With a furrowed brow, Tu Xiaobai blinked, sending a precise bolt of lightning to strike. Ah! Zhou Chengyuan cried out, his wrists scorched, the stone slipping from his grasp and crashing down upon his own foot, amplifying his cries of anguish. Chapter 31. Do you wish for my assistance? Moments later, Tu Xiaobai perched herself upon an old wooden stump, observing the two men with an air of indifference. Gongzhuo was ensnared by a lightning whip, while Zhou Chengyuan was held by Number 1, rendering them both unable to move freely. Yet, their furious glares at one another left no doubt that should they be released, they would immediately charge at each other with unbridled ferocity. Nian Luoluo stood silently beside her, her gaze vacant and seemingly detached, as if she had transcended to another realm. However, when she finally spoke, she sensed the young man beside her tense up abruptly. Amused, she thought it was typical of a teenager to feign disinterest while secretly being engrossed in the matter. Without exposing Nian Luoluo, she simply inquired, what grievances do you two harbor against one another? Perhaps her impartial demeanor instilled confidence in Zhou Chengyuan, who boldly declared, I have no idea. I'm a newcomer just trying to get along with everyone. I've never wronged him. Who knew he would suddenly go berserk? I was about to ask him what he intended to do. Gongzhuo's eyes bulged like saucers as he erupted in fury. You don't know? You murderer. I've been pursuing you for years. How dare you claim ignorance? Zhou Chengyuan retorted defiantly, I don't even know you. Of course I wouldn't know. Enough. Stop the bickering, she shouted, halting their verbal onslaught. I am neither a judge nor a police officer, and I have no desire to intervene in your personal disputes. However, my bunker does not permit infighting. You may do as you please, but first, you must vacate my premises. No, I'm innocent. Zhou Chengyuan protested loudly. I was forced to retaliate. You cannot expel me. In contrast, Gongzhuo's expression darkened at the mention of leaving the bunker, a fleeting shadow of despair crossing his features, only to be quickly replaced by a rekindled flame of hatred in his eyes. Clearly for him, eliminating Zhou Chengyuan was of utmost importance. With narrowed eyes, she had already made her decision. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air as the lightning whip binding Gongzhuo flickered and vanished. Zhou Chengyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Why are you releasing him? In the next moment, she waved her hand, and Number 1 released Zhou Chengyuan as well. The two men, now 4 paces apart, regained their freedom. She dusted herself off and began to walk away without looking back, aware of the sounds behind her indicating that Nian Luoluo had followed. A distant noise caught her attention. Zhou Chengyuan was cursing, likely intending to flee, but was quickly ensnared by Gong Zhua, and they resumed their altercation. Not far from the foot of the mountain, they soon reached the roadside, where Luya and others were rummaging through discarded materials, preparing to return to the bunker. Upon spotting the two men, Luya and Shen Shizi approached them. Sheng Shizi shot Nian Luoluo a glare. Why did you leave without a word? You made it hard for me to find you. The boy lowered his head in silence, a demeanor everyone had grown accustomed to. After a couple of remarks, Sheng Shizi stopped and pointed to a pile of items. That's what you just collected. I tidied it up a bit. You carry it. Nian Luoluo walked over and hefted the bundled refuse with determination. Leah looked at her with delight. Xiaobai, didn't you go to the city? Why are you coming down from the mountain? Oh, I just went to the city to assess the situation, then came back through the outskirts to observe. It seems the zombies in this area have been nearly cleared out by you all. Indeed, over by the botanical garden. There are mostly tourists, so naturally there aren't many zombies. However, we may face difficulties when we undertake our next mission, Luya lamented. No need to worry. She recalled the horde of zombies outside the city. You won't be lamenting for long. Is that so? That's reassuring. Luya believed her wholeheartedly. Let us head back for now. By the way, where are Uncle Gong and Uncle Zhou? They seem to have headed over there together. Let me check. Sheng Shizi interjected. No need, she interrupted. I just saw them discussing something over there. Since there are no zombies in this vicinity, we need not concern ourselves with them. Shen Shizi cast her a puzzled glance but hesitated to voice any objections. Luya, too, would not oppose her decision and immediately organized the others to carry their belongings outward. Tu Xiaobai trailed behind the group, casting a glance at number 1, discreetly issuing a command. Number 1 paused momentarily before bounding toward Eaglemouth Mountain. Everyone was already aware that the zombie controlled by the bunker's master typically took refuge on the mountain at night, so while they noticed its movement, none were surprised. After a long day, the group lacked the enthusiasm for conversation, proceeding silently toward the botanical garden's entrance. Nian Luoluo, burdened with her collection, appeared somewhat fatigued as she gradually fell to the back of the line, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far, ensuring that any whispered exchanges would be audible to one another. Glancing at the brooding youth, she surmised he had something to say. As expected, a few seconds later, Nian Luoluo spoke almost to herself. Whoever needs assistance, Uncle Gong will always lend a hand. She remained silent. Nian Luoluo shot her a quick glance, slightly intensifying his tone. He has even helped me several times. The tone suggested that assisting him was something particularly noteworthy. However, upon reflecting on his personality, aloof with everyone, even Luyu seemed unsure of how to interact with him. Only Shang Shizi, with her cheerful disposition, would casually assist, yet did not pursue a deeper connection with him. Thus, it was perhaps understandable that, from Nian Luoluo's perspective, Gong Zhua's willingness to help warranted mention. She still said nothing. Nian Luoluo grew impatient. Speaking for the third time, some individuals are wolves in sheep's clothing. One must not judge solely by appearances. Oh, so you're truly anxious. A faint smile tugged at her lips. You desire my assistance for Gong Zhua? She remained silent, but Nian Luoluo, sensing her reluctance, quickly nodded after a moment of hesitation. Why? She queried. Is it merely because you perceive him as a good person? Yet I recall when you arrived, those few individuals had a fair amount of trust in Zhou Chengyuan. At her inquiry, the boy's expression darkened further. He glanced at her as if to say, Are you blind? She tilted her head slightly, her expression one of confusion. Finally, Nian Luoluo was compelled to utter, He can act. As they continued speaking, they had already arrived at the bunker. She chose not to tease the young man further, giving his shoulder a gentle pat, and smiling, understood. I shall handle this matter according to my own methods. You may return now. Caught off guard by the sudden gesture, the boy froze momentarily before turning away in frustration and leaping down from the bunker. The resounding thud echoed, making one wonder if he perceived the bunker's entrance as a source of mockery. Tu Xiaobai chuckled softly, calling into the interior. I have a few matters to attend to. I'll return shortly. After receiving a response from Luya, she leisurely made her way toward the foot of the mountain. Number 1 had not yet returned, and with time to spare, she casually picked up some discarded items, such as small mushrooms. Suddenly, an odd sound pierced the air, prompting her to raise her gaze. Chapter 32. Persuading others. Tu Xiaobai chuckled softly. Number 1 was pulling Gong Zhu towards her, a directive she had issued. However, the manner in which it was done, yanking him from behind, resulted in Gong Zhu walking almost in reverse. Coupled with the erratic movements of the zombies, it rendered his actions even more cumbersome. Thus, the peculiar sounds he had made earlier seemed entirely reasonable. In her recollection, Gong Zhu was a taciturn and earnest individual. Though he never adorned himself with flamboyant attire, he always maintained a neat appearance. This disheveled state was truly a first for her. Number 1 executed her command flawlessly, halting only when Gong Zhu was directly before her. Gong Zhu looked exasperated. "Miss Tu, what are you planning to do?" She smiled faintly. "Have the grievances been resolved?" "Yes," he replied, a hint of melancholy shadowing his expression, yet his tone remained calm. "I will be leaving shortly." "Who said you could leave?" She raised an eyebrow slightly. Gong Zhu was taken aback. "But Zhou Qingyuan killed your wife?" She pressed. He froze momentarily, then, after a brief pause, realization dawned upon him. "So, you heard everything?" "More or less. Care to share?" She admitted to a flicker of curiosity, though she added, "If you prefer not to, it's entirely your choice." "It's not that there is nothing to say." Gong Zhu sighed heavily, his gaze drifting towards the distant horizon. "I was once a firefighter. I rarely returned home. And my wife managed everything regarding our household and our daughter's upbringing. I finally took a day off to accompany my wife for some shopping and dining when we happened upon the police apprehending a criminal. I lent a hand. And as a result, I became their target." The man emitted a pained groan, burying his face in his hands. She could almost predict the subsequent events. In a gentle tone, she inquired, "That criminal sought revenge upon your release?" "Indeed. During that time, the entire city's firefighters were undergoing training. And that scoundrel targeted my wife. By the time I received the news, Xiaowan, she was already." His voice faltered, his body trembling uncontrollably. "He escaped, and the police have been hunting him since. I have been searching for him as well, but once I reached Luocheng, I completely lost track of him. I noticed certain small mannerisms in Zhou Qingyuan that resembled that murderer. Oddly enough, though they are clearly two different individuals. Zhou Qingyuan has a rather favorable reputation both in the workplace and among neighbors. Fearing the possibility of harming the innocent, he chose to reside near Zhou Qingyuan's home. Now it makes sense, she thought. No wonder Luya mentioned that Gong Zhu had only moved in a few months ago. He was there to monitor a suspect. She probed further. "What about your daughter?" "Last year, she enlisted," Gong Zhu said, a hint of pride creeping into his smile, only to be quickly replaced by worry. "Her unit is conducting secret training in the northwest, and I can't reach her at all. The military is probably the safest place right now." "You needn't worry," she offered soothingly. Gong Zhu seemed to share her sentiment, nodding in agreement. These burdens had been locked away in his heart for far too long. And now that he had finally voiced them, it felt as if the venom that had accumulated within him was gradually seeping out, alleviating his discomfort. He exhaled deeply. "I must take my leave. Thank you for granting me the opportunity for revenge." "I never said you could leave," she interrupted once more. "Let us go. It's time to return. It's unsafe outside as night falls. But, if anyone asks, just say Zhou Qingyuan was recognized and fled. Ren Luoluo is advocating for you." She smiled lightly. "The eyes of the public are keen and discerning." Gong Zhu, repeatedly interrupted, ultimately fell silent. In these chaotic times, people are often worse off than dogs. If given the choice, who wouldn't he prefer a stable life? He hesitated, unable to resist the allure, and followed her back to the bunker. The others were dining in the cafeteria, and upon seeing him, they expressed their concern. Gong Zhu bowed his head, mumbling vague responses. Naturally, someone inquired about Zhou Qingyuan, who had come to the bunker with him. Tu Xiaobai's expression turned serious. "We just discovered that Zhou Qingyuan is a wanted criminal. After his identity was revealed, he fled. If you see him nearby, please remain vigilant, for he may act out of desperation." This news astonished everyone, particularly those who had been closer to Zhou Qingyuan, who were left in disbelief. Tu Xiaobai then introduced Gong Zhu's background. Uncle Gong was once a firefighter. He assisted the police in apprehending Zhou Qingyuan during a shopping trip. "By the way, Uncle Gong, you must still have your old work ID, right?" Gong Zhu indeed preserved his former credentials, having kept them together with other identification, and he produced it. Military personnel, police, firefighters. These specific professions often symbolize reliability and safety in the hearts of the people. Thus, this ID immediately became a strong testament to her earlier assertion. Zhou Qingyuan is actually a wanted criminal. How frightening. My goodness, I thought he was quite decent. I even considered introducing him to someone. Truly, one cannot gauge a person's heart by their appearance. I recall that day. Granny Wang was seated comfortably in the tricycle. How could she possibly fall? Are you suggesting it was intentional? Who knows? The crowd murmured, growing increasingly suspicious of Zhou Qingyuan. As expected, when one deduces reasons from results, everyone becomes a detective. She opted not to dwell on the matter further and retreated to her room with a portion of food. Upon accessing the system interface, she selected the option to expel Zhou Qingyuan. After confirming, the number of formal residents decreased from 16 to 15. Looking over the bunker's details, bunker information, name, Nirvana owner, Tu Xiaobai formal residence, 15 energy, 65, approaching maximum, gold coins, 53 equipment, for food, 70, at maximum, clean water, 55 medicine, 20 miscellaneous, 45 current rooms, total 13. Entrance 1, dormitories 9, cafeteria 1, storage room 1, water purification station 1 bunker integrity, 100 optional buildings, dormitory, cafeteria, storage room, water purification station, small power plant. Elevator, finally. She was not entirely destitute. Remembering that she had yet to construct the small power plant after reaching level 1, she hastily accessed the construction system. The small power plant also required 4 units of space. After some contemplation, she decided to place it adjacent to the water purification station. Subsequently, she built 3 storage rooms directly across the corridor. In total, she spent 37 gold coins, instantly having her assets, causing her expression to contort with discomfort. However, the utility was immense. She glanced at the system notifications. Small power plant provides 35 points of energy daily. Storage room increases bunker supply storage capacity by 50. Energy is undoubtedly the most crucial element for maintaining the bunker's operations. As the number of rooms increases, so too does the daily consumption. Relying solely on residents to gather firewood and collect gasoline would inevitably become insufficient over time. Storage capacity is equally vital. The bunker originally possessed a storage space of 20, and with the addition of a single storage room as 50, the upper limit reached only 70, which was already inadequate. Now, with the addition of 3 more storage rooms, the bunker's storage capacity immediately surged to 220, alleviating her concerns for a considerable period. Additionally, 2 task notifications emerged. Construction task 4 complete. Reward. Protective suits 3. Gold coins 10. Construction task 5. Humans are the most crucial resource in the apocalypse. To attract more residents, please construct additional dormitories 915. Reward. Blueprint for broadcast room. Chapter 33. The wealthy Nian Luoluo completing the construction task number 5 was not particularly arduous. She glanced at the 26 gold coins in her possession, gritted her teeth, and proceeded to construct 6 dormitories. However, the first floor had already extended considerably, prompting her decision to build a new level below. She spent 1 gold coin to extend both elevators down a level. Upon choosing to build 2 dormitories side by side, the system suddenly prompted her. Would you like to merge the 2 level 1 dormitories into a level 2 dormitory? Curious, as this option had not been available previously. It seemed to be a feature unlocked by the bunker upgrade. What differentiates a level 2 dormitory? She quickly selected yes. Before her eyes on the virtual map, the wall between the 2 dormitories vanished, revealing a spacious room occupying 4 units. She hurried to the second basement level for an on-site inspection and discovered that the level 2 dormitory was, in fact, a suite. Upon entering, there was a narrow corridor, with an open area in the center furnished with a table, chairs, and a cabinet, while independent rooms flanked either side, each containing a large bed, a wardrobe, a soft double sofa, and a small coffee table. Thus, the level 2 dormitory could still accommodate only 2 residents, slightly less efficient than the level 0 dormitory. Yet it provided a degree of privacy due to its suite configuration. Additionally, upon testing, she found the comfort of the furniture to be superior. The system also indicated that the level 2 dormitory could be rented out. Was this not a timely opportunity? She had been pondering how to enhance the residents' motivation to earn contribution points. The only aspect she found slightly displeasing was that although 2 rooms were counted prior to merging, the dormitory count increased by only 1 afterward. Nevertheless, she resolved not to be overly greedy. After some consideration, she merged another level 2 dormitory and constructed 3 additional ones. In the blink of an eye, she was left with only 18 gold coins. The heart of the miserly Xiaobai raced, vowing to safeguard these 18 coins. Yet, her resolve lasted merely a few seconds, for she spotted the reward details for construction task number 5. Broadcast room blueprint. Spend 10 gold coins to construct a unique broadcast room, allowing you to attract more residents without leaving your home. Upon comprehending this, she had but one thought, to build it. Without hesitation, she took out 10 gold coins and constructed a broadcast room in the second basement beneath the storage room. Broadcast room consumes 5 energy points daily, with a maximum broadcast time of 4 hours per day. Would you like to activate the broadcast? Although night had fallen, She was unwilling to waste the day's 4 hours and promptly activated the broadcast function. After waiting for a while, she heard no sound. Yet the system interface displayed a countdown. Trusting this miraculous system, she glanced at her dwindling 8 gold coins, feeling a pang of regret. She resolved to issue a notice first thing the next morning, ensuring that residents would be more proactive in earning her gold. As night passed, residents gradually awoke to the sound of their smartwatches chiming. Initially assuming it was a daily task reminder, everyone was taken aback upon opening it. Unable to contain their inquiries, what does this mean? A suite? A fee? It mentions visiting the second basement. Do we really have one? Interest in the new development surged. And breakfast was forgotten as they flocked downstairs to explore the new dormitories. As anticipated, they showered praises upon the new accommodations. After all, most had left the collective dormitories for years, and though unspoken, there was a deep yearning for private space. Xiaobai set the price for the level 2 dormitory at 50 contribution points per month per bed. Should someone be generous enough to desire a solo stay in a level 2 dormitory, they could do so for 100 contribution points monthly. Incidentally, many had recently discovered new ways to earn contribution points, such as cleaning the bunker, which yielded points based on the area cleaned, or repairing damaged furniture, which also provided a modest amount of points. Essentially, any action contributing to the bunker was generously rewarded by the system. Thus, if one were to calculate carefully, a resident could accumulate 50 contribution points within approximately 5 days, making the price slightly painful but not exorbitant. After the tour, residents exchanged glances, none willing to speak first. Eventually, someone suggested, "Shouldn't we go have breakfast? We have tasks to complete later." Others chimed in agreement, and they made their way to the elevator hall. Nian Luoluo lingered at the back, her expression grave, fixated on the dormitory door for a moment longer. Xiaobai was not present in the bunker after issuing the announcement. She had taken number 1 up the mountain. As expected, numerous zombies had appeared in the mountains. They had come in search of electric bugs, and to her, they were merely experience points to harvest. Recently, she had sensed a loosening of the limits on her internal power, suggesting that she was on the brink of achieving level 2, which made it imperative to seize the moment. Number 1 and she had developed a seamless cooperation, moving swiftly among the zombies on the mountain. After dispatching one zombie, she suddenly heard a chime. Income, 10 gold coins. Source, Nian Luoluo. Raising an eyebrow, she mused that the youth was indeed resourceful, readily providing 100 contribution points. However, it wasn't entirely surprising. While she had not prohibited exclusive occupancy of the level 2 dormitory, many would deem it impractical to spend a third of a month's earnings on rent. But Nian Luoluo, with her solitary disposition, found communal living particularly intolerable. Although she was currently living alone, it was evident that as the number of residents increased, she would not be able to indulge his whims. He seemed aware of this. Hence his prompt decision to invest in his personal space. With 18 gold coins in hand, her satisfaction was palpable. Just as she was reveling in her fortune, an unusual sound caught her attention. The lightning whip shot forth with a whoosh. Snap! It struck empty air. 2 zombies lunged at her from either side, their movements considerably swifter than those of the others. Level 1. Her heart leaped with joy. She halted number 1 from advancing, directing it to harvest level 0 zombies while she faced the 2 level 1 ones. Given their equal levels, a single level 1 zombie posed little challenge. But 2 was just right for her to hone her abilities. Engaged in combat, she meticulously evaded the zombie's claws, her crackling electricity seemingly possessing a will of its own, manifesting at the most opportune moments. 10 minutes later, she seized on an opening, driving an electric spear into the heart of one of the zombies. The level 1 zombie convulsed and collapsed. With one enemy down, the remaining one posed no threat, and she deftly dodged twice before severing its neck with a swift strike. Regrettably, upon opening their chests, she found no blood crystals. With a sigh, she wiped her dagger on the zombie's remains, preparing to sheath it when her gaze sharpened. Something was amiss. A thicket rustled ominously. Chapter 34. The immediate effect of the radio station. After a few seconds, a disheveled man emerged from behind the bushes. He carried a tattered yet enormous backpack, and his jacket and camouflage pants were so faded that their original colors were indiscernible. In his right hand, he wielded a machete, while his left hand grasped a trekking pole. The two exchanged glances, each assessing whether the other posed a threat. Ultimately, it was the man who broke the silence, inquiring, "Is the Nirvana bunker nearby?" Her eyes flickered with interest. "Where did you hear about the Nirvana bunker?" she asked. He tucked the trekking pole under his arm and rummaged through his pocket. As his fingers brushed against something, a faint purple-white glow flickered momentarily. However, he merely produced an antique-looking radio. I stumbled upon a channel yesterday that was promoting the Nirvana bunker. They say it's not only a place where one can find ample food, but also a secure haven. Although it sounds somewhat like false advertising, still. His words trailed off, yet she understood the unspoken implication. In a world devoid of hope, even the faintest glimmer of possibility compelled survivors to take a chance. Now, she grasped how the radio station exerted its influence. The man pressed further. Are you from the Nirvana bunker? This time, she nodded affirmatively. Yes. The bunker entrance is just outside the botanical garden. However, everyone is out on tasks at the moment, so you won't be able to enter. His excitement was palpable. That is all right, I can wait. But what kind of tasks are they? Given that he might be a potential resident of the bunker, she was inclined to elaborate. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Is it really that wonderful? You're not deceiving me, are you? Am I just dreaming? You will discover all this once you join the bunker. Fantastic, fantastic. He rubbed his hands together, curiosity piqued. What are the requirements for joining? I've been out here for a while, and my supplies are dwindling. A hint of anxiety flickered across his face. She shook her head. Joining the bunker requires no payment. Never mind, let me take you to see it. Initially reluctant to make an extra trip, she changed her mind. Finding a sanctuary in this apocalyptic world was a sentiment she could relate to. He expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and together they made their way back. Once they completed the residency paperwork, he finally realized that the young girl before him was the owner of the bunker. She learned that his name was Mo Daikong, who, surprisingly, possessed supernatural abilities. However, his powers were not the typical offensive or enhancement types, but rather a unique ability classified under special powers in his previous life. His ability was communication. Specifically, he could conjure devices akin to Bluetooth headsets that, when carried, allowed for contact within a certain range. Nevertheless, any newly awakened power is initially weak. Currently, Mo Daikong's communication range spanned a circle with a diameter of 100 meters, lasting no longer than 2 hours. My ability feels rather useless, he remarked shyly, scratching his nose. It doesn't seem to have much utility. How can that be? She countered, shaking her head. No ability is truly useless. However, the current duration and range are indeed limited. You need to practice more. Mo Daikong smiled wryly. I've tried. But the issue is that practicing requires constant communication. Using the communication consumes a small amount of energy, and few are willing to expend their strength for others. I see, she acknowledged, realizing this was indeed a dilemma. After all, with limited energy reserves, few would willingly squander their power to assist others. Especially when even a slight depletion could mean the difference between life and death in a zombie encounter. Just as she contemplated how to assist him, an idea struck her. I have a way to help you practice. Really? Is that possible? Mo Daikong asked in disbelief. Give me the equipment. She demonstrated her sincerity through action. After a solemn 3 minutes of concentration with his hands clasped, he revealed a pair of black wireless Bluetooth headsets, appearing quite sophisticated. Indeed, they are headsets, she mused, puzzled by their design. He chuckled sheepishly. These were my old headsets. Who knew that after using my ability for the first time, this form would become fixed? All right then. Mo Daikong handed her one. One for each of us. When you wish to communicate, just activate your ability, and they will vanish after 2 hours. Can you maintain communication on your end while practicing? Certainly. Perfect. Once you activate communication, take some time to acclimate to the bunker. I'll step out and introduce you to the other residents later tonight. Mo Daikong expressed his profound gratitude, and she waved him off, departing. Once outside the bunker, she inserted the headset into her left ear. It jittered slightly, adjusting to its new environment, prompting her to hold it in place. Don't let it fall off. By the way, use your ability to connect with the headset. The headset tilted its head, attempting to reach out with its stiff arm, but it failed several times. Unable to contain her laughter, she found its clumsy antics amusingly reminiscent of a zombie. Grasping the headset's hand, she gently repositioned its fingers to touch the device. After a brief moment, a glimmer of blue light blinked on the headset. This signified that communication was established. Hello? Hello? She tugged at the headset's collar, coaxing it to lean down so she could whisper into its ear. A faint voice transmitted through the headset. Mo Daikong, just maintain communication. I'll be busy on my end. I may not reply, but rest assured, the connection will remain. Okay, thank you. This is perfect, she said, patting the headset on the shoulder. Now, remember to keep the power supply for the headset going. Feeling quite clever. She thought that the headset's ability would merely serve as an auxiliary during combat, so a slight energy drain wouldn't matter much. She turned to leave, but after walking a short distance, she noticed an unusual silence behind her. Curiously, She looked back to find that the headset remained frozen in position, its fingers still touching the headset, resembling a statue. Suddenly, it dawned on her. Was it stuck? Amused and exasperated, she returned to grasp its wrist and pulled forcefully. With a crack, she set the headset's arm back at its side. You should upgrade quickly. Getting stuck like this is rather inconvenient. The headset gazed at her silently, a hint of sorrow in its eyes. Why are you looking so forlorn? She queried, puzzled. Just then, she heard voices approaching and turned to see the main group returning ahead of schedule. Laoya waved at her immediately. Xiaobai, why are you? Before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell to the back of the group, and she instantly understood. Chapter 35. The letter received a response at the rear of the group, trailed about 5 or 6 unfamiliar faces. Tu Xiaobai immediately surmised that these individuals had likely been drawn by the broadcast. Indeed, Leah soon confirmed her suspicion. The expenditure of 10 gold coins on the broadcasting room proved to be quite the bargain. Its effectiveness was extraordinary, since they had coincidentally arrived. She had no choice but to return to the bunker to process their registrations, while also introducing Mo Daikong to everyone. At that moment, there were still 4 vacant dormitories in the bunker, and with sufficient room available, she refrained from constructing new ones. However, to her surprise, a system notification appeared. Warning: insufficient dining hall supply. Please construct or upgrade the dining hall. It turned out that the dining hall had a supply limit. Upon reflecting on this, she realized that there had been early signs of this issue. Each time food was taken from the refrigerator, it decreased by 1 portion and would only be replenished the following day. Thus, as the number of residents in the bunker increased, the supply would indeed fall short. Now, she faced 2 choices: to construct anew or to upgrade. However, upgrading the dining hall required constructing 2 level 0 dining halls side by side, and the original dining hall on the first floor lacked space for such an expansion. How frustrating! If only she could relocate the existing buildings. Unconsciously, she began to navigate the virtual map, only to be met with another system notification. Dining hall is in use, cannot be moved. Could it really be done? Her obsessive-compulsive instincts were satisfied. With plenty of time left in the day, she guessed that everyone would likely venture out to complete tasks, which meant she could proceed with her plans soon. As anticipated, after the newcomers finished their meals, they all set out together once more. Seizing the opportunity, she opened the construction map, first relocating the existing dining hall to the basement level 2, then constructing a new dining hall adjacent to it. Before agreeing to merge and upgrade, the level 2 dining hall occupied an area of 4, featuring a total of 24 person booths, and the refrigerator's capacity had doubled. Additionally, a corner now housed a beverage bar. To her delight, she could use contribution points to purchase drinks, currently available in 3 options: soda, tea, and sparkling water. Even more exhilarating was the realization that the contribution points spent on beverages would convert into gold coins, enriching her purse. She began to discern a pattern. The basic living needs system essentially provided free satisfaction to survivors through simple daily tasks, akin to being almost without cost. However, once basic needs were met, if one sought to indulge, there was an opportunity to earn money. Excellent. She seemed to glimpse a broad avenue ahead. Providing more amenities for residents must be prioritized. Noting this, she constructed 2 additional dormitories. One filled the space left vacant by the previous dining hall, while the other was situated at the end of basement level 2, merging with the original dormitory to form a new level 2. She did not neglect her personal preferences and promptly moved into the level 2 dormitory at the end of the basement. This arrangement left 3 level 2 dormitories with 1 vacant, while 12 dormitories still had 2 unoccupied, and she retained 11 gold coins. Once again, she marveled at how quickly money could be spent. When everyone returned to the bunker, she felt both excitement and trepidation. After all, the sudden disappearance of a room could not be easily explained, even with supernatural reasoning. To her surprise, upon entering, everyone calmly proceeded to the basement level to dine, without questioning anything. Unable to contain herself, she asked Luya, "Did you not notice any changes in the bunker?" "Changes?" Luya pondered for a moment. "Are there more dormitories now?" Everyone has grown accustomed to it. Indeed, yes, accustomed. She felt a twinge of guilt for having made these arrangements single-handedly. "Oh, yes. Next time you organize a new room, please call us to help." She blinked and, after a few seconds, responded with a smile, not tiring at all, just a bit of minor work. "Thank you, everyone." Deep down, she admired the system even more. It had silently resolved the illogical aspects of the bunker. She felt reassured about her plans for its development. With her worries alleviated, she enjoyed a restful night until awakened by an alert from the system. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at the system interface. Unidentified armed forces detected, 1 kilometer from the bunker. Instantly alert, she hurried towards the entrance. On her way, she encountered Luya and warned her not to organize anyone to go outside unless with her consent. After exiting the bunker, the unidentified forces had already closed in to within 500 meters. Signaling to number 1, she stealthily concealed herself in the woods, waiting quietly. After a while, she finally heard the sound of rustling footsteps. There were quite a few of them. Tu Xiaobai furrowed her brow slightly, observing the situation with caution. In her line of sight, a troop emerged, clad in camouflage, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings as they held their weapons at the ready. Within the encirclement of soldiers, 2 individuals in lab coats were present. One held some kind of instrument, seemingly searching for something. She recalled her recent activities in the city and began to form a vague hypothesis. However, she did not reveal herself just yet, choosing instead to silently observe as they approached a particular stone. Given the bunker's entrance was not far from the base of the mountain, numerous stones of varying sizes lay scattered nearby, rendering the entrance inconspicuous. As the group neared, they fanned out, and she overheard the 2 lab-coated individuals conversing. The letter was written nearby, right? It should be, but I don't see any bunker around. Since it's a bunker, it must be underground. Let us search more carefully. After a brief discussion, the 2 conferred quietly with the leader of the troop, prompting several soldiers to step forward and commence their search. Not long after, they reported, there are indeed traces of human activity here. Judging by these footprints, they appear to be quite chaotic, indicating the entrance must be nearby. There is hair here. The follicle has been damaged, so it likely fell recently. Listening to the soldiers, she felt a swell of admiration. They certainly were professionals with keen insight. She had underestimated their capabilities, believing her bunker to be well concealed, while to them, it likely appeared as conspicuous as a neon sign. With these traces confirming their findings, they quickly deduced the general vicinity of the bunker entrance, bringing the large stone into sharp focus. The group encircled it, beginning their examination, when one of the lab-coated individuals exclaimed, "Look here, is that a camera? That can't be right. The electric grid has already been damaged by those insects. How can this camera still be operational? The disaster began only a short while ago. Yet a bunker could be constructed here. Its owner must possess exceptional skills. Perhaps, it also harnesses new energy? If that were the case, it truly would be a case of mountains beyond mountains." The 2 researchers appeared thoroughly intrigued as they surrounded the stone, tapping and probing. However, the system's protective measures were remarkably effective. No matter how they examined it, they could not discern any mechanisms or movable parts. During this time, a soldier inquired whether they should resort to brute force, only to be firmly rebuffed by the 2 researchers. She found herself increasingly trusting of this group and deliberately created some noise. Almost instantly, all the guns were aimed in her direction. Chapter 36. The bombshell number 1 stirred slightly, and she promptly restrained him. If he dashed out, he would surely be riddled with bullets. In her mind, Tu Xiaobai commanded, "Stay hidden. Unless I call for you, do not emerge suddenly." Recalling the previous blunders, she emphasized the importance of her words. Number 1 cautiously concealed himself behind a tree, his glistening eyes peering through the foliage, reminiscent of a loyal dog instructed by its master to remain still. Feeling a surge of fondness, she turned away and stepped forward. The opposing warriors remained on high alert, with the leading soldier demanding, "Who are you?" 2 researchers, however, widened their eyes in recognition and exclaimed, "You are the girl who delivered the message." Anticipating that they might identify her, she smiled and nodded, softly stating, "You have arrived." Casting a glance at the still tense soldiers, she refrained from advancing further, merely adding, "I thought you would verify the authenticity of the message before coming." The researchers' unexpected presence was indeed a pleasant surprise for her. She had anticipated that they would first send someone disguised as an ordinary survivor to infiltrate the bunker for reconnaissance. The 2 researchers rubbed their hands together, excitement palpable in their voices as they said, "If what you wrote is true, we must race against time. We cannot rest easy without seeing things for ourselves." After a brief pause, they inquired, "Is the bunker located here?" "Indeed," she affirmed. "Shall I show you around?" No sooner had she spoken than the soldiers voiced their objections. "We cannot trust her yet. Doctors, I cannot allow you to take risks." It appeared that the researchers held significant standing, which delighted her further, as this might expedite their decision-making process. However, she chose not to argue. Sometimes, excessive debate could hinder trust, and it was better to let them arrive at their own conclusions. Under the soldiers' insistence, they gradually stepped aside, allowing space. Although their weapons remained poised, Unfazed, she approached the stones. As she neared, a concealed door beneath the stones swung open. From a distance, the two researchers could hardly contain their exhilaration. Regardless of the soldiers' attempts to restrain them, they insisted on coming closer to investigate. "Please, do come," she said, glancing at the four soldiers trailing closely behind her, then at the other military personnel still stationed at a distance. Pretending not to notice their intentions, she smiled and gestured for them to follow. Taking on the role of a guide, she began to introduce the researchers to the bunker as they entered. "This is the disinfection chamber. One must undergo disinfection before entering the inner sanctum of the bunker. Currently, the bunker consists of 2 levels, primarily housing dormitories, with additional communal facilities. As the elevator opened on the first basement level, Luya and others emerged upon hearing the commotion. The 4 accompanying soldiers remained vigilant, while Luya's group appeared at ease. They believed that anyone brought into the bunker by Tu Xiaobai could not possibly be an enemy. Noticing their attire, curiosity bloomed, and they eagerly asked, "Xiaobai, are these individuals from the government?" I had suspected that Xiaobai would collaborate with the state. Our bunker is so exceptional that promoting it could certainly save more lives. Although the bunker was remarkably secure, the presence of soldiers provided an additional layer of reassurance. "Shall we still undertake missions today?" After their initial curiosity, their primary concern shifted back to earning contribution points. She turned to the soldiers, requesting, "Would you kindly contact the outside? We need to go out and work. Please avoid any misunderstandings." The researchers and soldiers exchanged doubtful glances. "Work? At a time like this?" "Indeed, we must labor to earn our sustenance," she replied, noticing their scrutiny of the residents' expressions. Yet, the residents were unperturbed, chatting and laughing as they departed. In an instant, both researchers and soldiers appeared bewildered, perhaps reflecting on how this serene scene was incongruent with the apocalyptic atmosphere. Once everyone had exited, she guided them to the dining area on the second basement level. Utilizing her privileges as the bunker proprietor, she graciously served 6 cups of tea to her guests. Upon entering the dining room, they were astonished to see the pristine, well-stocked refrigerator brimming with food. The aroma of the tea further overwhelmed them, rendering them momentarily speechless. Moreover, the sight of a water bar offering cola and sparkling water transported them back to an era of peace. Although they had numerous questions, both researchers and soldiers fell into silence, gazing at the clear tea for a long while before cautiously lifting their cups to sip. The initial bitterness gave way to a sweet aftertaste. Exquisite tea. The 6 men found their eyes glistening with emotion. Understanding their sentiments, she empathetically refrained from speaking, allowing them to immerse themselves in their feelings for a while. After a few minutes, one researcher took a deep breath, compelling himself to return to reality, and solemnly declared, "This bunker is truly a paradise. However, Miss Tu, our primary purpose for visiting today is to inquire about the information you left in your letter." She nodded, a flicker of admiration swelling within her. Their swift return to business revealed their resolute nature. "The situation is poised for imminent change. Could you elaborate?" They promptly posed the most pressing question. Tu Xiaobai had prepared for this moment and began articulating her thoughts clearly. "I trust you have all noticed the electric-eating insects?" "Indeed. In fact, we have even managed to capture a few for research purposes," one researcher admitted, a hint of trepidation in his expression, as it had cost them dearly. In response, she could only commend their audacity. Such ignorance is often fearless, as even she would hesitate to provoke the electric-eating insects when they were ravenous. The researchers continued. "However, we have yet to yield any significant results. Subsequently, the electric-eating insects migrated en masse. Due to safety concerns, we refrained from pursuing them. Thus, what changes might they undergo?" She placed 2 electric-eating insects, which she had found in the mountains, upon the table. Their blue-purple shells remained motionless, resembling exquisite gemstones. Observing the researchers' hesitance to touch them, she proactively elucidated. The electric-eating insects, once satiated and in a reproductive state, exhibit no aggression. Only then did they cautiously handle the insects, examining them closely. She further explained, electric-eating insects prefer to breed in dark, damp environments. Hence, the botanical garden harbors numerous insects. "Ah, that explains it." The researchers nodded in understanding. No wonder they migrated en masse outside the city. Simultaneously, she revealed another bombshell. The electric-eating insects, now in their breeding phase, serve as a substantial nourishment for zombies. The elite individuals before her grasped the implication immediately. "You mean to say that this will accelerate the zombies' evolution?" "Indeed. At an alarming rate," she emphasized. "In less than half a month, we will essentially face an army of level 1 zombies." The expressions of both researchers and soldiers shifted dramatically. Chapter 37. The plan is taking shape, the leading warrior murmured. We encountered a more formidable type of zombie, possessing greater agility and offensive capabilities. During that encounter, we lost 3 comrades. Is that the level 1 zombie? The researcher's complexion paled. If a large number of level 1 zombies were to emerge, the situation would become exceedingly dire. Tu Xiaobai refrained from responding. To the survivors. This apocalyptic calamity seemed relatively mild. After all, zombies were not particularly hard to deal with. However, only she, as someone who had experienced it firsthand, understood that this was merely the beginning. Marked by the emergence of the electric-eating worm, each transformation of the apocalypse caught the survivors off guard. With a peak in casualties occurring almost every few months, humanity resembled a sluggish elder, perpetually trailing behind the changes with a sense of delayed realization. The heavy toll had already been exacted before her demise in the previous life. The latest statistics indicated that the number of survivors in her homeland had plummeted to a mere 500 million, not to mention the sparsely populated nations, where all traces of existence had been utterly erased. She harbored no grand aspirations. Her foremost priority upon this second chance was to strive for her own survival. Yet, when the opportunity arose, she was also willing to lend a helping hand to others. While her thoughts wandered, the researchers and warriors had engaged in swift, hushed discussions. Miss Tu, they spoke earnestly. Do you know the maximum capacity of this bunker? Now, the matter at hand. She maintained her composure, producing a sheet of paper to jot down her thoughts, having just inspected the dormitory, disregarding living conditions. It is feasible to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals in a single dormitory. Other rooms can also serve as living quarters. Therefore, if we are merely taking in survivors temporarily, accommodating 1 to 200 individuals is manageable. Their expressions brightened slightly. However, this was not her ultimate intention, thus she immediately added, but this is not a long-term solution. We cannot ascertain how long this apocalypse will endure, and I can assure you it will not conclude in the short term. The leading warrior countered. The government is already researching medications targeting the zombie virus. You must have faith in our nation's capabilities. She offered a wry smile, choosing not to dispute this point, but rather posed a thought-provoking question. Are you certain that the apocalypse is solely about zombies? Everyone's expressions shifted. Yet, it was still too early to delve into such discussions. Ignoring their eager gazes, she redirected the conversation back to the bunker. Thus, I prefer to devise a long-term plan for life in the bunker. A solid rear base will enable us to face various situations with greater composure. You have a valid point. The researcher concurred. We have half a month to prepare. Another researcher inquired, Miss Tu, do you have the confidence to swiftly expand the bunker's capacity? She nodded, encircling a region on her paper. I propose a dual approach. After elaborating on her plan, the researchers and warriors transitioned from initial calmness to growing excitement, and upon her conclusion, they could scarcely restrain themselves from springing to their feet. The researcher murmured, if this plan succeeds, the survivors around Low City will have a safe haven. Another added, perhaps it may even extend to more distant areas. Observing their resolute expressions, Tu Xiaobai realized that the plan was fundamentally set in motion. However, she had one crucial matter at hand. Gentlemen, I have heard of the esteemed reputation of the Xinjiang Research Institute. In this apocalypse, your research is of paramount importance. I believe relocating the research facility to a safer location is imperative. What are your thoughts? The 2 researchers were taken aback. You wish for the institute to move to the bunker? Is this place not adequate? She smiled. The 2 hesitated. We cannot decide on this matter. We must return and deliberate first. Noticing their exchanged glances with the warriors, she understood her previous suspicions were correct. The Xinjiang Research Institute undoubtedly had the backing of the government. She nodded in understanding. Very well. I earnestly request that the Xinjiang Research Institute relocate to the bunker, and I hope for a prompt response. This matter cannot be rushed, the researcher replied honestly. It is more pressing to cooperate in expanding the bunker. Agreed. Regardless of whether they ultimately declined to join, having assistance in constructing the bunker would still be beneficial for her. Their visit was primarily to ascertain the authenticity of the bunker, and now, with results in hand, they were eager to return. After seeing them off, she glanced at the sky before turning back to the mountains to hunt zombies. For 2 consecutive days, she deliberately created scenarios where she faced multiple foes. Amidst the perilous encounters, the invisible barriers restricting her immense power gradually began to loosen. A tremor coursed through her body as she felt a surge of energy flowing through every muscle, inciting an exhilarating desire to laugh toward the heavens. Beep. The host has successfully leveled up to level 2. Beep. Rare beast number 1 has successfully leveled up to level 2. Suddenly, she recalled that during her previous upgrade, it had also occurred in this manner. She had just leveled up when number 1 followed suit. Could it be that it had been capable of leveling up all along, merely constrained by her own level? She surmised that this hypothesis was quite plausible. After all, many games operated similarly, where a pet's level could not surpass that of its owner. In her elation from the recent upgrade, she jokingly patted number 1, saying, "Looks like I've been holding you back. I apologize." Number 1 tilted its head slightly, suddenly mimicking her, and playfully patted her twice. "Ouch," she exclaimed, clutching her arm, both amused and pained. "Do you even realize your own strength? That hurts." A level 2 zombie could easily shatter a 30-centimeter steel plate with a single punch. Thankfully, it was not in a combat state, or that strike could have left her with a fracture. She grumbled, and number 1 immediately withdrew its hand, standing still like a statue, confusion evident in its dark eyes. It then dawned on her that level 2 zombies, in addition to possessing superior attributes and more agile joints, also had slightly improved vision. Level 0 and level 1 zombies were akin to blindfolded beings, while level 2 zombies had the equivalent of 500-degree myopia. No wonder she perceived its gaze to be more alert. After rubbing her arm until the pain subsided, she smiled. "Let us go. We need to adapt to this upgrade." She ventured once more into the mountains. With 2 level 2 allies, her confidence soared. Utilizing Mo Daitsong's abilities to communicate with the main group, she indicated that she might not return that night before heading deeper into the mountains. The deeper she ventured, the more electric-eating worms appeared, naturally attracting zombies to this area. Likewise, the evolved zombies were more prevalent. And indeed, she soon encountered several level 1 zombies. After ascending to level 2, she found that not only could she discharge electricity at will from various parts of her body, but her endurance had also significantly increased, allowing her to delay her attacks. It was as though a surge of energy could exist outside her body for a time, ready to erupt with just a thought, akin to a concealed trap. Thus, dispatching level 1 zombies became considerably easier. Her face finally flushed with excitement as she successfully crystallized blood from a series of level 1 zombies. Chapter 38. Attempting awakening. Tu Xiaobai calculated that she currently possessed 7 blood crystals. These crystals could induce the awakening of supernatural abilities and accelerate their upgrade. However, the former was a matter of chance, with some individuals consuming several crystals without achieving awakening. As for the latter, the quantity of crystals required for each level increased exponentially. And there was also the risk of an unstable foundation. Based on her experiences from her previous life, those who heavily relied on blood crystals for upgrades often lacked the power and stability of those who relied on their own efforts. Thus, it was more beneficial to use them to stimulate awakening. 7 crystals were not an insignificant amount, but they could entice the residents of the bunker to spend. She issued a new announcement. The bunker is offering a limited opportunity for experiments in supernatural ability awakening. Success is not guaranteed, and there are no side effects. Each individual may attempt awakening up to 3 times, with each attempt costing 500 contribution points. There are 7 slots available for this experiment. First come, first served. Interested parties, please contact Tu Xiaobai. 3 attempts. This conclusion was drawn from countless experiments in her previous life. The success rate of awakening through blood crystals diminished with increasing attempts. Beyond 3, continued usage was essentially wasteful. She could only hope that among this batch of individuals, several would awaken abilities, even if they were of a special nature. Perhaps as the owner of a cunning system, she had also caught the trait of a shrewd merchant. The price was steep, but not entirely unattainable. Therefore, when she saw Gongjua waiting for her outside the door the next morning, she was not surprised at all. For the most industrious residents of the bunker, 500 contribution points was something they could manage with a bit of grit. Naturally, the allure of becoming a supernatural being was far more enticing. Indeed, Gongjua immediately expressed his desire to purchase an opportunity to attempt awakening. He swiftly swiped his smartwatch to deduct 500 contribution points, and upon hearing the system notification, income, 50 gold coins, source, Gongjua, she beamed with delight. Yes, she finally had 61 gold coins again. "Come in," she said, her tone more enthusiastic as she addressed Gongjua. After all, he was a significant client. She invited him to sit in the living room and retrieved a blood crystal. The dark red crystal reflected the light, as if something was swirling within. Gongjua's expression was somewhat anxious. "Do not be nervous. You may feel a bit uncomfortable shortly. But," she pondered for a moment, selecting a suitably comforting phrase, "it will pass." He appeared even more apprehensive. However, Gongzhou soon declared, "I am ready." "Well done," for he was once a firefighter. She nodded approvingly and instructed him to extend his hand. With swift precision, she sliced his palm with a knife. Blood gushed forth, and she quickly pressed the blood crystal against the wound, commanding, "Hold on tight." Gongzhou instinctively curled his fingers, clutching the crystal tightly. Stained with his own blood. Close your eyes, focus on your feelings. Awakening supernatural abilities was an enigmatic process, and she could not provide further guidance. Everything now rested on him. She quietly sat beside him, her gaze intensely fixed on his face. After 5 or 6 minutes, his expression suddenly contorted in agony, as if trapped in a dreadful nightmare. He thrashed about desperately, gasping for air, yet it seemed he could not catch his breath. His complexion shifted from pale to red, then to purple, as if he were on the brink of suffocation. Yet, she wore a look of joy. It was not the unusual symptoms that frightened her, but rather the silence. Most individuals who awaken their abilities through their own efforts often entered a profound state during life and death moments. While the blood crystal method posed no real danger to life, it would induce various near-death hallucinations, typically corresponding to the nature of the supernatural ability. So what would his ability be? With a sudden jolt, Gongzhou opened his eyes wide and instinctively drew a deep breath. His tightly clenched fingers unfurled, and the wound on his palm healed, leaving behind a transparent blood crystal that rolled to the ground, shattering into countless fragments with a crack. I. He seemed unable to believe it, looking to Tu Xiaobai for help. She rose with delight, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Uncle Gong. You have successfully awakened." "Really? I have powers now." "Indeed. If you don't believe it, go outside and test it." "All right, let's go." She opened the door, only to be startled by a crowd outside, peering in with eager anticipation. Upon seeing the door open, their eyes lit up like searchlights, all glancing over her shoulder. Clearly, everyone was aware of Gongzhou's attempt to awaken and had gathered to await news. She smiled brightly. "Come, let us see Uncle Gong's newfound powers." "Did it really work?" Do I have a chance to?" "You should first gather 500 contribution points before saying anything." Frustrated, one exclaimed, "I should have worked harder earlier." Amidst the chatter, they all exited the bunker, eagerly looking at Gongzhou. He extended both hands, and moments later, 2 stones flew from his grasp, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise that conveyed their immense power. "Earth-based ability," she announced to the crowd. A chorus of small cheers erupted, and Gongzhou stared at his hands in disbelief. She too felt a wave of sentiment. Indeed, the attributes of supernatural abilities were closely related to one's character. Gongzhou had always been a silent yet reliable presence. While Luya and Sheng Shuzi acted as protectors during missions, Gongzhou quietly bore the responsibility of safeguarding everyone. Thus, it was no surprise that he awakened an earth-based ability, a category renowned for its formidable protective qualities. Advanced earth-based supernatural beings were even dubbed immortal warriors. With a sense of reassurance, she said, "Uncle Gong, from now on, everyone's safety outside will be entrusted to you, as a bearer of supernatural abilities." He naturally understood the nature of the power within him, nodding vigorously in agreement. "I will. Xiaya, ensure Uncle Gong gets plenty of practice opportunities when we venture out. Once he grows stronger, you will all be able to face level 1 zombies with greater ease." "All right, I understand." Everyone chimed in. "Let us hurry and take on a mission." Yes. There are still 6 attempts left. I must seize one." I will soon have 500 contribution points." "I am next." Inspired by Gongzhou's awakening, the group set off with renewed vigor. Yet, she felt a lingering gaze filled with resentment. Looking up, she found it belonged to Nian Luoluo. Remembering how he had just spent 100 contribution points to rent a level 2 dormitory, she suspected he might now lack enough points to exchange for blood crystals, and she could not help but chuckle. It was not her fault. She had not anticipated suddenly acquiring 4 blood crystals. "Keep it up. There are 6 opportunities left. With some effort, you might still catch up," she encouraged him. Nian Luoluo quickened his pace, clearly determined to strive for success. Meanwhile, she heard commotion coming from the direction of the highway and headed over to investigate. Chapter 39. Special Mission 2 trucks were parked on the road, but unlike ordinary vehicles, they bore peculiar contraptions at both the front and rear, lending them a rather comical appearance. Tu Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter one of delight. She recognized these trucks as belonging to the Xianchang Research Institute. Sure enough, a figure emerged from the passenger seat, one of the soldiers who had led the charge that day. He approached, saluted sharply, and stated solemnly, "Captain Zheng Weiguo of the Southeast Military Region's 1st Corps Falcon Team, reporting to you. Good day, Captain Zeng. What brings you here? Your previous suggestion was reported to the Central Command. Following discussions, the Central Authority has made the decision to advance the construction of the bunker. These 2 trucks are filled with metal scrap collected as per your request. My comrades are still gathering more, but our transport capacity is currently limited and will require additional time. Your efforts are much appreciated. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the overflowing metal in the open truck beds. Ever since she learned that metal scrap could be exchanged for gold coins, she had been devising a plan. Just imagine how much metal could be salvaged from the partially collapsed city. Yet, due to the influence of the insect eggs, the existing vehicles were rendered unusable. Although she recognized that Luocheng was a treasure trove, she lacked the means to exploit it fully. But now, with the zombies preoccupied with seeking out insect eggs, and with the assistance of the military, she could seize the opportunity to maximize her profits. With funds in hand, the construction of the bunker would naturally accelerate. It was as if she could already envision a shower of gold coins descending upon her. Unable to contain her joy, her tone lightened considerably. Please drive the trucks directly to the bunker entrance. Captain Zeng readily complied and invited her to join him in the vehicle. She accepted without hesitation. Upon arrival, she noticed that the elderly researcher she had encountered before had also come along. She recalled his name was Fong Chun. Dr. Fong, you are here as well. She greeted him warmly. Miss Tu, I come with a mission today, Fong Chun replied, his demeanor charming despite the gravity of his role as a researcher. I hope to count on your assistance. Of course, please elaborate. A thrill surged through her as she sensed that the so-called mission was related to the future of the Xian Chang Research Institute. Sure enough, Fong Chun soon clarified his purpose. The institute was keen to relocate to a more secure environment, yet several challenges lay ahead. The most significant hurdle was the machinery and data, which represented decades of hard work. Many researchers would rather perish than abandon their life's work. Furthermore, the number of personnel at the institute was greater than she had anticipated. There were 57 principal researchers, with many more assistants and staff, totaling over 150. They were determined not to leave anyone behind, which posed a challenge to the bunker's capacity to accommodate them. Even if these issues were resolved, the researchers would still require suitable facilities to continue their work. As she absorbed this information, she was about to respond when the system notification chimed in first. Special mission activated. Special mission. Request from researchers. Survivors with research skills require a new workplace. Fulfilling their requirements will secure their agreement to join your bunker. Reward. For each resident with research skills, the efficiency of the bunker's public facilities will increase by 1. Friendly reminder, architectural blueprints are available for purchase in the marketplace. Upon reading this lengthy notification, her expression shifted from surprise to dismay. A premonition of trouble settling in. She opened the marketplace and conducted a search for blueprints. Instantly, a plethora of items appeared before her. Laboratories, kindergartens, gyms. The variety was astounding, yet the prices were exorbitant. The mercenary nature of the system remained unchanged, with each blueprint costing a staggering 25 gold coins. Could this unscrupulous system have sensed her impending fortune and sought to extract her wealth? Though she grumbled inwardly, she could not abandon the Xian Chang Research Institute. You need not worry about living and working spaces. I can manage that. As for the transportation of equipment, we will devise a solution together. Fong Chun nodded repeatedly, pleased that he had not misjudged her capabilities. Yet, he found it curious that her voice had carried an undercurrent of distress, as if she were reluctantly parting with something dear. While they conversed, Zheng Weigua and 2 other comrades had already begun unloading metal from the trucks. Just as she was about to toss the items into the bunker, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to summon Number 1. Moments later, it emerged from the mountains. Now at level 2, Number 1 no longer needed to hop, and thus Zheng Weigua and the others initially failed to recognize its true identity. As Number 1 approached, Fong Chun caught a glimpse of its greenish skin and gasped, a zombie. In an instant, the 3 soldiers raised their weapons. Do not shoot. It's a misunderstanding, she exclaimed, positioning herself protectively in front of Number 1. This is a controlled zombie. It poses no danger. Number 1 obediently stood behind her, though its height still allowed everyone to see its head. Fong Chun, filled with a mix of fear and astonishment, stammered, Am I seeing things? Does it seem to have expressions? Is it truly able to express itself? Zheng Weigua's eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing the soldier's weapons slightly lowering, she turned to Number 1. Indeed, with its facial muscles now softened, it no longer communicated solely through its gaze. Its expression was now one of palpable grievance. I apologize. I neglected to inform you in advance, she explained, then turned to Number 1. Go find Luya and bring everyone here. Number 1 nodded slightly and dashed towards the greenhouse. Its speed, now comparable to that of a car, left everyone in awe as it vanished in the blink of an eye. How remarkable, Fang Chun mused. I have only witnessed the ferocity of zombies before. I never imagined one could be as obedient as a puppy. She furrowed her brow. Though she often found Number 1's demeanor reminiscent of a large dog, she felt inexplicably irked by the comparison. Number 1 has saved my life on multiple occasions. It has fought alongside me, she retorted defensively. Fang Chun's expression faltered, quickly realizing his faux pas. My apologies, I should not have said that. It's fine. While her face remained impassive, her heart brimmed with frustration. What was she doing? In the system's perception, Number 1 was indeed akin to a pet. Yet she had found herself earnestly defending it as if it were of great significance. Irritated with herself, she lapsed into silence. Fang Chun and Zhang Weiguo exchanged glances but said nothing further. As they resumed helping with the unloading, Fang Chun quietly inquired, Did I offend Miss Tu? Not your fault. Who would have thought someone could harbor such feelings for a zombie? Zhang Weiguo replied, frowning. Unbeknownst to them, Tu Xiaobai, now a level 2 ability user, had heightened senses and overheard their whispered conversation. Feelings for Number 1, she thought, taken aback, followed by a wave of displeasure. Impossible. Zombies are the archenemies of humanity. I merely regard it as useful while it remains obedient. If it ever breaks free of my control, I would personally eliminate it. Reassured by her unwavering resolve, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, a group of individuals appeared in the distance. Chapter 40. Spending money like water. Fang Chun and the others looked over and recognized the group as Luya and her companions. Tu Xiaobai narrowed her eyes and approached them first, asking, What has happened? She keenly observed that everyone appeared a bit disheveled. We encountered a level 1 zombie, Luya replied. Before she could elaborate further, Fang Chun and Zhang Weiguo's expressions darkened. It seemed that the zombies had indeed evolved, reinforcing their belief in Tu Xiaobai's predictions. However, her primary concern was for the others. Did you manage to kill it? Is anyone injured? Fortunately, we did manage to kill it, Luya said, clasping her hands together in gratitude. Thanks to Uncle Gong, although he is exhausted now. It was no wonder that Gong Zhu had needed assistance. Encountering a level 1 zombie so soon after awakening his abilities must have been quite a challenge for him. Yet, she felt a sense of relief, believing that Gong Zhu would undoubtedly become an exceptional Earth-based ability user in the future. Number 1, please carry Uncle Gong back to his room, she instructed. Upon hearing this, Number 1 remained still. Looking up, Tu Xiaobai thought it was rather unexpected that he was unresponsive. However, Number 1 walked over to Gong Zhu, turned around, and bent down. She felt a weight lift from her heart, as long as he was obedient. After ensuring Gong Zhu was returned safely, she inquired, Has everyone completed today's tasks? The group nodded in affirmation. She smiled, That's splendid. Do you see these medals? Please help me throw them into the bunker. As soon as she finished speaking, the group reacted. Sheng Shizi laughed. Are you giving us contribution points? She shrugged her shoulders, feeling immensely pleased. Humph, the greedy system was coveting her wallet. But she could also accumulate coins. By discarding the metal waste into the bunker, she would only receive 0.5 gold coins for every 50 kilograms. However, by this method, while everyone earned extra contribution points, she could also make a profit in gold coins to exchange later. With 2 truckloads of metal waste, she ultimately earned 170 gold coins, bringing her total to 231. She truly experienced what it meant to become wealthy in a single day. If it weren't for the need to maintain the image of the bunker owner, she would have danced with joy. The residents also enjoyed a surge of contribution points. Yet they were thoroughly exhausted, their arms feeling as limp as noodles. Someone mumbled, I really want to take a shower and soak in a bath. Resident Wish task activated. Resident Wish, public bathhouse. The residents eagerly anticipate a hot shower, and the responsible bunker owner must fulfill their reasonable request. Please construct a public bathhouse. 01. Reward, unlocking the bunker satisfaction system. Friendly reminder, vacant shops can be utilized in conjunction with mall blueprints. There is nothing the system cannot achieve if only you can imagine it. Looking at the enticing offer, she had no doubt that this unscrupulous merchant of a system was displeased with her newfound wealth. After mentally calculating her expenses, she felt a pang akin to tasting sour plums, her expression twisting in discomfort. The blueprint for the public bathhouse was priced at 15 gold coins. To utilize it with the vacant shops, an additional 25 gold coins were required. Once operational, besides the daily energy consumption, each use would incur an extra 0.1 energy per resident. Goodness, not only was she spending her money, but she was also using her energy. Tu Xiaobai felt a rebellious urge rising within her. However, after sending Zheng Weiguo and Fang Chun off, she clutched her chest and purchased the blueprint, along with the laboratory. Opening the construction interface, she first built 2 adjacent vacant shops as per the blueprint requirements, then used the public bathhouse blueprint. Public bathhouse accommodates 20 people simultaneously, consuming 0.1 energy per person per hour, with daily maintenance of 10 energy. Gasping in disbelief, she continued to check the details of the public bathhouse. To her slight relief, it was indeed a paid service. She set the usage fee at 1 contribution point per person, and for any usage exceeding 1 hour. An additional charge of 1 contribution point would apply every half hour, with a minimum charge of half an hour for any duration under 30 minutes. Once she announced the opening of the public bathhouse, everyone rushed to the left side of the second basement to see the spectacle. We can shower now. Not only that, we can soak too. I'm skipping dinner. I only wipe with water every day. Today, I want to wash thoroughly. The temptation of a comfortable bath was irresistible, and nearly everyone chose to spend 1 contribution point to take a shower. Beep. Resident wish. Public bathhouse completed. Bunker satisfaction system officially opened. Current satisfaction, 63. She frowned slightly. Was the satisfaction merely passing? Opening the system interface, she noticed that each resident's name now had an emoji next to it. Most were light green smiles, while Liu displayed a deep green laughter. Amidst the sea of green, one yellow pouting face stood out prominently. It belonged to the mother with a baby. Clicking on that yellow head revealed no explanation for the dissatisfaction, only a prompt stating, "This resident seems to have a need." Then why don't you tell me what the need is? However, no matter how much she complained, the system remained unresponsive. Fine, she would just have to wait until the resident finished bathing to inquire further. Setting this matter aside for the moment, she turned her attention to the laboratory blueprint. To her shock, 1 laboratory required 4 vacant shops. The pain was almost unbearable. Had it not been for Zheng Weiguo's promise to deliver more metal tomorrow, she might have postponed the construction of the laboratory altogether. Glancing at the current bunker map, she did not want the laboratory to be mixed with the dormitory area. Thus, she spent 1 gold coin to extend 2 elevators down 1 level, and then constructed 4 vacant shops at the far left of the 3rd basement. Using the laboratory blueprint, she confirmed, laboratory, daily maintenance consumes 30 energy. Goodness, the daily consumption was substantial. She rushed down to take a look and had to admit that, while the system was unscrupulous, the end product was indeed impressive. The laboratory, styled in a metallic fashion, was divided into 5 rooms, fully equipped with basic tools like test tubes, microscopes, and freezers. After surveying the area, she felt quite satisfied. As for whether the new Chung Research Institute would be pleased, she would find out tomorrow when Fang Chun came to inspect. After all this fuss, she was left with only 41 gold coins. In 2 lifetimes, she finally understood what it meant to spend money like water. She longed to save these coins, but the reality was harsh. Attention, energy supply is insufficient. Please construct or upgrade a small power plant. The system was truly adept at forcing her to spend. Tearfully, she relocated the small power plant from the 1st basement to the 3rd basement opposite the laboratory and constructed a new one alongside it. After merging them, she received a level 2 small power plant occupying 8 squares. Level 2 small power plant provides 85 energy daily. Calculating the benefits, it produced 15 more energy daily than 2 small power plants combined, which was a worthwhile investment. She had 34 gold coins remaining, but she could see through the system. Once the personnel from the new Qing Research Institute moved in, other public facilities would undoubtedly raise alarms as well. Since money wouldn't last, she decided to take precautions. She built another one next to the water purification station, selected to merge it, and the 1st basement now boasted a level 2 water purification station. Level 2 water purification station, daily consumption 10 energy, provides 60 servings of clean water. With her savings reduced by 7, she was left with a pitiful 27 coins. Tu Xiaobai, coughing up blood meme. However, she was pleasantly surprised when, by evening, someone came to replenish her wallet. Chapter 41. Grand construction after taking a warm bath. Tu Xiaobai collapsed onto the sofa, releasing a contented sigh. The pain endured while constructing the public bathhouse was now forgotten, replaced by the sheer comfort of relaxation. Indeed, a hot bath is an exquisite remedy for fatigue. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Reluctantly, she rose to answer it. And before she could see who it was, a pungent odor assaulted her senses. Previously, everyone had a bit of a scent, and living in Baoshi, they had grown accustomed to it, showing no disdain for one another. However, now that most had bathed thoroughly, The sudden whiff of unpleasantness made her wrinkle her nose. As she focused her gaze, she was taken aback to find it was Nian Luoluo. The young man, brooding and sensitive, immediately sensed her subtle distaste. Lowering his head and shifting uncomfortably. Yet, he did not leave. He stood there in silence. After a moment's thought, she conjectured his purpose and inquired, "Would you like to attempt awakening your abilities?" Nian Luoluo nodded gently. "Come in," she beckoned, welcoming him into the living room. The youth, entering another's domain, appeared visibly anxious. His furtive glances akin to a startled animal ready to flee. She chose not to engage in idle chatter, steering directly to the point. Contribution points? Nian Luoluo promptly lifted his arm, and she swiped away 500 contribution points. Producing a blood crystal, she grabbed a small knife with her right hand. "Are you afraid of pain?" she asked, unable to suppress a gentle warning as she observed his endearing demeanor. It might be somewhat uncomfortable. "I am not afraid of pain." He finally spoke, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. A glance revealed the reason for his disheveled appearance. He had likely toiled all day to gather enough contribution points. As she reached out to grasp his hand, he instinctively flinched, recoiling slightly before freezing in place. Looking up, she noticed his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he fought to endure. In that moment, when he had attempted to withdraw, she had instinctively tightened her grip, causing his sleeve to ride up slightly, revealing delicate scars on his wrist. Squinting, she examined the faint marks, and upon observing his tightly pressed lips, she understood his restrained emotions. She made a swift incision on his palm and pressed the blood crystal into the wound. "Hold tight, and close your eyes," she instructed. Stepping back, she studied Nian Luoluo. The pressure from the shard intensified the pain, yet he seemed to relax a fraction. Was it due to the cessation of contact with others? Her expression turned contemplative as she recalled the first moment she had noticed him, a bloodied youth holding a gun. The implications of his actions all too clear. Yet, in this world of chaos, who among them did not harbor resentment? Those capable of vengeance she would not intervene with. Her concern lay solely with her own territory. However, curiosity about Nian Luoluo had begun to burgeon within her. Yet now was not the time for such thoughts. She observed the perpetually calm boy, her brow furrowing deeper with concern. 10 minutes elapsed without incident. "All right, open your eyes," she sighed softly, signaling for him to release his grip. The wound vanished. The blood crystal altered in hue, but Nian Luoluo felt no surge of power. Gazing at the scattered shards of crystal, realization dawned upon him, and his lips began to tremble. With immense effort, he managed to articulate, "Did I fail?" Feeling a pang of sympathy, she could only speak the truth. Upon seeing her nod, the color swiftly drained from his face. After a moment of silence, she offered a feeble consolation, "Do not dwell on it. You still have 2 more chances." With his head bowed, he nodded slightly and departed. She watched him traverse the elevator hall toward his room, letting out a deep sigh. The night passed in silence. The following day, Zheng Weiguo and Fang Chun returned, bringing along 2 trucks filled with metal. They instructed everyone to complete their tasks before collecting the items, and she invited Fang Chun to tour the laboratory. "Perfect, absolutely perfect," Fang Chun exclaimed, marveling at the professionalism of the Bunker S laboratory. "May I take a few pictures?" "Of course," she replied, pleased by his attitude. As the disappointment over Nian Luoluo's failure began to dissipate, she sensed that the Xinjiang Research Institute would soon relocate. Zheng Weiguo also carried another piece of news. "Starting tomorrow, my comrades will arrive to construct the surface shelter. I hope you can assist us generously." "Certainly," she readily agreed, acknowledging that they were all working towards the same goal of saving more lives. On that day, the metal scrap sent by Zheng Weiguo earned her 192 gold coins, restoring her wealth to 269. However, this fortune did not linger long. A few days later, Fang Chun conveyed that the Xinjiang Research Institute had made the decision to move. The list provided by the Xinjiang Research Institute comprised 156 individuals, indicating a significant increase in the Bunker S population. Consequently, she needed to construct numerous dormitories. Carefully reorganizing the bunker, she relocated the elevator, dividing the space into 3 sections: left, center, and right. She moved the level 2 cafeteria from the far right of the second basement to the left, designating that area for public facilities. The center would serve as the dormitory area, with the right side allocated for level 2 dormitories. The dormitory area expanded from 8 rooms, arranged in pairs, to 12 rooms on each side of the corridor on 1 floor. Furthermore, she extended the dormitory down to the 8th basement, resulting in a total of 96 rooms. Not only would this accommodate the newcomers from the Xinjiang Research Institute, but it also left 6 vacancies. The construction of the new dormitories and the elevator consumed 89 gold coins, yet that was merely the beginning. The Level 2 cafeteria could serve 60 individuals 3 meals a day, necessitating an increase in dining facilities. Thus, she constructed 2 additional Level 2 cafeterias on the 4th and 6th basements, costing 20 gold coins. As the population and rooms increased, water purification and power generation facilities also required expansion. Consequently, she built 2 Level 2 water purification stations on the 5th and 7th basements and a Level 2 power plant on the 8th basement, depleting another 42 gold coins. The thrill of spending lavishly was exhilarating, provided one did not focus on the rapidly diminishing balance. Gazing at the bustling center of the bunker, she felt a surge of pride. It was a structure she had painstakingly built. With the rooms prepared, she notified the personnel from Xinjiang that they could begin to arrive. Once she concluded all these tasks, she finally found time to have a heartfelt conversation with the discontented residents of the bunker. Chapter 42. A mother's wish. The mother with the baby, named in Jiating, struck Tu Xiaobai as a woman of gentle disposition, speaking in soft tones, seemingly devoid of anger, with her primary concern being her child. Thus, she was somewhat taken aback. What grievances could she possibly have regarding the bunker? As others finished their meals and busied themselves with their own affairs, and Jiating remained, slowly feeding her child, prompting Tu Xiaobai to sit down beside her. And Jiating, slightly surprised, soon broke into a smile. Xiaobai, do you need something from me? Yes, sister, and currently, our bunker has only one child, dummy. I was wondering if you were comfortable living here. She replied, her demeanor warm and inviting. As soon as the words left her lips, she noticed a flicker of hesitation on Jiating's face. Indeed, her suspicion was confirmed, and Jiating's dissatisfaction was related to her child. Observing her continued uncertainty, she added, I have no experience with children myself, so I may not fully grasp the challenges. If there is anything inconvenient, please feel free to tell me. I will do my utmost to address it. Well, may I bring it up? And Jiating inquired cautiously. Please do, Tu Xiaobai encouraged. The purpose of establishing this bunker was to provide everyone with a semblance of normalcy in their living conditions. As long as the requests are reasonable, I will strive to meet them. Indeed, none of us anticipated how quickly you managed to set up a public bath. Xiaobai, you are truly kind-hearted. What improvements do you think the bunker could benefit from, sister? With newfound determination, and Jiating, albeit bashfully, began, everything else is quite satisfactory, but children grow rapidly. And mine requires new clothing and shoes. Clothing can be modified from adult garments, but I lack the skill to make shoes. Tu Xiaobai glanced at the child's feet, which were wiggling about. Currently, Dumi could only crawl, thus shoes were not an immediate necessity, however. And Jiating's faint smile returned as she reiterated, children do grow quickly. I understand, she nodded, you require clothing and footwear. Is there anything else? There is one more thing. After a moment's hesitation, her maternal instinct prevailed. Xiaobai, you are a capable person. Could you enlighten me on what the future holds? Will children still have the opportunity for education? It was clear that a mother's concerns extended far into the future, as she already fretted over Dumi's educational prospects. Tu Xiaobai was acutely aware that the apocalypse would not end swiftly. The very fabric of civilized society was under siege, and the educational system was on the brink of collapse. And Jiating was not merely being alarmist. After thoughtful consideration, she replied, I cannot provide a definitive answer regarding education at this moment. Establishing a classroom is not difficult. The challenge lies in securing qualified instructors. However, rest assured, I have taken note of your concerns. You need not worry too much. I have already negotiated with the military, and soon a shelter will be erected outside the bunker, gradually gathering nearby survivors. I will keep an eye out for individuals suitable for teaching. Of course, it cannot compare to a formal school, but with our collective efforts, life in the bunker will undoubtedly improve. Wouldn't you agree, sisterin? And Jiating appeared quite pleased, nodding vigorously. Yes. Together we shall strive. Xiaobai, I am truly fortunate to reside in this bunker. A beep sounded in her ear. Resident wish, clothing needs. Basic necessities of life include food, shelter, and clothing. Official residents require shoes, hats, and clothing. Please address this need promptly. Reward, satisfaction 5, resident wish, educational prosperity, a full granary fosters respect for etiquette. Official residents have expressed a desire for education. Please establish an educational system promptly. Reward, learning ability 2. The first wish was easily fulfilled. She accessed the construction interface and established an empty shop adjacent to the broadcasting room on the second sublevel. Subsequently, She spent 15 gold coins to purchase the blueprint for a clothing store, and upon use, she acquired a clothing shop. Selecting the merchandise categories of adult apparel, children's clothing, and footwear, she confirmed and was met with the system prompt. This range of merchandise requires a monthly supply of 30 gold coins. Do you wish to confirm? The range can be modified once a month. She inhaled sharply, hesitating. It seemed likely that she would incur losses. However, upon further reflection, the system would not provide a satisfaction rating without merit. It was prudent to enhance it for peace of mind. Gritting her teeth, she clicked confirm and then scurried down to the second sublevel to inspect her new venture. The products delivered by the mercenary system did not disappoint. The compact shop, though modest in size, was well appointed with clothing, hats, shoes, and socks. While the styles were limited, they sufficed for daily life. Prices ranged from 10 to 15 contribution points, offering good quality at reasonable rates. Nodding in satisfaction, she disseminated the news of the clothing store's establishment to everyone's smartwatches. That very night, the residents flocked to the shop. However, most merely browsed without making purchases, as many were still accumulating the requisite 500 contribution points. Clothing, after all, could be mended and reused for years. Only Jiating selected several outfits for her child, and after making her purchase, she came over to express her gratitude. Amidst her thanks, Tu Xiaobai heard the system notification. Beep, resident wish, clothing needs fulfilled. Bunker satisfaction 5, current satisfaction 68. Glancing at the resident interface, she noticed that Jiating's expression had transformed into a gentle green smile, appearing far more harmonious. The following day, as she exited the bunker, she spotted 2 trucks parked nearby. Today, Zhang Weiguo had not brought metal scrap, but rather a load of materials, accompanied by another truck filled with soldiers. Everyone had heard about the plans to construct a shelter above ground, and it was rare for them not to rush off to complete tasks first thing in the morning. They lingered instead to observe. Zhang Weiguo approached her with design plans in hand. Upon seeing the intricate blueprints, she realized that the government intended to establish a long-term shelter reliant on the bunker, with the entire project divided into several phases to ensure thorough completion. According to the plans, an administrative building for the Shelter Management Committee would be erected at the bunker entrance, utilizing the structure for additional camouflage to maximize safety. The shelter, radiating outward from the bunker entrance, was designed in concentric rings, each level equipped with a separately controllable defense system, reinforcing security at every layer. She had no objections to this design, and Zhang Weiguo and his comrades prepared to commence construction. Simultaneously, the system issued another task. Construction Task 6. In this chaotic world, everyone longs for a secure dwelling. Expanding the bunker's influence through the establishment of a surface safety zone is imperative. Please create a surface safety zone 01. Reward: bunker entrance blueprint, accompanied by a virtual image of the safety zone. It was evident that it was based on Zhang Weiguo's design, but highlighted certain areas in red, denoting requirements from the system task. This task posed no significant challenge. Yet the ultimate reward piqued her interest. The bunker entrance. Was it as she suspected? Chapter 43. The first zombie tied the construction of the refuge was originally Tu Xiaobai's plan, but with the introduction of the system's mission, her resolve intensified. The safety zone demanded by the system appeared to overlap with the refuge, yet the requirements to fulfill each were entirely distinct. The warriors utilized the latest building materials and technologies, employing a modular construction method. They simply assembled the structures like building blocks, applying a special solution at the seams. And within 2 hours, a sturdy dwelling was ready. Although the internal layout was rather simplistic, having a safe shelter from the elements during the apocalypse was more than sufficient. And no one would dare to ask for more. Meanwhile, the system's construction tasks outlined various explicit requirements. Tu Xiaobai promptly issued a collection mission to the bunker residents, offering contribution points as rewards, which naturally invigorated their spirits. After just 1 day of fervent construction, the Xianchang Research Institute began its relocation. Precious instruments and materials were meticulously escorted by researchers, transported in successive trips to the bunker. Following them were the staff members of the institute. Tu Xiaobai found herself overwhelmed with the task of registering them, yet witnessing the rapid influx of bunker residents filled her with immense satisfaction. This time, she also gained a renewed appreciation for the system's intelligence. The daily tasks assigned to the researchers were largely related to their laboratory work, such as utilizing the microscope thrice, seamlessly overlapping with their job responsibilities, thus ensuring their basic needs were met. In addition, they received experimental assignments not available to other residents, which were of a long-term nature. The researchers were ecstatic upon receiving these tasks, reportedly finding inspiration in their objectives, which provided a clearer direction for their research endeavors. In summary, after the move, they adapted with remarkable ease and were even more motivated. Simultaneously, she accomplished a special task, request from the Research Institute, resulting in a 57% increase in daily production efficiency for the small power plant and water purification station, as everyone raced against time amid the apocalypse. Within less than half a month, the relocation of the Xian Chang Research Institute was completed, and the ground refuge was half finished. Moreover, with the assistance of the bunker residents, Tu Xiaobai finally completed Construction Task 6. Construction Task 6 completed, obtained blueprint for bunker entrance. Eagerly, she unveiled the blueprint. And as she suspected, it held a secret. Bunker entrance, cost 333 gold coins, can construct a new bunker. With this blueprint, she could potentially establish a new bunker. However, the construction cost was unexpectedly high. Indeed, the system never ceased to be exorbitant. Glancing at her remaining 48 gold coins, she sighed and closed the interface. Seeking out Zhang Weiguo. What? There's a way to build a new bunker? Upon hearing this news, the warrior was immensely excited. It was understandable, after all. Constructing a bunker directly would be far simpler than gradually relocating people. She sighed silently. Yes, but construction is not feasible at the moment. What do you need? He inquired immediately. Metal, the more the better. She replied without hesitation. Zhang Weiguo promptly dispatched 2 warriors to relay the message. Currently, communication was severed, making contact quite inconvenient. And Mo Dakon's ability had a limited range, proving troublesome. Clinging to hope, she searched the marketplace and indeed found available communication devices. However, the prices. Never mind. She thought, ignoring them. In less than half a month, the construction of the refuge was already 50% complete. During which time survivors drawn by the broadcasting room had been appearing and were temporarily housed in the refuge. Everyone toiled day and night, racing against the changes brought by the apocalypse, but that day eventually arrived. In the deep of night, just as Tu Xiaobai was preparing to rest, the entire bunker was suddenly filled with the blaring sound of alarms. Whether asleep or awake, everyone was stirred and rushed outside to inquire what was amiss. Her system interface displayed a clearer message. City Defense Task 1. The first zombie tide has erupted. Please prepare defensive measures. Successful reward. 20 increase in ability upgrade speed for a short period. Failure penalty. Dependent on the extent of damage to the bunker and safety zone. Taking a deep breath, she immediately notified Lu Ya, Sheng Shuzi, and Gong Zhuo to prepare for battle, leading them out of the bunker. While the ground refuge had warriors on duty, they were evidently not as astute as the system and had yet to notice the anomaly. They were startled to see her rushing out. Zhang Weiguo happened to be on duty and quickly questioned her about the situation. The zombie tide is coming. Prepare for battle. The warriors tensed, turning to Zhang Weiguo. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered, all personnel, prepare for battle. A low alarm resonated throughout the refuge, and resting warriors immediately emerged. Following their training protocols, a few began organizing residents for evacuation to the bunker, while most seized their weapons and took positions in the defensive fortifications. The refuge had essentially completed the construction of the second ring of defensive works, which remained uninhabited for the time being. As long as they could hold the zombies at bay, the inner sanctum would remain unharmed. Notably, the safety zone recognized by the system coincided with the innermost ring. With newfound assurance, she led Lu Ya and the others away from the refuge. Besides them, 2 other teams of 3 warriors, all possessing abilities, ventured out as well. There was little time for conversation. The 3 teams quickly assigned their combat positions and dispersed in different directions. By this point, the sounds of the zombies' howls could already be heard, and she hastened her pace while summoning number 1. Before long, it burst forth from the woods, pointing in a specific direction. Let's go that way, she commanded. The 4 plunged into the forest, and within 500 meters, they encountered a dense throng of enemies. Damn! So many zombies. Gong Zhuo couldn't help but curse under his breath. Lu Ya rubbed her arms anxiously. My claustrophobia is kicking in. Where are they all coming from? She remained silent, yet she understood that the densely populated refuge would draw the attention of the upgraded, more sensitive zombies like a beacon in the night, attracting them from miles away. This night would not only test them, but also put every survivor enclave to the test. However, no one had the luxury to concern themselves with other places. Their priority was survival. The zombies had already detected their presence and were rapidly approaching. Gong Shu, focus on defense. I will take the lead. Xiao Yu will provide assistance. If anyone gets injured, Treat them immediately to prevent infection. Sister Shu, hold off on attacking for now. Let me gather the horde. Understood. Got it. Don't worry. Number 1, coordinate with me. She raised her arms, and purple-white electricity illuminated the night. Number 1 synchronized with her, its chest glowing with electricity. As one, they gently pushed against a zombie, creating 2 orbs of lightning, each over a meter in diameter, that quietly approached one another before swiftly intertwining and spinning. Chapter 44. A moment of exhilaration, the swirling energy unleashed a more formidable destructive force. As 2 lightning orbs struck the ground, arcs of electricity erupted instantaneously. The zombies caught at the epicenter of the electric explosion were obliterated, while those on the periphery suffered charred limbs and let out furious howls. Yet, for the undead, such injuries were insufficient to hinder their movements. Instead, the assault invigorated them, prompting a swifter charge towards their adversaries. Number 1 charged directly at the foremost zombie, benefiting from a level advantage that rendered the encounter effortless. Since they belonged to the same species, the zombies refrained from attacking it, allowing a worry-free incursion into their ranks. Meanwhile, she chose not to intervene with Number 1. Instead, she stomped her feet upon the ground. Several arcs of electricity burrowed into the earth, and moments later, they erupted beneath the zombie's feet. Luya also sprang into action, displaying her intelligence by acknowledging that her abilities were inherently less lethal than those of her peers. Being at level 0 made it challenging to contend with the level 1 zombies, hence her focus was solely on restraining the enemy's movements. Vines stealthily slithered through the woods before suddenly lashing out to ensnare a cluster of zombies' legs. With a crack, some zombies were toppled. However, the majority merely yanked away, leaving the vines in disarray. Leah pressed her lips tightly together, a flicker of frustration gleaming in her eyes. Suddenly, a bolt of electricity shot forth from the side, dispatching the escaping zombies with lethal precision. Focus. Coordinate with me, shouted Tu Xiaobai. Coming to her senses, Leah exclaimed, Understood. Minutes passed as the two synchronized their efforts, forcing approximately 50 zombies into a confined area. Sister Shu. Although she did not need to call out, Shang Shuzi had already conjured flames in her hand. Yet Leah shouted, I can't maintain control. Just as she was about to unleash more lightning to dominate the battlefield, several stones flew from her side. As they soared, their sizes rapidly increased, and when they crashed down, they formed a near-complete encirclement. However, the level 1 zombies possessed astonishing destructive power, and in no time, the earthen wall began to crumble. Fortunately, a brief delay sufficed. Shang Shuzi launched a fireball. With a thunderous boom, the encircled zombies were reduced to ashes, a faint red glow flickering amidst the remnants. Without pause, she pressed her hands down, sending more arcs of electricity into the horde, while also inquiring, Are you all right? Shang Shuzi's complexion paled, yet she nodded vigorously, I'm fine. It seemed that the recent training had borne fruit, preventing her from collapsing after a single strike. The quartet's coordination grew increasingly seamless, and soon they gathered 2 more waves of enemies for Shang Shuzi to incinerate with another fireball. However, after 3 consecutive attacks, a voice tinged with reluctance emerged, I can't go on. Tu Xiaobai cast a sidelong glance and noted the pale greenish hue on her face. Had she not been leaning against a tree, she might have faltered. Rest well, we will safeguard you, she assured without hesitation. Shang Shuzi promptly seated herself on the ground, closing her eyes to concentrate on her recovery. In an instant, earthen walls rose, and the vines twisted. Luya and Gong Zhu shared a mutual understanding and immediately diverted some of their energy to shield their fatigued comrade. Without the firepower of their ally, the trio's efficiency in vanquishing enemies diminished, resulting in heightened exhaustion. After another 10 minutes, Gong Zhu was the first to reach his limit, declaring, I'm running low on strength. Luya, having been awakened for the longest duration, managed to hold out for another 10 minutes. Retreat, Tu Xiaobai commanded. Though she herself remained vigorous, she understood that facing a sea of zombies alone was unwise. Moreover, she could not guarantee that she could adequately protect her 3 exhausted companions. Summoning Number 1, who appeared disheveled and covered in numerous wounds, she found him still agile and quick, moving alongside her, while intermittently unleashing lightning to impede the zombies' advance. Through careful calculations, they successfully exited the forest, only to be met with a surge of zombies outside the refuge. It appeared that 2 other teams had returned before them, prompting the emergence of zombies from other directions. Zheng Weigua had been vigilantly monitoring the area where they had vanished, and upon seeing the 4 emerge, he immediately commanded the soldiers to unleash a barrage of firepower, clearing a path for their retreat. The 4 rushed back into the refuge, while Liu and her companion sought rest to recuperate. Tu Xiaobai snatched a bottle of water and headed back outside. Are you sure you can hold on? Zheng Weiguo asked with concern as he intercepted her. She smiled brightly. I'm already at level 2. You needn't worry. His pupils widened in surprise, and without hesitation, he stepped aside. Being alone did not equate to fighting unaccompanied. Standing for a brief moment against the wall of the refuge, her aura activated, enchanting 6 zombies. Kill. The zombie squad instantly turned against their own. She remained rooted in place, transforming into a veritable lightning launcher, unleashing a relentless barrage of electricity. Waves of zombies fell, quickly forming a towering pile of corpses on the ground. Initially, Zhang Weiguo kept an eye on her. But upon realizing that the area she was defending was the most secure, he decisively redirected the soldiers to support other fronts. The pressure on Tu Xiaobai intensified. Yet it only ignited a spark of excitement within her. The instinct to battle awakened within, and she suddenly shouted, crossing her arms before her chest in a defensive posture. A surge of lightning shot skyward. At that moment, Lu Ye and her companions, having just emerged from the bunker, were stunned by the spectacle. What is Xiaobai doing? Sheng Shuzi exclaimed, her words tumbling out. Did she make a mistake? Yet Lu Ye placed her unwavering trust in her. Xiaobai is extraordinary. She wouldn't make such an error without reason. Soon, they comprehended her intentions. The surge of electricity ascended into the clouds, drawing in stray electrons with astonishing speed, expanding exponentially in mere moments. Number 1, move, she commanded, her body trembling under the strain as she pressed downward. Number 1 dashed forward, a blur, positioning himself before her. The lightning struck the ground silently. A second later, with a thunderous roar, the area 20 meters ahead was devoid of zombies, leaving all in a state of shock. However, the price paid for such a display was that she was left with less than 10% of her remaining strength. She decisively retreated, while Number 1 took up the rear. Lu Yu and the others rushed forward, swiftly occupying the space she vacated. Just as she returned to the refuge, a piercing scream cut through the air. Turning to investigate, she saw a horde of zombies surging forth while the soldiers were busy reloading their ammunition. The key to battling zombies with firearms was simple: keep them at bay. If they got too close, even ordinary attacks would fail to breach the defenses of a level 1 zombie. In the blink of an eye, several soldiers were injured. Zheng Weiguo bellowed, "Fall back! Retreat!" Suddenly, a lightning whip lashed out, ensnaring several injured comrades. Chapter 45. A stand-made Zheng Weiguo rushed over, frantically positioning himself in front of several injured individuals. Miss Tu. Perhaps there is still a way. Do not harm them. Tu Xiaobai cast a puzzled glance at him. Why would Lu Ye harm them? She possesses healing abilities. Zheng Weiguo was taken aback, awkwardly stepping aside. Xia, you've arrived. Lu Ye sprinted over, her hand pressing against one of the wounded. Vines rapidly extended from her touch. 2 of the injured bore severe wounds. One had a punctured lung, and the other had a gaping hole in his abdomen. It took Lu Ye a full minute to heal their wounds. However, merely addressing their external injuries was insufficient. They had been infected by the zombie virus and required purification of the virus within. Thus, she continued her efforts for another 30 seconds before stabilizing their conditions. Lu Ye, scarcely able to catch her breath, swiftly moved to the next 2 injured. She wiped the sweat from their foreheads with her sleeve, her expression darkening. At this rate, she feared as anticipated. By the time the 2 were healed, the remaining 3 had begun to exhibit signs of grayness on their faces. Grasping Zheng Weiguo's arm tightly, she whispered, "I can save at most 2 more." Zheng Weiguo's eyes turned red. Even this man, who faced zombies without flinching, trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. The 3 injured, faintly hearing her words, endured their pain, insisting, "Treat them first. Do not concern yourself with me." Not only Zheng Weiguo, but Lu Ye too felt a pang in her heart. However, the onset time of the zombie virus was approximately 5 minutes, and with Lu Ye's current abilities, it was indeed insufficient to save everyone. Miss Tu, there must be another way, Zheng Weiguo implored. Gritting her teeth, Lu Ye opened the system interface, but unfortunately, there were no items in the system store that could combat the zombie virus. After treating 2 more individuals, the remaining 3 were desperately resisting. Wishing to leave hope for their comrades, Lu Ye felt helpless, glancing toward her for assistance. Tu Xiaobai snapped, "If this continues, all 3 will perish." Zheng Weiguo shuddered. Suddenly, and roughly pulling 2 of them to Lu Ye's side. No words were necessary. Everyone understood his intent. Tears welled in Lu Ye's eyes as she trembled. Extending her hand, Zheng Weiguo embraced the last wounded man, his voice hoarse. "Xiangzi, I'm sorry, Captain." Xiangzi, having just fought alongside his comrades, felt fresh blood oozing from his chest wound. This time, not bright red but a foreboding grayish-black. His gaze became vacant, his reaction sluggish, yet he managed a faint smile, whispering, "I don't blame you, Captain. I know one just became a father, and another has an elderly parent at home. I can go without food. Let my family survive, the captain. Don't let me harm anyone. You must give me a bullet." Zhang Weiguo let out a painful sob. Tu Xiaobai clenched her fists tightly, a sense of despair swirling in her chest. Suddenly, Xiangzi convulsed, his pupils dilating as the ominous gray seeped through his skin. Zhang Weiguo's eyes brimmed with tears, yet his hand cautiously moved toward his gun holster. She abruptly grasped his hand, her voice steady. Perhaps there is still a chance. Liu returned to combat while Zhang Weiguo led the four comrades who were no longer in danger to a safe distance. She remained behind, watching as Xiangzi rapidly transformed into a zombie. His agonized moans morphed into deep howls. Opening the rare beast interface, she fervently prayed, "This time, may I trigger a 50% chance." Outside the sanctuary, Number 1, engaged in battle, paused momentarily, turning to glance inside. A flicker of grievance flashed in his obsidian eyes. Then he suddenly roared, attacking the zombies with renewed ferocity, as if venting some frustration. Before Tu Xiaobai, Xiangzi had completely become a zombie. He immediately sensed the scent of a human, leaping at her with a shriek, his elongated, sharp claws reaching for her. Ding! Her heart raced. Target obtained with permanent absolute submission status. Xiangzi collapsed to the ground. It worked. She could not suppress her joy. Zhang Weiguo and the others hurried over, cautiously observing the motionless zombie. Has it truly succeeded? Indeed. This was her plan, to bind Xiangzi as a system-controlled rare beast, thus ensuring he would not harm others while also protecting him from being killed. One day, when an effective cure for the zombie virus is discovered, he might have a chance to recover. Issuing a mental command for him to rise, Xiangzi stood up straight beside her, motionless. Zhang Weiguo and the others, despite their heavy hearts over their comrade's transformation, appeared much calmer on the surface. They even circled around the zombie several times, daringly poking him. Isn't he cold? He is a zombie. Isn't he akin to a corpse? Have you ever seen a corpse that isn't cold? Tu Xiaobai found herself at a loss. Xiangzi stood there, unresponsive. She casually renamed him in the rare beast panel before stepping aside to rest. This wave of zombies persisted for a day and a night, leaving everyone utterly fatigued. Ultimately, their defensive line could not withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, they managed to stabilize when retreating to the innermost circle of the sanctuary. She mechanically repeated the cycle of killing and recovering, losing count of how many zombies she had slain. Meanwhile, Luya and her companions fared far worse. Prolonged use of their abilities brought about numerous adverse effects. After 12 hours, they began experiencing headaches, nausea, and physical weakness, yet they had no choice but to endure. In the end, Luya could no longer focus on fighting. Exhaustion led to frequent mistakes, and both ordinary soldiers and those with abilities began to sustain injuries. She gritted her teeth, desperately treating the wounded. The good news came in the 9th hour. Luya leveled up, significantly enhancing her healing efficiency, finally preventing any more casualties from transforming into zombies. At last, the zombie tide receded. Everyone was too drained to express their joy, collapsing in place, immobile. After several minutes, those who had regained some strength began a low cheer from an unknown source. The joyful atmosphere spread rapidly, and soon the entire sanctuary resonated with laughter. We did it. We held our ground. The sanctuary is safe. With no energy to jump up, they tossed their hats, jackets, and even shoes into the air. The sound of laughter continued until it was time to clean the battlefield. Such intense combat, despite extreme caution and the presence of ability users attempting to shield them, could not completely avert casualties. Amidst the piles of enemy corpses, the silhouettes of soldiers in camouflage could occasionally be seen. Those trapped within the enemy ranks, knowing they could not return in time for treatment, chose to end their own lives. Zhang Weiguo led the soldiers in bringing back these bodies, and everyone quietly paid their respects in silence. In the end, however, they received no different treatment than the zombies, all being set ablaze to be reduced to ashes. But the ordeal was far from over. Chapter 46, a reunion. Once everyone regained their strength, Tu Xiaobai took the lead, guiding them in cleaning up the battlefield. The zombie corpses were disposed of, but they sought the spoils of war. With so many level 1 zombies, even with a low probability of blood crystal drops, the yield was richer than usual. One person wielded a broom, sweeping and picking up dark red crystals, and they continued their search up the mountain. When "Who are you?" Sheng Shizi shouted, spotting 3 individuals rummaging through the area where they had fought moments before. The 3 individuals simultaneously raised their heads, and Tu Xiaobai's gaze suddenly darkened. Her lips subtly moved, synchronizing with the words of the other party. I am Wu Sibin, this is Jiang Ping, and Lu Yu. Greetings. The demeanor of the other party was quite amiable, and Sheng Shizi's tone softened slightly, yet her sharp gaze remained fixated on their hands. Survivors? Here to seek refuge in the bunker? The items you possess are our spoils of war. Kindly relinquish them. Before Wu Sibin could respond, the man beside him interjected. You claim it is yours, but it fell to the ground, and we saw it first. This provoked Sheng Shizi, who was about to retort when she was restrained. Suddenly, all eyes converged. Tu Xiaobai grasped Sheng Shizi with her left hand while raising her right, electric sparks dancing in her palm. No one anticipated her reaction to be so direct. Put down the items, or do not blame me for being impolite. Wu Sibin's expression turned grave. He sensed that this unfamiliar woman was serious. Jiang Ping scoffed. Who are you trying to intimidate? We are also a Ping. Cease your words. Wu Sibin interrupted. I apologize. We were unaware that these were your spoils. As he spoke, he placed the blood crystal he held onto a nearby stone, gesturing for the others to do likewise. Liu quickly followed suit, offering another blood crystal. Jiang Ping, being somewhat impetuous, grumbled reluctantly until Wu Sibin sternly called his name, prompting him to begrudgingly relinquish the blood crystal. However, he continued to murmur, Brother Bin, what if they are deceivers? What if they intend to ambush us? Wu Sibin maintained a calm smile. That is unlikely, a Ping. Do not always think the worst of others. Besides, his gaze fell upon the crackling electricity. I can sense that this lady is quite formidable. Such a multitude of level 1 zombies could not be dispatched by anyone but a strong individual. The other party was evidently trying to be amicable, yet she exhibited no response. With a swift motion, she clenched her fingers, extinguishing the electric sparks, then approached to collect the blood crystals before turning away without uttering a single superfluous word, merely casting a glance at Luya as she departed. Luya and the others exchanged glances, sensing that her mood was somewhat amiss, yet no one inquired at that moment. Sheng Shizi and Gong Zhu followed closely behind. While only the gentlest of the group, Luya, pondered aloud, Are you all intending to go to the bunker? Indeed, Wu Sibin replied with a smile. Unfazed by the cold reception, we came upon the broadcast. Then come with us. Luya nodded slightly, but currently, direct entry into the bunker is not possible. You may first join the surface shelter. Surface shelter? Yes, the young woman affirmed. It has recently been established. To think you are fortunate, we just endured a zombie wave. If you had arrived just half a day earlier, you would have encountered it. Wu Sibin concurred. It seems we are indeed fortunate. Luya smiled and ceased the pleasantries, turning to catch up with Tu Xiaobai, quietly asking, Xiaobai, if you disapprove of their words, we can simply refuse them. Sheng Shizi agreed. Exactly. You built the bunker, and it is your prerogative who may join. Only Gong Zhu remained silent. She gently shook her head without a word, aware that the three trailing not far behind were surely listening intently. Before long, they returned to the shelter, where the survivors who had previously sought refuge in the bunker had emerged, fervently discussing the recent events. Overall, everyone expressed a strong desire to relocate into the bunker. This was understandable, especially after experiencing a zombie wave. The bunker evidently offered a greater sense of security than the shelter. However, expanding the bunker required substantial resources, and she could not accommodate too many individuals at once. Thus, she chose to feign ignorance towards those eager gazes. Upon locating Zheng Weigua and following their earlier agreement, everyone presented the blood crystals collected from the battlefield. The bounty was substantial. They had amassed a total of 17 blood crystals. The success in repelling the zombie wave was the result of collective efforts, and she certainly would not hoard these treasures. After some deliberation, she took 10 blood crystals for herself and distributed 2 each to Luya and the others. This isn't necessary, is it? Luya was the first to refuse. These are of no use to us. Who says they are of no use? Blood crystals can aid in awakening or upgrading abilities. Even if you do not utilize them yourselves, you may sell them for contribution points or gift them, as you wish. Sheng Shizi exhibited a flicker of interest, yet hesitated, ultimately stating, My contributions are minimal. I shall shamelessly take one. She extended her hand to return a blood crystal. Tu Xiaobai firmly blocked her hand. We are a team. Sharing our fortunes is only right. Moreover, even though your attack frequency is low, you consistently eliminate 50 to 60 zombies each time. Your efficiency is commendable. Would you not agree? Luya immediately concurred, and Gongzhu nodded in agreement. Indeed, and you are the one who truly needs the blood crystals. Feel free to take mine as well. Yes, I offer you mine too. Sheng Shizi, taken aback by the overwhelming insistence. found herself in possession of 4 additional blood crystals and panicked, grasping the crystals to return them. Luya and Gongzhu hastily fled. What now? The fiery-tempered beauty stammered, looking to Xiaobai for guidance. With a shrug, Tu Xiaobai replied, the owner of the blood crystals may manage them as they see fit. After a moment's thought, she handed over 1 crystal. These are to be used for constructing the bunker. I shall part with 1. Sheng Shuzi. By the way, she cautioned, using blood crystals to enhance abilities may result in instability. It is best not to use them all at once. After each enhancement, take time to stabilize your power. Haste makes waste. I understand, she stammered before departing. Finally able to enjoy a moment of respite, she returned to her room to tally the gains from the recent zombie wave. Along with her previous blood crystals, she now possessed 8, prompting her to slightly modify the announcement to encourage others to earn contribution points actively. With the conclusion of the first city defense, the system compiled its statistics, ultimately determining that while the walls of the safe zone had sustained some damage, the extent did not exceed 5, marking the mission as a success. Within 7 days, the ability upgrade rate for all officially recognized residents of the bunker would increase by 20. Her eyes sparkled with delight, while May 20th seemed modest. It was still a commendable enhancement. Perhaps. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 47. The prowess of Wu Sibin in the stillness of the night. Who could it be? Upon opening the door, Tu Xiaobai was greeted by the sight of a youthful figure standing with his head bowed, and she thought to herself, as expected, it was indeed Nian Luoluo, here to exchange for blood crystals. After ushering him inside, she noticed that his silhouette appeared significantly gaunt. Considering it had only been a few days, he had managed to gather 500 contribution points once more, prompting her to furrow her brow. Nian Luoluo. Have you not been eating lately? The boy hesitated momentarily. She could check the contribution points utilized by residents within the bunker through the system, and upon investigation, it was apparent that Nian Luoluo had only exchanged for food once a day during this period. Yet, the records of his contribution points spanned several lengthy pages, showcasing his relentless efforts. Unable to stifle a sigh, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, their relationship was not particularly intimate, and she felt it inappropriate to lecture him, so she merely remarked, your health is your most valuable asset. If you fall ill, it would be detrimental. Please take care of yourself. Nian Luoluo nodded slightly, though it was uncertain how much he truly absorbed her words. All right, she said, extending her hand. She produced the blood crystal. The boy eagerly revealed his smartwatch, and after she deducted the contribution points, he flipped his wrist over. With a swift motion, he pressed the blood crystal against his wound, and she silently observed as he closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, he began to tremble all over. Yet, she discerned that this was not due to the illusion of impending death. Rather, it was the absence of any sensation that caused his anguish. Another 5 minutes passed, and with a heavy sigh, she gently yet firmly pried open his fingers. Deep imprints from his nails marred his palm, and the blood crystal had crumbled into shards. Nian Luoluo's lips quivered, but he left without uttering a word. Watching his unsteady gait, Tu Xiaobai felt an unusual headache. She was ill-equipped to handle such a sensitive and brooding young man, especially given their disparity in strength. Any words of comfort she offered would likely lack sincerity. After some contemplation, she sought out Shin Shuzi and relayed her concerns. After a night of rest, the exhaustion from battling the zombie horde had largely dissipated, and she stepped outside the bunker to assess the situation. To her surprise, she spotted Zhang Weiguo in jovial conversation with Wu Sibin. Upon noticing her, Wu Sibin paused before stating, I'll go check over there to see if assistance is needed. Watching him depart, her expression darkened slightly. Miss Tu, why do you harbor grievances against Brother Wu? Zhang Weiguo asked, casting a glance in Wu Sibin's direction. She countered with a question, what makes you say that? Brother Wu mentioned it to me directly. They plan to settle here and are concerned about any misunderstandings with you. So he asked me to clarify, he explained. Are you quite familiar with him? She inquired, feigning ignorance. Funny you should ask, he replied, snapping his fingers. Do you know who Brother Wu's father is? He is actually a veteran of our Southeast Corps, and he even earned a second-class merit award. I heard stories about him when I first enlisted. She smirked inwardly, having anticipated that Wu Sibin would leverage this connection to bond with the soldiers, but she feigned surprise. Well, that is indeed a coincidence. Indeed, he chuckled. So, please don't hold it against Brother Wu for nearly taking the blood crystal. They were genuinely unaware. She shot him a sidelong glance. You seem quite fond of him. Brother Wu is truly a good person, very warm-hearted. Ever since he arrived at the shelter, he has been busy helping with the construction, he continued. Miss Tu, please forgive them just this once. The manner in which Zheng Weiguo addressed her and Wu Sibin clearly delineated their respective positions. Wu Sibin possessed an innate ability to cultivate trust with others in his pursuits. A surge of power coursed through her, ignited by her turbulent emotions. And a flicker of lightning flashed in her gaze, yet it all settled back into calmness as she smiled faintly. Do you perceive me as someone who harbors grudges? Even a straightforward man like Zheng Weiguo grasped the situation quickly, replying, certainly not. It's merely a matter of trust. The one who entrusted you with that notion underestimates me, she said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. As long as they are not criminals causing trouble in my territory, I welcome every survivor. Zheng Weiguo's instincts honed on the battlefield set off alarm bells, and he hastily uttered a few affirmations before making a swift exit. She stood alone for a moment, her gaze occasionally drifting toward Wu Sibin's retreating form, until someone called her name, prompting her to depart with an air of tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, after she shifted her focus, Wu Sibin regarded her with a contemplative expression. Jiang Ping approached him, whispering, Brother Bin, that woman feels rather strange. Have you truly never met her before? No, he replied slowly, shaking his head. I have never encountered her. Yet, an inexplicable sensation lingered within him, as if a vague figure stirred a sense of familiarity. Be cautious, Wu Sibin warned in a low tone. This may be the best shelter in the country. She is one of the administrators, so if you wish to remain, avoid further conflicts with her. Jiang Ping scoffed, but nodded in agreement with Lu Yu. The soldiers who had been injured during the previous day's battle were now calling for Tu Xiaobai, standing before number 1 and Xiangzi with food and water in hand. Appearing somewhat bewildered. Miss Tu, is Xiangzi truly all right without food or water? She found the situation amusing. Zombies do not have needs for sustenance. They consume living beings for evolution, not out of hunger. Should we find raw meat for Xiangzi? No need. She quickly waved her hand, not wishing to end up with a pet dripping with blood and flesh. Rest assured, I will ensure number 1 takes care of Xiangzi. Upon hearing his name, number 1 tilted his head in her direction. She suddenly felt a surge of pride, giving number 1's sturdy chest a hearty pat. Look how well I've taken care of him. Don't worry, he won't lose a single piece of meat. However, the soldiers' gazes drifted to number 1's empty left arm, revealing polite yet skeptical expressions. A failed attempt at bravado, how embarrassing. Yet, she had long found fault with this situation, though there was no remedy for this deficiency, leaving but one possibility, which the system never seemed to provide. Recalling that she had yet to check today's tasks, she opened the system, her eyes brightening at the sight. Today's task, equip a rare beast with an item 01. Reward, rare beast exclusive medicine 3. Perhaps it was due to her failure to complete a previous task involving a rare beast that she had not encountered a similar task since. Today, she had finally awaited its return. The rare beast exclusive medicine might be the only hope for number 1 to avoid becoming a one-armed hero. Equipping a rare beast? That is easily managed. She accessed the system, navigated to miscellaneous items, and selected electronic products for exchange. Chapter 48. Tu Xiaobai's pain. Tu Xiaobai ultimately exchanged for a rare beast locator. Rare beast locator, are you worried about your beloved pet going missing? This locator resolves all your concerns, so you need not fear even if it wanders to the ends of the earth, but do remember to educate it when you retrieve it. Specially designed for rare beasts. With a bemused expression, she retrieved the locator and decided to equip it on Xiangzi, as this rare beast was entrusted to her care, and she felt a heightened sense of responsibility. Just as she was about to place the wristwatch-like locator on Xiangzi, Subject 1 suddenly raised its hand. Slap. Xiangzi swayed to the side. What are you doing? She exclaimed, quickly gripping him to prevent the stiff Xiangzi from toppling over. Subject 1 raised its wrist before her, nearly colliding with her face. Taking a step back, she realized, you want to wear this? Subject 1 nodded slowly. All right then. She found it quite astonishing that a level 2 zombie could express its own desires. Thus, she did not refuse and fastened the locator around its wrist. She observed as Subject 1 lifted its arm, gazing intently at the device. Were it a normal person, this action would likely be accompanied by delight. She chuckled softly, shaking her head, and opened the system. The task had been completed, and 3 vials of rare beast-specific medicine were stored in the warehouse. She decided to head to the bunker with Subject 1 and Xiangzi, retrieve the medicine, and then return to her room with both zombies. While Xiangzi remained in a daze, she began to read the instructions for the medicine. Rare beast-specific medicine, oral administration, for use exclusively by rare beasts, capable of treating any non-deceased rare beast. The specifics of its efficacy were not detailed, leaving her somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, Considering there were no alternative options, she took out a vial. The rare beast-specific medicine resembled a miniature popsicle, approximately the length of her palm, soft to the touch, seemingly gel-like in consistency. Its color was a pastel pink, resembling candy more than a medicinal product. Perhaps it was designed to appeal to pets, making it appear more like food. However, she had no such worries. She commanded Subject 1 to open its mouth and squeeze the medicine into it, instructing it to swallow. Gulp. Subject 1's Adam's apple bobbed, and the entire vial was consumed without a trace. She detected a sweet strawberry aroma. Evidently, the taste of the medicine was quite pleasant. Yet, this thoughtful consideration by the system was wasted, as zombies possessed no sense of taste. A few moments later, Subject 1 suddenly clutched its left shoulder, emitting a low, guttural sound. Feeling curious, she activated the Rare Beast Thought Reading device. Rare Beast 1. Tu Xiaobai. Rare Beast 1. Pain. Rare Beast 1. Tu Xiaobai. Pain. Rare Beast 1. Tu Xiaobai. Tu Xiaobai. Tu Xiaobai. A long string of her name appeared, as if within the confines of its limited thoughts. She was the only clear presence. Suddenly feeling a bit flushed, she quickly turned off the reading device. Activity erupted from Subject 1's vacant shoulder, diverting her attention from her earlier emotions. The skin in that area began to bulge outward, as if something within was desperately striving to grow. Minutes later, a well-defined, muscular arm emerged. Subject 1 ceased its vocalizations, examining its new arm with childlike curiosity, once again astonished by the system's capabilities. She noted that this arm appeared indistinguishable from its original. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch it. It was cold, slightly firm, indeed, a zombie's limb. This unexpectedly reminded her of past experiences. In the increasingly complex end-of-the-world scenario, it was not uncommon for ability users to sustain severe injuries. If one could timely seek out advanced healers with preserved severed limbs, there was a chance for restoration. However, the battlefields that inflicted such injuries were often inhospitable to that possibility. How wonderful it would have been to possess such miraculous medicine back then. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt something nudging her hand. Looking up, she saw Subject 1 attempting to nestle its left arm back into her palm. "What are you doing?" she asked, somewhat puzzled by the zombie's actions. It gazed at her with longing in its deep eyes and nudged her arm insistently. Blinking, she surmised, "You want me to pet you?" Subject 1 nodded. "Do you really think you're a big dog, wanting to be petted?" she mused, wondering if being a rare beast for too long altered its mentality to resemble that of a pet. Amused, she indulged in a few playful ruffles of its arm. Noticing Subject 1 seemed quite enamored, she playfully smacked its back. "I have things to do. I can't just keep petting you." Subject 1, aggrieved, JPG feigning ignorance. She led the two zombies out of the bunker, only to be immediately surrounded upon exiting. The residents of the refuge clamored, expressing their grievances. "Miss 2, you cannot treat us differently just because we arrived late. Yes, we are also willing to contribute to the bunker's construction. Grant us an opportunity. I also wish to buy clothes. Look at me. I can't even sew up this outfit anymore. My child's pants are too short. While it's bearable in warm weather, new clothes are essential when it gets cold. Miss 2, we too wish to join the bunker. When will there be a policy allowing us to move in?" Amidst the cacophony, she felt overwhelmed and quickly raised her voice. "Everyone, please speak one at a time. I can't hear anything." The crowd gradually calmed, taking turns to express their aspirations. Overall, they held an immense desire to live within the bunker. After a night of contemplation, they unanimously decided to seek her out, hoping for a clear pathway to move in, even if immediate relocation was not possible. Once she understood their needs, she assured them, "Rest assured, I will remember this matter and discuss a policy with Captain Zhang." After much persuasion, she finally managed to disperse the crowd. Exhaling deeply, she reflected for the umpteenth time that establishing a credible support base was no simple endeavor. Although she promised to confer with Zhang Weiguo on the matter, the ultimate responsibility still lay with her. The speed of bunker expansion. Collecting metal scraps to exchange for coins was not a sustainable solution. She could not possibly empty out the entire city of Luo. Thus, it was imperative to rely on residents to earn contribution points, spending those points, ultimately forming a virtuous cycle to ensure a stable long-term acquisition of coins. If only there were pathways for those in the surface refuge to obtain contribution points as well. Opening the system interface, she began to seek answers. Chapter 49. Time advances once more indeed. Something was discovered during the search. The contribution point settlement system offers 3 settlement templates, allowing for personalized settlement rules solely for temporary residents. The marketplace price is 88 gold coins, with the accompanying personal recorder priced at 5 coins each. She harbored a profound suspicion that the creator of this system was a shrewd merchant, well-versed in the strategy of making profits through ancillary equipment rather than the instruments themselves. At present, acquiring 88 gold coins was not particularly challenging for her, yet the shelter had already welcomed around 50 to 60 residents. If each required a recorder, it would quickly amount to several hundred gold coins. With a grimace, Tu Xiaobai pondered her predicament, ultimately concluding that her only recourse was to scavenge for scrap metal to earn some money. She sought out Zheng Weiguo and expressed her need for a substantial amount of metal waste. He hesitated, stating, "Miss Tu, we have noted your request, but the resurgence of zombies complicates collection and transport, and we must keep personnel on guard at the base." Anticipating his concerns, she promptly replied, "I can bring along some ability users for protection and even take residents with me to assist in the collection." With the matter laid bare, it was obvious to anyone that she was indeed desperate for resources. After a brief contemplation, Zheng Weiguo readily acquiesced to her request and arranged for modified electric vehicles to assist her in transporting goods to the city the following day. With transportation secured, she issued a mission to the bunker residents: collect metal waste, form teams to venture to the ruins of Luoqing to gather discarded materials. There is a certain degree of danger involved. Please assess your suitability for this task. Rewards. In addition to the standard contribution points, an extra 30 points will be awarded daily. Her original intention was to take a few individuals along for assistance, yet to her surprise, aside from Shang Shutong and the researchers who remained behind, everyone else eagerly accepted the task. Given the enthusiasm displayed, she did not refuse. True to his word, Zheng Weiguo dispatched 3 electric trucks the next day. It was reported that the Xinjiang Research Institute had managed to provide the First Legion with only 7 vehicles at great effort. In addition to the trucks, 6 soldiers were assigned to accompany them. Everyone climbed into the cargo area, and they set off for Luoqing. This marked the first return to the city since the outbreak of the electric-eating insects, and the once familiar city lay in ruins, prompting a wave of nostalgia among the group. What a tragedy, a once thriving city reduced to this, one lamented, "I've lost my home." Indeed, another sighed, "Who knows when this will end?" Not that I'm saying life in the bunker is bad. Understanding their hurried sentiment, she smiled gently and reassured them, "It's all right. I too miss the days of old." A collective silence enveloped them until the vehicle came to a screeching halt. "There's a fair amount of metal here. Let us disembark," the soldier announced. Opening the cargo doors, they helped each other down, and Tu Xiaobai organized the task, split into 4 groups. Each of us ability users will lead one. Stay within close proximity for mutual support. Wear gloves while collecting metal, and try to minimize noise. Let us begin. Having grown accustomed to working together, the team instinctively divided into groups and set off to scavenge. She remained active, directing one in Xiangzi to assist with heavier metallic items while she kept watch and collected smaller debris. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a few individuals approaching. "Clear this area," she commanded. 2 soldiers rushed over, and together they swiftly cleared the indicated spot, revealing a section of shattered concrete beneath. Additionally, there was something else, a plant exhibiting a faint purple hue, with 4 oval leaves gently quivering. "What is this plant?" Luya inquired, her curiosity piqued. Since awakening her wood-based abilities, she felt an innate affinity towards plants. Witnessing the resilience of this young sprout, she instinctively wanted to reach out and caress its delicate leaves. "Do not touch." Tu Xiaobai grabbed her arm, her expression grave. The others, initially poised to inquire further, fell silent at her demeanor. Bending closer to the sprout, Tu Xiaobai detected a faint, sour scent. Cursing inwardly, she unleashed a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the sprout disintegrated into a wisp of ash, scattering with the slightest gust of wind. "What was that, Xiaobai?" Luya asked cautiously. Realizing her earlier reaction had startled everyone, Tu Xiaobai pinched her nose and composed herself, explaining, "It's a mutated plant. My powers had previously indicated such changes might occur, but not this rapidly." The timing of these transformations diverged from her memories, prompting a realization. Her recollections from her past life were not infallible. Perhaps this rebirth had altered the timeline of the apocalypse's progression. She would need to exercise greater caution. Relying solely on her past experiences could lead to disastrous consequences. The others were visibly anxious about the implications of the mutated plant. She affirmed with certainty, "It's extremely dangerous. If you encounter another, do not touch it. Alert me or Sister Shu, and we will incinerate it." Though lacking detailed explanations, the group exchanged glances. intuitively grasping the peril posed by such entities based on her earlier display. Determined to gather as much metal as possible, Tu Xiaobai resolved to make the most of this opportunity, aware that future endeavors would not be so straightforward. In truth, her initial forecast had proven overly optimistic. Merely 2 days later, as they emerged from the bunker, the sight of the overgrown foliage encroaching on the shelter left them all in a state of shock. Tu Xiaobai, however, breathed a sigh of relief. The system remained dependable in this regard. Thanks to the bunker's protective barrier, no root systems had developed underground, and only the surface plants had rapidly encroached. What should we do now? Someone asked. Burn them, she replied. Easily done. Sheng Shuzi ignited a fire, and soon the air was thick with smoke. 3 wind ability users conjured a gust, fueling the flames that raced along the branches. Zheng Guowei expressed concern. Will this cause a wildfire? No need to worry. It won't last long, she assured him, her confidence unwavering, though he seemed skeptical. The unfolding events quickly validated her assertion. Oh my goodness, look at those plants. Someone screamed as colossal vegetation swayed ominously in the verdant thicket. Tendrils, seemingly sentient, adjusted their angles, directing massive flower buds toward the flames. Everyone watched in astonishment as the buds suddenly split open, inhaling deeply as though drawing in air, swelling up before forcefully expelling a cloud of spores. Chapter 50. The root of problem-solving, a viscous substance erupted from the flower buds, cascading down upon the burning branches. In mere moments, the fierce flames were extinguished. What is this? A palpable sense of dread enveloped the onlookers, as if ominous clouds loomed overhead. Tu Xiaobai rushed outside to examine the charred leaves and branches. With a crack, the fire-scorched foliage crumbled into fragments under her grip. A slight sigh of relief escaped her. It appeared that although the mutated plants had emerged prematurely, their developmental pace had not deviated significantly. However, upon her return to the shelter, she found the atmosphere thick with despondency. Suddenly, she clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention with a sharp sound. We need not dwell on the worst-case scenario. Although the plants have mutated, their current level of aggression remains low. Let us refrain from provoking them. Was Miss Tu implying that these plants might become increasingly aggressive? After pondering for a moment, she did not deny it. Indeed, a wave of unrest rippled through the crowd. Yet, as she had stated, no one could control the changes wrought by the apocalypse. The sole endeavor of survivors was to strive tirelessly for survival, with myriad thoughts swirling in their minds. The crowd gradually dispersed, except for Feng Chun, who approached her, requesting samples of the mutated plants if possible. I shall find a way, she assured him. But she had other matters to attend to. By midday, the residents discovered a large notice posted in the shelter. It detailed the contribution point system for the bunker. Yet they bypassed this section, as they were well acquainted with the concept of contribution points from their daily interactions with bunker residents. Instead, they focused on the most pressing concern, the qualifications for residence in the bunker. A sum of 150 contribution points could be exchanged for 1 qualification. With children under the age of 14 exempt from needing an individual exchange, the residents of the shelter found it difficult to assess whether this price was reasonable or excessive, prompting them to inquire among the bunker occupants. Not at all expensive, they replied decisively, noting that renting a level 2 dormitory in the bunker required 100 contribution points per month. Skepticism lingered among the others. As they continued reading, they discovered information on how those yet to join the bunker could earn contribution points. By completing tasks, someone speculated, are these tasks available to everyone, or are there limited spots? Tu Xiaobai, who had been listening nearby, interjected, the number of tasks is indeed limited. However, the variety of tasks is extensive, so there is no need to worry about anyone missing out. But surely the rewards for each task vary? A voice chimed in, familiar to her. She turned to see Jiangping, a member of Wu Sibi's small team. Raising an eyebrow, she replied calmly, this is a shelter, not a communal kitchen. Besides, would you accept equal rewards for slaying zombies and sweeping floors? She was aware that Jiangping typically played the antagonist within Wu Sibi's group and thus aimed to deflect any potential conflict back at him. As anticipated, he flashed a glimmer of resentment, yet refrained from further comment. Concealing a smirk of amusement, she steadfastly declared, the ground shelter is equally secure. Observe our valiant warriors. And consider that the bunker will also be open for any necessary matters. So let us not panic. We shall collectively build the bunker and gradually move in. She recognized that not everyone might be satisfied with this plan, yet human nature inclines towards self-preservation, and she had made it clear that her words carried significant weight. They would not dare to offend her easily, unless... Her gaze nonchalantly swept across the crowd, landing on Wu Sibi at the periphery. Lowering her eyes to mask a certain calculation, she walked away unperturbed. She would not engage in the self-sabotaging act of indiscriminately denying survivors entry into the shelter after being hailed as a hero. However, should certain individuals cross her path, they ought not to expect leniency. Tu Xiaobai successfully installed the contribution point settlement system, which she had purchased at great expense. The apparatus exceeded her expectations in size. Resembling an automated ATM machine standing 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, featuring 6 operational interfaces. Utilizing the corresponding personal recorders, residents could engage directly with the system. Tasks designated for temporary residents would sync seamlessly with both the machine and the personal recorders, allowing for task completion and contribution point logging. She took special care to ensure that tasks between the bunker and the shelter did not overlap, alleviating any concerns that bunker residents might seize tasks for contribution points. Although the system was rather exploitative, it spared no detail in its meticulousness. Once she had set up this substantial device, she issued an announcement for shelter residents to collect their personal recorders. However, she did not intend to distribute these for free. To obtain one, a deposit of 50 contribution points was required. Naturally, as their contribution points were currently 0, this would reflect as a direct deduction. Some residents expressed discontent, but she simply stated, "This is the only unit available. What happens if it sustains damage?" and dismissed them. Her caution was warranted, for just days prior, she had exchanged collected metal scraps for over 400 coins, spending 300 to purchase 60 personal recorders. It would be devastating if a significant number were to be rendered useless. Currently, there were a total of 58 residents in the shelter, including 5 children under 14, resulting in the distribution of 53 personal recorders, with 7 retained as spares. As for the tasks, she had already deliberated extensively. The range of contributions recognized by the system was broad, allowing her to be quite unreserved in issuing numerous tasks, cleaning tasks, forming survivor patrol teams, childcare, and more. While contemplating the tasks, a sudden inspiration struck her. She tested the feasibility of adding recruitment as a long-term task. To her surprise, the system accepted this proposition. Seizing the opportunity, she promptly included long-term tasks for recruiting educators and childcare providers, establishing that successful applicants would be considered as taking on long-term tasks, earning contribution points for each day of service. Although this daily contribution point reward might not match the intensity of certain high-stakes tasks, the steady flow of points presented its own merits. This epiphany expanded her perspective, reminding her of the various conflicts she had witnessed in the bunker during her previous life. While those with abilities often considered themselves superior, the underlying tensions with ordinary people revealed that one side often relied on the other for survival. Thus, providing ordinary individuals the chance to create value within the shelter and demonstrating mutual dependence might indeed be an effective means of resolving conflicts. Lost in thought, she pressed the button to publish the tasks, leaving the residents' choices in their own hands. Her attention then shifted to the newly minted tasks displayed before her. Chapter 51. The Giant Mushroom, the Horn of War series mission has commenced. Horn of War, Battle for Survival Space. The shifting dynamics of power among survivors has led to a further reduction of secure territories. Please establish a survival zone of 200 acres for the survivors. Current survival zone area is 4.05 acres. This is a long-term task with phased rewards. The reward for the first phase is 50 acres of survival zone. Tu Xiaobai read the mission description meticulously, exhaling a sigh, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. The transformation of strengths and weaknesses was indeed aptly described by the system. The changes in the apocalypse were becoming increasingly predictable, and survivors must strive harder to adapt. After carefully organizing her impending tasks, she exited the bunker. Activating the rare beast locator, she swiftly pinpointed the position of number 1. Opting for the stationary alert mode within the system, she ventured into the mountains in search of 2 zombies. Eagle Beak Mountain had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Once part of a botanical garden, the area was merely semi-wild, with vegetation less lush than that of true deep forests. Now, however, the gnarled branches twisted skyward, and ferns that once reached only knee-height had transformed into expansive canopies, while the already towering trees obscured the sun. The gaps were nearly filled with vines, impeding her progress significantly. She had to exercise extreme caution not to harm these plants. Otherwise, she would provoke a catastrophic plant revolt. After expending considerable time, she finally arrived at number 1's location. It stood in a daze beneath a nearly 5-meter-tall mushroom with a hexagonal cap, gazing vacantly upward. She hurried over, carefully positioning herself outside the cap's perimeter to peer upward. Indeed, the cap appeared to be swollen, concealing something within. Her expression darkened as she surveyed the surroundings. The mutated plants differed not only in size and appearance but also exhibited a beast-like territorial instinct within the vast shadow of this enormous mushroom. No other plant dared to grow. She lightly scraped the ground with her foot, reconsidering her approach. Perhaps there had been other plants, but when the mutation occurred, they had failed to contest this mushroom and thus had become its sustenance. Undoubtedly, the emptier the area around her, the greater the danger. Xiangzi, you go over there. The dazed little zombie hopped to the side and stood still. Number 1, prepare to move with me. She lowered her voice and slowly raised her arm. A flicker of purple-white light manifesting at her fingertips. Number 1 tilted its head slightly, raising both hands in response, arcs of electricity dancing like serpents. As one person and one zombie struck simultaneously, the silent electric flashes plunged directly into the mushroom's cap. The hexagonal cap quivered violently, releasing a multitude of spores into the air. Tu Xiaobai, having launched her attack, swiftly retreated, finding her vision obscured by a haze of spores that swirled around, blocking her view of Number 1. In the next moment, the entire mushroom began to tremble. If it had vocal cords, it would likely be screaming now. Rubbing her hands together, she unleashed a torrent of electricity, igniting a fierce reaction with the spores that filled the air, culminating in an explosion of flames. When the heat subsided, Number 1 re-emerged, its arms embedded deep within the mushroom's stalk, brown liquid gushing from the wound and pooling on the ground. She lightly stepped forward, electric arcs burrowing into the ground, climbing up the mushroom stalk and surging into the wound, amplifying her assault. A distinct sound echoed through the otherwise silent forest. Narrowing her eyes, she looked up just in time to see something being expelled from the cap. A flicker of excitement flashed in her eyes as she waved her right hand, a slender lightning whip emerging to coil around the tail of the object. With a decisive tug, she heard a pop, and the object was forcefully yanked free. Her angle of pull was not directly downward, but rather at a diagonal, tearing a gash in the cap and revealing the writhing form within. No matter how many times she encountered this thing, it always induced a wave of nausea. Discharging a surge of electricity to ensnare the severed object, she and Number 1 continued their assault on the giant mushroom. After several minutes, 8 glowing lightning cocoons surrounded her, while the mushroom's cap had been shredded almost beyond recognition. Once the giant mushroom had expelled all its contents, she commanded Number 1 to finish it off. With a sudden burst of strength, Number 1 snapped the mushroom's stalk, swiftly demolishing the remaining parts on the ground, filling the air with a unique mushroom aroma. However, this scent lingered for only a few fleeting moments before the mushroom fragments rapidly decayed, transforming into a substance that resembled pus, seeping into the ground. Holding her nose, she directed both zombies to grasp 2 cocoons each, while she carried the remaining 2, turning to leave the mountain. The return journey was marked by the same caution as the outward trek, avoiding disturbances to the quietly developing plants. By the time she reached the shelter, darkness had enveloped the sky. Survivors were well aware that nighttime excursions were unwise. Even in seemingly safe places, they sought to minimize noise and light at night. Thus, the shelter had extinguished its lights early. Aside from the soldiers on guard, a few insomniacs sat outside the building, conversing in hushed tones to cool off. In such a setting, her appearance with 8 glowing lightning cocoons was remarkably conspicuous. Who goes there? The sound of guns being readied echoed in the night, and she felt a sense of satisfaction at the soldiers' vigilance as she quickly identified herself. Many were already aware of her daytime departure, and upon hearing of her return, they rushed to her side, including the likes of Xing Weiguo, Fang Chun, and Lu Ya. However, her gaze narrowed slightly upon seeing Wu Sibin accompanying Zhang Weiguo. While not entirely surprising, it still piqued her interest. Xiaobai, what are these? Let's return to the bunker first. Her suggestion garnered agreement from the others. After all, these cocoons were too luminous, posing a risk of attracting zombies at any moment. Once inside the bunker, her peripheral vision remained fixed on Wu Sibin. As expected, he appeared to casually scrutinize every detail he passed while engaging in conversation with Zhang Weiguo, expressing surprise at the bunker's spaciousness, having expected it to be quite cramped. Indeed, Miss Tu is quite impressive, Zhang Weiguo said with genuine admiration, patting Wu Sibin's shoulder. Thanks to this bunker, if anything were to happen, we have an escape route from the surface shelter. Yes, Miss Tu is indeed remarkable, Wu Sibin echoed sincerely, casting her a look of approval. Her expression remained impassive as she averted her gaze, directing the 2 zombies to place their burdens in the corridor outside the laboratory. Chapter 52. The lantern-bearer exerting her powers had drained her energy as much as a fierce battle, and Tu Xiaobai, feeling fatigued, seated herself. With a wave of her hand, she dissipated her abilities but refrained from immediately introducing the peculiar objects before her. Instead, she subtly gestured, "Captain Zhang, why don't you take the others to the dining hall for some refreshments? Everyone has been working hard lately. The drinks are on me." Zheng Weiguo, always boisterous, immediately rallied. "Let us go. We have tea, cola, and sparkling water available. What used to seem mundane is now a rare treat." Wu Sibin, with Zheng's arm around his shoulder, had no choice but to follow him toward the elevator. She lowered her gaze, shielding her eyes from the piercing light, feigning ignorance to Wu Sibin's curious glance. It was Feng Chun, embodying the innocence characteristic of those engrossed in research, who inquired, "What is this? Why not let everyone ponder it together? Many hands make light work, after all." She offered a slight smile, beginning to explain the origins of the items. "To be honest, I'm not entirely certain what they are. However, I foresaw this object in a vision prior to the plant mutations, which prompted me to send number 1 to retrieve it. Fortunately, it was found encased within the cap of a massive mushroom that had mutated to over 5 meters in height. I eliminated the mushroom to extract these items." Pausing, she then addressed the question posed. "The primary reason for asking others to leave is my concern regarding the potential dangers these objects may pose, which could incite panic. It would be prudent for you esteemed doctors to examine them first before deciding whether to disclose their existence." This statement was a mix of truth and deception. She certainly knew what the objects were, and her worry about causing alarm was genuine. Yet, it conveniently served to subtly target Wu Sibin, a detail unnecessary to disclose to Feng Chun. Feng Chun readily accepted this, summoning her colleagues to transport the items into the laboratory. This place, the sole structure within the bunker that was off-limits to casual entry, had always piqued everyone's curiosity. Yet, she knew well that there was little of interest inside. Once the researchers received their assignments, they worked tirelessly, often disheveled and worn, with the occasional breakthrough resulting in frenzied celebrations. She suspected that if they had not remembered Tu Xiaobai as the bunker's owner, Feng Chun might not have been so welcoming. Distracted by her thoughts, she observed as the researchers moved an object to the laboratory table, gathering around to examine it. Feng Chun joined them, cautiously extending her finger to gently poke at the object's outer layer. It was soft. It radiated warmth, resembling a living being. She remained silent, fully aware of the object's true nature, yet she could not afford to appear overly knowledgeable. After the researchers conducted their initial tests on the outer layer, she suggested, "Why not cut it open to see what's inside? We have 8 samples. After all, I can procure more if necessary." Her assurance prompted the researchers to feel at ease, and they promptly retrieved their tools. Due to the object's soft exterior, it was swiftly sliced open by a sharp blade. With a splash, they had prepared a container, capturing a large pool of viscous, pale green liquid. The researchers carefully scooped a small amount for analysis. From the deflated outer layer emerged a curled figure, and upon extraction, everyone recognized it. "Is this a rat?" Tu Xiaobai averted her gaze, the image lingering in her retina. As the curled rat corpse unfurled, the collective astonishment was palpable. "This rat is enormous," Feng Chun exclaimed. Indeed, the most striking feature of the rat was its size. Even when curled, it resembled a volleyball. And now, lying flat on the lab table, it measured over a meter from head to tail. While this number might not seem significant at first, when compared to the typical size of a rat, it was undeniably colossal. Could this be an invasive species? Someone proposed. Another researcher immediately countered, "No. Look at its head features. This is a common gray rat found in our country. Can gray rats grow this large? Have they ingested some kind of hormone? What hormone could cause such an expansion?" Once they entered the realm of inquiry, the researchers became engrossed, debating vigorously before diving into dissection. Tu Xiaobai remained silent, biding her time to reveal critical information. Minutes later, a chorus of gasps erupted. "What is this? Could it be?" They finally acknowledged her presence. And Feng Chun turned to her, eyes wide with fear. "Miss Tu, you must come see this." She approached, her gaze sweeping over the opened rat carcass. Feng Chun's voice trembled with terror. "My heavens, what is this? Is this still rat tissue?" In moments of chaos, people instinctively seek the counsel of those they trust most. Now, all eyes turned to her, hoping for answers. Her throat constricted, unsettling memories surfaced, rendering her voice hoarse. "It is a mutation." The researchers' expressions darkened in unison. The zombie virus reanimates corpses, plants transformed overnight into giants, and now animals were undergoing mutations. The future for survivors appeared increasingly bleak. After a considerable pause, Fang Chun forced herself to regain composure. So, could its size also be a result of mutation? I believe that is a reasonable interpretation. One by one, the others returned to their senses, hesitantly engaging in further discussion, though the atmosphere had grown significantly heavier. Miss Tu, could you elaborate on the visions you foresaw and the circumstances surrounding the discovery of these items? Certainly. 10 minutes later, having heard her account, the researchers erupted into fervent debate. Was it wrapped to facilitate mutation? I don't think so. This rat has been dead for some time. Can it truly come back to life? Isn't a zombie merely a corpse returned to life? Who can say the zombie virus affects only humans? Listening quietly for a moment, she interjected, I believe it was not a means to induce mutation, but rather, to consume. What? Fang Chun and the others were expressions of disbelief. Consume? Are you suggesting? They recoiled in horror. Do mutated plants hunt other living creatures? She solemnly nodded. I suspect that is highly probable. The researchers exchanged glances, a glimmer of despair in their eyes. Their emotions were entirely understandable. Just look at those once harmless plants now transformed into monstrous, grotesque entities. In her previous life, she had struggled in despair for a long time before gradually regaining her footing. This time, however, she must assume the role of the lantern bearer, guiding the survivors through the darkness so they would not lose hope entirely. Gently tapping the metallic surface of the table, the clear sound drew the researchers back to reality. Seizing the opportunity, she spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, given the current situation, your responsibilities weigh heavily upon you, and there is no time for distraction. Responsibilities weigh heavily? Those with abilities are always a minority. We require weapons that ordinary individuals can wield effectively against mutated flora and fauna. Her tone was resolute. The world had changed, and this was a battle for survival. For humanity's civilization to endure, everyone must fight. Chapter 53. A sudden slap in the face, due to your unwavering determination. The bunker researchers have received a 5 boost in research speed. Upon reading this notification, Tu Xiaobai felt a surge of joy. Although a mere 5% may seem trifling, at times, research requires just a glimmer of inspiration. The mood among Fang Chun and the others also lightened somewhat as they expressed their commitment to expedite their investigations in this regard. She felt a sense of satisfaction and was about to say more when the system abruptly alerted her to a problem in the shelter, prompting her to leave in haste. It was nearing midnight, and ordinarily, the shelter should have been enveloped in silence, with even those seeking coolness having retired for the night. However, as she stepped out of the bunker, she was greeted by an unsettling commotion. What has happened to this woman? She asked, convulsing. Is it a zombie virus outbreak? I think so. It's terrifying. We should get them away from here. Zombie virus? She frowned slightly, peering through the crowd at the 3 individuals at the center. A square-jawed man tightly cradled his wife, but her convulsions were so severe that in a moment of desperation, he thrust his left hand into her mouth. It seemed he had been bitten too fiercely, his face contorted in agony, yet he muttered through clenched teeth, Yakin is merely having an epileptic seizure. I have witnessed seizures before. Don't they subside after a while? A voice from the crowd retorted, It's been several minutes now. I recall you arrived at the shelter today. Are you concealing a past encounter with zombies? How dare you speak such nonsense? The man's face flushed with anger, but he could do nothing further to protect his wife. Unexpectedly, a child, around 10 years old, erupted from beside him, accurately targeting the speaker and charging at him. Ouch! The scene descended into chaos as the struck individual grabbed the child and raised his hand to strike back. Don't touch my child, Zhou Qi bellowed. But it was too late to intervene. The child, unable to break free, instinctively shut his eyes, gritting his teeth in preparation for the impact. However, moments later, silence reigned. Even the hand gripping his collar had loosened. Cautiously opening his eyes, he was startled to see Tu Xiaobai gripping Jiang Ping's wrist. Although he was significantly taller and sturdier than she, he could not escape her hold. Jiang Ping felt as if his wrist were caught in a vice. Waves of pain coursing through him, altering his complexion. Let me go, he shouted, his bravado faltering. With a push, she sent Jiang Ping stumbling backward, colliding with others who complained loudly. His expression morphed into one of disbelief, yet he dared not confront her directly, his spirit visibly deflating as he muttered, What are you doing? Casting a sidelong glance at him, she remained silent and knelt before the distressed couple. The square-jawed man's face was etched with despair. His hand was bitten and bleeding, crimson seeping from his wife's mouth. Jiang Ping, humiliated and ignored, simmered with unexpressed fury, sneering, even if she hasn't been bitten. The scent of blood will attract zombies. Miss Tu, We cannot allow the shelter to be endangered because of them. The onlookers, initially mere spectators, shifted uneasily at his words. Ignoring Jiang Ping's incessant prattle, she regarded the square-jawed man contemplatively. This glance was misinterpreted. He pleaded desperately, Yakin has simply run out of her medication. I will go to Luocheng tomorrow to find some. Please do not expel us. His child clung tightly to his mother's arm, as if such a gesture could somehow mitigate her terrifying convulsions. Resolute, she commanded, 2 people, carry her into the bunker, given her esteemed position within the shelter. Her words prompted immediate compliance. The square-jawed man secured his wife's head and shoulders while 2 others supported her waist and legs, proceeding toward the bunker entrance. Jiang Ping protested. They haven't contributed anything, Miss Tu. Are we to operate by the rules, or according to your whims? She narrowed her eyes slightly. This man was determined to provoke her tonight, and she was prepared to oblige. Did I ever say that those without contribution points cannot enter the bunker? She retorted coolly. It seems I never mentioned that you were prohibited from utilizing the bunker's facilities. Jiang Ping was taken aback, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Noting the surprise on several faces, realization dawned upon him. She had overlooked a crucial detail. The residents of the bunker needed to be assigned dormitories before they could register, which was why she had hastily established a system requiring contribution points for entry. However, there were no stipulations barring informal residents from accessing other facilities. This ignorance on her part had likely contributed to the prevailing atmosphere in the shelter feeling less than hospitable in recent days. She had attributed it solely to the zombie tide and mutated plants, yet it seemed the perceived hierarchy among the residents played a significant role as well. Thanks to Jiang Ping's belligerence, she had become aware of this oversight. After contemplating for a moment, she reiterated. The reason we cannot accommodate too many people in the bunker is due to limited dormitory construction speed. However, you may utilize contribution points for consumption. Do not assume we possess any privileges. After a moment's thought, she added, I will expedite the establishment of a feedback channel for shelter issues. Any queries, opinions, or suggestions can be submitted. This is a home for all in this apocalyptic world, and it is our collective goal to build it together. I hope everyone will always remember this. With a final glance at the displeased Jiang Ping, she departed in haste. Not to dwell on Jiang Ping's failed provocation. The square-jawed man remained in evident pain, his features contorted. She was no doctor and felt a pang of confusion. Is she still convulsing? Yes. It's a grand mal seizure, the man explained through gritted teeth, despair evident in his eyes. If this continues, it could be life-threatening. Though she did not comprehend the specifics of a grand mal seizure, she grasped that it posed a danger to life. After a brief contemplation, she hurried to the storage room and retrieved a vial of medication. This was a therapeutic agent produced within the bunker, its slender glass bottle revealing a pale golden liquid that shimmered alluringly under the light. However, I must inform you that this medication has not undergone any testing. It is your decision whether or not to administer it to your wife. The square-jawed man initially appeared elated, but hesitation soon clouded his expression. The 2 individuals who had assisted earlier were also curious. Miss Tu, the bunker can still produce medication? Indeed, she replied casually, but the production side is not here. Is this medication effective for epilepsy? The developers assert that this medication is effective for most ailments. Upon hearing this, the curious individuals displayed skepticism. This was one of the reasons she had refrained from promoting the bunker's medicine. Its miraculous efficacy seemed too extraordinary. And had it not been for the system's consistent reliability, she too would have found it hard to believe in such miraculous remedies. Suddenly, the square-jawed man let out a low groan, glancing anxiously at his wife. Chapter 54. The first to relocate, the woman gritted her teeth, her muscles tightening uncontrollably. Her condition appeared dire, and the child, trembling, called out, Daddy. The square-jawed man, gritting his teeth against the pain, implored, Tu, Miss Tu, the medicine, I will use it. All right. Tu Xiaobai wasted no time. She twisted open the cap and firmly grasped the woman's chin. The physique of a level 2 ability user, having undergone several enhancements, was distinctly superior to that of an ordinary person. With a deft application of strength, she pried open the woman's clenched jaw, tilting the vial. She poured the pale golden liquid into the woman's mouth. She might choke, the square-jawed man began, but he witnessed her skilled maneuvering as she expertly controlled the flow. In the span of a mere second, the scant medicinal liquid slid down her throat without causing any discomfort. The man with the square face appeared quite anxious, despite his stoic expression. He felt a twinge of apprehension within. After all, it was a drug, and any adverse effects could lead to dire consequences. However, The system granted her little time to dwell on her worries. Within approximately 10 seconds, the convulsing individual calmed down. Not only that, but their complexion quickly regained a healthy flush, and their body relaxed entirely. "Dad, Mom, is she all right now?" the child inquired nervously. The man with the square face was visibly astonished. Being closest to his wife, he could clearly hear the faint sound of her snoring in his arms. His wife had seemingly drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Coming back to his senses, he felt overwhelming gratitude, nearly succumbing to the urge to kneel. "There's no need for such gestures," she said, while also summoning Luya. The man's hand bore a deep wound. If left untreated, he would become a walking hazard upon leaving the bunker. However, for Luya, who had already reached level 1, such an injury presented no challenge, and within mere seconds, the wound was completely healed. It was then that she noticed several deep bite marks on the back of his hand, indicating that this was not the first time he had used his hands to prevent his wife from self-harm. Recognizing the heightened sensitivity of this individual, she suggested, "You must be weary from the ordeal. Come rest in my quarters." After all, the level 2 dormitory has 2 rooms, and one of them is unoccupied. The man hesitated but, glancing at the fatigued child, ultimately nodded. "Then I shall impose upon you." "Not at all. Follow me," she replied, leading them to her dormitory. "Once the child is asleep, step out to speak with me. There are matters we need to discuss." "Understood." She settled in the living room, pouring herself a glass of water to sip leisurely. Unexpectedly, within 5 minutes, he emerged. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Is the child asleep?" "He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow," the man with the square face replied, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, as he had not had restful sleep in quite some time. Understanding the circumstances, she nodded. Since this family had only just arrived at the shelter, they had likely endured considerable hardship to survive without military protection. Noticing his somewhat reserved demeanor, she gestured for him to sit down and inquired, "May I ask your name?" "I am Shochi." "Very well," she replied, not dwelling on the matter. She gently placed the medicine bottle on the table. "To be frank, the elixir is not complimentary. Since you have just arrived today, you have yet to earn any contribution points, correct?" Zhouqi appeared anxious. "Yes, that is correct. But I have heard that one can earn contribution points by accepting tasks. Rest assured, I will begin taking on tasks tomorrow." Casting a glance at his wrist, she indeed spotted a recording device and nodded. "That is acceptable. However, I must first deduct 300 contribution points. As you have witnessed, the efficacy of the elixir justifies this price." "Understood." Shochi exhaled in relief, realizing the price was more reasonable than he had anticipated. "I will repay it promptly." She remained silent, merely adjusting the settings, and his record changed to reflect a balance of 350 points. "Now that this matter is settled, I have another question for you. However, if it is inconvenient, you may choose not to answer." Her eyes narrowed slightly, concealing her true intentions. Zhouqi, perplexed, asked, "What question? Do you know Wu Sibin, Jiangping, or Luyu?" Indeed, this inquiry was the genuine reason for her assistance and eagerness. Zhouqi responded with confusion. "Who are they?" Observing his genuine bewilderment, she surmised that he truly did not recognize these individuals. "Then why is Jiangping targeting you?" Noticing his bewildered gaze, she shook her head and smiled. "It's nothing. You should go rest now." "All right," Zhouqi replied quietly as he retreated to the room. Lying next to his wife, he reflected on the encounter, feeling that Tu Xiaobai, despite her youth, exuded an intimidating presence. Even though he was over a decade her senior, he found himself at a loss for words to counter her. Meanwhile, Tu Xiaobai, with an imposing aura, contemplated a plan. Days later, the residents of the shelter gathered once more, not for revelry or novelty, but because one individual had amassed 150 contribution points and was set to move into the bunker that day. The crowd expressed a mix of envy and well wishes. Regardless of their conflicting emotions, they flocked together to celebrate the occasion. Tu Xiaobai noted the rapid transition of some individuals, realizing that the fortunate individual had recently awakened their abilities and, through sheer luck and effort in slaying zombies, had finally earned enough contribution points. While receiving 15 gold coins was undoubtedly a boon, she was not as elated as one might expect. Her past experiences taught her that the most troublesome aspect of a survivor-esque community was maintaining the balance between ordinary individuals and those with abilities. This situation hinted at a significant imbalance. It was evidently much easier for abilities users to accumulate contribution points. She had endeavored to provide ample opportunities for everyone. Yet this inequality persisted. If this trend continued, it would be challenging to avert inevitable conflicts. How might one address this? As she pondered, She caught sight of Wu Sibin in the distance. Unsurprisingly, he was engaging enthusiastically with others, garnering praise within the shelter for his warmth, kindness, and willingness to assist others, far outweighing the lukewarm evaluations of Gongzhua, who lacked eloquence and could not compete in the realm of verbal artistry. An idea sparked within her, prompting her to seek out Shouqi. "Do you have a separate task for me?" he asked, astonished, yet quickly affirmed his commitment to fulfill it diligently. "What was your previous occupation?" She refrained from immediately disclosing the details of the task, and instead sought to gather information about Zhou Qi. Ahem, he stammered, a touch embarrassed. "Go on," Tu Xiaobai prompted. I was a private detective, but I assure you I have never engaged in any illicit activities. At most, I help people catch cheating partners or locate lost pets. Chapter 55. Irrational Choices. What does it mean when someone offers you a pillow when you feel drowsy? This is it. Tu Xiaobai smiled. This task suits you perfectly. Huh. In the midst of Zhou Qi's bewildered gaze, she laid out her plan. Every day, I need to see the reports. As long as you perform well, I can arrange for your wife and child to move into the bunker first. The man was immediately thrilled, patting his chest. Rest assured, I am quite adept at this. He raised 2 fingers, insisting, I will definitely do my best. There's no need to go that far, she chuckled, shaking her head. However, this matter must remain confidential. You must not disclose it even to your wife and child. Can you manage that? Of course, he replied without hesitation. In my line of work, client privacy is paramount. After all these years, I have never revealed any client information. Good, then think about how to tell them. When I return, they can move into the bunker. All right, thank you so much. In a flurry of gratitude, she took her leave. As she exited the shelter, she spotted Wu Sibin near the station soldiers. Thinking of the events to come, her spirits lifted, and when their eyes met unexpectedly, she beamed at him. She laughed freely, departing without a care, unaware that Wu Sibin's expression darkened as he turned to find Lu Yu. Xiaoyu, keep an eye on our surroundings using your powers. Notify me immediately if anything seems off. Lu Yu, typically as cold as ice towards outsiders, was quite obedient in his presence, nodding promptly. Understood, Brother Bin. Jiang Ping, overhearing their conversation, couldn't help but ask, what's going on, Brother Bin? Do you think someone wants to harm us? It's hard to say at this point, he replied, his gaze darkening. I just have a feeling that Tu Xiaobai is up to something and harbors significant hostility towards us. I've never liked that woman, Jiang Ping scoffed. She is just relying on her connections, isn't she? Brother Bin, how about we? He raised his thumb and gestured across his throat. Not a chance. I've seen the bunker, and it's not something an ordinary force could establish. Wu Sibin quickly shook his head. We shouldn't act until we fully understand her backing. But that woman is always targeting us. What should we do? Let Xiaoyu keep an eye out. If anything truly arises. He smirked. I have my own ways to handle it. Unbeknownst to her, a mere smile had alerted the other party. Tu Xiaobai called upon number 1 and ventured back up the mountain. Compared to yesterday, the mutated plants seemed to have diminished. At first glance, this appeared to be a positive development, yet a heavy sense weighed upon her heart. The reduction was likely due to the mutated plants developing stronger territorial instincts. Once they completed their competition, they would turn to contest for survival against the survivors, while the zombies and similarly mutated animals, after a brief struggle, found a way to coexist peacefully with these more aggressive entities. It was indeed ironic. Only humans had become the outcasts in this post-apocalyptic world. Fortunately, the saying that there's always a way out proved true, for amidst the myriad of crises, a glimmer of hope remained. Her gaze sharpened as she seemed to spot something she had been seeking. Let us go check that out. She beckoned to number 1 and dashed in that direction. However, just a few meters into her run, her foot unexpectedly slipped, and she plummeted downward. Even she could not control her scream, yet the descent halted almost instantly. Looking up, she saw number 1 firmly grasping her arm, with its left limb clutching a partially exposed tree root, precariously holding her in place. Peering down, her heart sank. Below lay a writhing network of roots. It was a trap. With a solemn expression, she immediately commanded, pull me up. Number 1 exerted its strength, hoisting her back to level ground. Without hesitation, she stepped onto its back, quickly maneuvering most of her body onto solid ground. With one final push, she secured her safety. Turning to see number 1 also attempting to climb up, which eased her anxiety slightly. But the unforeseen happened in an instant. Number 1 suddenly sank down. It desperately clung to the nearby tree root, but the stalemate lasted only a few seconds before it fell again. Tu Xiaobai instinctively lunged forward, but she was a moment too late. Her outstretched hand merely brushed against number 1, failing to grasp it. Below, the roots had extended, ensnaring number one's ankle and pulling it down. What had once looked like a mass of intertwining serpents below now gaped open like a monstrous mouth, ready to devour the falling prey. Number one struggled, unleashing purple-white lightning. Yet, the roots were coated in a viscous slime, causing the arcs to disperse harmlessly into the air without inflicting any damage. It attempted to resist with brute force, but failed once more. As number one was about to descend into that gaping maw, Tu Xiaobai gritted her teeth and jumped after it. In that fleeting moment, myriad thoughts flashed through her mind. Yet clarity eluded her, ultimately fixating on the memories shared with number one. One thing remained certain: she could not bear to lose it. As if sensing her movement, number one, which had been struggling with its head down, suddenly lifted its gaze. In the depths of its dark eyes, the silhouette of a rapidly descending figure was reflected. Though its arms were already ensnared by the roots, an unexpected surge of strength erupted from somewhere within. It roared and shattered the roots entangled around its arms, lifting them upwards just in time to catch its falling master. Tu Xiaobai was taken aback by number one's actions, sending a shiver down her spine. Zombies lack body heat, and she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Yet, this sensation only lasted for a brief moment, as her body quickly acclimated to the chill, and she even began to feel a hint of warmth. At that moment, there was no time for contemplation. Darkness enveloped her as she and number one fell into the creature's mouth. The prey was secured, and the gaping maw closed, shutting out the sunlight. Thud. Number one landed with a resounding crash at the bottom, a sound so painful it echoed in her ears. Pressed against its body, she distinctly heard the sound of bones fracturing. Judging by the noise, it was likely that many of number one's bones were shattered, leaving her to suspect that aside from its skull, perhaps only its arms remained intact. She cautiously crawled out from its stiffened arms and retrieved a vial of specialized medicine for rare beasts. Thankfully, she had taken precautions and brought this along. Otherwise, she would have been left to drag a worm-like entity around. Gently prying open number one's jaw, she poured the medicine inside, then turned her focus inward, gathering her own strength. Had the events not unfolded so swiftly, and had her emotions not triumphed over reason, she would never have allowed herself to fall into such a predicament. However, since the situation had deteriorated, she would not stand idly by. In her quest to escape, she knew she had to exert every ounce of her strength. Chapter 56. Ascending. When does a level 2 ability user require casting time? It is when they decide to exert their full strength, with life and death hinging solely on that singular strike. With her gaze slightly lowered, Tu Xiaobai mobilized 90% of her internal energy. A peculiar sensation coursed throughout her body. A fleeting glimpse of a higher realm that a level 2 ability user could faintly perceive. Yet, it remained merely a fleeting experience. Her current power was still woefully inadequate to attain that level. The roots surrounding her writhed with increasing intensity, secreting a viscous liquid at an accelerated pace. Sensing the imminent threat, they endeavored to preemptively digest her and number one. In the depths of darkness, she stood resolutely, her aura intensifying. Simultaneously, slender tendrils, scarcely the width of a pinky finger, surged forth almost silently from all directions. Both parties were preparing for a decisive blow. The immobile zombie, number one, was overlooked. A grave error committed by the mutated plant. As she fully channeled her strength, she commanded number one, and a brilliant arc of electricity ignited, not from her, but from him. The intense purple-white lightning rendered number one's form nearly ethereal, shattering the darkness and illuminating everything around them. Tu Xiaobai seized that fleeting moment. The electric arcs surged like a tidal wave, erupting violently from her core. The target was the moment when number one illuminated a segment of vibrant red roots. The mucilage secreted by the mutated plants could withstand a certain degree of ability attacks, but not such a concentrated strike. At that moment, number one suddenly leaped forward, positioning himself before her to shield her from the onslaught of the delicate tendrils. The skin of a level 2 zombie was akin to an impenetrable fortress. Yet the originally weak areas had not evolved to such extremes, resulting in numerous scars on number one's neck and chest after several deflections. Although he managed to evade fatal strikes at the last moment, grazing wounds still sent a shiver down her spine. As her thoughts became restless, her control over her power faltered momentarily, nearly leading to disaster. She quickly gathered her focus, intentionally ignoring number one's condition and pouring her energy into the attack. After several minutes of stalemate, dizziness began to cloud her mind, a consequence of excessive use of her abilities in a short span. Suddenly, an indescribable scent wafted through the air, both pungent and fragrant. A flicker of joy crossed her face. In the next instant, the encircling roots crackled and snapped, littering the ground. Sunlight flooded back into the area, and she felt utterly drained, nearly collapsing but quickly regaining her footing. Number 1 gazed at her, his expression a portrait of anxiety. Relieved to have passed this ordeal, she chuckled playfully. Remarkable. Your emotions are becoming increasingly nuanced. Soon you might resemble a human. Naturally. He offered no reply, his gaze abruptly shifting downward. Tu Xiaobai followed suit, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. She had just been standing in the acidic liquid used by the mutated plant for digestion, and now her shoes and socks lay in tatters, her feet bloodied. In contrast, Number 1's attire was tattered, but bore the effects of the acid far less severely, rendering him relatively intact. He turned his back, crouched, and extended his arms backward. Glancing at her, this posture felt familiar. She leaped onto his back, and he hoisted her upward. Once assured of her secure grip, Number 1 carefully approached the edge of the large hole, his sharp claws digging into the earth as he began to ascend. With no hands to support himself, Tu Xiaobai had no choice but to wrap her arms and legs tightly around him, the movement aggravating her wounds and causing her to grimace in pain. To distract herself, she began to ramble. Oh, how did you awaken your lightning powers? If only you had the wind ability, we could simply fly out of here. Earth abilities are commendable as well, boasting exceptional defense and the ability to construct a staircase to climb. But if only there were a powerful fire ability user to drop a fireball into the pit, one thunderous blast would leave the world silent. However, with what abilities? Mutated plants typically refrain from attacking, which is rather agreeable. Reflecting on her own predicament, she lamented, Alas, I am the most unfortunate. My attack power pales in comparison to fire abilities. My speed is inferior to wind. My defense lacks the fortitude of earth abilities. My affinity fails to match that of wood, and even my strength and physical prowess are inferior to yours. Sigh. Deep down, she did not genuinely believe herself inferior, but in search of conversation, she noticed Number 1 had abruptly halted. What's wrong? Are you out of strength? She inquired nervously. Glancing down, he had climbed a significant distance, nearly 7 or 8 meters from the bottom of the pit. A fall would be disastrous. She then looked upward. The tremors caused by the mutated plant's demise had dislodged stones and roots that had once framed the entrance, leaving it bare and inconvenient for her to wield her lightning whip. Furrowing her brow, she contemplated that if it came to it, she might have to swing her whip blindly or retreat to rest for a while. Time wasted would be regrettable. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly felt a pat on her shoulder. Upon regaining her senses, she discovered Number 1 was clutching the left side of his body with his feet while using his right hand to pat her. So he paused just to do that? Confused, she failed to comprehend his intentions. Understanding a zombie with a less-than-bright intellect proved challenging. Yet, seemingly satisfied with merely patting her for a moment, he resumed his ascent. And sensing his steady movements, she felt reassured. Minutes later, she finally reached the surface. Sitting on the ground, she retrieved her emergency kit to tend to her wounded feet, reminding Number 1 to remain vigilant. Fortunately, due to the chaotic environment during the plant's mutation, no zombies were drawn to her wounds, allowing her to treat them without interruption. However, walking proved excruciating, as the skin on her feet had nearly disintegrated, making each step akin to walking on the tips of daggers. She had no choice but to climb back onto Number 1's back, directing him towards the location she had previously observed. It was a sunlit hillside, conveniently positioned near the trap from which she had fallen. Calculating the relationship between the trap and the hillside in her mind, a heavy weight settled in her heart. The exquisite choice of position was no mere coincidence. The intelligence of mutated plants had long been a contentious topic among survivors in her past life. While she lacked the expertise to weigh in, she was acutely aware that, during battles with mutated plants, many sensed their tactical prowess. Thus, many believed these mutated flora possessed the capacity for thought and, under certain circumstances, could even ally with zombies and mutated animals. Number 1 suddenly came to a halt, interrupting her anxious musings. They had arrived at the sunlit hillside. Chapter 57. Please help them. Tu Xiaobai leaned down for a closer inspection, noticing faint specks of azure blue dotting the dark brown earth. However, the hues were so subtle that when one truly focused, they seemed almost illusory. Only a casual glance could reveal the unusual colors interspersed within the soil. It must be the substance she had suspected. She marked the location and carefully extracted a sample, placing it into a glass vessel. With a soft beep, a system notification chimed, causing her to raise an eyebrow in amusement. Acquired special item. Spore, biological research speed increased by 5 for 7 days. Soon, She returned to the bunker with the sample, eager to present it to Fang Chun and the others. What new mutation had occurred this time? The researchers had developed a peculiar relationship with her, affectionate yet resentful. They appreciated the relatively safe and tranquil environment she provided, allowing them to immerse themselves in their studies, with many privately dubbing her their muse of inspiration. Conversely, they despised the unsettling implications of the specimens she brought, which continuously reminded them of the dangers lurking beyond their academic pursuits. As she unveiled the sample of soil, their initial reaction was one of trepidation. What calamity had arisen now in this apocalyptic world? She quickly waved her hands, reassuring them. Today brings good news. A collective sigh of relief swept through Fang Chun and the others, followed by a surge of curiosity. What good news? Look closely at the surface of the soil. Do you notice anything different? Her intention was for them to examine it up close, but the researchers, ever diligent, immediately turned to the microscope. Upon extracting a small sample, the elusive azure blue became unmistakable. What is this? It resembles some kind of fungus? Yes, it appears to be an unknown strain of fungi. I believe it could potentially aid in improving life during the apocalypse, but I'll need your expertise for further research. Upon hearing her thoughts, the researchers instinctively attributed it to her supposed precognitive abilities, harboring no doubts. Yet, after a moment of exchanging glances, Fang Chun finally spoke candidly. We lack proficiency in biological research. We may not be able to assist you. What should we do now? She asked. Her anxiety evident as the reward buff she had just acquired was on a countdown. Noticing her distress, the team began brainstorming, until Fang Chun suddenly exclaimed, Wait. ISNT, they're a biological laboratory in Yang City? We discussed it at the industry gathering last year, remember? His reminder sparked recognition among the majority of the researchers. Yes. It's called Shanghai Biological. I've heard they have a solid reputation and noteworthy capabilities. Yang City? That's not too far from Luo City, she mused, raising an eyebrow. Are they truly competent? Fang Chun nodded affirmatively. Yes, their research won awards 2 years ago. Though I wonder how they are faring now. A wave of melancholy washed over them. In this post-apocalyptic world, yesterday's allies could become today's lost connections. The distance and severed communication rendered their current situation uncertain. Fang Chun hesitated. If it's possible, could you help them? Resident wish, rescue. In these chaotic times, the spirit of mutual assistance persists. Please confirm the situation at Shanghai Biological in Yang City as soon as possible. Reward, to be determined based on completion. This task arrived at the perfect moment. Since Fang Chun and the others held Shanghai Biological in high regard, she felt compelled to investigate, as it would be a fortuitous endeavor. Very well, she replied. I will assess the situation there and find a way to assist them. Time was of the essence. If all went smoothly, the reward buff would still be effective. She promptly sought out Zheng Weiguo to discuss the trip to Yang City. Upon hearing her intentions, Zheng Weiguo was somewhat surprised. What a coincidence. The troops are planning to head to Yang City in the next few days. When do we depart? Tomorrow. Then I shall accompany you. Zheng Weiguo readily agreed. After she organized matters at the bunker, he led her directly to the 1st Army Corps base. You must be Comrade Tu, he said, shaking her hand. The commander of the 1st Corps is surnamed Qi. He appears quite amiable. Little Zhang often speaks of you. Your bunker has solved many of our problems. As they exchanged pleasantries, she maintained a polite smile, though she had never excelled at such interactions in either her past or present life. Fortunately, Commander Qi was quite busy, offering only a brief introduction to their plans before granting her permission to join their expedition the following day. Thus, on the morrow, she climbed aboard the 1st Army Corps vehicle with number 1. The new energy vehicle was perhaps the most convenient mode of transport available. Although the few existing models were remnants from before the apocalypse, requiring numerous hurdles to achieve mass production. With the roads unmaintained post-apocalypse, the ride was bumpy. And it wasn't long before she felt drowsy. Surrounded by soldiers, and with number 1 on constant alert, she felt secure enough to close her eyes for a moment of rest. Initially, the soldiers maintained silence, but after several minutes, they began to converse quietly. She overheard their myriad curiosities about number 1. Is that a zombie? Definitely. Look at its face. It's pale. No normal person would have such a complexion. I've never seen a zombie that looks so human. Me neither. If it donned some makeup and mingled in a crowd, don't say that. It's terrifying to even think about. She remained still, a faint smile creeping at the corners of her mouth when suddenly, an alarm blared from the front. Enemy attack. With a swift motion, she opened her eyes, her reflexes sharp as she leaped from the vehicle, flicking her wrist to launch her whip towards a shadowy figure ahead. Yet, her strike met with empty air. Her heart sank. It's a wind-type ability. Be cautious. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a dark figure rushing towards a nearby soldier. There was no time to intervene, so she lashed out with her whip, sending the soldier flying to safety. With a resounding crash, the ground shattered beneath him. Damn it, an ability user is approaching. Form defensive groups of 3. The soldiers swiftly followed orders. Ordinary personnel readied their weapons while ability users took defensive positions on the periphery. Yet, Tu Xiaobai remained furrowed in concentration, calling out, "Number 1. At her command. It surged towards an empty space. What is it doing? One soldier questioned, perplexed. No answer was needed. The next moment revealed the truth. The assailant materialized there, colliding directly with Number 1. At last, they beheld the enemy's form, a person or rather, a zombie, with its supple limbs and rapid movements. Only its faintly bluish skin betrayed its true identity. Chapter 58 Beware, this is a level 2 zombie. Tu Xiaobai exclaimed loudly. The warriors' expressions shifted as they heightened their vigilance. Seizing the moment while Number 1 was engaged with the enemy, she unleashed another attack. However, the level 2 zombie, possessing a degree of intelligence, sensed the threat and let out a low growl. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted around it, forming a small whirlwind that not only flung Number 1 aside but also disrupted her lightning strike, causing it to lose its mark. A sense of foreboding settled in her heart. The level 2 zombie had awakened its abilities, making it significantly more formidable than an ordinary level 2. It was certainly beyond the capability of these newly ascended level 1 ability users. You all should leave. The moment the words escaped her lips, she noticed the warriors were reluctant to speak, and she quickly interjected, "This zombie is exceptionally difficult to handle. Number 1, and I will need time to coordinate our efforts. If I have to divide my attention to protect you, it will complicate matters. Moreover, she hastily conjured more reasons. It has blood on its teeth and claws, suggesting it has recently fed. There might be survivors in the vicinity. You should hurry and search for them." This rationale was far more acceptable than merely urging them to retreat. After a brief silence, the leader of the warriors ultimately gave the order. However, they did not fully withdraw. Instead, they left behind one Earth-type and one Fire-type ability user to assist. This time, she did not refuse but swiftly assigned tasks. The Earth-type ability user erected several earthen walls to effectively reduce the wind's speed, while the Fire-type user began igniting fires, as the flames would counteract the wind's force. The zombies, preferring to rely on their formidable physical strength rather than abilities, would be deterred from recklessly using their powers. The sound of thuds echoed in their ears, a testament to the terrifying physical strength of the level 2 zombie, causing the warriors' faces to pale. She understood their apprehension. Military training had never ceased, yet even so, they could not compare to the virus-enhanced bodies of the undead. Even with the emergence of top-tier ability users, none, save for the Earth-type, were qualified to engage in direct combat with the zombies. However, there was no need to voice such thoughts that could undermine their morale at this critical moment. "We must devise a plan to sever its limbs," she stated solemnly. "Without its extremities, even if it manages to float using its wind abilities, its threat level would be nearly nullified." Understood. With a clear objective established, the warriors grasped how to proceed. Initially, the two warriors struggled to synchronize with her pace, but they quickly adapted. In a 4 versus 1 scenario, the level 2 zombie could not endure for long. At last, she seized the opportunity. After a rapid series of attacks, the creature howled in agony. Lightning charred its legs, flames consumed its left arm, while Number 1 firmly gripped its right arm. Crack. Number 1 had forcibly wrenched the enemy's arm away. As she had predicted, although losing its limbs did not kill it, it severely limited its mobility. The trio coordinated once more, and Number 1 seized the moment, clawing through the creature's heart. When it withdrew its paw, they all beheld a dark red crystal nestled in its grasp. A level 2 blood crystal, more translucent and symmetrically shaped than before, undoubtedly possessing enhanced effects and a considerably higher yield rate. Number 1 rubbed the crystal against its clothing before scampering over to present it to her, its eager eyes shining, as if asking for approval. She smiled warmly, patting its shoulder as she accepted the crystal, praising, "You did wonderfully, Number 1. You're getting stronger. Beast 1 has been inspired." All metrics increased by 5. Duration, 60 minutes. "Oh dear, I should have praised you before the battle." A fleeting pang of regret washed over her. Turning to the warriors, she declared, "I'll keep the blood crystal for now, and we can discuss its allocation later." The two warriors had no objections. The enemy was vanquished, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, she did not wish to diminish their spirits. "We cannot relax just yet. Level 2 zombies possess a degree of dominion. And we may have to fight again. What do you mean? The warriors were puzzled. But they soon understood. Swarms of zombies began emerging from both sides of the road. This was the power of advanced zombies. From level 2 onward, they could summon lesser zombies to their aid. The earlier howl had been a call to their minions. However, under the dominion of the level 2 zombie, only level 0 and level 1 zombies would appear, and their numbers would not be overly daunting. Thus, she chose not to preemptively thwart the summoning. Eliminating this horde of zombies would not only clear the path for their return, but also serve as an opportunity to hone their abilities. It was a win-win situation. The two warriors watched in awe as she and Number 1 performed in perfect synchrony, dispatching the undead with astonishing efficiency, clearing the area in mere minutes. She felt somewhat dissatisfied. This zombie was rather lackluster, with only a few level 1 minions yielding just a single blood crystal. Yet, the two warriors were filled with admiration. In the military, strength was paramount, and witnessing her prowess instantly elevated their regard for her. Gone were the days of addressing her formally as Comrade 2. They now affectionately referred to her as Xiaobai. After tidying the battlefield, they prepared to regroup with the main force. The two warriors flanked her, eagerly inquiring about honing their abilities. This was her forte. She spoke at length, and the listeners not only gained invaluable insights, but also felt an increasing sense of camaraderie. Drawing closer to her, their relationship naturally evolved as they began to thump their chests, pledging to assist her with any future endeavors. She smiled softly, finding their earnestness endearing. Suddenly, the two warriors were shoved aside. The trio paused, surprised. In the next instant, her view was obstructed as Number 1 stood defiantly before her, its eyes brimming with indignation. "What is it?" she instinctively asked. It could not articulate its thoughts, tilting its head and suddenly lifting its garment. There, a conspicuous stain marked the fabric, a remnant from wiping the blood crystal. Understanding dawned upon her, yet all she could do was shrug. "I didn't bring your clothes. Just bear with it for now. We can change once we reach Yang City." It seemed to ponder this for a moment before dropping its garment and sidling closely next to her. Lately, she had noticed that Number 1 had been increasingly clingy. However, considering it was a pet designated by the system, its attachment to her was hardly surprising. Thus, she responded with a habitual pat. The two warriors expressed their envy. "You're practically a summoner. Just imagine, if you captured more formidable zombies, you could assemble an entire zombie army. That would be incredibly impressive." At this notion, her smile faded. Chapter 59. Fragments of memory. That infuriating 50% probability failed once again after the hadron. Tu Xiaobai couldn't help but touch her cheek, denying for the umpteenth time that her luck was poor. Surely, there must be an issue with the system's statistical calculations. Not wanting to dwell on this vexing matter, she naturally shifted the conversation. Number 1 was lost in thought, flitting from her left side to her right, resembling a hyperactive child unable to remain still for even a moment. Yet, much like parents who initially insist on not needing a pet but end up doting on their beloved creature, she felt an inexplicable fondness for her little companion and did not deter its antics. Consequently, despite several attempts by the two warriors to approach her, they ultimately had to maintain a distance of about 2 people, conversing as they walked. After a few minutes, they reunited with the main group. Inside the compartment lay 2 unconscious men and a woman. Upon seeing her, the soldiers hurriedly explained the situation. Thanks to Comrade 2's reminder, there were indeed survivors nearby. "Found over there. How peculiar. Why hadn't the zombies consumed them?" It wasn't that they hadn't. There had been 7 or 8 of them, and only these 3 remained. "Comrade 2, what do you think the zombies intend to do?" She gazed in surprise at the unconscious girl, secretly marveling at the whims of fate. She had never sought these individuals deliberately, yet they appeared one by one. Upon hearing the inquiry, she discreetly withdrew her gaze and softly uttered 2 words: "Caged." The surrounding individuals displayed hesitant expressions, finally murmuring, "You don't mean that, do you?" "Indeed, that is precisely what I mean." The soldiers' expressions shifted from disbelief to profound anger. "Damn it, the zombies are treating humans like livestock." She turned in silence to observe the roadside. Though brutal, this was the stark reality, with nothing to conceal. The soldiers quickly regained their composure and set off again, but this time, no one dared to jest. The youthful faces were taut, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. The road conditions were worse than anticipated, and their arrival at Yangcheng, more accurately, the ruins of Yangcheng, was later than planned. With the sun dipping low in the west, they needed to find a place to spend the night. Ultimately, the army stumbled upon a dilapidated house, likely a remnant of a past demolition. Its age had allowed it to evade the attacks of the electric-eating insects, making it a rare find amidst the desolation. However, correspondingly, the interior aptly reflected the phrase long abandoned. Even the most adaptable among them found it hard to accept. The soldiers immediately began to clear the space while she, accompanied by Number 1, inspected the surroundings. They found no zombies but discovered numerous mutated plants. These had emerged from the rubble, breaking through remnants of steel and concrete, gradually consuming the remnants of the city. Fortunately, the mutated plants they encountered were not highly aggressive, so she cautiously avoided them and moved on. In a race against time, they finally prepared a place to rest before sunset, and the 3 fortunate individuals finally regained consciousness. Their names were Wang Jun, Cui Dong, and Cui Annie. All 3 had endured considerable distress, and after the soldiers reassured them, they slowly recounted their experiences. Originally a group of 8, they had come together shortly after the apocalypse began, forming a relatively harmonious team with some capabilities, weathering numerous storms. Soon, they were fortunate enough to awaken 3 ability users and joined a shelter, seemingly paving the way for a bright future. However, not long ago, the shelter had also fallen victim to a zombie tide, tragically failing to withstand the onslaught. Though their small team managed to retreat in time, they became drifters in the post-apocalyptic world once more, ultimately ensnared by a level 2 zombie. With 2 level 0 and 1 level 1 ability users in their midst, they stood no chance against the level 2 zombie, which swiftly dispatched them for sustenance. The remaining 5 ordinary individuals, as Tu Xiaobai had noted, were effectively kept as livestock by the level 2 zombie, periodically selecting one to share with its minions. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Had they delayed a few more days, these 3 would undoubtedly have joined the ranks of the undead. The survivors, having endured both mental and physical torment for days, recounted their ordeal before consuming a bit of travel rations and slipping back into unconsciousness. The soldiers, however, continued to discuss the matter in hushed tones, expressing both sympathy and outrage at the cruelty of the zombies. Some approached Tu Xiaobai to converse, but upon seeing her indifferent demeanor, they tactfully left her be. As night deepened, for safety's sake, they extinguished the lights early. The soldiers on night watch donned infrared imaging devices, while the others quickly succumbed to sleep to restore their strength. She too seemed to have entered slumber, yet at the faintest sound, her eyes fluttered open. In the night breeze, whispers floated through the air. Cui Annie, claiming she had slept too much during the day, engaged in conversation with the soldier on duty. Ordinarily, soldiers would refrain from idle chatter during missions, but given the unusual circumstances, and with Cui Annie being a victim and a young woman of delicate beauty, compassion was natural. The conversation ebbed and flowed, never quite clear, as Tu Xiaobai leaned against the wall, her thoughts drifting far away. It was the 3rd year of the apocalypse when the beleaguered nation finally succeeded in establishing 4 bunkers, east, south, west, and north, complemented by makeshift shelters built by civilians, forming a relatively complete survival system. After numerous twists, she ultimately joined the White Tiger bunker in the capital. Alongside her were comrades forged through adversity, including Wu Sibin and Cui Annie. Xiaobai, this bunker is enormous. At last, we can rest easy. Xiaobai, here, ability users can choose single or double rooms. Would you share a room with me? I'm scared to sleep alone. Xiaobai, Old Wu received a mission. If we complete it, we can rest for at least 6 months. Xiaobai, Old Wu is injured. I'll go tend to his wounds. You all must be careful. I'll wait for your return. I'll wait for your return. I'll wait for your return. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. A tumultuous tide swelling within her, a chill radiating from her entire being. In this moment of recollection, every detail was vivid. Yet she wondered what emotions filled her heart when she uttered such words, smiling as she watched them march toward death. Her icy gaze drifted outside, and at that moment, she nearly forgot her rebirth, consumed by an overwhelming desire to eliminate the treacherous youth. Perhaps her gaze was too chilling, for Cui Annie seemed to sense it. Abruptly turning her head. Chapter 60. Are you comforting me? Suddenly, a shadow fell over Tu Xiaobai's vision. She lifted her gaze slightly to see the figure of Number 1 standing directly in front of her. With a sense of indolence, she refrained from speaking, merely questioning inwardly. What are you doing? Number 1 raised an arm, cautiously placing it over her eyes. Instantly, her sight was engulfed in darkness. As if a sheet of icy frost had been draped over her, an uncomfortable sensation that prompted her to instinctively move, seeking to distance herself from that hand. She then felt it gently pat her shoulder. Pausing momentarily, she suddenly comprehended Number 1's intentions. Are you comforting me? she asked softly. Naturally, there was no response. Yet her shoulder was patted gently a few more times. Blinking in surprise, she suddenly chuckled, her previously stern demeanor melting away. Number 1 hesitantly withdrew its hand. And upon seeing her familiar bright eyes, it appeared momentarily stunned, before its lips twitched in an unusual manner. Displeased, she pushed its face away, mumbling, "If your smile is unsettling, then please don't smile at all." The zombie blocking their path swayed, unable to obstruct a certain scrutinizing gaze. Tu Xiaobai's eyes met those of Cui Annie. She smiled faintly, as if merely having an unintentional eye contact with a stranger, thus offering a polite greeting. Cui Annie, somewhat bewildered, felt the chilling sensation that had gripped her back dissipate, and after a moment's hesitation, she turned away again. A peaceful night passed, ushering in a relatively safe day. The soldiers swiftly gathered their belongings, preparing for action. Only those who had come from Luoqing lamented. For compared to the vibrant scenes within the refuge, Yang City appeared rather grim. It was difficult to imagine that this was once a bustling place. After searching several likely locations to find survivors, only disappointment greeted them, leading to a palpable decline in morale. Could it be that no one survived in Yang City? Tu Xiaobai felt an unease in her heart, but such circumstances were not uncommon in her past life. Compared to others, her capacity for acceptance was somewhat greater. Although anxious within, she maintained her composure outwardly. Suddenly, Number 1, who had been following her closely, turned around. She furrowed her brow, quickly realizing, had it heard something? Number 1 nodded in affirmation. She immediately called out to the group. Number 1 seems to have made a discovery. Let us follow it. As she spoke, she patted Number 1's arm. It promptly dashed forward, navigating the debris with ease, while the others struggled to keep up. Fortunately, their destination was not far. After a few hundred meters, it suddenly halted. Beneath them lay a heap of scattered debris. Her keen eyes spotted a battered metal sign with a complete character and half of another, which unmistakably resembled the lower half of the word C. Could this be the location of Shanghai Biological? Gazing at the completely collapsed structure, she felt a heaviness in her heart. Upon regaining her focus, she observed Number 1 gently tapping on the rubble as if attempting to convey something. She tentatively inquired, "Are there living beings below?" Number 1 nodded. The group's spirits lifted, and the leader promptly ordered, "Dig." Although it appeared to be an impossible task, they had among them those with special abilities, including a remarkably strong level 2 zombie. Each person utilized their unique skills, and within just over 40 minutes, they cleared a passage through the debris. Cui Annie volunteered to use vines to reinforce the tunnel, and the soldiers crawled down to assess the situation. "There's a basement here," someone exclaimed excitedly. They knocked on the tightly shut dark door, but there was no response. Exchanging worried glances, they knocked again with renewed vigor. Still, no reply. Could it be that they were too late? Regardless, let us open the door and take a look, suggested Tu Xiaobai. The others agreed, but encountered complications when attempting to open the door. This dark door was evidently custom-made, boasting exceptional blast resistance, and they were uncertain of what lay within, making vigorous methods unsuitable. She examined the door carefully and called Number 1 over. "Can you see this?" "Use your claws." After a brief demonstration, Number 1 began its task. The zombie's sharp claws acted like the most formidable of blades, and with the aid of its abilities, it slowly began to pierce through the thick door. With a breach created, Number 1 tore and pulled until it managed to wrench the door open. She squeezed through, immediately assaulted by a nauseating stench. Glancing around the room, she noticed a pile of plastic bottles filled with a yellow liquid in the far corner, alongside remnants of some grains. To the left of the door lay 5 individuals. Prompting a soldier to rush forward for an inspection, exhaling in relief, "They're still alive. Let us get them out first." Once exposed to the fresh air, she inhaled deeply. A few minutes later, the unconscious individuals gradually regained consciousness, gazing at them in confusion before bursting into tears. "We're saved." The 5 men clung to the soldiers, sobbing uncontrollably, yet no one mocked them. They were still too weak, and after a brief weeping fit, they seemed unable to sustain themselves. Temporary provisions of warm water and rations were provided, and they devoured the food ravenously, finally regaining some color in their faces, allowing them the strength to recount their harrowing experiences. As they introduced themselves as researchers from Shanghai Biological, the system's prompt sounded. "Ding, resident wish, rescue completed. Now tallying results." "Ding, tally complete. Rewards, 50 gold coins, 1 biological detector." A wave of joy surged within her. She had not expected such a generous reward from the system. 50 gold coins, the most substantial reward thus far. As for the biological detector, it was not convenient to examine at the moment, but she glanced at its description. Biological detector, capable of penetrating various obstacles to detect biological traces. Effective range of 1,000 meters, consuming 5 energy points per minute. She couldn't help but be taken aback by such a high energy consumption and wondered about its effectiveness. After a brief rest, the 5 researchers regained some mobility and suggested several potential locations where survivors might be hidden. Ultimately, they discovered a concealed refuge housing over 30 survivors. Upon seeing the military, the crowd was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy filling their eyes. As darkness approached, everyone prepared to settle in at this refuge for the night. The food carried by the soldiers, once heated, emanated a delightful aroma, and the sound of swallowed saliva filled the air. Each person received only a few mouthfuls, making them cherish every morsel, unwilling to waste even a single grain of rice. Tu Xiaobai slowly consumed her food while listening to their discussions about future plans. Yang City undoubtedly held more survivors, and the military would need to continue searching for several days. The accommodation of these survivors was of paramount importance. Additionally, they needed to strategize on how to ensure the safety of such a large group during their return, as the greater the number, the more susceptible they were to zombie attacks. Having listened for a considerable time, she quietly opened the system interface to check. 2 days had elapsed since leaving the bunker, and the residents were still diligently completing tasks, with 2 individuals successfully exchanging for residency within the bunker. Consequently, her gold coin count had reached 387. Chapter 61. Jingwei. Upon accessing the help interface of the system, Tu Xiaobai embarked on a search regarding the concept of bunkers, specifically using the keywords, 2 bunkers. Among the myriad of questions that emerged, she discovered the information she sought. Moments later, she resolutely proposed her suggestion. What if we established a bunker here as well? Her words left the room in stunned silence. Half the audience was taken aback while the other half appeared bewildered. The latter, naturally, were the survivors from Yang City. With communication severed, news from nearby areas had failed to reach them, and in their desperate struggle for survival, they remained oblivious to the circumstances in Luo City, let alone the concept of a bunker. Once clarity dawned upon them, the survivors from Yang City erupted in excitement, expressing a fervent desire to construct a bunker. If a local refuge could be established, it would mitigate the dangers of the journey. Having barely survived to this point, none wished to court further risk. Moreover, several researchers from Shanghai Biology recommended a representative named Duan Jiping, inquiring if it would be feasible to excavate some of Shanghai Biology's research data. Before the apocalypse, they had recently achieved a breakthrough in their studies, and retrieving even a fraction of that data might alleviate some of the food shortages. Currently, whether in large or small shelters, the issue of food was a pressing concern. Even if the city housed warehouses and supermarkets, they were ultimately reliant on dwindling supplies. Consequently, upon hearing Duan Jiping's suggestion, the military leaders swiftly reached a decision. They must excavate, and with this course of action, immediate return to Luo City became increasingly improbable as the survivors urgently required a secure living area. Thus, the establishment of a bunker here emerged as the optimal solution. Comrade 2, we entrust this task to you. She nodded, and the following day began her search for a suitable location. The city center proved unsuitable, as the metro, underground malls, and parking garages rendered the subterranean spaces largely vacant, prompting repeated system alerts of construction impossible. Eventually, guided by local residents, she discovered a plot of land on the outskirts of the city. Nearby was a logistics park, and upon inspection, she found warehouses brimming with goods that had yet to be distributed, including essential items for sustenance and clothing. Excellent. The logistical challenge for the initial construction of the bunker was resolved. She had initially planned to exchange gold coins for a stockpile of food and water from the marketplace, but this development saved her funds. However, the expenses for constructing the bunker's entrance were unavoidable, and with a heavy heart, she watched as the system deducted 333 gold coins, simultaneously presenting a new notification. Bunker number 2 has been constructed. Please name it promptly. Jingwei, she blurted out. Jingwei filling the sea. Survivors too must embody such spirit to endure in a post-apocalyptic world. Would you like to link the bunker Nirvana with bunker Jingwei? Yes. The system remained silent for 5 seconds before responding. Connection complete. The new bunker entrance was not concealed by a large stone, but rather by a square manhole cover, resembling those found in the nearby logistics park, albeit slightly larger. As she stood beside the manhole cover, it retracted automatically, revealing the heavy door of the bunker below. It appeared that the system, while constructing the bunker, also adapted its camouflage to the surrounding environment, a commendable feature. The entrance to the bunker was nearly identical, but where the walls would typically be barren, an additional door now adorned the space. Upon opening the door, she was instantly awestruck. Behind it lay a track, upon which a sleek, silver vehicle reminiscent of a shuttle floated. This shuttle lacked brakes, accelerator, or steering wheel. Instead, it featured a rectangular control panel. A gentle touch illuminated the screen, displaying a destination selection. At that moment, only one option was available: Nirvana Bunker. Through the window above the control panel, a dark tunnel stretched infinitely ahead. She had always known this system was remarkable, but had never anticipated its capabilities would surpass her expectations to such a degree. The 5-second establishment of an underground track linking Yang City to Luo City was beyond her comprehension. If utilized for subway construction, would it not connect the entire nation within days? She recalled a line. System, what other surprises do you hold that I am yet unaware of? Naturally, the system offered no response. Suddenly, her theatrical monologue fell flat, and she regretted not bringing her first unit along. Now, the sole concern was that the shuttle was somewhat cramped. Aside from the control panel, it contained only 2 rows of 4 seats, raising concerns about its carrying capacity. When faced with uncertainty, she consulted the help section. Upon reading the response, enlightenment dawned. The transport capacity of the floating track will increase as the living area expands. Thus, as long as she diligently constructed the bunker and ensured the safety of the surface area, the aspiration of nationwide connectivity was not beyond reach. Excellent. She felt invigorated once more. After touring the new facilities, she returned to the bunker. Much like the initial construction of Nirvana Bunker, this new refuge contained but a single entrance, an elevator, and a dormitory. Navigating with familiarity, she activated the construction mode. Currently, over 30 survivors had been located in Yang City, but the number was surely greater. However, they could not adopt the model of exchanging contribution points for residency rights and would need to be accommodated within the bunker for the time being, with plans for gradual improvement later. Therefore, she constructed 29 dormitories in one go, merged them into a level 2 dining hall, and built a small power plant and a water purification station, leaving her with only 1 gold coin remaining. Tu Xiaobai, will I forever be burdened by the poverty buff? The Jingwei bunker had begun to take shape, and she reviewed the new bunker's information. Name, Jingwei owner, Tu Xiaobai official residence, 0 energy, 45 gold coins, 1 equipment, 0 food, 60 clean water, 20 medicine, 0 miscellaneous, 0 current rooms, total 34. Entrance 1, dormitories 30, level 2, dining hall 1, water purification station 1, small power plant 1, bunker integrity, 100 available constructs, dormitory, dining hall, storage room, water purification station, small power plant, broadcasting room, vacant shop, elevator satisfaction, 0. The initial setup was slightly better than before. The dining hall, small power plant, and water purification station directly provided a modicum of resources. However, to maintain a favorable situation, it was imperative to gather resources and devise strategies for sustainable development. The 2 bunkers shared the gold coin total, but other resources were calculated separately, a feature she appreciated as it would spare her considerable hassle in the future. In the ensuing days, she feigned activity as she ventured out with her first unit to construct the bunker, declining assistance from others. In truth, she had recruited a cohort of zombies to gather metal scraps, gradually accumulating her gold coins back up to 25. On the 5th day, she finally declared that the bunker had taken on a preliminary form and was ready for habitation. The survivors from Yang City were elated, yet upon entering the bunker, all were left in awe. After a prolonged silence, Duan Jiping murmured, "Is this what you call a preliminary form? This is quite extravagant." However, to the eyes of those from Luo City, the space lacked shops, baths, and the ground was starkly bare. It indeed appeared quite rudimentary. Chapter 62. The utility of satisfaction. In a remarkably short span of time, the residents of the Jingwei bunker increased to 53. After a day of adaptation, they swiftly immersed themselves in fervent construction. The combined population of the 2 bunkers exceeded 200, generating a daily income of over a dozen gold coins for her. Tu Xiaobai expressed her contentment as she observed the steadily rising gold coins, prompting her to establish a broadcasting room within the Jingwei bunker. The broadcasting room, in conjunction with the soldiers' search efforts, attracted an ever-growing number of survivors to the Jingwei bunker. She proposed the construction of a surface refuge, showcasing the suspended passageway between the 2 bunkers to the military. Evidently, the system's unique functions were at play, astonishingly remarkable. Yet, The soldiers merely expressed admiration for Comrade Tu, finding nothing unreasonable about it. They eagerly tested the shuttle, discovering that it took only 5 minutes to traverse between the two bunkers, thereby facilitating easier communication with the 1st Army Corps. Upon learning about the establishment of a new bunker in Yang City, the 1st Army Corps reacted promptly, agreeing to her proposal and allowing the search party to utilize local resources to similarly build a surface refuge. On the first day of construction for the surface refuge, Construction Task 7 arrived as scheduled. Construction Task 7. The expansion of the surface safety zone signifies that survivors have more living space. Please create a new Surface Safety Zone 01. Reward: Basic Alert Device Technology. Once again, the reward was unprecedented, and she rubbed her hands together in anticipation. However, before this task could be completed, Duan Jiping approached her, visibly agitated. "Miss Tu, I must protest." Tu Xiaobai responded with confusion, checking the system interface to find that the initial satisfaction of the Jingwei bunker stood at 67, nearly rivaling that of the Nirvana bunker, which was unexpected. Upon examining Duan Jiping's personal profile, she noted that his satisfaction had indeed dropped from green to a yellow face overnight. Confirming her suspicions, she donned a warm smile. "Doctor Duan, please feel free to voice any concerns. I will do my utmost to address them." Her gentle and enthusiastic demeanor made Duan Jiping feel somewhat embarrassed. And after scratching the back of his head, he admitted, "Well, it's not a huge issue. I heard that over in Luocheng, you prepared a laboratory for the new Chang Research Institute?" Understanding his hopeful gaze, she realized he was envious. Indeed. She also wished to expedite the establishment of a laboratory for the Shanghai Biological Institute. However, laboratories were costly, and she needed to prioritize the livelihood of the residents first. After checking her funds, she found 95 gold coins, barely sufficient to construct a laboratory. Thus, she assured him, "Rest assured, I will arrange it immediately." Duan Jiping left, half convinced. After spending 75 gold coins to purchase an empty shop and laboratory blueprint, the new laboratory was completed. Just after the construction, a notification suddenly popped up. Income of 100 gold coins. Source: Luya. Upon viewing the Nirvana bunker map, she noticed that the previously vacant level 2 dormitory had been occupied, evidently rented by Luya. Recalling that she had mentioned her mother's sleep issues, it seemed Lu had finally succeeded in persuading Zhu Rushuang to move into the level 2 dormitory. Now, it seemed she had developed a habit of spending whenever she had money, and with 118 gold coins in hand, a spending impulse surged within her. Once again, she opened the marketplace, purchasing the blueprint for a public bathhouse, then spent 25 gold coins to build the empty shop, subsequently announcing that the bunker now had a bathhouse. A few minutes later, she received a notification of Satisfaction 3. The Jingwei bunker surged ahead, surpassing its predecessor with a satisfaction level of 70. Only then did she grasp the significance of this data. The satisfaction of the Jingwei bunker has reached 70 for the first time, receiving 3 discount vouchers for the marketplace. Note: each bunker receives a reward upon reaching 70 satisfaction for the first time, and for every subsequent 10 increase, an additional reward is granted. Each bunker can only receive these rewards once during this phase. Upon reading the thoughtful note, she pouted, realizing that this mechanism effectively prevented the manipulation of satisfaction levels merely to farm rewards. However, since each bunker could earn 4 rewards at satisfaction levels of 70, 80, 90, and 100, it was still quite generous overall. Thus, she refrained from complaining and eagerly opened the marketplace to check the discount vouchers. Marketplace discount voucher. These are 3 10-off vouchers, non-stackable, automatically deducted during payment. Stingy, she scoffed, unimpressed by a mere 10 discount. Nonetheless, she promptly accessed the shopping interface. The contribution point settlement system needed to prepare for the surface refuge, and after utilizing 1 discount voucher, she had just enough gold coins left to purchase the main machinery. Sighing, she lamented how quickly money seemed to vanish. Clutching her heart, she went to inform Duan Jiping that the laboratory was now ready. The surviving researchers from Shanghai Biological Institute finally regained their spirits, and she presented them with the microbial samples. After conducting a few simple experiments, they were all aglow with excitement. "My goodness, this is exactly what we've been searching for. When can we excavate the original data? I have a feeling we're on the verge of a breakthrough. Is there more of this microbial strain? I need additional samples." Witnessing the researchers' fervor, she assured them that she would procure more microbial strains before finally excusing herself. She then issued a task to the ability users in the bunker to collect more microbial samples. Subsequently, She ventured to the ruins of the original Shanghai Biological Institute to inspect the excavation progress. The results were less than satisfactory, yet understandable, as the soldiers had limited energy and had to focus on rescuing survivors and establishing shelters. To her surprise, she encountered Cui Annie there. "Miss Tu." The other party greeted her. "What brings you here?" "Just checking the situation," she replied nonchalantly, noticing the vines entwined amidst the ruins. "Are you helping with the excavation?" Cui Annie shyly nodded. "Yes, everyone is quite busy, and I wanted to contribute as well." Surprised by this change in her demeanor from their previous life, she decided not to refuse the assistance and replied, "Then let's work together." "Okay." Cui Annie appeared quite pleased. She captured 5 zombies, directing number 1 to lead the transport, while Cui Annie used the vines to lift entangled debris. When they encountered items that were simply too heavy to move, she unleashed her abilities, generating high temperatures through electricity to incinerate or soften the obstructing materials. However, the original Shanghai Biological Institute was located within a high-rise building, and the complexity of the rubble made the situation challenging. They toiled throughout the entire day without uncovering any remnants of the Shanghai Biological Institute's belongings. Instead, they found numerous items from other companies, as well as the bodies of victims. Faced with such grim discoveries, it was hard for anyone to maintain a positive mood, and she remained silent, pursing her lips. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air nearby. Chapter 63, She is Changed, Turning Around. She noticed an entwined vine had silently emerged from the ground, ensnaring Cui Annie's ankle and suddenly exerting force, dragging its prey away. Caught off guard, Cui Annie let out a piercing scream. In the brief moment it took to glance back, the other had already been pulled 10 meters away. With a flick of her wrist, a bolt of lightning struck, severing the vine with a resounding crack. Cui Annie scrambled to her feet. Panic etched across her beautiful face. What was that? A mutated plant. Having saved her, there was not a trace of joy on her face. Nor did she dare to relax even slightly. Cui Annie wanted to ask further questions, but the seriousness on her face startled her into silence. She too began to channel her abilities. Casting a wary glance at her companion, she suppressed her astonishment and remained alert to her surroundings. Suddenly, a soft rustling sound reached her ears, and she reacted immediately, unleashing a lightning whip. The vine entwined with the whip, prompting her to tighten her grip as electricity surged forth. However, the tip of the vine split open, resembling a gaping maw that spewed forth a viscous liquid. The liquid moved with alarming speed, forcing her to abandon her attack and roll away. As the corrosive liquid splattered onto the ground, bubbles erupted, rapidly eroding a large hole until the liquid fully absorbed into the earth, at which point the corrosion slowed. More vines emerged, taking aim as if preparing to launch a coordinated attack. A weight settled in her heart. These vines acted like tentacles, and severing them all would only weaken it slightly, without harming its core. She would undoubtedly be added to this mutated plant's list of enemies, making her vulnerable to its ambushes, which could become a significant dilemma. Thus far, she had not yet seen the true form of the mutated plant. The sheer number of vines suggested that it must be quite formidable. Her thoughts raced, but the enemy acted swiftly as countless vines opened their mouths, unleashing a deluge of sticky liquid. She retreated without hesitation. The lightning ability was already at a disadvantage for defense, and against such liquid attacks, her electric net would be ineffective. Evading was her only option. However, with vines creeping in from all directions and varying heights, avoiding them entirely was nearly impossible. Just then, several shadowy figures charged toward her. Number 1, accompanied by a few zombies, shielded her on all sides. Her eyes darkened as she suddenly grasped Number 1, pulling it into the protective circle. This created a vulnerability in the zombie-constructed defense, yet overall, it was still much safer than before. Suddenly, an onslaught of vines surged from below, intertwining and quickly filling the one gap. The sound of corrosion filled the air. She rolled to the ground, her internal energy surging forth as a 360-degree electric net rapidly expanded, decimating the surrounding vines. The vines lost their vitality, crumbling into charred remains. Only then did she turn her attention to Cui Annie. The previous electric net had been a manifestation of Cui Annie's abilities. Expecting her to flee, she was surprised to see her not only stay but also actively engage in battle. Yet, this was not the time for inquiries. She simply nodded and thanked her. Cui Annie responded with a polite remark, but before they could exchange further words, more vines were already advancing. Narrowing her eyes, she suddenly patted Number 1 on the shoulder. Its movement paused, then it lunged toward the vines. Within seconds, it was ensnared in a dense web. Cui Annie gasped, "You're zombie." "Do not worry," she replied, disregarding Number 1 being dragged away. focusing her efforts on slicing through the other vines. Chui Annie hesitated for a moment before unleashing her powers to attack. She noticed that the vines she summoned now bore a deep purple hue. Poisonous? How could this be? She distinctly remembered that in her previous life, Chui Annie was a wood-based healer, a rare healing ability combined with her delicate appearance and personality, making her the dream of many male abilities users. Yet now, as Chui Annie wielded the vines, they withered in her wake, indicating a significant toxicity. Unable to resist, she stole several glances at her, their looks, their voices. Even the way those eyes held a shy innocence were identical. No twin could be this alike. Her thoughts became muddled, but she forced herself to cease pondering and concentrate on the battle at hand. After dispatching this batch of vines, Chui Annie panted. Having achieved much despite still being below level 1. You should return to the bunker, she said in a serious tone. Do not leave until I return. The mutated plant possesses a degree of intelligence and holds grudges. If I fail to eliminate it, it may retaliate against you. Chui Annie hesitated but eventually nodded and ran off. Casting a deep glance at her retreating figure, she lowered her gaze to sense number 1's position. The zombie, taken as prey, had remained motionless, but she felt no concern, simply following that direction. The strategy had succeeded. The mutated plant had taken number 1 as prey, dragging it back to its lair. Got you, she muttered, pursuing it for several hundred meters before finally discovering the creature's true form amidst the ruins. Peering in, she couldn't help but chuckle. Still playing dead, are we? Number 1 remained utterly still, appearing as lifeless as a corpse. The vines that had bound it had loosened, and the mutated plant even seemed to disdainfully retract its roots from number 1's vicinity. Upon hearing her voice, number 1 finally opened its eyes and raised its arms. At that moment, an electric surge erupted from both of them. In an instant, a torrent of green liquid erupted from the enemy's wounds. However, having been ensnared at its core and not yet fully transformed, the plant was no match for her. After about 10 minutes, she finally severed its root system, reducing the enemy to a pile of ash with a final bolt of lightning. Though injuries were inevitable, she chose to sit down and take out her supplies to tend to them. Her once smooth and delicate skin was now marred with numerous scars, most of which had been inflicted during this period. The corrosive liquid from the mutated plant was indeed a headache. A careless splash could necessitate the removal of surrounding skin. Sighing, she resolved to wear protective gear in the future, even if it meant sacrificing a bit of agility. After resting for a while, she returned to the Jingwei bunker with number 1, immediately spotting Chui Annie waiting at the entrance. Their eyes met, and Chui Annie sighed in relief. Did you successfully kill that thing? Realizing this was her concern, she nodded. Yes, you need not worry about ambushes anymore. Chui Annie smiled sweetly. I was actually more worried about you. She forced a smile, and the person before her suddenly overlapped with the memories she held. Indeed, the aroma of tea still lingered in the air. Chapter 64. Absurd wishes. Tu Xiaobai informed the military about the mutated plants. This was not merely an accidental skirmish, but rather the clarion call heralding the onset of a severe war. The mutated flora began to actively assault the survivors, necessitating even greater caution in their future endeavors. Another piece of grim news was that the data, eagerly anticipated by Duan Zhiping and others, had almost no chance of being salvaged. That area had long been overrun by the mutated plants, and even if something remained, it had been utterly obliterated by corrosive liquids. Whether in disappointment or sorrow, they had no choice but to accept this harsh reality. A few days later, the construction task was completed, yielding a reward, a complete and advanced set of surveillance machine data. She promptly returned to the Nirvana bunker to present the information to Feng Chun and the others, who were visibly excited after a brief glance at the material. Can we utilize this? She pondered, unable to comprehend the technical details, yet noting the hopeful expressions of the researchers. Indeed, Feng Chun nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. Moreover, we can employ our primary new energy source. He added, I believe the energy machine needs some refinement. The current model is too cumbersome. There's no need to overly pursue endurance. This surveillance machine is not complex to manufacture, and we can prepare several replacements. If we lower the endurance requirements, it will be more convenient for deployment. Seeing that they had already entered work mode, she quietly departed. Having been away for some time, the Nirvana bunker had accumulated numerous affairs. From the system interface, the most striking detail was the resident's satisfaction level. Currently, the overall satisfaction remained at 68, but upon exploring the residents' profiles, she noticed an increase in the number of residents with yellow heads. Glancing around, she could not help but complain, with nearly 200 people in this bunker, if each person has a wish, Am I expected to have heart-to-heart talks with them one by one? Is there not a more convenient method? Originally, she did not anticipate a response from the system. But unexpectedly, she heard a beep. Summoning the system interface, she saw a notification. Please search for the Wish app in the marketplace. She immediately complied, and moments later, she came across the product description. Wish app, compatible with the smart watches of official residents. Once this app is installed, residents can voice their wishes on the Wish wall. The system will filter and display them, automatically generating a series of tasks related to residents' wishes. She felt as if she were perusing a mobile application market. Observing the app's price, a buyout fee of 88 gold coins, she began to understand why the system had responded this time. The system was always quite eager when she was digging for coins from her pocket. However, with the increase in residents receiving basic assistance, her earnings had also risen, making the accumulation of 88 gold coins relatively manageable. Thus, she temporarily ignored the small yellow faces, and once she had gathered enough coins, she promptly purchased the Wish app. The smart watches of the residents in both bunkers simultaneously began updating, and everyone quickly discovered the new feature. Naturally, many were curious to try it out, and within minutes, several residents' wish tasks were indeed refreshed in the system. She examined the tasks, which included need more level 2 dormitories, desire survival training, and really want to listen to music to relax. However, there were also a few rather absurd requests, such as can the bunker organize matchmaking? And I hope Tu Xiaobai will like me. Staring incredulously at the matchmaking request for quite some time, she inquired of the system, were these filtered? What wishes were discarded? Please check the back end of the Wish app. She had already noticed that an option for the app had appeared in the system, presumably akin to an invisible server. Opening the app, she indeed found the discarded wishes. I wish to wake up tomorrow as the world's most powerful esper. Then I could have a harem. In this apocalypse, how far can time travel be? Please ensure I can travel back to the glorious Tang dynasty. I am certain that the apocalypse was orchestrated by friends living comfortably. Wish for it to disappear by tomorrow. Well, it seems those wishes had indeed undergone filtering. Closing the app, now filled with various implausible requests, she began to sift through the reasonable tasks that were also feasible to complete. The first task was for level 2 dormitories. Currently, all 3 existing level 2 dormitories in the Nirvana bunker were occupied, so it was indeed time to construct more. Resolutely, she opened the construction interface, executed a series of operations, and in the blink of an eye, the bunker gained 7 additional level 2 dormitories, bringing the total to 10. Announcing the availability of the new rooms for rent, she proceeded to tackle the second task. For the desire to listen to music, several solutions existed, but she ultimately chose to build an empty shop and purchase the blueprint for a multimedia store. Contrary to her expectations of an old-fashioned audiovisual shop, this establishment resembled a technologically advanced internet CAF. Each resident could swipe their contribution points to access a machine, and surrounding partitions would rise to create an enclosed space, allowing them to listen to music or watch movies within. Additionally, they could purchase or rent portable devices in the store to copy desired songs or films back to their dormitories. Each method had its merits and drawbacks, yet undoubtedly, both would stimulate residents' consumption. After establishing the store, she found herself short on funds again, initially thinking it would be a while before she could continue completing tasks. Much to her surprise, the system notified her of incoming revenue. 7 level 2 dormitories were quickly rented out, providing her with an income of 50 gold coins. Simultaneously, the 2 residents' wish tasks boosted the Nirvana bunker's satisfaction level by 4, raising the overall satisfaction to 72. She also received 3 discount coupons for the marketplace. Struggling to suppress her burgeoning desire to shop, she closed the marketplace and sought out Luya and others. At this point, the Nirvana bunker boasted a total of 12 espers, with Luya being the first among them to reach level 1. Her prestige was commendable, and everyone heeded her directives. Dividing into 4 teams, 1 team remained at the shelter while the other 3 took residents on tasks, simultaneously hunting zombies to hone their abilities, creating a well-organized operation. Just a few days ago, Gong Zhua and Sheng Shuzi had both reached level 1, leaving only 1 more person needed to qualify for level 2 tasks. However, this position remained elusive. Upon inspecting the others, she discovered that the remaining espers were still quite a distance from leveling up. Alas, there was little that could be done. This matter could not be rushed. As evening approached, she continued to feel regret over the situation. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the sound of knocking, she instinctively glanced at the time. It was precisely on the mark. Almost certain of who was outside, she walked over to open the door. Looking at the familiar figure with their head bowed, and said, "Come in." Yin Luoluo was attempting to awaken for the third time. As she took out the blood crystal, she solemnly asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Chapter 65. You are a genius. The brooding youth bit his lip and, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, gently nodded. 500 contribution points. Tu Xiaobai suppressed a sigh at the corner of her mouth and nonchalantly deducted his contribution points. The process of cutting his hand and pressing the blood crystal was executed seamlessly. Then came a long, silent wait. As she calculated the passage of time, it became evident that 10 minutes were about to elapse, yet Nian Luoluo remained unresponsive. She was genuinely on the verge of sighing when the boy suddenly emitted a muffled groan, his delicate brows furrowing tightly. Oh, she was greatly astonished and blinked, re-establishing her stance. Although the activation of supernatural abilities through blood crystals followed a pattern where increased usage corresponded to a reduced success rate, there were indeed instances where individuals managed to awaken their powers under significantly low probabilities. It appeared that Nian Luoluo was one such fortunate soul. At that moment, his complexion swiftly paled, gradually turning a shade of blue-violet, his limbs involuntarily twitching, and she could only surmise the ordeal he was experiencing. After several tense seconds, the invisible forces enveloping the youth seemed to dissipate, and he suddenly straightened, as if breaking free from some confinement, letting out a long exhale. While inhaling deeply, he slowly opened his eyes. Physiological tears, forced out by the hallucination, streamed down his cheeks, yet he paid no heed to wipe them away, fixating intently on Tu Xiaobai. He opened his mouth but hesitated, seemingly too timid to utter a sound. Fully comprehending his feelings, she beamed brightly and took the initiative to speak. Congratulations. Upon hearing her words, the boy appeared to finally grasp something, abruptly standing up, trembling all over, rendering him even more speechless. Let us go and give it a try. Though it was already night, her audacity overshadowed any concerns regarding the time. Nian Luoluo would not decline. In fact, she believed that had the boy not been accustomed to silence and suppression, he would have already cheered loudly enough for the entire bunker to hear. As the two emerged from the bunker, they immediately caught the attention of the patrolling soldiers. Comrade Tu, is something amiss? Rest assured, everything is fine. We have gained another supernatural being, and in good spirits, we're taking him out for a test run. The soldier who inquired was merely an ordinary person. Upon hearing her words, he cast an envious glance at Nian Luoluo and sincerely remarked, "Congratulations to this comrade." The shadowy figure of the brooding youth was almost merging with the night, yet this statement drew his gaze. He noticed the young face that radiated admiration and envy, devoid of any gloom, which momentarily took him aback. The soldier had a patrol duty to attend to, exchanged a few words, and took his leave. Nian Luoluo suddenly realized, softly uttering a thank you. Her voice was barely audible, yet the soldier, possessing sharp hearing, turned back with a wide grin, responding, "You're welcome." Nian Luoluo immediately lowered her head. She observed this exchange with a mix of emotions. Patting the boy's shoulder gently, she whispered, "Let us go." Nian Luoluo nodded silently. The two departed from the bunker, but did not venture far. She pointed to the desolate expanse ahead, smiling, "Come, give it a try." The youth closed his eyes, his delicate features etched with seriousness. She found it amusing that he held his breath but kindly refrained from commenting, allowing him to adjust at his own pace. After a considerable duration, accompanied by his exaggerated breathing, a stream of water shot forth from his outstretched palm, followed by the notification, "Ding. Level 2 bunker task accomplished. Rewards, healing potions 5, food 100, clean water 100, energy 50, medical room blueprint. Please confirm resource allocation." Tu Xiaobai was taken aback, hastily summoning the system interface. Clearly seeing that both bunkers were marked as level 2, she still found it hard to believe and opened the resident information to verify. There was no indication of anyone unexpectedly leveling up in their slumber. The last level 1 supernatural being was the very boy before her. Meanwhile, Nian Luoluo remained bewildered, glancing at his hands, then at the dazed Tu Xiaobai. The thrill of successfully using his abilities was swiftly overshadowed by concern. With a soft voice, he asked, "Is something wrong?" She snapped back to reality, gazing at the anxious youth, and promptly shook her head. "Nothing is wrong. Rather, it is exceedingly right. Luoluo, you are a genius." "Huh." The boy slightly parted his lips, utterly perplexed. "Do you realize? You possess the power of a level 1 supernatural being. With diligent practice, you will soon be able to wield that strength." "I have level 1? He echoed, bewildered. Indeed. His confusion gradually transformed into overwhelming joy, his hands trembling, and his eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. In an impulsive gesture, the boy buried his face in his palms, emitting muffled sobs. Thoughtfully, Tu Xiaobai stepped back a few paces, turning her back to feign interest in the scenery. If one were to identify a positive change following the apocalypse, it might be that, after the urban devastation, the stars re-emerged in the public eye. Gazing up at the starry sky, with the intermittent sounds of the boy as tears punctuating the night, she too felt a profound sense of reflection. Suddenly, the system notification disrupted the moment, pulling her away from this rare sentimentality. Upon checking, she discovered that new tasks had emerged. Level 3 task: formal residence 253 500, shops 220, public facilities 630. Average bunker satisfaction 80, bunker count 23, level 2 supernatural beings 110, reward, protective suits 50, anti-radiation potions 20, healing potions 10, energy 100, power plant blueprint. In addition to the bunker upgrade task, there was also a construction task 8. As the bunker population increases, so does the strain on food supplies. Rather than cutting back, expanding sources is imperative. Please resolve this issue promptly. Reward, coins 30, simulated sunlight technology. This was her first encounter with such an ambiguous task, prompting her to furrow her brow. Since it was a construction task, it was reasonable to assume the system's solution involved building a specific room to address the issue. However, upon browsing the marketplace, she found no relevant architectural blueprints. This left her in a state of confusion. After pondering for a while without any insights, Nian Luo finally managed to regain composure and called out to her softly. Tu Xiaobai turned. What is it? Look over there. Doesn't it seem a bit off? Following the direction of his finger, she squinted into the distance. She was certain she had seen a flash of light. Number 1. Go check what that is. A light rustling sound echoed in the darkness, indicating that the concealed figure of Number 1 was departing. The glimmer of light had flickered and vanished. The two of them stared in that direction for quite some time, yet nothing else materialized. Let us go. There's no need to waste time here. She finally spoke. Get some good rest. Starting tomorrow, you will be joining the Bunker S Guard team. Nian Luo's voice still bore an uncontainable excitement. She couldn't help but smile, deducing that he would likely have difficulty sleeping that night. With such emotions momentarily sidelined, she pushed the earlier incident from her thoughts. After all, with Number 1 investigating, Tu Xiaobai felt assured enough to sleep soundly. However, to her utter surprise, at the break of dawn, she was jolted awake by the piercing sound of the system alarm. Chapter 66. The near death of Number 1. Attention. Rare beast Number 1 has come under attack. Attention. Rare beast Number 1 has sustained injuries. Attention. Rare beast Number 1 is in a critical condition. Attention. Rare beast Number 1 is on the verge of death, being a precious species. Immediate rescue is required to prevent significant losses. The remnants of sleep instantly evaporated into thin air as Tu Xiaobai sprang into action, hastily checking Number 1's location while dashing out. Xiaobai, what's wrong? As she burst from the bunker, she encountered Luya, who, noticing her anxious demeanor, promptly inquired. Perfect timing. She seized Luya's arm, responding as she ran. Come with me to find Number 1. Luya, somewhat bewildered, nonetheless followed suit. The locator indicated that Number 1 was situated in the mountains, and she charged ahead into the thicket. The tranquil woods erupted into a rustle, and Luya shivered. Xiaobai. That sound is. Entering the forest inevitably disturbs the mutated plants. Be cautious. Despite her warning, she showed no signs of slowing down. Influenced by her tension, Luya fell silent, her powers swirling at her fingertips, prepared to strike at any moment. However, their brazen passage through their territory, creating such a commotion, incited the wrath of the mutated flora. The rustling intensified, and as they passed a towering tree, it trembled violently. Swish, swish, swish. Looking up, countless leaves shot forth like blades, resembling a swarm of locusts, a sight that instilled trepidation. Without a moment's hesitation, she blinked and unleashed a torrent of electricity. The leaves collided with the electric currents, their surfaces shimmering with an otherworldly glow, writhing as they sought to slip through the gaps in the arcs. With a disdainful huff, she unleashed a surge of energy, causing the arcs to burst forth. Each bolt of lightning intertwined, forming a dense web of illumination. Crack! The tree quaked violently, its branches emitting a dreadful cracking sound. Luya murmured, I feel like it's about to retaliate. Seconds later, she gently tapped her mouth. I warned you about your ominous predictions. Before them, the earth convulsed, thick roots entwined into massive spheres, uprooting colossal trees from the soil. Tu Xiaobai grasped Luya's arm and whispered, I will engage it. You stay aside and do not move. But, You possess what abilities? As long as you don't actively join the fray, you should be safe. Observe carefully and identify its weaknesses. I understand, Luya nodded earnestly. Be careful. She smiled confidently. It cannot harm me. This mutated plant, capable of dominating such an expanse, naturally possessed formidable traits. In addition to transforming leaves into blades, it could wield its coiled roots as battering rams or secrete a remarkably adhesive transparent liquid. One careless touch nearly ensnared her like an insect trapped in amber. Yet, she spoke the truth. Although this mutated flora was powerful, it had only recently emerged and remained far from level 2. Inflicting harm upon her would prove challenging. Conversely, facing a tough-skinned adversary, she found it equally difficult to deliver a fatal blow. The two engaged in a tactical dance, neither able to gain the upper hand. Luya, concealed nearby, felt her heart race, finding the mutated plants far more alarming than zombies, yet she was also inspired by Tu Xiaobai's unexpected attacks. So this is how abilities can be utilized. She remained steadfast in her mission, meticulously noting the details of the mutated plant's movements. One detail caught her attention. After observing for a moment longer, Luya finally reached an understanding and suddenly leapt into action, conjuring an abundance of vines that erupted from her body, ensnaring several of the enemy's tendrils and forcefully tearing open a small gap while it was caught off guard. Tu Xiaobai. Tu Xiaobai responded to the call, leaping high, her hands flinging forward. A ball of electricity zipped through the opening. Boom. The deep rumble of an explosion echoed through the serene woods, and the colossal mutated plant shuddered violently. Luya remained vigilant. Having just attacked, she knew she could not stand idly by. Don't be afraid, Tu Xiaobai landed gracefully. It's finished. No sooner had she spoken than the massive plant began to splinter, its bark cracking apart, and within moments, it was reduced to a pile of debris before the two girls. A colossal creature had perished, and Luya could hardly conceal her astonishment. Her gaze reflected awe as she softly explained, whether mutated plants or zombies, despite their strength, they each possess vulnerabilities. If one can strike their weak points with sufficient force, it can inflict tremendous damage, even resulting in a single fatal blow. Luya nodded vigorously, acknowledging her understanding. The two continued onward, and she seized the opportunity to impart further wisdom. However, they will fiercely conceal and protect their weaknesses, so if you lack certainty, refrain from attacking them directly to avoid provoking the enemy into a frenzied state. Yes, I comprehend. Luya reflected on the recent battle, realizing that the tactics employed were precisely due to their unique combination of abilities. So that is how it is, Luya thought, feeling a swell of admiration as she recognized how much she had learned. Once more, they raced ahead, and for the umpteenth time, Tu Xiaobai glanced at the locator, discovering that number one's position lay just ahead. Before them appeared a ravine. Peering down, they could see the bottom clearly, yet it inexplicably elicited a strange sensation. Luya, utilizing her keen affinity for nature as a wood ability user, furrowed her brow. Xiaobai, there is something odd about this place. Scanning the area, Tu Xiaobai concurred. Indeed, the ravine's depths were barren, comprised solely of soil and jagged stone pillars, one of which bore a familiar silhouette. Tu Xiaobai's expression darkened. Luya, assist me in creating a path with vines. Luya, having spotted number one, gasped softly before summoning her powers. Vines erupted from the ground at her feet, swiftly elongating to reach the ravine's base. Without hesitation, she dashed down, quickly arriving beside the stone pillar. Number one had already sensed the commotion and slowly turned its head, its gaze following her movement. The stone pillar pierced through its chest, precisely grazing the area where its heart should have been. Hesitating momentarily, she reconsidered her intention to pull it out directly, concerned that any forceful tugging might cause further injury, potentially leading to number one's demise. The puncture was so delicately positioned that she could only opt for a gentle approach. Leaning closer to inspect the direction of the stone pillar, she supported number one's back, intending first to break the pillar before rescuing her poor companion. Number one's eyes remained fixed on her, its gaze almost tangible, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. She gently patted its head and reassured, I'm figuring out a way. Please don't look at me so pathetically. Chapter 67. The cause of injury for reasons difficult to articulate. Tu Xiaobai was reluctant to meet the gaze of number one. Thus, when a chill hand unexpectedly settled upon her shoulder after a few seconds, she was taken aback. Reflexively looking up, she found number one laboriously raising its arm to gently pat her shoulder. It seemed to have developed an affinity for this gesture recently. Could it be imitating her? Pressing her lips together, she waved at Luya, bending to indicate the area where the stone pillar was pressed against number one's back, suggesting, Can we bind this spot with vines and break it off? I'll give it a try, Luya replied, cautiously activating her abilities. Fearing she might inadvertently harm number one, she exerted considerable effort to detach the stone pillar. Once it was finally removed, they had to devise a way to extract the remaining piece embedded in its chest without causing further injury. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly drew a dagger from her waist. I will make a small incision along the wound to create more space for the stone to come out. Brace yourself. Number one looked up at her. At that moment, with her standing and it sitting, the height difference created an amusing image reminiscent of a large dog and its owner. Despite the gravity of the situation, the thought almost made her laugh. Stifling her amusement, she steadied herself against number one's chest while deftly inserting the dagger into the wound, twisting and slicing. If a human were subjected to such treatment, they would inevitably cry out in pain, but the zombie merely shuddered slightly. Its cold body was indifferent to pain, yet both girls exhibited palpable concern in their eyes. Tu Xiaobai exhaled softly and summoned the interface of the rare beast system to take a glance. The name of number one was followed by the glaring words near death in bright red. She trusted the system's assessment, believing that beneath its nonchalant demeanor lay the grim reality that it could perish at any moment. She had to admit that number one had become more than just a pet to her. Its death would not simply mean catching another one. She did not wish for it to die. Gripping her fingers tightly, she murmured, "You possess abilities within you. Channel them to protect yourself as I extract the stone. Do you understand?" She confirmed, gazing into number one's dark eyes. Number one slowly nodded. "Good, I shall begin." With slender fingers grasping the tip of the stone pillar, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her fingers, which had been trembling with trepidation, were remarkably steady. In the blink of an eye, the remaining fragment of the stone pillar had been removed from number one's chest. Luya, visibly tense, instinctively focused her gaze on number one, only to realize that its eyes had never left Tu Xiaobai. There was a profound, inscrutable emotion swirling in its deep gaze. Yet, in a fleeting moment, that emotion dimmed, leaving only a glimmer of light. Unable to resist, Luya rubbed her eyes, but when she looked again, nothing was amiss. Though Tu Xiaobai felt a surge of nervousness after the extraction, she refrained from looking at number one, instead immediately turning her attention to the rare beast panel. In the first second, there was no change. In the second, the words near death vanished. In the third, the precarious health bar of number one began to slowly recover. "Phew, it's all right now," she sighed deeply, a smile blossoming on her face. "Xiaya, please help it heal further, if you would be so kind." Once its wound had healed, and the system indicated a full recovery of its health bar, she inquired about the events that had transpired. Number one, of course, could not articulate its experience, but could lead them to the scene. As they maneuvered around a cluster of menacing stone pillars, they discovered a dismembered zombie lying nearby. "What is this?" She hurried forward to examine the corpse, her brow furrowing deeply. Luya, unable to see the details as clearly, nonetheless understood that number one had been involved in a confrontation with this zombie. Although it had vanquished its foe, it had nearly lost its own life in the process. In other words, the deceased zombie was likely as formidable as number one. "Xiaobai, could this be a level 2 zombie?" "Not at all." She shook her head. "It is far more terrifying than that." She tore away the fabric covering the zombie's chest. Upon its skin, a blood-red diamond-shaped mark was visible, the center adorned with an intricate pattern that could induce dizziness at a mere glance. Observing the surrounding signs of struggle confirmed that this zombie possessed both fire and wind abilities. "This is a zombie with the potential to become a king," she asserted confidently. Luya, puzzled, asked the king. "Yes, a zombie king, the pinnacle of zombie evolution. At first glance, they appear indistinguishable from humans, possessing body heat, the ability to bleed, and even mimic a human heartbeat. Yet they retain the strength, speed, and resilience of zombies, often mastering 2 or more abilities, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with." Noticing a pallor creeping into Luya's complexion, she wisely chose to halt her explanation. In truth, what she had not finished saying was that if a zombie king were not swiftly eliminated, it could single-handedly obliterate a medium-sized survivor enclave. Even top-tier ability users would find it challenging to defeat a zombie king, lacking any guarantee of success. The sole consolation lay in the fact that not all zombies would inevitably become kings merely by evolving. An enigmatic selection mechanism, unknown to certain survivors, existed among them. Only those who passed this selection would have that opportunity, which would manifest as a mark on their chest, along with the possession of 2 or more abilities. Yet she had not anticipated that the selection would occur so early. Thus, the fleeting spark she had witnessed last night was indeed emitted by this potential zombie king? She felt relieved that her vigilance and curiosity had prompted her to send number 1 to investigate. For allowing this zombie to continue its growth would pose a significant threat to survivors. However, she found herself perplexed. The dual abilities of wind and fire did not align with her recollections. She gazed upward, lost in thought. The reason for establishing the bunker outside the botanical garden was not only to maintain a suitable distance from Luocheng and to balance the dangers of mutated plants with opportunities. But there was also a crucial secret known only to her, having been reborn. In the future, a zombie king would reside here. And this particular zombie king held a unique status, much sought after by survivors. Though Tu Xiaobai had never encountered it in her previous life, she had heard countless tales. Hence, with the chance to relive her life, she sought to seize this opportunity. However, according to the information she had gathered, that extraordinary zombie king possessed wind, water, and what abilities, and eyewitness accounts described it as exceptionally handsome. The latter detail she dismissed, believing that judging based on appearance was unreliable, but abilities were indisputable. Thus, the deceased one could not possibly be it. Shaking her head, she cast the matter aside and proceeded to dissect the zombie's chest with her dagger. Chapter 68. The manipulative girl within the hollow cavity of her chest, a round blood crystal pulsed with a flickering luminescence, almost as if it were breathing. As she held the crystal up to the sunlight, its exquisite beauty, distinct from that of an ordinary zombie, was evident. A testament to its selection as a candidate for the zombie king. She and Luya gazed at the blood crystal, which appeared even more like pigeon blood red under the illumination, a hint of obsession shimmering in their eyes. Suddenly, she was jostled. Stumbling slightly, she nearly lost her grip on the precious crystal. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, annoyance coloring her voice as she glared at the inexplicable number 1. This was a valuable item. Caution was imperative. Number 1 tilted its head slightly, donning that familiar, pitiful expression. Exasperated, she patted it dismissively, saying, all right, I won't blame you." Carefully securing the blood crystal, she prepared to head back. A sudden thought struck her. The Shanghai Biological Research Institute sought to acquire more fungal species. And with Luya's assistance, it would be much easier. Thus, she took a detour. Understanding her needs, Luya promptly commanded the vines to burrow into the ground. The earth trembled slightly, and 5 minutes later, the girl called out, "Rise." The ground responded as if by magic. In truth, it was Luya weaving the vines into an underground net, controlling it to lift the soil, creating a striking visual effect. Previously, she had not been able to accomplish this. Inspiration had struck her while observing Tu Xiaobai's battle. The utilization of abilities was multifaceted, and she had previously constrained herself. This method indeed allowed for the simultaneous retrieval of all the fungal species, but it was an exhausting endeavor. Luya strained to maintain control until they reached the outskirts of the shelter, her face pale as she trembled. I can't hold on much longer. Should her power suddenly dissipate, it would inevitably harm the fungi below. With great care, she guided the vines to lower the soil and then collapsed onto the ground. The sizable chunk of earth landed with a significant thud, drawing immediate attention from the shelter. Some individuals rushed out, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief as they witnessed the arrival of a patch of land. Tu Xiaobai, too, was taken aback by Luya's prowess. She had merely intended to bring back more fungal species, yet Luya had excavated an entire section. Feeling a swell of pride for the girl, she appreciated her own discerning eye in recognizing a promising talent. However, having such a large mass stationed outside the shelter posed a logistical challenge. An idea sparked within her, and she swiftly navigated the system panel. Moments later, all temporary residents received a new task to assist in the repackaging of the land. The task was simple and posed no danger, hence the reward was modest. However, since compensation was based on the quantity of land processed, this sizable plot promised a substantial return if handled efficiently. Consequently, it wasn't long before those unable to undertake more challenging tasks began to emerge from the shelter with containers in hand, chatting quietly as they approached the site to divide the land carefully. After observing for a time and noting their focus and caution in pursuit of contribution points, she decided to take her leave. Number 1's attire remained tattered. All the outfits she had prepared had been ruined, necessitating a visit to the clothing store for new garments. Initially, she had deemed the cost of establishing this shop exorbitant, fearing it would operate at a loss. Yet to her surprise, business had flourished. With half the month elapsed, many shelves were already bare. Navigating through the aisles with number 1, she hesitated among the remaining men's clothing. Perhaps every woman experiences some degree of indecision while shopping. She held 2 outfits for an extended moment, unable to decide. Finally, She jested. Which one do you think looks better? Merely posing the question. She was astonished when number 1 reached out and grasped the outfit on the left. Blinking in surprise, she ventured, You like this one? It nodded slowly in affirmation. Her surprise deepened. Could zombies possess their own aesthetic preferences? Or was it a result of system enhancement? Regardless, she finally made her choice. After returning to her room to assist number 1 in changing clothes, she checked the residents' wish tasks during the wait. It appeared that many residents had various aspirations. And having just processed a batch of wishes, several new tasks had emerged in the system backend. One task particularly piqued her interest: hope for all residents to participate in the management of the shelter. Narrowing her eyes slightly, she sensed a familiar scheme underlying this task. Checking the name of the resident associated with the wish, she found it belonged to someone unfamiliar. It seemed some individuals had not abandoned their attempts to win the hearts of the populace, and with notable success. Contemplating whether to grant this opportunity, she mused the potential implications. With the system's assistance, she could detect any changes in real time, alleviating her concerns about potential pitfalls. After a moment's reflection, she resolved to feign ignorance, intending to stoke the flames of intrigue. Those 2 individuals had previously collaborated with impressive flair. Had it not been for that missile, she might have remained oblivious until her demise. This time, she would grant them the chance to showcase their performance. The temporary residents dedicated 2 days to meticulously repackaging the expansive plot containing the fungal species. She directed the zombies to load the jars and containers onto the hovercraft, subsequently delivering the goods to the Jingwei bunker. Upon learning that the cargo consisted entirely of fungal specimens, Duanji and his peers were overjoyed, promptly declaring that good news would soon ensue and hastily ushering her out of the laboratory. Watching the door slam shut, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Not concerning herself with their attitude, she leisurely exited the bunker, intending to inspect the construction of the surface shelter. However, she unexpectedly encountered Tu Xiaobai outside. "See you bye." The moment she spotted her, a radiant smile broke across her face. "I heard you returned. Why didn't you tell me?" Tu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, taken aback. "Since when have we been so familiar?" Unfazed by her confusion, Tu Xiaobai continued to chatter incessantly. "Was your journey smooth? Did you encounter any dangers? How long are you planning to stay?" With a barrage of questions, Tu Xiaobai struggled to interject. Finally, when silence fell, she abandoned her premeditated excuse and asked directly, "So curious, would you like to join me when I return?" Confident that Tu Xiaobai would not refuse, she reasoned that such concern stemmed from a desire to gather information firsthand. As anticipated, Tu Xiaobai's lovely face lit up with excitement. "Is that really possible?" "Of course. Or, if you'd prefer, you could even stay there," she replied with a subtle smile. This time, however, Tu Xiaobai hesitated before inquiring, "So, Xiaobai, where do you usually spend most of your time?" Her gaze darkened slightly. Once again, she sensed Tu Xiaobai's ulterior motives. Chapter 69. Strange happenings. This individual possessed quite an appetite, not only seeking to uncover the secrets of the bunker, but also aiming to surveil her closely. A fleeting glimmer of darkness flashed in her eyes. Yet Tu Xiaobai maintained an impassive facade, responding merely with, "Perhaps it depends on which matters are more pressing." "Is that so?" Tu Xiaobai feigned genuine concern. Her lips pursed in contemplation before resolutely declaring, "Then I shall move." Very well. She was hardly surprised, fully aware of the true intentions behind the other's actions, and thus refrained from further inquiries. With a purposeful stride, she intended to locate the person in charge of the local troops for further information. However, Tu Xiaobai followed closely, interjecting, "I've heard the Nirvana bunker is near the botanical garden, which would be advantageous for my ability training." That was a rather compelling rationale, and perhaps there was a kernel of truth in it. She merely smiled and chose not to respond. Currently, there were no significant issues at the Jingwei bunker. Due to its proximity to the city, the threat from mutated plants was minimal. Instead, the most considerable danger at night came from the zombies that lurked unseen during the day. The Xinjiang Research Institute was experimenting with new alert systems, and she promised to send 2 units once they yielded results. Having gathered the necessary information, she accessed the construction map and allocated 10 sets of level 2 dormitories to the Jingwei bunker, established a clothing store, and upgraded the small power plant and water purification station to level 2. Additionally, she added 2 level 2 cafeterias and 4 storage rooms. After confirming that all basic needs were met, she prepared to depart with Tu Xiaobai. She intentionally omitted mentioning the method of departure, secretly observing the other's expression as they entered the hoverway. Surprise was expected, yet what perplexed her was the flicker of fervor she seemed to detect. It was no mere illusion. Once aboard the hovercar, Tu Xiaobai frequently cast eager glances her way. Again and again, The scrutiny sent chills down her spine, seemingly expressionless. The other appeared oblivious, while her fingers had tightened several times in response. She distinctly recalled having a significant number of knights in her previous life. Undeniably a charming flower with an abundance of allure, so what was the meaning of this electric gaze directed at her? Were it not for the intention to eradicate a nest of snakes and rats, she would have relished the opportunity to administer a sound beating to Chui Annie. The brief journey felt interminable, and upon finally arriving at the Nirvana bunker, she nearly fled, disinterested in providing further introductions. Just then, she encountered Sheng Shuzi and entrusted the task to her. Only when she saw the two depart the bunker, and the fervent gaze was no longer upon her, did she exhale in relief. Rubbing her arms, she privately resolved to be more discreet in observing dramas in the future, wishing to avoid such trials again. After a brief wait to ensure both had left, she nonchalantly exited the bunker. Circling the shelter, she caught sight of Sheng Shuzi and Chui Annie engaged in conversation with another individual. Wasn't that? Ah, what a quick encounter. They appeared to be conversing quite amiably. One might attribute it to fate's design or suggest that like-minded individuals are destined to cross paths. Pausing, she couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Now that all actors were in place, she awaited the grand performance to commence. I just stood here for a moment when Zhang Weiguo caught me. It's fortunate you were here. I need to discuss something with you. After a few inquiries, she learned that strange occurrences had been rampant in the military shelters, prompting an increase in surveillance and protection. However, with personnel already stretched thin, they were forced to multitask to aid surrounding cities. Thus, the military sought a comprehensive resolution rather than a passive defense. Currently, other methods had yielded no results, hence the consideration of her involvement. Upon hearing this, her interest was piqued. Before heading to Yang City, she had visited the military shelter and had a favorable impression of the facility, especially compared to the abysmal conditions she had witnessed in other so-called shelters. Given that many within the army had awakened abilities, even the more volatile individuals among the civilian ability users were sufficiently suppressed. Hearing of the recent peculiarities sparked her curiosity. She agreed to investigate the situation, and Zhang Weiguo promptly arranged a vehicle. Mentioning that Fang Chun and others had taken advantage of their survival security to relax and had assembled several new energy vehicles. Upon learning this, Tu Xiaobai could only comment. Indeed, researchers have rather unique methods of unwinding. Thus, she found herself seated in the rear of a jeep. Number 1 sat beside her, gazing intently out the window, seemingly quite curious. The front passenger, Zhang Weiguo, remarked with intrigue, "It seems your zombie is far more intelligent than the others. This is my first time witnessing a zombie appreciating the scenery." She glanced over, a smile gracing her lips. "It is indeed quite exceptional." Upon hearing her voice, Number 1 turned to look at her, just as her smile lingered. Staring intently for a prolonged moment, its mouth twitched slightly, and after a few seconds, it managed to lift a semblance of a smile. She felt a mix of surprise and delight. This creature was exhibiting a rather convincing smile, albeit with a prolonged preparation time. Would it eventually become increasingly human-like? She pondered, feeling an inexplicable tension, perhaps akin to the anticipation of witnessing a miracle. After nearly an hour, they arrived at the military base. This time, she opted not to enter the base, but instead made her way directly to the shelter. The area was simply divided into zones, with temporary regulations in place to govern people's conduct. Yet as she approached, a faint odor lingered in the air. Her arrival coincided with lunchtime, and many families were preparing their meals. A brief glance revealed primarily thin porridge and biscuits. A single packet of instant noodles would draw envious stares. She could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The situation was not this dire during my last visit. Zhang Weiguo sighed heavily. Alas, had the city not become a wasteland, resources would not be so scarce. However, now, much remains buried and cannot be excavated. As you know, the original large machinery is no longer operational. Moreover, he continued somberly, recently, many have reported that food is deteriorating at an accelerated rate, though there has yet to be any official confirmation. She furrowed her brow, troubled by the notion of accelerated spoilage, a matter of which she was entirely unaware. Exercising caution, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, instead redirecting to the pressing matter. What precisely is the nature of these strange occurrences? Let the person in charge here explain. She is most familiar with the situation. She had no objections. However, she was taken aback to find that the individual managing the shelter was not a formidable soldier, but rather a petite young woman wearing frameless glasses, exuding no sense of threat whatsoever. "Hello." After hearing Zhang Weiguo introduce your identity, The young woman shook her hand earnestly and introduced herself, saying, I am Shun Jia, the person in charge here. Thank you, Comrade Ta, for taking the time to visit. Her pupils flickered with surprise, and she couldn't resist asking, May I inquire which Shin and which you are? Chapter 70. The disappearance. Such a peculiar attitude did not bother Xinjia, who responded cheerfully, I am Shun, with the water radical, waiting for good news. To her astonishment, it was indeed her. Tu Xiaobai felt a momentary daze. The name that had resonated like thunder in her past life stood vividly before her. Xinjia proposed to first examine the conditions of the shelter, and Tu Xiaobai, still in a trance, did not respond immediately. Zheng Weigua glanced at her quizzically and discreetly nudged her. Only then did she snap back to reality, quickly forcing a smile and nodding. The shelter was modest in size, and they soon completed a circuit. During this time, Xinjia provided various pertinent details before finally mentioning the strange occurrences. Recently, some individuals had gone missing from the shelter. Her tone turned serious as she stated, This is the census I conducted regarding the shelter's population. Taking a hardbound notebook, she glanced at the records. Xinjia's work was meticulous. She recorded all relevant data in great detail. Initially, there had been no total population count, but half a month ago, she had begun tallying the numbers every few days. As she flipped through the notebook, Xinjia explained, At first, the anomalies were not evident. However, there was a period when the consumption of water and food decreased, which struck me as odd. Subsequently, I began discreetly counting the residents and discovered a troubling downward trend in the shelter's population. Have you accounted for those who went to the bunker? Tu Xiaobai inquired. Yes, and those who moved to the bunker did so as part of an organized effort. In fact, the current residents are mainly those who chose to stay behind, believing that following the military is the safest option. Upon hearing this explanation, she nodded in understanding. Since the relocation of several individuals to the bunker, the population in the shelter had remained stable. However, Xinjia sighed softly. There will always be sacrifices outside, but overall, this fluctuation is minimal. She emphasized, but this time is different. Look, when I first conducted the registration half a month ago, the population had decreased by over a dozen. Since then, the numbers have dropped by at least a few, and at most, around 20, essentially a continuous decline. Tu Xiaobai furrowed her brow, posing another possibility. Could there be other shelters nearby? As far as I know, there are numerous channels of information among survivors. We considered that as well, Zheng Weigua replied. However, the military has sent personnel to investigate several times, and no signs of new shelters have been found. Moreover, since they feel safer with the military, it makes little sense for them to change their minds so suddenly, Xinjia added. That is indeed a valid point, she concurred, continuing to examine the records. The data indicated a consistent pattern of population reduction every 2 to 3 days. Such regularity seemed decidedly unusual. You haven't discovered any clues, have you? Xinjia solemnly nodded. And what about the places where these missing individuals lived? Are there any vacancies? Xinjia appeared quite helpless. Most have been occupied. But there should still be some tents available from the recent disappearances. I will go take a look, she declared. Xinjia, of course, did not refuse and promptly led her over. Unexpectedly, they encountered several survivors in the midst of relocating. Your tents are perfectly fine. Why are you moving over here? Xinjia frowned. Leadership. The survivors greeted cheerfully. This area has better sunlight. According to the rules, if we're gone for 3 days, the tents become vacant. So we haven't broken any rules. Xinjia felt somewhat helpless, unable to insist that they might be disrupting the investigation. This matter had yet to be disclosed in the shelter, primarily to avoid inciting panic. Upon hearing this explanation, Tu Xiaobai nodded in understanding. Please wait a moment. Let Comrade Tu have a look at the tents first, Xinjia interjected, halting their actions. The survivors grew tense. Leader Shen, we were the first to move here. It's first come, first served. Rest assured, Comrade Tu will not compete with you. As she listened to Xinjia converse with the survivors, she ventured inside the tent to inspect it thoroughly. After dismissing the most common possibilities, she formed a hypothesis. The emergence of abilities suggested new explanations for many bizarre events. However, after a thorough inspection, she found nothing. This outcome could mean either her assumptions were entirely misguided or that the traces had faded after several days. Or perhaps the ability user was exceptionally powerful, leaving no trace detectable by her. The latter seemed unlikely. She circled again, still finding nothing. Just as she prepared to depart, she suddenly noticed number 1 standing motionless in a corner of the tent. What are you doing? She called out. Oddly, number 1 remained unresponsive. Frowning slightly, she sensed something amiss and approached to tug at it. Number 1 stumbled and turned, a look of confusion in its eyes. Her expression darkened as she summoned the interface for her pet. The word hypnotize flickered briefly next to Number 1's name before gradually fading. Her heart raced. Her pet had been hypnotized, and she had been entirely oblivious to it. She had felt no fluctuations in power moments earlier. Peering outside the tent, she saw Xinjia engaged in conversation with the survivors, while Zheng Weiguo stood upright nearby, both seemingly unaware of anything unusual. For someone to employ the ability to hypnotize Number 1 without detection in front of so many, she pondered for a moment before returning to that corner. This time, she crouched down to examine the area meticulously. After several minutes, she finally discerned a clue. The fabric of the tent at the corner bore several nearly imperceptible pinholes. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression shifted. Let's dismantle this tent for inspection. She hurriedly exited, her words capturing everyone's attention. Xinjia hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. The survivors, initially planning to relocate, were hastily enlisted to assist in taking down the tent. Before long, the area was cleared, revealing the ground beneath. Tu Xiaobai immediately focused her gaze on the corner. Xinjia followed her line of sight, puzzled. Has the soil here been disturbed? It appears so, Zheng Weiguo concurred after a moment of observation. They were not foolish. In fact, they were more perceptive than ordinary individuals, and they all quickly grasped the potential implication, their expressions darkening in unison. Zheng Weiguo turned to her. Xiaobai. Could it be? Her complexion mirrored their concern as she glanced at the bewildered survivors, remaining silent. Xinjia and Zheng Weiguo understood her unspoken words, managing to maintain their composure. This area cannot be occupied for the time being. Comrade 2 needs to investigate further. You may return for now, Xinjia addressed the survivors. However, they were reluctant to leave. Xinjia pulled out another notebook, swiftly jotting down something, tearing it out, and handing it over. Then this is my note. Today, I'll share half of my food rations with you. The survivors immediately brightened, snatching the paper and departing. Once they were a safe distance away, Xinjia turned to ask, Comrade 2, is there something beneath? Chapter 71. The little white flower has arrived. Tu Xiaobai dipped her fingers into a small patch of soil, gently rubbing it together. But the words that followed caused Xinjia to visibly tremble. She uttered, it would be best to relocate everyone swiftly. After a prolonged silence, Xinjia swallowed hard and whispered, is there a significant entity below? I do not know, came the honest reply. Unless we excavate and inspect, we cannot ascertain this. Excavating. Would that provoke it? Certainly. Xinjia exchanged glances with Zheng Weiguo, who immediately declared, I will report this. He turned to leave. But Xinjia had more inquiries. So, those missing individuals have been taken by it. The unfinished thought hung in the air. Yet its implication was clear to all. Tu Xiaobai slowly shook her head. It is uncertain. Could they still be alive? Xinjia's eyes sparkled with hope. Perhaps, she mused. Looking at Subject 1, which possessed formidable hypnotic abilities, those individuals might have left of their own accord, thus explaining their absence. Xinjia nodded gravely. In such a location, there must be more than one site within the camp. I fear so, was the somber reply. In a moment of silence, Zheng Weiguo returned. Xiaobai, Jia, follow me. The military regarded this news with utmost seriousness. However, they were hindered by the fact that most instruments were inoperable, preventing them from validating her suspicions. Consequently, this led to considerable debate among the military's higher-ups. As it stood, the existence of mutated plants beneath the shelter remained uncertain. A hasty relocation could not only incite panic, but could also attract further dangers due to excessive commotion. I cannot endorse such actions. But what if something does lurk underground? Currently, it remains hidden. Who knows what it could become once it grows? This is a mockery of the safety of the populace. Both perspectives garnered their share of supporters. Yet the crux of the conflict remained centered on whether mutated plants existed underground. Ironically, she too could not provide certainty on this matter. Ultimately, it was Xunjia's assertions that compelled the military to reach a decision. As the manager, I possess the most intimate understanding of the shelter's circumstances. Of those missing during this period, 60% are individuals with abilities, while the remainder, although ordinary, are all registered as potential awakeners of powers. She refrained from elaborating too much, yet the implication was sufficiently chilling, startling even Tu Xiaobai. By such calculations, the hidden adversary was systematically eliminating ability users and potential ability users. When did mutated plants become so astute? More alarmingly, while it was not surprising that it could distinguish ability users, how did it acquire knowledge of the registered list? Could it possibly read? The implications were utterly terrifying. Shinjia's report finally prompted the military to reach a resolution. A thorough investigation was imperative. They must ensure that the enemy did not continue severing the roots of survivors. This urgency rendered the overall relocation of the shelter inevitable, with even an entire regiment station being subject to evaluation for possible relocation. Comrade Tao, what is the reception capacity at the bunker? After careful consideration, she cautiously replied, the third phase of the ground shelter project is nearing completion. Relocating everyone should pose no issue. However, regarding the bunker, it is best not to break the initial regulations we established. Wouldn't requiring survivors to purchase residency in the bunker be somewhat opportunistic? Someone questioned. She shrugged. I have no alternatives. Constructing the bunker demands time and resources, which I cannot conjure. If we do not set thresholds, conflicts will arise over who enters the bunker and who remains outside. This was the truth, rendering the challengers speechless. She added, acquiring 150 contribution points is not excessively difficult for most, and with the military present in the ground shelter, alongside ability users, and the forthcoming enhanced alert systems, I believe weapons suited for apocalyptic scenarios will emerge, making the majority of the time relatively safe. Pausing briefly, she placed an additional weight on the scales. Most importantly, there is no possibility of mutated plants existing underground. How can you guarantee that? The bunker possesses a degree of self-defense capability. Should mutated plants approach, alarms will trigger. She succinctly explained. In truth, this was a function of the system, but such information could not be disclosed. Zhang Weiguo, as the team leader stationed at the Nirvana bunker, had the most authority on this matter and immediately affirmed that during the occurrence of mutated plants, not a single leaf had crossed the threshold. With their own kind vouching for her, the military finally placed faith in her words. Given the enhanced safety of the bunker compared to their expectations, relocating all survivors there met with little opposition. Shinjia received a new assignment. Not only must she efficiently organize the relocation, but she also had to soothe the emotions of the survivors. This was no simple task, yet she accepted it without a trace of hesitation. Tu Xiaobai then suggested, does the military have any wood-type ability users? Perhaps they could sense something. Indeed, there were, but regrettably, all of the military's wood-type ability users were still at level 0. Initially puzzled, she later understood the reason. The military's distribution of points was somewhat imbalanced. After all, soldiers prioritized cooperation and teamwork, thus favoring the most potent fire type for offense, the resilient earth type for defense, and the wind type for reconnaissance. These three types were the most sought after and thus received the most training. As for the wood type, its offensive capabilities were insufficient, and the training for healing abilities required constant assistance for the injured, naturally slowing their advancement. She harbored doubts that the level 0 wood-type users would prove effective, yet they were still encouraged to try. Unsurprisingly, none sensed anything amiss. With a sigh, she approached Shunjia, requesting that after sending off the first batch of survivors, the returning vehicle bring back 2 individuals. Luya was naturally among those she summoned. But the other, Tu Xiaobai, was taken aback to see Cui Annie disembarking right behind her. What was this little white flower doing here? Hadn't Wu Sibin already established contact with her? Although they had only recently met, it was likely that kindred spirits would quickly bond. Or perhaps, upon arriving at a new location, Cui Annie should have been preoccupied with charming others and rebuilding her nightly support group. Her appearance here suggested that monitoring her was deemed more valuable. Narrowing her eyes, she feigned genuine surprise. What brings you here? Xiaobai, I heard you needed wood-type ability users. And so do I. So I thought I'd come along to see if I can assist you, Cui Annie replied, beaming like a flower. Luya added. Annie leveled up last night. I thought 2 of us would surely be safer than 1. She was willing, so she came along. A glance at the 2 girls linked arm in arm elicited a smirk from her. A miscalculation. She had assumed that Cui Annie and Wu Sibin would quickly hit it off upon meeting. Yet it turned out that the first to be ensnared was someone right beside her. She would need to find an opportunity to subtly alert Luya. Quietly storing this thought, she turned nonchalantly and nodded. Since you're here, let us work together and see what we can accomplish. Chapter 72. Forcing it out in the shelter, 2 girls stood quietly by the dismantled tent. They appeared to be daydreaming with their eyes closed. But if one could see beneath their feet, they would observe fine, hair-like vines slowly burrowing into the ground. This was precisely why a level 0 ability user could not achieve this, despite the numerical difference between level 0 and level 1 being merely 1. The subtlety of power manipulation was vastly different. If a cunning mutated plant lurked below, only by their actions could they minimize the risk of alerting it. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. Tu Xiaobai whispered, if you can't hold on, retract your powers, do not push yourselves. After a moment, the two girls gently shook their heads, unwilling to concede defeat. Furrowing her brow, Tu Xiaobai's gaze repeatedly fell upon Shui Annie. Even the thought of possession crossed her mind. It was truly peculiar. Lost in her thoughts, the two suddenly opened their eyes in unison. There's something, Luya announced. A large creature, Shui Annie added. Are you certain? She quickly refocused, prioritizing the matter at hand. The girls nodded vigorously, and Luya supported her head, murmuring, I feel a bit dizzy. Shui Annie nodded in agreement, indicating her own discomfort, suddenly recalling that the first person had been hypnotized. She speculated that the two girls might have been affected as well and urged them to rest. The confirmation from the two level 1 wood ability users heightened the military's anxiety, prompting them to accelerate the evacuation of survivors. The best-case scenario would be for the shelter to be evacuated before the creature below became aware. However, contrary to their hopes, on the very night when 1/3 of the population remained, the ground began to tremble. Tu Xiaobai, Luya, and Shui Annie, who had been stationed there all this time, immediately rushed out of the tent. At that moment, they disregarded the potential dangers of making noise. Shenjia activated the alarm, its shrill sound echoing throughout the shelter. Survivors awoke, rushing out and inquiring what had transpired. Run, get outside, Shenjia shouted. Yet, the recently awakened individuals remained dazed, their reactions sluggish. When they regained their senses, some even ran back toward the tents, unable to abandon their scant possessions. Seeing this, Tu Xiaobai felt a surge of irritation and turned to the two girls beside her. Throw these people out. The two girls acted in unison, unleashing a torrent of vines, ensnaring several individuals and hurling them outside. Cries of alarm filled the air as terrified survivors screamed, mingling with the blaring alarm. Though this method was crude, it proved remarkably swift. The survivors, still shaken, had already exited the shelter. My belongings are still inside. A few individuals still attempted to rush back. Shenjia quickly organized a team to block them. The tremors abruptly ceased. The survivors, who valued their possessions over their safety, became increasingly insistent on returning to collect their things. The situation outside the shelter grew chaotic. Furrowing her brow, Tu Xiaobai's tone turned grave. Turn the ground over for me. I refuse to believe we can't force that creature out. Luya replied affirmatively, understood. Suddenly, she stomped her foot, causing a massive eruption of vines to surge from the ground. 3 of the thickest vines intertwined, forming a small platform that lifted the 3 of them into the air. The remaining vines plunged into the earth, causing the ground to undulate as if countless serpents writhed beneath. Shui Annie's eyes sparkled with interest as she observed Luya for a moment. She squinted, thinking that this person finally bore some resemblance to her past self, exhibiting a familiar tendency to avoid danger. However, she was mistaken. Shui Annie, a moment too late, raised her arms, and a multitude of swirling purple vines coalesced, resembling a colossal purple drill, forcefully piercing the ground. In an instant, dirt flew, creating the chaos of a construction site. The two girls collaborated seamlessly, and soon a substantial section of the ground had caved in. Such a commotion naturally dislodged tents and scattered belongings. The agitated survivors, witnessing the scene, shifted their focus from those attempting to restrain them. My things. The tent. That's my own tent. My documents. My money. And the instant noodles I fought so hard to acquire. A chorus of lamentations arose. Yet no one dared to recklessly rush back in. Now, the entire shelter was devoid of any safe footing. From her elevated vantage point, Tu Xiaobai surveyed the chaotic ground and suddenly noticed movement. It's coming. The ground tremors resumed, this time far more intense than before. In the center of the shelter, the earth abruptly arched upward, as if something were about to emerge. Amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, a massive, deep green plant bulb surfaced, completely breaking through the ground. Its spines unfurled, resembling an enormous cactus magnified 1,000 times. My heavens, what is that? A timid survivor shrieked. Have we been living beneath this thing? Since its emergence, Tu Xiaobai had been fixated on it, clearly witnessing the ground beneath them sink slightly. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she shouted, "Get away!" Before her words could fully escape, a lightning-like vine whipped toward her, sending her flying sideways. Luya and Shui Annie leapt off the platform, and the vines caught them securely. Almost simultaneously, 3 spikes shot out from the cactus, darting toward their previous location with blinding speed. Thud! Detached from its massive form, these spikes resembled spears wielded by giants, and upon striking together, they shattered the platform Luya had constructed. Tu Xiaobai, with keen eyesight, discerned the hidden danger within the spikes, and instantly warned, "The spikes are dangerous. Do not linger or risk being struck. In truth, even without her warning, no one dared to take such a risk. Those spikes were thicker than the slenderest of girls, and being struck would likely result in fatal consequences. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the cactus as the military personnel opened fire. Yet, as the flames dissipated, everyone observed that the blackened spikes slowly fell away, having previously curled up to form a spring-like area. The explosion had failed to harm the underlying creature. As those spikes dropped, new ones sprouted at a visible speed, initially tender and light green, but within mere breaths, they appeared indistinguishable from their neighbors. Tu Xiaobai heard gasps of disbelief. Even she felt a weight in her heart. This creature was exceedingly formidable. Chapter 73. It escaped. This marked the most arduous battle that Tu Xiaobai had faced since her rebirth. The mutated cactus launched ferocious attacks, exhibiting unparalleled resilience. Its armored skin was impervious to artillery, and it possessed a certain resistance to supernatural abilities, making its demise a gradual endeavor. The menacing thorns introduced further unpredictability into the fray, as several warriors, caught off guard, were pierced and fell into a deep hypnotic state within seconds. It was not a mere slumber. Rather, they were ensnared by terrifying hallucinations, perceiving their comrades as monstrous foes and unleashing indiscriminate assaults upon them. Had she not suspected the thorns were problematic, the situation could have resulted in significant losses after witnessing a few succumb to their effects. The afflicted warriors were swiftly bound and extricated from the crowd, prompting Luyu to immediately attempt treatment. Amidst the continuing battle, Tu Xiaobai whispered something to the others, and moments later, all the supernatural beings launched a coordinated assault, drawing the full attention of the colossal cactus. Meanwhile, a shadow darted towards the base of the cactus. Number 1 sharpened their fingers into claws and forcefully struck at the enemy. A shower of sparks erupted. The cactus's surface was as hard as iron, rendering even the nails of a level 2 zombie incapable of penetrating it. Unfazed, Number 1 let out a low growl, electricity coursing through its body. And with the aid of its abilities, it drove its arms into the cactus's tough exterior. Half an arm was engulfed within, and with a deep breath, it exerted a forceful tear. The cactus quivered, its position cleverly concealed in the angle where its roots met the ground, where the thorns were sparser, rendering its counterattacks feeble. Seizing the advantage, Number 1 bent low and plunged into the wound of the cactus. She narrowed her eyes, swiftly suppressing her concerns, and reorganized the attack to draw the cactus's focus once more. It seemed to be an excruciating pain, the entire mass quaking as thorns rained down like confetti. Faced with such a relentless barrage, the supernatural beings found themselves forced to retreat. After some distance, the cactus suddenly sprang upward, only to crash down heavily. With a thunderous boom, it struck the ground like a bomb, creating a massive crater. The thorns continued to shoot forth in a relentless cycle, but she keenly sensed something amiss. The pace had slowed. The warriors, too, noticed the change. This seemed peculiar. If the cactus could truly regenerate its thorns infinitely, it would be an extraordinary phenomenon. Several minutes later, the frequency of the thorn attacks diminished significantly, allowing the supernatural beings to advance once more. To their delight, their assaults finally breached the cactus's defenses, leaving numerous scars. Yet, a sense of unease washed over her. After a few attacks, she firmly declared, "Cease your assault." The warriors exchanged puzzled glances, but Cui Annie complied without hesitation, being the first to halt. Tu Xiaobai ceased her own attacks and cautiously approached the cactus. Observing her actions, the warriors exchanged worried glances, tense and ready, fearing the cactus might lash out and harm her. Nevertheless, she approached within reach, and the enemy remained dormant, the ever-growing thorns nearly coming to a standstill. With a heavy gaze, she softly called out to Number 1. Suddenly, the cactus's skin bulged outward, prompting many to instinctively adopt defensive stances. "Do not attack, it is my zombie," she shouted, halting their movements. As her words echoed, the skin of the cactus tore apart, and Number 1 leaped forth. Upon landing, it trembled slightly, yet most of its deep green slime remained intact, its fingers capable of tearing through steel and concrete. Tugging at its clothing corner, gazing up with an expression of discontent. "It's all right, we can change your clothes later." Number 1 visibly brightened, scurrying to her side and carefully maintaining a respectful distance. With little time to indulge in her increasingly adorable pet, she turned her attention to the warriors. "It is dead." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group as they rushed to examine the massive cactus. Someone excitedly inquired, "How did it suddenly perish? Was it our fierce attacks?" "Perhaps not," she replied, dousing their enthusiasm. Pushing the cactus aside for inspection, they discovered its roots had been severed. She was not surprised and sighed. Number one's intrusion likely posed a threat, compelling it to relinquish that portion and retreat its roots. Some, unwilling to accept this, began to dig, but found nothing. Indeed, the roots of the cactus had vanished without a trace. Zheng Weigua frowned. So, it has not truly died. She nodded in agreement. Indeed, and my prior assessment was incorrect. This, she gestured towards the cactus, is not even its true form. The group's expressions darkened. The enormity of this creature not being its true essence was unfathomable. After a grueling battle, the shelter lay in ruins, yet the mutated plant remained unvanquished. And the whereabouts of the missing individuals remained unknown, leaving everyone with a sense of futility. As they began to clear the battlefield, a sense of lethargy enveloped them. However, Tu Xiaobai's focus was elsewhere as she stood before the cactus, deep in thought. The two wounds inflicted by number one continued to ooze green liquid. After deliberation, she gathered several large containers to fill with the viscous substance and spent some time sifting through the soil to retrieve some intact thorns that had evaded their targets. With the subsequent tasks no longer requiring her presence, she bid farewell and departed. The vehicle that had originally brought her was now commandeered for transporting survivors, leaving her, Luya, and Cui Annie to walk back. Fortunately, all three were supernatural beings, possessing greater stamina than ordinary individuals, rendering the journey manageable. Yet, she felt an unsettling sense of adjustment, having never anticipated walking harmoniously alongside Cui Annie. The latter, oblivious to her discomfort, began to chatter animatedly about the battle they had just endured. Chapter 74. The fiery woman Cui Annie and Luya were engaged in a discussion about the battle, seeking advice on various techniques for wielding their extraordinary abilities. Luya, displaying remarkable humility, insisted, I learned everything from Xiaobai. If you wish to learn, it would be best to seek her guidance. I fear I may hinder your progress. At that moment, Tu Xiaobai instinctively turned her head and caught sight of Cui Annie's expectant gaze. Truly, she was a captivating flower, her sparkling eyes dazzling enough to blind any onlooker. Suddenly, she jerked her head back, stiffly asserting, Xiaoya, do not be so modest. You are the leader of the extraordinary beings in the Nirvana Fortress. Please, share your knowledge. Luya smiled bashfully, ceasing her refusals, and began to answer Cui Annie's questions in detail. Her pure-hearted nature and unwavering focus on the task at hand meant she was oblivious to Cui Annie, who nodded along while occasionally glancing at Tu Xiaobai, her eyes betraying a hint of eagerness. Eventually, the trio exited the city and made their way down the road towards the fortress. However, Tu Xiaobai suddenly furrowed her brow, asking, Did you hear that sound? Both girls, who had been conversing in hushed tones, looked at her in confusion and shook their heads in unison. Tu Xiaobai turned her gaze to the side of the road, where, although they were outside the city, the new district had been poised for expansion in that direction prior to the apocalypse. The area was littered with plots of land that had been meticulously planned for construction, some of which had even commenced work. Naturally, with the advent of the apocalypse, all construction had ground to a halt, leaving behind a desolate landscape. What caught her attention was one such construction site. It appeared that work had begun there quite some time ago, with several buildings seemingly ready for occupancy from the outside. It seemed they had escaped the onslaught of the food-eating insects, as water and electricity had not yet been connected, rendering the high-rises a rare refuge. A faint, agonizing scream had just emanated from that direction. However, the sound was fleeting, and she found herself uncertain if it was merely a figment of her imagination conjured by the wind. After a moment's hesitation, her concern compelled her to investigate further. Luya and Cui Annie resolutely declared their intention to accompany her, and the three descended the road, swiftly arriving at the base of the buildings. Yet upon reaching their destination, they found themselves at an impasse. The source of the earlier commotion remained elusive. As they pondered their next move, Cui Annie suddenly pointed upwards, exclaiming, Look! Both she and Luya followed her gaze and spotted a figure precariously hanging from a window on one of the upper floors. The person was struggling desperately, their back facing downward, while several metallic appendages from within the room pressed down upon their upper body, forcing them to cling precariously to the window ledge. Exchanging glances, Luya raised her hand. Vines shot upwards, swiftly lifting them higher. Just as they reached the 10th floor, the person let out a horrifying scream and was pushed out of the window. Tu Xiaobai deftly hurled a lightning whip, ensnaring the individual around the waist and pulling them to safety on the vines. The vines halted their ascent, but in the next moment, several metallic spikes shot out from the window, as the occupants of the room had detected their presence and wasted no time in launching an attack. Cui Annie shouted, and purple-hued vines surged forth, entangling the metallic objects securely, causing a reversal of toxic gas towards the aggressors. A cold snort emanated from within the room, followed by a series of sharp cracks as the metal snapped, successfully blocking the toxic gas. Seizing the opportunity, Luya commanded the vines to pull the attackers into the room. Before they could regain their footing, 5 metallic spikes lunged toward them. With a swift strike, Tu Xiaobai sent the spikes flying, and with a series of cracking sounds, they embedded themselves into the wall. Finally free to assess their surroundings, Tu Xiaobai's expression shifted to one of bemusement. Before her stood a strikingly dressed woman, whose features were somewhat ordinary. Yet the fiery allure emanating from her mature demeanor transformed her modest beauty into something far more seductive, accentuated by her curvaceous figure. One had to concede that even the renowned beauty, Sheng Shizi, would pale in comparison to this woman. At that moment, the woman raised her eyebrows, glaring at them with irritation. What business do you little girls have meddling here? She keenly perceived that the hostility in the woman's gaze had diminished upon their arrival. So instead of launching an immediate attack, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Did you throw him down?" With a casual toss of her hair, the fiery woman replied nonchalantly, "Yes, I did. So what? He's just an ordinary person," Tu Xiaobai retorted. "Falling from such a height is certain death. And what of it?" The woman scoffed. "Why keep a disobedient man around for the new year?" She cast a sidelong glance at Tu Xiaobai and her companions, her lips curling into a smirk. "He has fed off me, relied on me to survive. If he had behaved, considering his skills in bed, I might have overlooked the trouble of nurturing him. But alas, he was not compliant. Thus, I have every right to reclaim my life." With a flirtatious smile, the woman added with a serious tone, "Listen well, little sisters. It's clear you haven't experienced much with men yet. Allow me to enlighten you. Don't harbor too many fantasies about them. As long as they're well endowed and capable of pleasing you, it's sufficient. If they misbehave, simply find another. There are plenty of two-legged men to go around. Do not be foolish enough to let a man drive you to desperation." Tu Xiaobai felt a wave of irritation wash over her, her peripheral vision catching sight of Luya and Cui Annie, both of whom were blushing profusely. In truth, she too felt an urge to cover her ears. This woman seemed to be overstepping the boundaries of their acquaintance. However, accustomed to turbulent situations, she maintained a calm facade, glancing at the man pinned against the wall, who appeared utterly stunned. Finally, she spoke. "Regardless, those with extraordinary abilities should not target ordinary individuals." The woman regarded her with mild surprise, her expression suddenly shifting to one of disgust. "TCH, so we have a saint among us." Tu Xiaobai responded with a neutral expression, while the woman's disinterest became palpable. "Fine, I'll consider this an act of kindness. Now, be gone." The final 2 words were directed towards the man, who, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled out of the room, quickly vanishing from their sight. "Well, that seems to settle the matter," the woman remarked, tossing her hair over her shoulder and shooting the trio a disdainful glare. "Do you have any further business? If not, I'll take my leave." Faced with such a presence, Tu Xiaobai felt a surge of frustration without an outlet, merely nodding in a daze. After a prolonged silence, a sigh broke the stillness, and Cui Annie spoke softly. "That big sister has such a strong aura. I felt too intimidated to speak." The innocent Luya was still blushing, only able to nod in agreement. Tu Xiaobai pressed her fingers to her temples, feeling a slight headache, and finally suggested, "Let us go." The 3, disinterested in the stairs, utilized the vines to return directly to the ground, intending to leave. Yet, as they reached the building closest to the construction site's exit, they suddenly heard a voice calling out, "Ladies, ladies, wait for me." Chapter 75. Defamation. Tu Xiaobai turned her head to see the man she had just rescued peering out from the stairwell, anxiously scanning the area before cautiously making his way towards them. She furrowed her brow slightly, uncertain if it was the influence of the previous woman, but she found herself harboring a certain dislike for this man. If he weren't an ordinary person, she wouldn't have bothered with such trivial matters. He approached the 3 of them, halting a few steps away, his face a mask of desperation. "Thank you, beautiful ladies, for saving my life. May I accompany you back?" "Why?" she retorted. "Alas, you cannot fathom that woman's temperament. She pretended to let me go, but in reality, she feared you, powerful as you are, and holds grudges. Once you leave, she will not relent. I do not wish to die." As he spoke, his gaze darted quickly across their faces. After a moment, he chose to plead with Luya. Tu Xiaobai's frown deepened. It was evident he perceived Luya as the most compassionate. While this could be construed as a strategy, perhaps due to her preconceived notions, she was not fond of such individuals. Nonetheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and coldly permitted him to follow. Soon, they returned to the bunker. The man, introducing himself as Jiang Yin, had his eyes wide with astonishment, and she could clearly see the joy in his gaze. This was hardly surprising. In a post-apocalyptic world, witnessing such a scene of stability was a rarity. She had not been directly involved in managing the underground shelter, simply escorting him there without further engagement, yet she was soon met with another voice. "There is such a large shelter here?" Jiang Yin, who had not wandered far, immediately turned back, his handsome features contorted in disbelief. A stunning beauty sashayed over, instantly capturing numerous gazes. With a flick of her wavy hair, she seemed entirely unfazed by the attention, smiling as she approached them. "Little sister, I wish to stay. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" She had been followed without even realizing it. Clearly, this person possessed considerable skill. A glance at Jiang Yin revealed he was visibly anxious. His thin lips pressed into a straight line. Sensing her scrutiny, he turned to her with a pleading look. It was evident he wanted this woman to leave. However, Tu Xiaobai was not inclined to consider the personal grievances of the residents. From their brief encounter, she sensed the woman's formidable abilities. If she were to join, the bunker would gain another powerful asset. Yet, she could not allow her to act recklessly, so she spoke calmly. "If you wish to stay, you must abide by the rules here." The woman appeared entirely unfazed, smiling brightly as she inquired, "What rules?" "No infighting, no covert harm to others, and compliance with arrangements during times of conflict. These are the most basic rules. The rest you may learn gradually after joining." The woman shrugged, exaggerating her gestures. "Little sister, why do these rules seem to be aimed at me?" Typically, such grand expressions would detract from one's beauty, but she only appeared more alluring. The men who had been observing discreetly now exhibited unabashed admiration. Tu Xiaobai thought to herself, perhaps it is best not to allow her to join, as it could jeopardize the shelter's stability. The woman seemed to sense her thoughts and suddenly leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "Little sister, I assure you I will abide by the rules. Moreover, if you permit me to stay, I can share a secret with you." "A secret?" She suppressed the urge to shudder, feigning indifference as she inquired further. "Indeed," the beauty said, playing with her crimson nails. "I just heard them call you Xiaobai. You wouldn't happen to share the surname too, would you?" Before she could respond, the woman continued, "If that's the case, you would surely find this secret intriguing." Tu Xiaobai scrutinized her expression, noting the woman's unwavering gaze, which suggested sincerity rather than mere flattery. After a moment's contemplation, she stepped aside. "Please, I hope you uphold your promise." The beauty laughed like silver bells, swaying her hips as she walked into the shelter. As she passed by, she unexpectedly reached up and caressed Tu Xiaobai's chin. Tu Xiaobai nearly lost control and unleashed a bolt of lightning, barely managing to restrain herself. However, her restraint was not shared by everyone. With a clang, the metallic arm of number one collided with the woman's hand. "Is this your bodyguard?" she asked. Seemingly unfazed by her restraint, instead, she appeared fascinated by number one. Her X-ray-like gaze swept over the figure, lingering in certain areas for several seconds longer. Tu Xiaobai felt a surge of frustration, tempted to reverse her decision. She quickly pulled number one behind her, shielding it from the woman's gaze, and coldly demanded, "What is the secret?" The beauty laughed once more. "Come find me tonight, and I shall tell you." Tu Xiaobai felt a few veins throb on her forehead. The woman laughed heartily, turning to leave, casually waving her hand as she called out, "By the way, my name is Wu Yunlu. Little Bai. Remember to come find me tonight." In that instant, she sensed many eyes upon her, their gazes laden with implications. Defamation. While Wu Yunlu spoke with her, Jiang Yin had seized the opportunity to vanish. She pressed her forehead, questioning for the umpteenth time whether allowing these two to remain was a mistake. However, it would be even less appropriate to dismiss them without cause, so she instructed Lu Yu to keep a close watch on their activities to prevent any irreparable chaos. Unexpectedly, the entire day passed in tranquility within the shelter. After Wu Yunlu completed her registration and was assigned temporary accommodation, she discreetly inquired about the shelter's contribution point system and promptly received a personal recording device before leaving, not to return until dinner. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin remained quietly in his room, seemingly still adjusting to the rhythm of life in the shelter. Though Wu Yunlu had invited her to visit at night, she had no intention of complying. While she was curious about the contents of the secret, she did not wish to be led around by the nose. Thus, she selected a new outfit for number one, sent it off to the communal bath, and prepared herself for a comfortable rest. Suddenly, Sheng Shuzi arrived to inform her that someone was seeking her outside the bunker, which took her by surprise. Who could it be at this hour? stepping outside. She inhaled sharply upon seeing the voluptuous figure. Wu Yunlu, ever exuding an alluring charm, appeared even more mysterious under the night sky, lamenting, "Little Bai, why haven't you come yet?" A crowd of shelter residents, now wide awake, gathered to watch the spectacle. Upon seeing her emerge from the bunker, one jested, "Little Bai, how can you bear to keep such a stunning beauty waiting?" Chapter 76. What is the secret of the enchantress? Tu Xiaobai took a deep breath, attempting to suppress the overwhelming aura of hostility radiating from her. However, Wu Yunlu appeared utterly oblivious. Upon seeing her, she beamed with delight and casually linked her arm. Her voice melodious and charming. "You finally arrived." A glance at Xin Shuzi, who accompanied her, confirmed her earlier suspicions. Both were captivatingly beautiful, yet standing together. Sheng Shuzi's youthfulness became starkly apparent. As for Wu Yunlu, one could only say that if a new adaptation of Fengshen Bang were to be made, she would undoubtedly be the first choice to portray Daji. At this moment, feeling the envious gazes directed at her, Tu Xiaobai grew increasingly uncomfortable and instinctively pulled away. The disparity in their statuses was evident, and Wu Yunlu, unable to force the issue, released her. Once separated, the latter feigned regret, saying, "Oh, why not allow your sister to hold on a bit longer? A fragrant and soft little sister is far more delightful than a stinky man." Tu Xiaobai, already exasperated, stepped back a couple of paces to maintain a comfortable distance for conversation, coldly inquiring, "What secret do you intend to reveal?" No. Wu Yunlu shook a finger playfully. "If it's a secret, how can it be disclosed in front of so many people? Follow me." Without attempting to close the distance again, she turned and walked away. After a moment's hesitation, Tu Xiaobai decided that if something important was at stake, she would follow. As they walked, Tu Xiaobai found her gaze drawn to Wu Yunlu's silhouette. She understood why many novels describe a woman as swaying gracefully, though both were moving their arms, twisting their waists, and swaying their hips. Wu Yunlu exuded an indescribable allure. Unable to resist, she stole several glances, inwardly marveling at her as a true beauty of the mortal realm. Wu Yunlu led her not to some extravagant venue but back to their assigned residence. The shelter featured identical layouts, constructed from lightweight materials, with each house comprising 2 stories, 4 rooms per floor, and a bathroom. Wu Yunlu had arrived at a fortuitous time, as the previous house had been fully occupied, leaving her the sole inhabitant of this one. Given this circumstance, she had the freedom to choose any room. Wu Yunlu opted for one on the 2nd floor, facing southeast. As she retrieved her keys and opened the door, she turned back with a smile, gesturing for Tu Xiaobai to enter. Rarely, Tu Xiaobai felt a twinge of trepidation. She feared neither death nor treachery, yet she acutely felt the burden of the enchantress's favor. Nevertheless, without a moment's pause, Wu Yunlu stepped into the room. Gritting her teeth, Tu Xiaobai followed, albeit a few seconds behind. By the time she entered, Wu Yunlu had already shed her high heels, sitting barefoot at the edge of the bed, half of her face shrouded in shadow, resembling a spirit that emerged only at night to entice mortals. Tu Xiaobai stood alert at the doorway, asking once more, "What secret do you wish to share?" Wu Yunlu chuckled softly, no longer toying with her, and asked, "Do you know a man named Zhuo Zhifei?" Furrowing her brow, Tu Xiaobai sifted through her memories. Zhuo Zhifei was one of the key figures at the temporary shelter in Mutant Square, an awakened dual ability user with powers of gold and strength. He had fled after losing his left arm in battle. Considering the escalating white fog from the insect eggs at that time, she had chosen not to pursue him. It seemed he was fortunate, surviving even with a severed limb. Seeing the realization on her face, Wu Yunlu laughed again. "It appears that the Tu Xiaobai they speak of is indeed you." The enchantress stretched languidly, her expression relaxed. "Indeed, there are few women who inspire such fear in them. It's unlikely anyone else shares your name." Tu Xiaobai gazed intently at her and queried, "Is Zhuo Zhifei still alive? What are his intentions?" "What are his intentions?" Wu Yunlu replied with a smirk. "You severed his arm, thwarted his plans, and set free all the bait he had painstakingly gathered. What do you think he desires?" She stretched lazily, adding, "Of course, he seeks revenge on you." With a scoff, she remarked, "Let him come. Am I afraid of him?" Wu Yunlu chuckled, her gaze appraising Tu Xiaobai from head to toe. After a moment, she shook her head. "I know you are formidable, stronger than any other ability user I have encountered. So, you believe Zhuo Zhifei is like a moth to a flame, correct? Isn't that the case?" Tu Xiaobai countered. "Had it not been for his good fortune, he would have already perished. I am far stronger now than I was then. Why should I fear him?" TSK, little sister, you are too naive," Wu Yunlu shrugged. "Sometimes, luck is a form of strength." Tu Xiaobai frowned, sensing the implication in her words. Could it be that Zhuo Zhifei had experienced some fortuitous encounter after his escape? What exactly are you trying to convey? Impatient little sister, Wu Yunlu smiled alluringly. I did a bit of digging. This place is essentially a military-managed shelter. Though you are one of the administrators, you cannot unjustly refuse survivors seeking refuge, can you? Her brows furrowed deeper. She had already surmised Wu Yunlu's next statement. Sure enough, the enchantress continued. In that case, to use my willingness to stay as leverage for this secret seems rather unfair, don't you think? Infuriated, Tu Xiaobai considered turning on her heel to leave, but Wu Yunlu saw through her intentions and spoke before she could turn away, of course. The previous agreement was made voluntarily on my part, so I can share a little information first, as a gesture of goodwill. Pausing mid-step, Tu Xiaobai reassured herself that listening wouldn't hurt. This time, Wu Yunlu offered no riddles. If Zhuo Zhifei succeeds in his endeavors, both Luo City and its surroundings will descend into chaos. The phrase descend into chaos was not merely figurative. It immediately conjured images of mass death. But what exactly did Zhuo Zhifei plan to do? As her thoughts raced, her brow furrowed deeply. Suddenly feeling a chill on her forehead, she snapped back to reality. Only to find Wu Yunlu had approached her without her noticing, gently massaging her temples with a few fingers and speaking with a tone of feigned sympathy. Seeing such a lovely little sister in distress truly tugs at the heartstrings. Quickly stepping back, she exclaimed, "Speak properly, don't touch me." Wu Yunlu covered her mouth. Stifling a laugh, "You are utterly adorable. We are both women. What is there to fear?" "What if fear?" "Certainly your beguiling fox-like appearance." Tu Xiaobai inwardly scoffed. Retreating further until she nearly reached the staircase, clearly conveying her desire for distance. Wu Yunlu shrugged lightly, adopting an air of indifference. "All right. I won't tease you any longer. Tell me, isn't this secret rather valuable? You claim that chaos will ensue in Luo City and its surroundings. Yet you remain here without allowing me to prepare in advance. Aren't you afraid for yourself?" Before she could finish, Wu Yunlu burst into laughter. Chapter 77. Only interested in you, little sister. If you wish to threaten your elder sister, you are still quite inexperienced. The enchanting figure reclined by the window, casually swinging a leg. I can leave whenever I please. I never claimed I would remain here indefinitely. Tu Xiaobai's eyes darkened. You certainly have ulterior motives. You intend to eliminate Jiang Yin, don't you? That was the only rationale that sprang to her mind. To her surprise, Yanlu appeared puzzled, her lips slightly pouting. Before she finally grasped the situation, "Oh, you mean that man?" She chuckled derisively. "Forgive me, but the number of men I've been with far exceeds the stars you've pursued. He is merely a waste. Had I slain him then, it would have sufficed, but to expend further effort on him now would be futile." She instinctively retorted. "I do not chase after stars." "How peculiar. Aren't young women typically fond of such things?" Yanlu shrugged. "To say I've consumed more salt than you've eaten is a tad exaggerated, but," she laughed exaggeratedly, "he is merely a tool for my amusement. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in him now, whether in bed or otherwise." Desiring to avert this overtly suggestive conversation, Tu Xiaobai forcibly redirected the topic. "What must I do for you to clarify matters regarding Zuazify?" Yanlu toyed with a curl of hair by her cheek, her expression contemplative. "First, take me to the bunker." She pursed her lips and gestured invitingly. Yet, the other party yawned nonchalantly. "Apologies, but it's quite late. A woman deprived of sleep can become rather unappealing. We'll discuss this tomorrow." Veins throbbed on her forehead as she gritted her teeth. "You were the one who suggested tonight." "Is that so? My apologies, I forgot." The response lacked sincerity, followed by a complaint. "Besides, you arrived rather late. Isn't dinner considered evening?" Sizzle. She lost control. Sparks of electricity flickering at her fingertips, but before unleashing them, she abruptly turned. Yanlu seemingly paid no heed to her presence, casually shedding her tank top. Laughter, as melodious as silver bells, rang out from behind. "Little sister, let us meet again tomorrow." Tu Xiaobai's furious departure was the only reply. Upon reaching the first floor, she heard the door slam shut, feeling a surge of irritation, wishing to return and teach that arrogant enchantress a lesson with her powers. However, a head suddenly poked out from the second-floor window. Yanlu smilingly called out, "Oh, by the way, sister, I prefer to sleep in the nude. So don't come too early tomorrow, lest I fear you may feel embarrassed." Tu Xiaobai stormed off in frustration. Ever since encountering Yanlu, she felt as though she had been toyed with endlessly, leaving her fuming and restless throughout the night, dreaming of punishing the enchantress. This led to her waking late the following day, startled by the sight of a head before her. "Damn!" She leapt up, a bolt of lightning whiplashing out, only to realize it was number one. Crack. At the last moment, she redirected the whip, cleaving the sofa in two. What a bothersome situation. It is worth noting that the dormitory's furniture consisted of but one set. Should it be damaged, one must either repair it or spend gold to purchase replacements. Given the sofa's state, repair was simply out of the question. She felt utterly speechless, sensing a streak of misfortune over the past few days. Glaring at number one, she demanded, "What are you doing here?" Only then did she recall that due to the unexpected situation with Wyonla the previous night, she had left number one in the bunker and had forgotten about it in her fury upon returning to her room to sleep. As her pet, number one could roam freely within her dormitory. Clearing her throat, she quickly switched topics. "Who are you trying to scare this early in the morning? Why are you staring at me like that?" Anyone who opens their eyes to see a greenish face hovering above can suffer from a heart attack. Number one remained silent, its gaze filled with grievance. Here we go again. Yet, she found herself unable to resist such antics. Standing on tiptoe, she ruffled its hair, apologizing. All right, it was my oversight. My apologies." Number one tilted its head, nudging against her palm. To her surprise, its hair was remarkably soft, likely freshly washed, carrying a pleasant scent, entirely incongruous with the fact that it was a zombie. "You must be the most refined zombie in the world," she chuckled, shaking her head as she tousled its hair once more before tidying up and leaving the bunker. However, upon stepping outside, she was met with news. Wyonlu had become quite the sensation in the shelter that morning. What transpired? With Luya leading a team out, the group left to guard the home with Shen Shizi's crew, and she sought to inquire about the situation. She found a fiery-tempered beauty wearing an expression of admiration. "Sister Eunice, truly remarkable. We had no idea such events occurred in the shelter." Yet, within just a day of her arrival, she unearthed the truth, and now that man is hanging outside the shelter's wall. Hanging outside the wall. Her expression darkened as she waved her hand in front of the eager faces of those wishing to learn from her. What exactly happened? Sheng Shizi led her to a young girl, wrapped in a blanket, nestled in Wyonlu's embrace. Upon entering, she heard the enchantress's voice. "Stop crying. Look at this poor little thing, my heart aches for you." Is this woman genuinely comforting someone? Yet, glancing at the girl curled in Wyonlu's arms, her cheeks flushed and eyes shy, there was no resistance. In fact, upon sensing someone's arrival, she nestled closer into Wyonlu's embrace. Tu Xiaobai. This world is utterly insane. Wyonlu looked up and smiled at her, continuing to speak. "That kind of trash can be discarded. From now on, stick with me, and I'll ensure to keep you safe from such scoundrels." Unable to listen any longer, she approached and separated the two, noting that the girl appeared somewhat reluctant. She adopted a stern expression. "What is going on here?" Wyonlu shrugged. What else could it be? The young girl was deceived by a scoundrel. One should never hang all hopes on a single tree. It's easy to be deceived with a few sweet words. This is the result of inexperience. Ignoring the improper remarks, she frowned, asking, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" The young girl shook her head. "He drugged me. I only took a sip before Sister Yin sent him flying. I feel fine now." As she spoke, her gaze shifted back to Wyonlu, filled with admiration. "Sister Eunice, truly amazing. I aspire to learn from you." "Of course." The enchantress's red lips curled into a smile. "I adore rescuing lost lambs. I promise that those vile men will never deceive you again." Tu Xiaobai felt a headache coming on, unable to resist exclaiming, "Enough already. I'm afraid you might devour the little lamb first." Wyonlu feigned surprise. "How could that be? Right now, I am only interested in little Sister Bai." Feeling the young girl's astonished gaze upon her, she could only shout inwardly, "You've got to be kidding me." Chapter 78. A change of strategy regardless of the circumstances. Wu Yunlu's performance this morning has indeed made her quite famous. Tu Xiaobai observed coldly and noted that while Wu Yunlu appeared unreliable, she actually operated according to her own set of principles. As long as she did not deem someone a scoundrel, there would be no significant issues. After showing her around the bunker, Wu Yunlu's next request was, "Xiaobai, I wish to stay with you." "No way," she rejected without a moment's hesitation. The fairy clutched her heart, feigning deep sorrow. "You truly wound my heart." Tu Xiaobai remained unresponsive, merely turning her face away coldly. Yet, Wu Yunlu quickly dismissed the matter, exclaiming, "Having seen this place, I might actually want to stay." "Do as you wish. The shelter welcomes every survivor, provided they do not cause trouble," she emphasized. "Oh, how could I cause trouble?" The fairy narrowed her eyes. "Are you satisfied now? Can we discuss serious matters?" Her patience was clearly waning. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Yunlu smiled. "Very well. This time." She genuinely followed through and divulged a terrifying secret. Tu Xiaobai was truly taken aback. Are you serious? Wu Yunlu yawned lightly. Do you know why I wanted to kill that man? The abrupt shift in conversation caught her off guard, and she instinctively replied, What? That person? She struggled to recall the name, Jiang Tian. That man is called Jiang Yin, she corrected with a frown. Oh, who cares? They're all scoundrels, Wu Yunlu said dismissively. It dawned on her that Jiang Yin was somehow connected to Zhuo Zhifei. The other party shook her head. Not quite. He's just trash, lacking any real ability. However, Zhuo Zhifei had some interactions with me. Men, you know, with a bit of power, they can become quite restless. Wu Yunlu threw a flirtatious wink. But my sister is quite selective with men. I cannot abide those who are neither human nor ghostly. She frowned. Get to the point. The crux of the matter is that man is insatiable. He desires stability, yet yearns for freedom, clinging to the so-called dignity of man. He believes aligning with Zhuo Zhifei offers a brighter future than following me. Tu Xiaobai understood. It seemed Jiang Yin had attempted to aid Zhuo Zhifei in winning over the fairy, only to be discovered and nearly killed. A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she regretted her initial involvement. How should one put it? While she disliked Wu Yunlu's demeanor, being ungrateful was far more despicable. Noticing this expression, Wu Yunlu leaned closer. Xiaobai, are you feeling sorry for your sister? Not at all. She coldly pushed her away, stepping back a few paces. The rebuffed woman shrugged her shoulders in boredom and returned to the previous topic. In any case, that's how it is. I learned about Zhuo Zhifei's affairs, and I heard him grit his teeth while mentioning your name. As for what he intends to do, I cannot say. Just be cautious, sister. After a moment of silence, she nodded. Thank you. This information is quite crucial. Her overly solemn tone surprised Wu Yunlu, who raised an eyebrow in astonishment. A few seconds later, she suddenly smiled. You're welcome. This smile was not the usual coy and alluring expression she wore. It bore a more sincere quality. Tu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, but soon returned the smile. All right, Wu Yunlu stretched and stood. You've extracted all my secrets. It's time to earn some contribution points. She raised an eyebrow, looking at her counterpart. The bunker is quite nice, so I've changed my mind. If you can defeat Zhuo Zhifei, I will stay. Ding. Special mission triggered. Special mission. Wu Yunlu's residency. You have a formidable adversary. Only by proving your capability to triumph will she join the bunker. Reward. Once Wu Yunlu becomes a formal resident, the training speed of all female abilities in the bunker will increase by 30, and stability will rise by 10. Upon seeing this mission, she was taken aback. This fairy could provide such a powerful bonus? Tu Xiaobai's eyes suddenly burned with fervor. She must remain. In the following days, the ordinary residents of the bunker noticed nothing amiss. Yet the abilities felt the palpable tension in the air. Tu Xiaobai and Number 1 had been absent for several days, while the three acknowledged leaders, Luo Ye, Sheng Shuzi, and Gong Zhua, demanded stricter security measures. Clearly, they were on guard against something. However, those who had not become core members could not uncover even a whisper of information. Wu Sibin and the others gathered to exchange what they had gleaned over the past few days, but found little of use. This is strange. What does that woman intend to do? Jiang Ping frowned deeply. She really hasn't returned in days. Brother Ben, I feel something is off. Wu Sibin nodded thoughtfully. Glancing at Lu Yu, the taciturn man succinctly remarked, that person is still watching us. Smack. Jiang Ping slammed the table. She has always had a sour disposition towards us. And now she has got someone monitoring us. What on earth does she want? Brother Ben, you've been in contact with that Chui Annie. What is the situation? Not much. Wu Sibin rubbed his temples, his tone unexpectedly defeated. Chui Annie seems particularly fond of that woman. The moment you hint at any dissatisfaction with her, she turns hostile. Jiang Ping bore an expression of exasperation. Is even your charm ineffective now, Brother Ben? Wu Sibin felt similarly speechless. He had always been blessed with good looks and was among the first awakened abilities. After the apocalypse, suitors flocked to him. Yet, upon arriving at Tu Xiaobai's domain, his usual tactics repeatedly failed, which was quite unsettling. However, the more time he spent here, the more he sensed that this place was extraordinary. Thus, despite numerous setbacks, he was reluctant to give up. Contemplating this, he finally spoke. Since this approach is unviable, let us adopt a different strategy. What do you mean? I observe that while Tu Xiaobai inexplicably harbors animosity towards us, she generally conducts herself with a semblance of fairness. So I wonder, if we perform a service for the bunker, how might she react? Jiang Ping clapped his hands. Brother, what a brilliant strategy. Wu Sibin shifted his approach, and the three of them lay in wait, ready to seize an opportunity to demonstrate their worth, compelling her to treat them as honored contributors. Little did they know, that opportunity would arrive swiftly, catching them somewhat off guard. Chapter 79. The wish of a young bird. Tu Xiaobai had been absent for 3 days. Upon her return, she appeared disheveled. Fortunately, she chose to sneak back at night. Otherwise, her bedraggled appearance would have drawn undue attention. Yet, unexpectedly, she was caught. Just as she entered the elevator at the bunker entrance and was about to close the door, it was pressed from the outside. Wu Yunlu sauntered in, her jaw dropping at the sight of her. Xiaobai, what happened to you? Slightly raising her arm to block the approaching figure, Tu Xiaobai replied coldly, I am quite exhausted. Please do not bother me. Ding. The elevator arrived at the second basement level. She quietly traversed the corridor, heading straight for the communal bathroom. The bathroom was quiet, as everyone was busy completing tasks during the day and had long since retired for the night. This allowed her to comfortably utilize her privileges, enjoying a leisurely soak for half an hour before spending another 20 minutes thoroughly washing herself from head to toe. Only then did she emerge, towel drying her hair as she stepped outside. To her surprise, she spotted a figure. What are you still doing here? Wu Yunlu yawned. Sister was worried about you. Thank you, but there is no need. She wearily brushed past, unwilling to offer further attention. When Yu Yunlu desires to pursue her whims, she does so with an unparalleled fervor, and in this moment, I found myself following her earnestly, even forcing my way into her dormitory. I am in need of rest. Today, I truly lack the energy for any mischief. Her eyes, heavy with fatigue, struggled to remain open, as if she could fall asleep standing at any moment. Without uttering a word, Yu Yunlu gently pressed on her shoulder. Tu Xiaobai had never been so easily swayed before. She instinctively leaned into the pressure, descending into a chair. In the next moment, she leaned back against the chair's support and began to softly snore. Yu Yunlu rummaged through the cabinet and located the standard medical kit found in every room. She turned to assist with her clothing. Suddenly, she paused, raising her arm without lifting her head. As the metallic arm collided with her hardened nails, Yu Yunlu leisurely lifted her gaze to confront the advancing number 1. She requires medication, she remarked with a light chuckle. Unlike you, she remains human. No matter how formidable, her body is still that of a human being. Injuries cause pain, and without timely treatment, inflammation or infection could ensue. Shall you tend to her yourself? While speaking, she took a step aside, gesturing for the number 1 to proceed. The creature's gaze fell upon the now slumbering figure. Tu Xiaobai's head tilted slightly back, revealing a slender neck. Her skin, nourished by her abilities, appeared remarkably fair and translucent, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a network of delicate scars, with one particularly prominent mark peeking out from her collar. Number 1 displayed a hesitant, conflicted expression, resembling a human more than ever at that moment. Yu Yunlu regarded it with intrigue. After a few moments of struggle, it abruptly turned and entered another bedroom, slamming the door shut behind it. Ah, truly a delightful pet, just as charming as Xiaobai herself, Yu Yunlu mused to herself. Stepping forward once more. Upon removing Tu Xiaobai's top, the warmth in her eyes dimmed. Her chest, abdomen, and back were riddled with wounds, some had scabbed over, while others still glistened with fresh blood, and some were evidently healed, yet torn anew. For a moment, she hesitated to touch the girl before her. Finally, with a heavy sigh, Yu Yunlu began to tend to the myriad of injuries. Tu Xiaobai slumbered deeply, and when she finally opened her eyes, she felt disoriented, her mind taking a while to regain its clarity. As she discovered herself lying in bed, she immediately sat up. Once the blanket slipped away, a sense of unease washed over her. Being a young girl, she instinctively wrapped the blanket around herself, her face flushing with embarrassment. Where are my clothes? After steadying herself and calming her emotions, she examined her body, realizing that all her wounds had been treated and nothing else seemed amiss. As her memories gradually returned, she vaguely recalled the individuals she had encountered upon returning to the bunker, feeling a mixture of relief and confusion. Emerging from her bedroom, she surveyed her surroundings but found no signs of anyone, so she opened the door to another room. In the corner, she spotted number 1, huddled and looking quite forlorn. As their eyes met, it appeared on the verge of tears. Coughing softly, she realized she had no recollection of returning to the dormitory. She had simply assumed that Yu Yunlu had confined number 1 before treating her wounds, and a pang of guilt struck her. She approached and gently patted its shoulder, offering comfort. Number 1 nuzzled against her cheek. Taken aback, she noted how increasingly animal-like it had become, reflecting upon the system's classification of it as a pet. She wondered if its intelligence was shifting accordingly. The thought of number 1 potentially evolving into a large dog-like creature gave her a slight headache. Nevertheless, she knew she could not release number 1, so she temporarily suppressed her concerns, choosing to take things one step at a time. Feeling the rumble of hunger in her stomach, she made her way to the dining area. Sister Xiaobai, you're back? The number of people in the dining hall was sparse, yet she unexpectedly encountered Shang Shutong. This young girl had a delicate constitution. Strenuous tasks or unfavorable air quality could easily induce discomfort, which is why she had rarely ventured outside since arriving at the bunker. Without her sister, Shang Shuzi, to protect her, surviving in such a world would have been arduous for a girl of her fragility. Tu Xiaobai felt a deep sense of compassion for her and, seizing the rare opportunity to converse, softened her tone. However, given their unfamiliarity, after inquiring about her health and any discomforts, she found herself at a loss for further topics. Yet perhaps her gentle demeanor encouraged the girl, for Shang Shutong suddenly asked in a hushed voice, Sister Xiaobai, I wish to contribute to everyone. Do you think that is possible? Notification, resident's wish. I wish to be of use. Even a fledgling bird harbors the desire to soar through the skies. Once the most fundamental need for survival is met, it is imperative to address the residents' spiritual lives. Please alleviate Shang Shutong's concerns. Reward, medical room, psychological counseling function card. Upon seeing the unfamiliar reward, her eyes brightened, and the words of reassurance she had intended to utter were swallowed back. Instead, she solemnly promised, very well, allow me to consider what tasks I can arrange for you. Shang Shutong's pallid complexion seemed to light up. Really? Sister Xiaobai, you truly wish to assign me work? Of course, I always keep my promises. The girl, filled with excitement, suddenly appeared troubled. But my sister, leave that to me. I shall speak with Sister Shu. Rest assured, since I have made a promise to you, I will resolve all these matters. Chapter 80. An insatiable appetite. The task reward for Shang Shutong reminded her that the bunker had been upgraded to level 2, granting her a medical room. However, shortly thereafter, an incident occurred with number 1, causing her to forget about it amidst her bustling activities. Seizing the moment of respite, she accessed the construction interface to review the requirements for building the medical room. It required 20 gold coins, a sum she could easily procure. The medical room occupied an area of 4, and since there was insufficient space on the -2 level of the Nirvana bunker, she decided to construct it on the -4 level. Medical room, daily energy consumption 5, produces 5 anti-radiation potions and 6 healing potions. Hiring residents with medical qualifications can provide basic treatment functions. Further functionalities can be developed independently. This was the most detailed description she had encountered for any room after construction. She scrutinized the information, feeling a surge of excitement. Reflecting on the rewards provided by her task, she sensed that the medical room was a growth-oriented facility, likely capable of developing numerous new functions, which filled her with anticipation. She promptly issued a new task to everyone, recruiting residents with medical qualifications, and then opened the map of the Jingwei bunker. By the way, since she had constructed the second bunker, a new tab had automatically appeared in the system, making it convenient for her to operate remotely when it came to bunker construction. During the initial establishment of the Jingwei bunker, she had planned the layout, dividing it into public and residential areas. The level 1 dormitory area was divided into 2 sections by an elevator, each containing 4 rooms. Now that all 30 dormitories in the Jingwei bunker were occupied, she increased the number of dormitories by 34, extending the bunker to -4 levels. She then upgraded both the water purification station and the small power plant to level 2, added a level 2 cafeteria, and finally constructed the medical room. After contemplating, she felt there was nothing more to modify and closed the system interface. Having completed all these tasks, she exited the bunker. Before stepping outside, she took a moment for mental preparation. After all, she had received assistance from Wu Yunlu, and if they were to meet again, it would be inappropriate to confront her with hostility. Yet, she could easily guess that the other party would likely seek to take advantage of her kindness. To her surprise, Wu Yunlu was not present in the shelter. She instinctively breathed a sigh of relief and went in search of Shang Shuzi. As expected, Shang Shutong's concerns were valid. The moment this topic was broached, Shang Shuzi expressed her vehement refusal. Little Tong's health is fragile, and now the medical system is in disarray. She should focus on recuperating. And I can handle the work. Tu Xiaobai stroked her chin and spoke gently. Sister Shu, we all understand your deep care for Little Tong, but in this world, if one does not seek a purpose, life becomes unbearable. The previously agitated crowd fell silent. She gazed thoughtfully at the sky. I need not elaborate. Constructing a bunker requires careful consideration, leaving no room for distractions. You all are preoccupied with upgrades, personal training, defense duties, and daily tasks, so your schedules are packed. She turned her gaze to Shang Shuzi. But what about little Tong? During the day, the bunker is nearly empty. What is she thinking alone? What can she do? Shang Shuzi suddenly felt a sense of discomfort, instinctively averting her gaze and murmuring, "Aren't there audiovisual shops where one can listen to music and watch movies?" "Indeed. But one can grow weary of both music and films," she replied gently. Moreover, little Tong is not the type to be content merely existing. Sister Shu. As her elder sister, you would never wish her harm, yet sometimes, what we perceive as good may not align with what she truly desires. Shang Shuzi trembled slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, she murmured, "Let me think it over." "Very well," she replied with a smile as she stood up. "Take your time. I want to pry further. I have business with Zhang Weiguo." Upon seeing Shang Shuzi nod, she indeed took her leave. Her words were not a mere pretext. She had matters to discuss with Zhang Weiguo. After the survivors from the temporary shelter moved in, the ground-level 3-ring shelter was now completely full. However, once survivors learned of this secure living space, they would not care whether it was at capacity or not. What would happen if more arrived? Would they be received or turned away? In truth, she believed that for the military, there was only one option: to receive them. This posed a significant challenge for the management of the shelter. The purpose of her visit was to discuss this matter. Had the military considered relocating their base? Zheng Weiguo stared at her wide-eyed. "Comrade Tu, you have quite the appetite." She smiled slightly. "How could you say such a thing? After all, we are mutually dependent now." She had long been envious of the military's equipment. Though the system store offered many fine items, their prices were exorbitant. Even with her increased daily earnings, it was still insufficient for extensive purchases of weapons and gear. If she could merge with the military's base, at least they would not exclude the shelter during their defensive preparations. Now that she was aware of Zuazify's covert schemes, she certainly wanted to bolster her own advantages as much as possible. Zheng Weiguo, observing her cunning smile, shook his head in resignation. In fact, the military shares the same sentiment. Communication is currently inconvenient, so it would be better for everyone to remain in closer proximity. Her heart leaped with joy. "When will you relocate?" "It's not that simple, but it should be done soon." "That is good." Having received the answer she sought, she left in high spirits. A day passed swiftly, and the majority of the expeditionary forces returned one after another. She immediately spotted Wu Yunlu. It must be said that she was indeed striking, walking through the crowd with an undeniable radiance that no one could obscure. Many gathered around her, their gazes like spider silk, all drawn to her, as if attempting to envelop her completely. Yet, Wu Yunlu was quite elusive, appearing to engage in light banter with anyone, while in reality, no one could truly grasp her. The moment Tu Xiaobai noticed Wu Yunlu, the latter also became aware of her presence. The enchanting figure immediately donned a captivating smile and approached her, leaving the crowd behind. Tu Xiaobai nearly fled, but after touching the treated wound on her arm, she forced herself to remain calm. "Little Bai, were you waiting for me?" Wu Yunlu seemed to sense her thoughts and reached out to caress her face, suppressing the urge to retaliate. She replied in a low voice, "Thank you for treating my wound yesterday." The enchantress smiled nonchalantly. "No need for thanks, your figure is quite impressive." "So I haven't lost out." The eavesdropping audience gasped collectively. Tu Xiaobai thought, "What a blunder. I should have expressed my gratitude privately." Feeling the peculiar stares around her, she realized she was utterly unable to clarify the situation. Oh well, she decided to let it go. After all, she had already expressed her thanks and turned to leave. However, she heard Wu Yunlu call out behind her, "Little Bai, your pet is quite lovely. I wonder how it fares against zombies." Chapter 81. The role of security. With a sudden stumble, Tu Xiaobai found herself unable to restrain the primal force within her. She cast a fierce glare at Wu Yunlu, and amidst the astonished gazes of her companions, she fled in disarray. She yearned to roar in frustration. Questioning the absurdity of the matter at hand, she could already envision the peculiar looks directed at her and number one in the future. Behind her, Wu Yunlu's laughter rang out like silver bells as she gracefully turned to undertake her tasks. As Tu Xiaobai exited the shelter, number one, who had been foraging outside, sensed her presence and hurried over. As usual, it sought to draw near her, but the echo of Wu Yunlu's question reverberated in her mind, prompting her to instinctively raise her arm. "Stay back." Number one halted, tilting its head in confusion. Its gaze inadvertently slipped downward before she forcefully regained control over it. Yet, her thoughts began to spiral. Did zombies possess such a capability? She truly had no knowledge of that. No, wait. She suddenly thumped her head in realization. Who, besides that peculiar woman, would even care about such matters? Resolutely expelling unhealthy thoughts from her mind, she feigned indifference, Have you found enough electrocuting worms in the nearby woods? Number 1 nodded gently. She pondered. Since their emergence, electrocuting worms had been a headache for survivors, although zombies would consciously hunt them during their breeding season. Should even one worm escape, it would lead to the proliferation of thousands of new ones the following year. Each summer, when these worms hatched in droves, they would roam in search of electrical sustenance, causing years of struggle for survivors to restore normal energy usage. The situation near the Nirvana bunker was tolerable, thanks to Number 1 and Chang's relentless foraging, but elsewhere, circumstances were likely far from optimistic. Pursing her lips, she sought out Fang Chun. You arrived just in time. As she knocked on the laboratory door, before she could utter a word, Fang Chun seized her wrist and dragged her inside. Look, he exclaimed, pointing to the table with a boastful tone. Upon closer inspection, she saw a square box, roughly the size of a palm, resting there. What is this? She inquired, puzzled. Take a guess. Fang Chun and the other researchers responded with excitement. She leaned in for a closer look. The box was entirely black, glimmering with a cold sheen. Its lines smooth and flowing. It was easy to imagine that it would be nearly undetectable in the dark. An idea struck her. Is it a warning device? Exactly. Fang Chun clapped his hands. This is the first prototype. Excitement surged within her. This was the first technology awarded by the system, and it surely would not disappoint. Let us test it out. The researchers readily agreed. Fang Chun lifted the prototype, and the group hurried outside. By now, dusk had begun to settle. Though it was not yet completely dark, people were still engaged in various activities, eating, washing clothes, chatting outside their homes. Their group immediately drew numerous curious gazes. The stronger the bunker's capabilities, the more willing everyone was to settle in comfortably, which was a positive development. Thus, she allowed Fang Chun to proceed without venturing far, initiating the test flight under the scrutiny of many eyes. Fang Chun opened his right hand to support the warning device, gently pressing a certain spot with his left. A faint sound echoed, and the four edges of the box suddenly unfolded. The center transformed into a circular shape, surrounded by four streamlined wings. In an instant, the warning device ascended steadily, hovering for a few seconds before beginning its smooth ascent. Tu Xiaobai, along with the crowd, followed the shadow of the device upwards, craning their necks until they were nearly at a 90-degree angle. The warning device left only a small black dot on their retinas, even if one attempted to locate it. A mere blink could cause it to vanish from sight. At this stage, it merely appeared as a sophisticated drone, lacking anything particularly eye-catching. However, she firmly believed that the system's creation would not be so straightforward, and thus she patiently awaited Fang Chun's next move. As anticipated, Fang Chun sought out Zheng Weiguo from the crowd, requesting him to dispatch personnel outside the shelter to attack the outer walls with weapons. A squad of soldiers received the order and began a mock assault with bayonets. They charged from 100 meters away, and as they approached the shelter, the warning device activated. When they were 50 meters away, a beam of light descended from above, precisely illuminating the soldiers' position, relentlessly tracking them despite their evasive maneuvers. Good heavens, Zheng Weiguo exclaimed. Tu Xiaobai felt a similar surge of admiration. She could easily imagine that if enough warning devices were deployed, any enemy attempting a night raid would be exposed to blinding light long before they drew near. From the outside, the shelter remained shrouded in darkness, creating a stark contrast of certainty versus uncertainty. Excellent. Zheng Weiguo praised without reservation. Is it difficult to produce? Can it be mass-produced? Before Fang Chun could respond, the system sent Tu Xiaobai a notification. Research on warning device technology successful. Reward: a fully automated production line for warning devices. Surprised and elated, she quickly accessed the system to review the details. After a swift scan of the relevant information, she interrupted Fang Chun, who was about to speak, and addressed Zheng Weiguo. I will handle the mass production. You should promptly contact the base to arrange for the relocation of a battalion. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zheng Weiguo's eyes as he scrutinized her face. Unfazed, she trusted that the system would justify her actions in the eyes of all. Indeed. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and nodded solemnly. All right, I leave it to you. Fang Chun retrieved the warning device, and the group of researchers promptly returned to the bunker. She too had her tasks to attend to, but before heading back, she overheard the excited discussions among the people. All evidently thrilled. As she had anticipated, the stunning debut of the warning device had instilled a sense of reassurance among the crowd, serving as a comforting balm. Many silently resolved to remain in this haven. In these times of frequent calamities, it had truly become a paradise in their hearts. Ding. Satisfaction level of Nirvana bunker increased by 1. She smiled. This was the essence of security, effortlessly enhancing overall satisfaction. She eagerly looked forward to witnessing the scene once more warning devices formed a comprehensive patrol network. Opening the construction interface, she gazed at the newly available option for the fully automated production line for warning devices. Chapter 82. Establishing the production zone. The assembly line, distinct from ordinary rooms, spans an area equivalent to 2 laboratories, and during construction, it was expressly noted that no additional rooms could be built on this level. Furthermore, the system kindly warned that the operation of the assembly line generates considerable noise, which may adversely affect the living environment of the bunker. Tu Xiaobai has gradually become accustomed to the system's straightforward manner. Its prompts are often devoid of superfluous content and invariably serve a purpose. For instance, she would not simply overlook the warning about noise. Reflecting on the conflicts that often arose from noise disturbances before the apocalypse, she recognized that, given the heightened psychological stress in this new world, daily exposure to noise could lead to various conflicts, not to mention a definite decline in the bunker's satisfaction ratings. Moreover, the specifications for the assembly line clearly delineated its differences from standard rooms, prompting her to remain vigilant about its potential immobility post-construction. The prospect of it being fixed in place presented a considerable inconvenience. Several solutions emerged, such as expanding the space laterally on each level, utilizing multiple elevator halls as buffer zones, or constructing the assembly line further underground, separated by several layers from the current residential area. Should the bunker require further expansion in the future, this latter option would allow for additional depth, creating several vacant layers beneath the assembly line before commencing regular construction. Each method carries its own advantages and disadvantages, with space wastage being a common shortcoming. Another alternative involves establishing a dedicated industrial bunker, thereby eliminating concerns regarding noise and spatial inefficiencies. The sole drawback, however, is the cost. Tu Xiaobai, after a moment of contemplation regarding her finances, ultimately resolved to pursue this last option. This would not only provide a permanent solution, but also enhance the capacity of the floating passageway, yielding multiple benefits. Regarding finances, she reassured herself with the adage, "Wealth lost can be regained. There's no need to fret." Yet, the ache in her heart persisted. The third bunker was designated for the industrial zone, and she chose to situate it directly at the former site of Lo City. With its entrance cleverly disguised as a slide in a central park, this entrance led to an expansive space that an adult could enter without bending down. And the slide itself was indeed functional, seamlessly blending into the park's ambience. She named this bunker Lubon. The elevator extended down 1 level, where she opted to construct the assembly line on the second basement level. An impressively tall and elongated space materialized, reminiscent of the advanced factories she had seen in the news. The precision assembly line operated quietly, with a control panel located near the entrance. Out of curiosity, she approached it and discovered a notification indicating a lack of power. This was to be expected. On the first basement level, she promptly upgraded to a level 2 small power plant, instantly providing energy to the Lubon bunker. The fully automated Sentry machine assembly line consumed 80 energy points per day, while the level 2 small power plant produced 85 points, just sufficient to meet the demand. Once the energy supply was established, the entire assembly line commenced operation, living up to the system's claim of being fully automated, requiring no configuration on her part. After a brief wait to assess efficiency, she calculated that approximately 10 Sentry machines could be produced daily. This efficiency fell short of her expectations, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed in the assembly line's capabilities. However, upon reflection, she reminded herself that the assembly line was indeed fully automated and required no raw materials from her. Such an advantageous arrangement was rare. One mustn't be overly greedy. With this thought, the entire production line appeared increasingly pleasing to her. Having confirmed that supervision was unnecessary, she returned to the Nirvana bunker via the floating passageway. She also checked the increase in transport capacity and noted the emergence of a second floating vehicle. It became clear to her that with each new bunker, an additional vehicle was indeed added, confirming the growth in transport capacity, which greatly satisfied Tu Xiaobai. Shortly thereafter, a notification regarding the assembly line indicated that products required storage facilities. She swiftly constructed 4 storage rooms for the Lubon bunker, allowing her to focus on other matters with peace of mind. Perhaps spurred by the Sentry machine technology introduced by the bunker, a military corps swiftly approved the decision for a complete relocation. The military's decisive nature facilitated rapid action, and in the following days, the bunker was abuzz with activity. The soldiers did not directly occupy the shelter, as it could not accommodate such a large number of personnel. Rather, they began constructing a base approximately 300 meters from the shelter, utilizing lightweight materials that lent an orderly and disciplined appearance. The proximity of the military instilled greater confidence among the inhabitants. When the new base for the military corps was completed, the satisfaction rating of the Nirvana bunker unexpectedly surged by 5 points, reaching 78, bringing it tantalizingly close to the next tier of rewards. It became evident that future bunker constructions should capitalize on the synergy between military and civilian relations, a lesson she duly noted. In these few days, dozens of sentry machines had accumulated in the storage rooms. Distributed between the two bunkers, they could barely establish a basic surveillance network. Naturally, she did not hesitate to deploy them, ensuring a strong presence and rapport with the military corps. Just as the sentry machines were delivered to the Jingwei bunker, a soldier responsible for the transport returned with good news. Researchers from Shanghai Biotech wished for her to visit at their earliest convenience. Without a moment's hesitation, she set off immediately. As anticipated, Duan Zhiping and his team had made breakthroughs in their research on the fungal strains. Duan Zhiping briefed her on the situation, revealing a piece of information they had not dared to publicize. The external land had indeed undergone changes, though not as rapidly as the mutations in plant life. She feigned surprise, inquiring, "What changes?" "Perhaps it could also be termed a mutation," Duan Zhiping replied gravely. "Normal seeds hardly sprout, and the few that do exhibit characteristics of mutated plants." Various crops were tested, revealing not only aggression but also potent toxins, rendering them inedible. She furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "This is utterly disastrous." Her lack of acting prowess rendered this sentiment insincere, yet Duan Zhiping and his colleagues remained oblivious to her disquiet, offering her comfort instead. "Fortunately, you discovered this fungal strain," he said, introducing their findings with a tone reminiscent of a savior. "Do you see? The soil in this planting box has been modified using the fungal strain, and we procured cabbage seeds from the military. It has successfully sprouted." Indeed, in the center of the planting box, several vibrant green leaves had emerged from the soil. "We have been closely monitoring the changes in this seed and are certain it has not mutated or contained any toxins. It is simply the cabbage we are all familiar with." Chapter 83. Spotlight on the stage. The Jingwei bunker has independently developed soil improvement technology. The survivors' wisdom and resilience deserve commendation. Reward: blueprints for the planting chamber. Survival in the apocalypse requires the concerted efforts of every survivor. Please keep up the good work. Tu Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised by the first reward notification. The research conducted by Shanghai Bio holds critical significance for humanity's survival in the apocalypse. Thus, it is only natural for the system to offer some rewards. However, she was taken aback by the second message, which carried the tone of a caring elder imparting heartfelt advice. Yet, Duanzi and the others were still enthusiastically introducing the soil improvement technology, leaving her little time to ponder. Recollecting her thoughts, she smiled and gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You all are amazing. With this, there is hope for addressing the food issue. Rest assured, we are still trying to cultivate the modified soil strain 1, she added. "By the way, that's the name we've given to the strain. We've discovered that its emergence seems to be related to mutated plants. If possible, could you take us to the place where this strain is found? Of course, acquiring more natural strains would also be beneficial. I'll keep an eye out for the strains you need. As for going out," she paused, considering, "I've got some matters to attend to lately. I'll arrange it in due time." "That is fine. We're not in a hurry. Thank you." Upon departing the laboratory, she promptly accessed the construction interface. Indeed, a planting chamber was now available among the selectable buildings. After some thought, she clicked on the Lubon bunker tab to attempt constructing the chamber there, but faced failure. It appeared the system calculated industrial and agricultural construction separately. Switching back to the Jingwei bunker tab, she chose to build a planting chamber on the 5th sublevel. Planting chamber, daily energy consumption 15, food production 50, construction cost 70 gold coins. Thus far, this was the most expensive building per unit. Yet the yield justified the price. Upon further examination, she discovered that food produced by the planting chamber was directly converted into the bunker's food inventory, which the dining hall would then transform into nutritionally comprehensive cooked meals. In other words, unlike the food collected by residents, which varied in type, the food from the planting chamber, after conversion, would provide a complete range of dishes. Though she didn't fully grasp the underlying principles, it undoubtedly belonged to the realm of miraculous artifacts in the apocalypse. This implied that as long as the planting chamber could keep pace, even if nearby resources were completely scavenged, the bunker would not need to worry about food supplies. She was exhilarated, momentarily disregarding her concern for the expenditure of gold coins. Without hesitation, she spent another 70 gold coins to construct 2 level 1 planting chambers side by side, merging them into a level 2 planting chamber. The daily energy consumption rose to 20, but the daily output doubled to 100. Impressive. The system may be unyielding when it comes to collecting fees. Yet the value of the items is undoubtedly conscientious. However, having spent a considerable amount of gold coins today, she felt somewhat powerless even if she wished to construct more rooms. Satisfied, she concluded her endeavors, surveyed the area for any issues, and then returned to the Nirvana bunker. As dusk descended, under the watchful eyes of the residents, a network of 20 surveillance drones ascended into the sky. Even the bunker residents emerged to witness the spectacle. Watching as the drones swiftly ascended and transformed into tiny black dots, soon melding into the clouds, becoming nearly impossible to spot. The crowd was astonished to learn that the drones possessed a chameleon-like ability. The researchers, reveling in their successful reveal, brimmed with pride, while the residents felt a renewed sense of security in the shelter. Previously, nearly everyone had been eager to move into the bunker. Now, their urgency seemed to have diminished. Although the system provided no notifications, Tu Xiaobai, standing amidst the crowd, could distinctly sense a more tranquil atmosphere. A glance around revealed that nearly everyone wore bright expressions and smiled, a stark contrast to the majority of survivors she had encountered in her past life. A sense of pride welled within her. To provide a haven for so many amidst the apocalypse was an achievement she could take part in. The night was overcast, and as the last rays of sunlight vanished from the western sky, the shelter's illumination rapidly diminished, prompting everyone to reluctantly return indoors. She overheard several individuals calling out to one another, likely too excited to sleep, and thus made plans to chat or play cards inside. As the crowd gradually dispersed, she suddenly realized that 2 individuals were conspicuously absent. One, of course, was the strikingly present Yunlu. The other was the timid little white flower, Chuan, whom she had nearly overlooked. She searched diligently, even running to the quarters assigned to them to inquire. The others residing in the same house shook their heads, indicating they had not seen either of them today. This was somewhat peculiar. Even if they had ventured out alone during the day, their absence at this hour was unusual. Yunlu might have stayed out for the night, but Chuan lacked such audacity, having always kept her guard up around Chuan. The latter's unexpected absence immediately raised her suspicions. After some contemplation, she called upon number 1. "Do you remember Chuan?" she inquired, and after a brief moment, number 1 nodded. "All right, you will hide nearby tonight," she directed, pointing to a house not far away. "Chuan resides in that building. If you see her return tonight, come and alert me." Number 1 nodded again and swiftly concealed herself in the shadows. With everything arranged, she felt reassured and returned to the bunker. Once in bed, she suddenly recalled that Yunlu was also missing, but she harbored no suspicion towards her. Was it that she subconsciously regarded her as a trustworthy individual? Momentarily lost in thought, she turned over, casting aside her chaotic musings, and hurriedly prepared for rest. Little did she know that assigning number 1 as her backup would prove ineffectual, for at around 2 in the morning, a piercing alarm roused everyone from their slumber. Tu Xiaobai was the first to burst from the bunker, only to find that the lights of the 20 surveillance drones had illuminated the area outside the shelter as brightly as day. The enemy had not anticipated that their meticulously planned ambush would be foiled before it even commenced, akin to being thrust into the spotlight of a stage, leaving them momentarily flustered. She caught sight of an individual among the assailants whose face seemed vaguely familiar. It was none other than Zhuo Zhifei, the one who had previously fled. Yet, his appearance was markedly altered, making it difficult to fathom how a man could have numerous vines sprouting from his left shoulder, entwining to form an arm, with 5 tendrils extending to serve as fingers. Not only she, but everyone else was equally taken aback by Zhuo Zhifei's grotesque transformation. Overwhelmed by shock, Zheng Weiguo couldn't restrain his exclamation. "What kind of monster is that?" This was a question she too desperately wished to answer. Was Zhuo Zhifei still considered human? After a brief moment of chaos, they regained their composure. Since they had already been discovered, they decided to abandon stealth and launch a direct assault. Zhuo Zhifei swung his vine-like arm and bellowed, "Charge in. Our good days are just within reach. Attack." Chapter 84. Convincing him to go vegetarian, Tu Xiaobai took the lead, charging at the forefront of the attacking team. However, Zhuo Zhifei was not slow to act either. From a distance, he pressed his hands down, clearly preparing for a powerful attack. She quickly raised her hand, prompting the ability users and warriors to remain alert, ready to vacate their positions at a moment's notice. Yet, after a few seconds, nothing happened. Tu Xiaobai was left bewildered. Meanwhile, Zhuo Zhifei appeared equally perplexed. At this moment, what was the system trying to assert its presence for? During combat, she seldom paid attention to the system's notifications, but this time, inexplicably, she summoned the system to take a glance. To her amusement, the notifications read, "Detection of potential underground collapse due to the attack, defensive mode activated. Bunker absorbing attack energy, converted into 10 units of energy." It seems Zhuo Zhifei had indeed launched an attack, but he had not anticipated that the force emanating from below could easily trigger a collapse. Consequently, the system had thwarted his efforts. Thus, it turned out that everyone had inadvertently gained access to an underground defense system. Quite remarkable. Zhuo Zhifei felt a notable drain of power from his attack, yet nothing occurred on the opposing side. The strength he expended seemed to vanish into the abyss, barely causing a ripple. This bizarre situation left him momentarily stunned, only to realize that the infuriating woman was actually smiling. His suspicion solidified. It was indeed her doing. A surge of both new and old grievances flooded over him, and with a furious roar, he launched another assault. Aware of the peculiarities below, he refrained from attempting another attack from beneath and simply thrust both palms forward. The vast array of vines he summoned was indeed a manifestation of his power, yet to everyone's astonishment, the color of these vines was unexpected. They were neither green nor the toxic purple he had anticipated, but a metallic, glimmering gray. Tu Xiaobai narrowed her eyes, countering with a flurry of lightning strikes. Caution was warranted. These vines were infused with the essence of metal-based ability users. She recalled that Zhuo Zhifei himself was a dual-awakened individual of both metal and power attributes, and now he had amalgamated his original strength with that of the wood element. It was indeed a blend that was quite peculiar. The vines, now reinforced with metallic energy, became significantly more resilient, making them difficult to sever directly, and it appeared that Zhuo Zhifei's power further augmented their strength. Some warriors who confronted the vines underestimated their might and, upon contact, were sent flying. Fortunately, their fellow ability users were vigilant and caught them mid-air. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Zhuo Zhifei's companions were a complex mix of zombies, ability users, ordinary people, and even two bears. The common trait among these companions was that they all possessed some degree of transformation into vines. Initially taken aback by this bizarre assortment, Tu Xiaobai quickly deduced the truth. Judging by the physical changes, it appeared Zhuo Zhifei was the first to be parasitized by the plants. It was uncertain whether the others had been lured into this predicament by him. A glimmer of dark intent flickered in her eyes as she soared forward, unleashing her lightning in an array of unimaginable attack forms, engaging Zhuo Zhifei in fierce combat. Others instinctively took on additional assaults. The battle proved to be quite troublesome. Zhuo Zhifei had merged so thoroughly with the mutated plants that his physique exhibited the strengths of both entities. With skin that had taken on metallic properties, he could rapidly heal from injuries sustained. She suspected that to eliminate him, it would be essential to first eradicate the parasitic plants behind him. However, the cunning nature of these mutated plants made them elusive, and it would be exceedingly difficult to locate them in a short span of time. Thus, her only option was to inflict sufficiently severe wounds to slow his healing rate, and, in the meantime, seek any potential clues. Resolute in her decision, she aimed to seize an opportunity for a decisive strike. Engaging Zhuo Zhifei in a dance of combat, she inevitably left openings in her defense. And just as she was about to be wounded, a metallic spike surged forth, intercepting the attack flawlessly. Looking up, she was surprised to see Wu Yunlu and Cui Annie together in the fray. The fairy had shielded Tu Xiaobai behind her, cautiously drawing closer to their side. Zhuo Zhifei, having missed his strike, cast a lecherous glance at the newly appeared women, but he did not regard them with any seriousness. After accepting the parasitic plants, his attributes had seen a significant enhancement. Henceforth, he had believed he could easily overpower Tu Xiaobai. However, as the battle raged on, the unique radar of the mutated plants, capable of sensing danger, was incessantly beeping. How could it be? This woman was still stronger than him, and it was a strength that posed a genuine threat to his life. Zhuo Zhifei could hardly believe it, and his murderous intent intensified. For a man with ambition, it was clear that Tu Xiaobai was an obstacle that needed to be eliminated. Yet, he quickly learned that carelessly disregarding anyone could lead to dire consequences. As Wu Yunlu and Cui Annie moved to their side, the two did not engage in battle nor retreat to the bunker, but rather approached. Tu Xiaobai frowned slightly, observing the duo. Up close, she noticed Cui Annie appeared quite worse for wear. her clothes covered in grass clippings and her exposed skin marred with pale scratches. Wu Yunlu, on the other hand, maintained her composure, exuding a languid allure as she spoke. Little sister Xiaobai, your sister misses you. Coldly diverting her gaze, she replied. This is not the time for jokes. Step aside, Zhuo Zhifei is not to be trifled with. Wu Yunlu's eyes shifted, and a smile crept onto her lips. Then let us make him go vegetarian. Tu Xiaobai shot her a questioning glance, uncertain of what scheme she was concocting. Wu Yunlu then pushed Cui Annie forward. Annie, why don't you explain? Tu Xiaobai felt a surge of confusion and instinctive wariness. Although she deemed it unlikely, what if Wu Yunlu and Tu Xiaobai were in cahoots? And she had never truly trusted Cui Annie. Xiaobai, this is for you, Cui Annie said, promptly shoving something into Tu Xiaobai's hands. It was a cage woven from fine purple vines, imbued with the toxic essence of the wood element. She narrowed her eyes, refusing to accept the item, instead peering through the gaps to scrutinize the cage's interior. Upon discerning its contents, her eyes widened in shock, and she blinked rapidly to confirm her sight. Realizing she hadn't been mistaken, she glanced at Zhuo Zhifei and then back at the cage, her expression shifting to one of sympathy and disbelief. This look was unmistakable, and Zhuo Zhifei suddenly became agitated. He attributed this emotion to irritation and bellowed, "How dare you ignore me?" With a swift motion. The vines emanating from his body became taut and launched an assault toward the three of them. The cage swung open. She did not flinch or evade, merely uttering 4 words directed at Cui Annie. Chapter 85. The familiar taste of tea. Cui Annie seemed to have anticipated this request. She swiftly clasped her hands together, and the delicate vines appeared to come alive, rapidly unfurling. Within the confines of the cage lay a tangle of green, reminiscent of seaweed, haphazardly clustered at the bottom. Tu Xiaobai reached out her 5 fingers, and with a dexterous motion, it was as if a magnified hand of lightning grasped the mass. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, instinctively observing her use of abilities, attempting to replicate the effortless control she exhibited. Meanwhile, the enemies were taken aback, watching her scrutinize the mass before her, with Zhuo Zhifei instinctively holding his breath. Not only that, but even their attacks ceased. He squinted, rubbing his eyes, and upon looking again, his expression visibly worsened. Tu Xiaobai smiled faintly, feigning ignorance. What is this? Cui Annie quickly chimed in. It seems to be some sort of mutated plant. How peculiar it looks. Her laughter grew more cheerful as her fingertips tightened, the entwined lightning following suit, creating an effect akin to cinematic special effects. However, this scene appeared entirely different in Zhuo Zhifei's eyes. Don't, he shouted, preparing to lunge forward. Tu Xiaobai, however, presented a more direct stance, as if to say that should he approach, she would destroy the object immediately. Zhuo Zhifei hesitated. He dared not move, and the bizarre creatures around him also froze, every pair of eyes fixated on her hand. Observing this tableau, she felt increasingly composed. It seemed her memory had not failed her. This was indeed the entity's true form. However, it was clear that this creature had not fully developed. It was so diminutive that had it not been for her memories from a past life, she would not have connected it to that entity. Yet, the circumstances differed from her previous life, as Zhuo Zhifei was evidently parasitized by this entity. Her gaze turned contemplative as she regarded the individuals across from her, her eyes growing more profound. Zhuo Zhifei remained fixated on her hand, racking his brain for a way to seize the entity. However, before he could devise a plan, a shadow suddenly materialized silently behind them. With no sign of life, Zhuo Zhifei's attention was entirely on her hand, and by the time he sensed something amiss, it was too late. Entity number 1 transformed into a powerful generator, surging currents enveloping every inch of the ground around it. Many instinctively turned their heads to evade the blinding light, and when they could finally see clearly, they discovered that, aside from Zhuo Zhifei, all the enemies had succumbed into unconsciousness amid the recent cries of terror. Even Zhuo Zhifei's condition was not much better. Both his human and mutated plant aspects convulsed uncontrollably, retaining only a semblance of consciousness. Undoubtedly, in this state, he had lost all capacity for combat. What could have been a troublesome battle concluded dramatically, leaving the abilities wielders of the bunker side in a state of surprise. At that moment, the soldiers displayed commendable composure and professionalism. With a command from Zhang Weiguo, they quickly divided into groups and securely bound Zhuo Zhifei and the others. Perhaps fearing she did not understand, Zhang Weiguo elaborated. Their condition is too peculiar. It needs to be sent to professionals for thorough examination. His brow furrowed with concern, and Tu Xiaobai blinked, quickly deducing the source of his anxiety. Witnessing a survivor being parasitized, How could the staunch supporters of humanity not feel apprehensive? Looking down at the entity in her hand, it seemed to have just fallen asleep, but now it appeared to be stirring. The chaotic seaweed began to wriggle slowly. Furrowing her brow, she mused that this creature held far more research value than Zhuo Zhifei and the others, yet she lacked a suitable means to contain it. If she could not restrict its movements, it would pose a danger to the researchers. She rapidly concocted several plans in her mind, yet none were feasible at present. Suddenly, Cui Annie spoke up beside her. Xiaobai, it seems the anesthetic effect is waning. Should I keep it asleep? She raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. You put it to sleep? Cui Annie paused dramatically, smiling sweetly. Indeed, my ability can induce this effect as long as I control the dosage properly. Astonishing. So, this little white flower had gotten into such a predicament while attempting to capture this culprit? She suddenly glanced at Wu Yunlu. How had these two ended up together? With an air of enchanting charm, Wu Yunlu flicked her hair, seemingly modest yet exuding a hint of pride as she spoke, to capture it. Annie and I have gone to great lengths. Indeed, these two were not mere coincidences, but when had they become so familiar with one another? She felt a headache coming on. The once straightforward personalities of Cui Annie and Tu Xiaobai now exhibited behaviors starkly different from her memories. She had an instinct that their collaboration would yield results greater than the sum of their parts. The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine. She blinked, breaking free from the terrifying images her imagination conjured, casting a discreet glance at the two before deciding to address the pressing matter at hand and separate them as much as possible. I'll leave it to you. Keep it asleep. Cui Annie raised a finger, and the slender vine slithered forth, then split into more delicate tendrils, one of which made contact with the mass of seaweed. Tu Xiaobai gasped in astonishment, wishing to intervene but finding herself too late. Cui Annie's face paled, and she could not help but emit a low groan. Quick! Withdraw your abilities. Tu Xiaobai exclaimed in alarm and fury. Do you wish to become a parasite too? However, Cui Annie merely shook her head. Furious, Tu Xiaobai raised her hand, intending to forcibly pull her away, only to have her wrist seized. Looking up, she saw Wu Yunlu's finger held before her lips, signaling for silence. What are you doing? In that moment, she had no mood for jest and immediately attempted to struggle free. Wu Yunlu released her first, raising her hands in surrender. Wait, if you struggle, you'll end up hurting me. Before she could respond, Wu Yunlu continued, but I think you should wait a little longer. Wait for what? This thing. Her voice trailed off as she beheld the mass of seaweed, which had attempted to extend but was now slowly retracting, a faint purple mist rising. The other fine tendrils were formed into a cage. And Cui Annie offered a weak smile. Mission accomplished. With that, she stumbled slightly. Being the closest, Tu Xiaobai instinctively reached out to support her. Cui Annie leaned against her shoulder, tears brimming in her eyes. I'm just too weak. I couldn't keep it asleep after 2 tries. Xiaobai, I'm sorry. I promise to work harder in the future. The familiar taste of tea. Chapter 86. Secrets of others this time. However, Tu Xiaobai hesitated for a moment before gently patting the other person's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. The seaweed had been hypnotized, and Zheng Weiguo took the cage. Pondering aloud, Comrade Cui, could you perhaps remain at the base for the time being? If this fellow wakes up during the research, the researchers cannot bear such a risk. She found this request reasonable, yet it ultimately depended on Cui Annie's own wishes. The girl appeared dizzy, leaning against her and weakly saying, I'm feeling quite unwell right now. Let me rest a bit before I consult with Captain Zheng. All right, I'll wait for you. Zheng Weiguo replied with understanding. Little did they know, this waiting was entirely genuine. He followed closely behind with the cage, standing straight as a javelin at the entrance of the building where Cui Annie resided. It was certain that if Cui Annie did not emerge by morning to discuss matters, the survivors in the building would discover they had gained a free sentry in the form of a captain. Tu Xiaobai envisioned this scene and could not help but twitch her lips, gently assisting Cui Annie to sit at the bedside, softly saying, once you feel better, go find Captain Zheng. He has heavy patrolling duties during the day and it's quite taxing. Cui Annie nodded weakly. Once she ensured the girl was settled, she prepared to leave, but unexpectedly felt a tug at the hem of her clothing. Looking down, she saw a few fingers grasping her garment. What is the matter? Given that the other had been a hero today, her tone and patience differed from usual. Cui Annie looked pitifully at her. Xiaobai, I don't know what I did wrong before that made you dislike me. I will change and work hard to train my abilities. She instinctively retorted. I don't dislike you. I just hate you. She mentally added the latter part of the sentence, though this hatred was more directed at Wu Sibi, as he had been the one to decide on the missile launch. Cui Annie, seemingly oblivious to her hesitance, smiled joyfully. Really? Xiaobai, I will definitely work harder. She felt somewhat awkward, unaccustomed to the other's demeanor of eager determination fueled by her praise, and quickly found an excuse to flee. Therefore, she remained unaware that as soon as she left, Chui Annie shed her obedient demeanor and went downstairs to find Zheng Weiguo. Comrade Chui, are you feeling better? Much improved. Regarding my proposal, Captain Zhang, it wouldn't be impossible for me to assist in hypnotizing the mutated plant, but I have one condition. You may speak. Zhang Weiguo maintained a pleasant attitude. I have heard that Xiaobai has always lived alone. If you help me move in with her, I will agree. What? Zhang Weiguo looked perplexed, but I can't assist with that. Why not? Chui Annie smiled mischievously. Xiaobai holds you in high regard. If you are willing, you can certainly help me. The straightforward soldier scratched the back of his head, taking a while to comprehend her meaning. He furrowed his brow, looking at her suspiciously. What are you planning? Chui Annie's smile was sweet. I don't plan to do anything. I simply admire Xiaobai and wish to grow closer to her. You know, the more two people interact, the better they understand each other. I feel Xiaobai has misunderstood me, and I wish to clear up this misunderstanding. The dawn light peeking from the horizon illuminated the girl's eyes, making them sparkle. I believe Xiaobai likes me. Zheng Weiguo was taken aback. You care for her this much? Of course, Chui Annie affirmed confidently. Xiaobai is so strong. She is the strongest person I have ever seen. Who wouldn't he care? Her tone held an underlying meaning, but Zheng Weiguo, being a rather oblivious man, did not catch any hints of concern, instead nodding in agreement. Indeed. I have quite a few comrades who admire Comrade Tuesday. After some thought, he finally relented. All right, I will do my best to speak with Comrade Tuesday. No. It's not just doing your best. It must be a promise. Captain Zheng, a man should keep his word. Zheng Weiguo was about to say something else when Chui Annie interjected. In any case, as long as you agree, Captain, just make sure to speak up when the time comes. He began to understand that this girl had already formed her intentions. She merely needed him to give her a gentle push. After a deep glance at her, he nodded. Very well. Yet in his heart, he resolved to keep a closer watch on this girl. If her intentions were pure, all would be well, but if not, his gaze darkened slightly. Yet he smiled. Then, Comrade Chui, shall we depart now? The sooner we conduct research on these matters, the better. Sure. Chui Annie seemed completely unaware of his internal turmoil, cheerfully walking alongside him. When Tu Xiaobai left the bunker again, she learned that Chui Annie would temporarily reside at the military base to assist the experts in researching the mutated plant. That was fine. She hoped for a swift resolution. Naturally, she did not oppose this arrangement, but rather felt a sense of relief. Having been saved by Chui Annie the day before, she could no longer maintain her cold demeanor, feeling quite conflicted. The thought of not encountering this person for a while brought her considerable ease. However, upon seeing someone approaching, she felt a headache coming on. Little sister Xiaobai. Wu Yunlu greeted her warmly, wrapping an arm around her neck. I thought you wouldn't return this time. You know, the one I missed the most was you. Come, give me a hug. A fragrant scent enveloped her, causing her to feel uncomfortable as she promptly struggled out of the embrace, laughing awkwardly. Isn't it all fine now? She quickly changed the subject. By the way, what happened this time? Wu Yunlu shrugged. Sister saw you working too hard, so I thought I'd help you solve the problem all at once. How did you find that mutated plant? That unnamed mutated plant was the essence of a parasitic organism, due to its rarity as a small mutation. It was exceedingly difficult to trace. Without locating this essence, it would be challenging to entirely eradicate its parasites. Were it not for Wu Yunlu and Chui Annie, last night's battle would not have concluded so easily. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how these two had achieved this. However, Wu Yunlu did not respond directly. Merely raising a finger to her lips, sister is very eager to answer your question, but alas, it is someone else's secret, and I cannot divulge it carelessly. She paused, realizing that the ability to locate that entity primarily relied on Chui Annie. Narrowing her eyes, she refrained from pressing further, just as several individuals passed by, capturing her attention. It was Wu Sibi and his companions. Upon their arrival, many residents greeted them with smiles, expressing their gratitude. Chapter 87. The work of Sheng Shutong. Tu Xiaobai pressed her lips together. In last night's battle, Chui Annie was undoubtedly the greatest contributor. But there were a few others who distinguished themselves as well, Wu Sibi and his companions. They fought with fervor, their teamwork seamless, and were proactive in protecting others. Many ability users had received their assistance and thus regarded them with particular warmth. The trio bore no airs of benefactors, responding to everyone with natural ease before their gazes met hers. A gentle smile graced Wu Sibi's face as he approached her to greet her. Before the onlookers, she summoned her lifelong acting skills. "Mr. Wu, you were remarkably valiant last night. I am truly fortunate to have individuals like you in the shelter," she thought to herself. How ironic. Wu Sibi, with modesty, replied, "Not at all. The apocalypse is arduous, and every survivor is precious. We naturally assist one another." He continued, "You three have been with the shelter for some time now. May I ask why you have yet to apply to move into the bunker?" She could access the contribution points of all residents and was well aware that Wu Sibi and his companions had not been idle. In fact, they had been quite active in earning contribution points, and they could easily qualify for a level 2 dormitory. Yet, she had never received their application. It was evident that this was Wu Sibi's intention. Seizing the opportunity, she probed further. Wu Sibi remained unflustered. "I have heard that the construction of the bunker is limited in speed, and I believe the opportunity should be given to those in greater need. We three are ability users, physically robust. Residing in the shelter is sufficient for us." Though his words were noble in appearance, she sensed an underlying understanding. Compared to the shelter, the bunker, with its completely enclosed state, was evidently easier to control. It seemed he harbored some concerns as well. With this thought, she smiled lightly. Mr. Wu, such high-mindedness. Lacking sincerity, she did not wish to continue engaging with him in this superficial manner, so she found an excuse to depart. Having temporarily resolved the matter with Zhuo Zhifei, she felt considerably more relaxed, reminiscing about the intense training sessions with number 1 from earlier. She could vaguely sense the threshold of level 3 approaching. Yet ascending from level 2 to level 3 required not only a prolonged accumulation of experience, but also some unique opportunities. In her past life, she had spent most of her time in arduous battles, and those opportunities had been relatively easy to come by. This time, however, she had established the bunker, and life was far more peaceful than in her previous existence, which had dulled that sense of urgency. Yet, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. She did not regret her choices in this life. As she pondered, she opened the system and found a mountain of applications and requests from residents piling up. With the increasing number of residents, this was an unavoidable situation, and she did not have the luxury to address them daily. Then a sudden inspiration struck her, and she opened the help section. Minutes later, a satisfied smile spread across her face as she decided to seek out Xing Shuzi. "What? You want Xiaodong to assist you in managing the bunker?" "Indeed. This work will not be too taxing, nor will it require venturing out into danger. Xiaodong will primarily help me categorize everyone's various needs, while I will handle the execution myself. What do you think?" She looked at the other person with eager anticipation, hoping for agreement. The trivial tasks were overwhelming, and she genuinely needed assistance. To her surprise, Xing Shuzi misinterpreted the situation, believing that this job was merely a pretext for her to provide her sister with an opportunity to alleviate her worries. A mix of gratitude and guilt washed over her as she shook Xiaobai's hand, saying, "Xiaobai, thank you." "Huh? And no need to mention it," she replied, bewildered and unable to grasp the other's line of thought. However, one thing was certain: Xing Shuzi had consented to the arrangement. Without further delay, she promptly returned to the bunker to prepare. To recruit an assistant to help manage some affairs of the bunker, she first required a dedicated office. It was evident that the frugal system would not let this opportunity slip by. Constructing the office would similarly necessitate vacant commercial space and corresponding blueprints, costing a total of 40 gold coins. Furthermore, once established, the office would require a daily energy expenditure of 12 points. In short, the system seized every opportunity to extract resources from her. The office was of similar size to a standard dormitory, furnished with 2 desks, equipped with computers and other office supplies, along with a row of filing cabinets against the wall, giving it a semblance of professionalism. Having been reborn into the apocalypse, and after several years without touching a computer, she couldn't resist the urge to power it up for a nostalgic thrill. Before long, she discovered that this computer, while appearing ordinary, was merely a ruse of the system. All the software was unfamiliar to her, and she was baffled by the existence of Windows 52. She silently critiqued, could the disguise be a bit more professional? Before the apocalypse, the Windows system had only reached version 21. Who wouldn't he find that odd? The system remained silent. Yet the large 52 on the desktop trembled and transformed into 21. All right then. She continued to examine other parts of the computer and found no further issues before seeking out Xing Shetong. Upon hearing her intentions, the girl appeared both excited and anxious, wringing her hands as she asked, "See, can I really do it? All you need to do is help me categorize the bunker's affairs. You are so intelligent. How could you possibly fail? I believe in you, but I've never done anything like this before. The girl hesitated, still uncertain. Yet, she could see the flicker of excitement in Shen Shudong's eyes. Undoubtedly, she wished to take on this task, but feared that failing might affect her. Thus, she reassured her. It's perfectly fine if you're not proficient at first. I can manage without the classifications myself, so adapt at your own pace. After a pause, she added, if it truly doesn't suit you, we can always find another role. With her assurance, Sheng Shutong immediately responded, I'm willing to give it a try. Great. Follow me. The bunker was quiet during the day outside of meal times, and as they traversed the corridor, she suddenly felt a pang of compassion. So this was the feeling of navigating life within the bunker. However, she did not let this sentiment show, and soon they arrived at the office, located next to the audio-visual store on the lower level. Opening the door, she gestured with her hand. Please, step inside and take a look at your new workspace. Sheng Shutong entered, her eyes widening at the sight before her. For now, you are the sole staff member here, so you may choose either desk. She selected the one near the door. Despite the unfamiliar names of the software on the computer, it turned out to be surprisingly user-friendly, and within a few minutes, the young girl was operating it with surprising adeptness. In truth, the software on the desktop corresponded to 4 major categories: resident information, requests, applications for bunker residency, and resource records. She did not intend to burden Sheng Shutong with all the responsibilities, assigning her only to tally the residents' requests and applications for bunker residency. The needs of the residents were paramount. If she noticed particularly urgent requests, they would be marked for priority processing, while less feasible wishes. She spotted a rather absurd declaration of affection and decided to delete it outright. Chapter 88. The 10th Sister Complex. As Sheng Shutong commenced her inaugural day of work, the system notifications chimed simultaneously. Ding! The first staff member of the Nirvana bunker has appeared, and the salary system is now activated. The residents' lives in the bunker are becoming increasingly vibrant, so please keep up the good work. Tu Xiaobai read the 2 notifications repeatedly, ultimately revealing a face of bewilderment. Is that all? What about the rewards? However, after scrutinizing the messages, she found no reference to any rewards, and it dawned on her that this time the system genuinely intended to withhold any gifts. How stingy. She pouted, dismissed the notifications, and turned her attention to the newly unveiled salary system. The interface resembled a table, and within the empty cells, only Shang Shudong's name appeared. Her position was designated as secretary, while the monthly salary column was marked as pending determination. Upon investigation, she concluded that this was fundamentally different from what she had previously regarded as recruitment. The so-called recruitment was, in fact, a covert form of a long-term task, with rewards calculated on a daily basis. The specific contribution points were entirely beyond her control, as the system autonomously dictated the task's value. Conversely, Sheng Shudong's position operated differently. Firstly, the salary was dispersed monthly, and secondly, the salary system provided a range within which she could determine the exact remuneration for the individual. The most significant distinction between the two was that task rewards were directly conferred by the system, converted into gold coins proportionately after expenditures by the counterpart. In contrast, salaries were her personal responsibility. For instance, she tentatively set Sheng Shudong's salary at 50 gold coins per month, which translated to a monthly receipt of 500 contribution points for her. On the designated payday, the system would deduct the corresponding gold coins from her savings. It became abundantly clear that she could not afford to hire excessively lest she risk financial ruin due to salary payments. Thus, it appeared that recruiting through tasks was more advantageous. However, that was not the entire equation. In the system's perspective, it was likely a distinction between temporary workers and permanent staff. Residents accepting tasks could withdraw at will, simply canceling the task with minimal repercussions, akin to the adage of working day by day. Permanent employees, however, were bound by different stipulations. Upon confirming Sheng Shuji's salary, relevant clauses appeared on her intelligent watch, one of which stated that if she resigned before completing a month of service, the salary would be revoked, reverting to contribution points calculated based on task duration. Furthermore, should she wish to resign after a month, she was required to submit a report 5 days in advance, lest she incur penalties. Most importantly, every position conferred bonuses to the bunker S attributes. Sheng Shutong's role was classified as administrative and deemed to enhance the residents' work efficiency by 1. While this may seem modest, what if more staff were recruited in the future? She discerned that the system favored this model over issuing long-term tasks. Stroking her chin, she felt enlightened. Observing that Sheng Shutong had begun to immerse herself in her work, she quietly departed. Unexpectedly, after merely circling the surface refuge, she spotted Sheng Shuji lurking near the bunker's entrance. "Sister Shu, what are you doing?" To her surprise, her casual inquiry startled Sheng Shuji, causing her to jump. "Hua, it's Xiaobai." The striking woman clutched her chest, visibly shaken. After a moment, she suddenly grasped Xiaobai's arm. "What are you doing here?" Xiaobai, puzzled, replied, "Is there something wrong with me being here?" "Of course there is. Weren't you supposed to find Shatong? Where is she?" "Oh." It became evident that this was a case of a sister complex in distress. Stifling a laugh, Xiaobai reassured her, "Shatong is certainly in the bunker. She has already begun her work." "She has started?" Shin Shuji appeared even more anxious. "How is she doing? Is she adapting? Is it too hard for her?" "Oh dear. Xiaobai, it's her first day. How could you leave her alone?" Hearing her friend's rambling, Xiaobai quickly comforted her by patting her back. All right. Calm down. Take a deep breath. Shatong is not as fragile as you think. She is adapting splendidly. Why don't you go check on her directly? Is it really going well?" "I swear." She solemnly raised 2 fingers. Shang Shuji scrutinized her for a long moment before exhaling deeply, visibly relaxing, leaning back against a rock. She murmured, "That's good to hear. Speaking of which, since you're worried about Shatong, why not just go back to the bunker to see her instead of lurking here? I almost thought a villain had sneaked in." Shang Shatong waved her hand. "I'm still not going back. By the way, what are her working hours?" Tu Xiaobai smacked her forehead. "I forgot to set the working hours." No sooner had she spoken than she sensed the tension in Shang Shuji's gaze fixating on her once more. Don't rush, let me think. Shatong's work is relatively light, but we will have other staff in the bunkers soon, so we can't make the working hours too demanding. How about this? From 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., a 6-hour work schedule. Does that sound all right?" Sheng Shuji displayed a conflicted expression, hesitating to respond. "Rest assured, it's not a constant grind. She can take breaks whenever she pleases. The music store is right next door. She can rent some music to listen to while she works, and I have no objections at all." Ultimately, this job was primarily to assist Sheng Shatong with her psychological well-being, and even if the latter slacked off, Xiaobai could still manage things in the system's backend. Moreover, she believed that despite her frail health, the young lady possessed an indomitable spirit and would never resign herself to idleness. Upon hearing Xiaobai's reassurances, Sheng Shuji sighed in relief once more and nodded. "Then I will wait until Shatong finishes work before I go pick her up. I don't want her to feel anxious upon seeing me." "You are sisters. How could Shatong feel anxious upon seeing you?" Sheng Shuji shook her head with a complicated expression, choosing not to dwell on the topic further. The two exchanged a few more words when suddenly a commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by faint sounds of an argument. They exchanged glances and hastened towards the source of the noise. "That's it. It's a zombie. It bit my child. How can you allow zombies to remain in the shelter?" As they took their positions, a voice rose from the crowd. Tu Xiaobai frowned slightly. "A zombie biting someone in the shelter? Everyone, clear the way. What is happening here?" The crowd parted, revealing a few individuals at the center. Her frown deepened. To her left stood 2 young soldiers, their faces somewhat familiar. After a moment's contemplation, she recognized them as the 2 who had been treated by Luya during the first zombie surge. Shielded behind them was the formidable zombie, Xiangzi. To the right stood a couple cradling a child. The girl's wrist indeed bore a wound, while an unfamiliar with type ability user was treating the child. Chapter 89. The biting of Xiangzi. Upon spotting Tu Xiaobai, the husband and the couple rushed over immediately, exclaiming, "Miss Tu, you must take charge for us. Look. They are harboring zombies in the shelter, and one has bitten my child." Her brows furrowed in concern. "Are you certain it was him who harmed your child?" Initially, she had bound Xiangzi as a pet solely to protect him, hoping that one day a remedy for the zombie virus would be developed, allowing him the chance to recover. Thus, she had not kept Xiangzi by her side. He mostly remained with the soldiers. The lives of those soldiers were preserved thanks to Xiangzi, who was well cared for. And with the assistance of Unit 1, he had leveled up, his intelligence increasing and his interactions with the soldiers improving. Moreover, under the system's constraints, she found it hard to believe Xiangzi would attack unprovoked. However, the wood-type ability user interjected, "The child was indeed bitten by a zombie. Had I not happened to pass by, she might not have made it in time for treatment." This revelation darkened the faces of the child's parents even further. Unaware of the relationship between Xiangzi and Tu Xiaobai, they vocally demanded that Xiangzi be killed. "I have already told you, he is our comrade, not an ordinary zombie." One of the young soldiers could no longer contain himself. The man pointed aggressively at him. "He is a zombie, no longer a soldier." Tu Xiaobai interrupted. This zombie is under my control. He should not be able to bite at will. What exactly transpired? The couple and the wood-type ability user were taken aback, seemingly unprepared for this turn of events. Residents of the shelter were well aware of her authority, and most held the belief that it was unwise to offend her. Consequently, the couple's bravado diminished, leaving them mumbling incoherently. The unfamiliar wood-type ability user expressed skepticism. How come I was unaware that abilities could control zombies? Indeed, such control had not been known. In her previous life, abilities had evolved to a point where a type known as hunters could command mutated animals. But that kind of control was entirely different from the system's effects. However, she was not foolish enough to divulge this. Instead, she retorted, "Have you seen all types of abilities?" The only response he could muster was, "Well, no." Thus, she shrugged, "There are myriad abilities. Just because you are unaware does not imply they do not exist." This reasoning was indeed logical, yet it served to rebuke him. His expression darkened. Even if you control him, he is still a zombie. No one knows if he might suddenly go berserk. In fact, he has already gone mad once. I believe such creatures should not be allowed in the shelter. She scrutinized him. "You are new here?" "Yes, why?" He replied. "No wonder." She smiled faintly. "I control more than just this one. There is another at level 2. He was taken aback. "What? Level 2? At that moment, Unit 1, dispatched for patrol, fortuitously returned. Its eyes lighting up upon spotting her, and it dashed over. As Unit 1 accumulated more power, it too, like her, was nearing the edge of leveling up, awaiting merely an opportunity. Consequently, its abilities were approaching the standards of a level 3. For instance, its instinct for hostility was acute. As it stood before her, preparing to tilt its head for a pat, it suddenly sensed hostility and immediately turned to bare its teeth. The sharp canines of a zombie, unlike those of a normal human, were easily discernible once revealed. The wood-type ability user recoiled in shock. A zombie. Then he regained his composure. It really is level 2. Having been a level 1 ability user for half a month, he had considered his strength commendable. Yet he now realized the profound helplessness in the presence of a level 2 zombie. Of course, he was unaware that he was facing a soon-to-be level 3 zombie. A typical level 2 would not be so formidable. Unit 1 bared its teeth threateningly, waiting for a moment, only to find that the hostility had diminished. Sensing no danger, it relaxed its fearsome expression, tilting its head to look at her, its desire evident in its eyes. In a heartbeat, it transformed from a ferocious beast to an affectionate companion. Tu Xiaobai felt both exasperated and amused. Ultimately, she acquiesced to its wish, reaching out to pat its head. Unit 1 nuzzled against her, satisfied. After completing this exchange, she smiled at the wood-type ability user. "Is the child healed now?" "Yes," he replied, retracting his hand, his gaze still lingering on Unit 1 with uncertainty. Ignoring him, she turned her attention back to the couple. "The child is fine now. Can you explain what transpired?" What should have been a simple query turned into a hesitant stammer, raising suspicions of deeper issues. Shen Shuzi, known for her fiery temperament, interjected. "Are you trying to pull a fast one? Have you forgotten the management rules of the shelter? Or do you wish to be thrown out?" The couple flinched, vehemently denying. "No, we haven't." The man finally spoke the truth. "Honestly, we are as bewildered as you are." It turned out the couple had been assigned a task during the day, and having completed it swiftly, they returned early, only to find their daughter bitten on the wrist by Xiangzi before they even entered. As parents, they were deeply attached to their child, and witnessing such a scene nearly caused them to collapse from shock. Had it not been for the timely arrival of 2 young soldiers, they would have been prepared to confront Xiangzi in a desperate attempt. Regardless of what had transpired, they had indeed seen Xiangzi biting their daughter's wrist. They swore to the heavens that the scene was no fabrication. Tu Xiaobai frowned, opening the rare beast interface to check. There were no new alerts, indicating that what had just occurred was not classified as a combat event. Since Xiangzi could not articulate the events, she found herself in a quandary. The couple, feeling the pressure, resorted to tears, genuinely expressing their fear and concern. Although the child had been saved this time, what if a similar incident occurred in the future? The wood-type ability user, displaying sympathy, spoke. "Regardless, even household pets can unintentionally harm their owners. A soulless zombie is even more unpredictable. I believe you should swiftly eliminate these 2 zombies. You cannot kill them." The 2 young soldiers gasped in horror, immediately shielding Xiangzi, declaring, "He became this way for our sake. Anyone who dares harm him will face our wrath." Silence. Zheng Weigua arrived upon hearing the commotion, just in time to catch the tail end of their proclamation. His expression darkened as he strode over, glaring at the 2 young soldiers. "Who permitted you to threaten the citizens? Have you forgotten your duties?" The commander's reprimand filled the two with shame, their youthful faces flushing crimson as they stammered, "Captain, we jump 50 laps around the outer wall of the shelter and report for duty." Chapter 90. Something is amiss. Two young soldiers stubbornly pressed their lips together, remaining motionless. However, under the sharp gaze of Zhang Weiguo, they instinctively lowered their heads further and further until, in barely audible tones, they acquiesced with a soft reply and hurried off to face their punishment. Yet, as they departed, their glances towards Xiangzi were filled with deep concern. Tu Xiaobai sensed their penetrating stares and gently nodded in acknowledgement. The two soldiers displayed expressions of gratitude, visibly relieved, and departed with a sense of security. Zhang Weiguo observed the exchange closely, a flicker of amusement passing through his eyes, though his face remained stoic, embodying the stern countenance of a captain before his troops. His fierce demeanor intimidated most, rendering the couple silent, swallowing their emotions, even stifling their tears. Then, he saluted and spoke softly, "Comrades, I am Xiangzi's captain. Why you are?" "Zhang captain, everyone knows you," they stammered, emboldened somewhat by his courteous demeanor. The man continued earnestly, "Captain Zhang, we hold military personnel in high regard. We recognize that this comrade, he is our hero, protecting us. However, he is now a zombie. He has bitten my daughter. Fortunately, we encountered this power wielder just in time, but what of the next time? If he realizes what he has become, would he truly wish to see the public suffer because of him?" Zhang Weiguo fell silent, contemplating for a moment before responding in a hushed tone, "I understand your concerns. But Xiangzi is our comrade. I won't hide from you. Our nation has mobilized considerable resources to research the zombie virus. There may soon be hope for a cure. I implore you to forgive Xiangzi this time." The towering man bowed deeply, adopting a humble posture, pleading, "I will bind him, station guards around the clock, ensuring that today's incident does not repeat. I beg of you." His pleas extended not only to the couple but also to the onlookers nearby, who averted their gazes in sympathy. Voices rose among the crowd. "Agree to Captain Zhang's request. He is a man of his word." Others chimed in. "Do not let the hero's heart grow cold." Some suggested, "Consider this. If it were your loved one in such a predicament, with Miss Tu by your side, would you prefer to slay the transformed loved one outright, or cling to a glimmer of hope?" Zhang Weiguo's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The couple exchanged conflicted glances, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Very well, Captain Zhang, we trust you." The wood element power wielder observed this scene, evidently moved, rubbed his eyes, and refrained from further objections. Zhang Weiguo bowed deeply once more and led Xiangzi away. The couple felt as though they had just offended her, glancing nervously at her while cradling their child before hastily retreating. Others too began to disperse, though not without murmuring their thoughts. Throughout the ordeal, Tu Xiaobai remained silent, sensing that while matters seemed to have resolved, she had no intention of leaving just yet. Sheng Shuzi lingered as well, waiting until the crowd had thinned before voicing her concerns. "Xiaobai, I sense something is amiss." "I feel it too," she replied, kicking a small stone on the ground. Xiangzi would never harm anyone without reason. Yet, Sheng Shuzi could not fathom the truth behind the events and speculated various possibilities. Could the zombie have acted under your control? Under what circumstances would it retaliate? She shook her head. "My instructions were for them to evade if attacked by humans. A level 1 zombie is faster than a human sprinting at full speed. It could easily escape." Pausing, she added, "Moreover, did you notice? During combat, if the enemy is a power wielder, it almost never uses its teeth or claws, as I have forbidden it. For fear of spreading the zombie virus?" She nodded. Sheng Shuzi's eyes widened in realization. Yet, this only deepened the mystery. If she had taken such precautions, why had Xiangzi gone berserk? They exchanged knowing glances, both arriving at the same conclusion, and turned their attention towards a nearby building. Sheng Shuzi whispered, "It seems we need to speak with that girl." They shared a mutual understanding and headed towards the apartment where the couple resided. The shelter's accommodations were standardized, though families like theirs were allocated additional rooms based on the number of members. Children under 14 were not counted. The bitten girl was 11, so her family received 2 rooms, with her sleeping alongside her mother. Upon knocking and entering, they found the girl, Guagua, already awake, her mother cradling her and whispering soothing words. Upon seeing them, the couple appeared anxious. Tu Xiaobai spoke first. "I came to check on Guagua. Is she well?" "Yes, just frightened," Guagua's mother implied. It was evident that despite agreeing to let Xiangzi stay due to Zhang Weiguo's intervention, they still harbored resentment, yet dared not express it towards her. Tu Xiaobai observed Guagua discreetly. Whether out of fear or shyness, the moment she entered, the little girl buried her head in her mother's embrace, refusing to lift it. Noting the girl's distress, Tu Xiaobai smiled gently. You are aware there is a medical room in the bunker, correct? Yes, the couple responded, looking somewhat bewildered. The medical room can provide psychological therapy. As you mentioned, the child is still young, and it would be unfortunate if she were left with lasting trauma. Given that this incident was caused by my zombie, I will grant you permission for her to receive free psychological counseling. Additionally, I will compensate you with 300 contribution points to spend more time with her in these days ahead. As she spoke, she utilized the reward she had earned from fulfilling Xing Shooting's wish. Beep. Confirm the use of the psychological counseling function card in the Nirvana Bunker medical room. It seemed this card did not grant access to new functions in all medical facilities. She felt a twinge of regret, but quickly consented. Nirvana Bunker medical room has enabled new function. Hearing her words, the couple finally showed signs of relief, about to respond when Guogua suddenly shouted. I don't want to go. What did you say, Guogua? I want to go for counseling. I'm not sick. The child exclaimed, finding her childish protest amusing. Guogua's mother laughed gently while explaining, Sweetheart, psychological counseling isn't about being sick. It's to help you not be afraid. I still want to go. The little girl insisted firmly, never once lifting her head. Tu Xiaobai's eyes narrowed slightly, her fingers twitching, but she suppressed her ability. Casting a glance at Sheng Shizi, who seemed oblivious to everything, she merely transferred the contribution points to Guogua's father, assuring them that the free psychological counseling could take place at any time before departing. Chapter 91. Preparations. As soon as she exited that house, Sheng Shizi could hardly contain her curiosity. Isn't Guogua a bit strange? Even when shy around strangers or quarreling with her parents, she maintains that same demeanor. It feels odd. Tu Xiaobai concurred with her assessment. When they arrived at the scene earlier, Guogua had already fainted and did not regain consciousness until her wounds were treated. At the time, they noticed nothing amiss. But upon reflection, Tu Xiaobai began to suspect that the child might have been feigning unconsciousness. Why? Considering the behavior exhibited inside the house, she surmised that Guogua likely wished to conceal her face from them. So, the question arose, what was peculiar about her face? Tu Xiaobai felt an urge to forcibly take a glance, but she feared that if nothing were truly wrong, the shaken couple would be unable to accept it. Ultimately, she refrained from acting on her impulse. Naturally, the matter could not simply be dismissed. After a brief, hushed conversation with Sheng Shizi, the latter nodded in agreement. Having already walked a short distance, Sheng Shizi could not resist glancing back, exclaiming in surprise. What is it? Tu Xiaobai followed her gaze, but failed to discern any issues. Frowning, Sheng Shizi remarked, I thought I saw someone by the bed, just by Guogua's window. Casting a brief look at the now empty window, Tu Xiaobai calmly turned back and said, Let us proceed. Since they had already deduced that something was amiss, she was not in a hurry to uncover it. The two parted ways at the entrance of the shelter, with Tu Xiaobai heading into the mountains to inspect the status of the mutated plants. The changes in the post-apocalyptic world had been occurring at a pace that occasionally contradicted her memories. She had been worried that these mutated plants might also pose problems. Fortunately, their mutation rate had not accelerated, and as she had learned in her previous life, the mutations in the botanical garden of Luocheng exhibited peculiar characteristics. While not entirely harmless, they were markedly more docile compared to the plants outside. Most of them adhered to a principle of mutual non-aggression. Thus, as long as she exercised caution, her endeavors remained relatively safe. After completing her inspection, she noticed that dusk had fallen. Given that it was summer, it should not have grown dark so early. Looking up, she observed the heavy clouds that had gathered, obscuring the setting sun. Frowning, she sighed deeply. The calamities of the apocalypse came in relentless waves, leaving survivors with little respite. Upon returning to the bunker, she first checked the back-end system. The applications and resident requests filtered by Sheng Shutong had not been deleted and remained accessible. Considering it was her first day on the job, Tu Xiaobai decided to review the filtered content. It became evident that the young girl had approached her tasks with utmost diligence. There were no issues whatsoever. What a splendid assistant I have found. Her spirits lifted significantly. After assessing the applications for residency in the bunker and calculating the available dormitory spaces, she proceeded to construct 12 additional dormitories, including 8 level 2 accommodations. As the 3 level 2 dining halls were nearly insufficient, she decided to add one more. The Nirvana bunker now boasted a total of 108 dormitories, 18 level 2 accommodations, and 4 level 2 dining halls, its scale now comparable to a future intermediate shelter. She conducted another round of checks on the bunker as supplies, finding everything satisfactory except for one protective suit. Recently, several individuals had reported a sense of discomfort while breathing during strenuous activities. However, this sensation dissipated quickly after resting, so it had not yet caused widespread panic. Yet, calculating the timeline, she knew that the next phase of the apocalypse was approaching swiftly. The bunker's supply of protective suits was woefully inadequate, and a large-scale purifier needed for ground shelters had yet to be developed. It was imperative to begin preparations for this. Determined, she stood up to leave the bunker, only to encounter Sheng Shuzi, who was getting off work to pick up her sister. The two sisters chatted merrily as they made their way to the dining hall, and as Tu Xiaobai passed by, she overheard Shang Shudong say, "Sister, once I receive my salary, I'll treat you to a meal and drinks." Sheng Shuzi, concealing her own pangs of concern, smiled warmly. "All right, I'll be waiting." Upon noticing Tu Xiaobai, the sisters quickly approached her. Shang Shutong nervously fidgeted with her clothing. "Sister Xiaobai, did you see the content I filtered? What do you think? Is it acceptable? I have reviewed it, and it is excellent, better than I had anticipated. It's your first day, and you've already grasped everything so well. Our little Tong is indeed very clever," Tu Xiaobai praised sincerely. Shen Shuzi, known for her fiery temper, transformed into a doting sister in her siblings' presence. "Of course, my little Tong has never ranked lower than the top 3 in her class. The teachers all say that as long as nothing unexpected happens, she is destined for Tsinghua or Peking University." Sheng Shutong blushed, quickly interjecting to halt her sister's words. "All right, sister, what time is it? What do those exam results matter? If it weren't for everyone protecting and taking care of me, I wouldn't even know if I'd still be alive right now." Her words cast a somber shadow over the atmosphere. The once mundane or tedious life, now recalled, felt so nostalgically cherished. Tu Xiaobai, momentarily disheartened, quickly regained her composure. "Sister Shu reminded me that there are quite a few children in the shelter. It seems time to consider educational matters. Not only did the children's families need to complete tasks during the day, leaving them alone in the shelter and causing worry, but considering the last apocalypse lasted 7 to 8 years with no end in sight, it was clear that mere survival would not suffice for the continued existence of human civilization. Moreover, there was still an unfulfilled resident wish task in the back end. Resident wish, education, and prosperity. A prosperous granary leads to knowledge of etiquette. The formal residents have requested the establishment of an education system. Reward: 2 learning ability for residents. However, to fulfill this task, it would likely require hiring teachers recognized by the system to organize education, but the salary range for educational positions was substantial, and she could not currently afford it. Therefore, she would have to include this in her plans and revisit it when the timing was more favorable. After bidding farewell to her sisters, whom she had not seen for a day and had much to discuss, she sought out Zhang Weiguo. Upon hearing her request regarding protective suits, he frowned. "These are specialized equipment. The military has some stockpiled, but not in large quantities. If you need them, I can help apply for a portion to be allocated for your use." She shook her head. "It's not for me. Everyone will need them in the future." Zheng Weiguo was taken aback, but quickly recovered. "Your precognitive abilities are at work again." Chapter 92. The waves caused by the mission. Indeed, she was adept at weaving lies. I had just taken a brief respite in the bunker when I dreamt of a sky shrouded in ominous clouds, the air tainted with a gray substance. Survivors exposed to this substance for prolonged periods without protection would suffer from persistent skin lesions and respiratory distress, ultimately facing either mutation or death. Zhang Weiguo's expression darkened considerably. When will it happen? Predicting such precise timing was beyond her capabilities, so she merely hinted, perhaps in about half a month. I immediately reported this information. Zhang Weiguo swiftly donned his coat. As I watched him depart, I felt a slight easing of my tension. The signs of change had just begun to surface. Once this news spread, it would serve as corroboration, and there was still time to prepare. This was a fortunate opportunity. However, regarding the bunker, she intended to rely on her own resources. Previously, various missions had occasionally rewarded protective suits, ranging from 1 to several sets. Now, she had accumulated a total of 20 suits in the storage room. Opening the shop, she searched for protective suits priced at 50 gold coins each. She purchased 10 sets in one go, using an 80 satisfaction discount coupon to spend a total of 400 gold coins. Next, she searched for large purifiers. Upon seeing the price, her desire to purchase was instantly extinguished. At 4,999 gold coins, even with the discount, it would still cost 3,999. 2 coins. Until now, she had never encountered sums exceeding 4 digits. There was no alternative. Constructing the bunker demanded extensive funding, and this was with a controlled influx of new members. Fortunately, she was now in a relatively stable cycle, earning gold coins daily, avoiding the predicament of struggling to build basic infrastructure. With no hope for a purifier for the time being, she had to seek other solutions for the issues facing the ground shelter. She rummaged through her memories. How had those shelters managed in her previous life? After the apocalypse underwent another transformation, the survivors' technological advancements shifted as well, swiftly leading to the development of machines capable of sustaining the purification needs of large shelters. However, such machines were costly, and production was limited, as few factories remained operational after the apocalypse. Thus, not every shelter could afford them. The ones that could typically had the backing of powerful nations or were overseen by extraordinary individuals. Shelters lacking either of these advantages had not simply perished. They had their own means of survival. After leaving the mountains in her past life, she quickly joined a bunker located in the capital city, which rendered her somewhat unfamiliar with other shelters. She vaguely recalled someone mentioning that natural purification methods were also quite effective, albeit requiring regular maintenance by wood-type abilities. Natural purification and wood-type abilities inevitably conjured thoughts of mutated plants. If there existed mutated flora capable of aiding in purification, they would undoubtedly belong to the gentler spectrum of mutations. She glanced toward the nearby botanical garden. Apart from the southwestern region, there were likely no other places in the country with a greater abundance of gentler mutated plants. It seemed she needed to embark on a thorough search. To enhance her chances of resolving the issue, she decided to adopt a dual approach. First, she issued a mission aimed at all, recruiting wood-type ability users of any level to gather at the Nirvana bunker at 8 o'clock the following day. The mission would last 3 to 5 days, with daily rewards of 100 contribution points. Those who discovered the required items would receive an additional 100 points. Typically, missions would display the issuer as XX Bunker, but her mission was signed as Tu Xiaobai. Initially, few took note of this distinction, but now everyone was aware that a difference existed. Ordinary missions could be confirmed automatically upon completion, while hers required her personal approval. Not to mention, the rewards for her missions were often more substantial, and the mere opportunity to increase their presence before her was enough to attract many. However, there were few missions signed by Tu Xiaobai, so the general mood remained calm. That is, until today, when this tranquility was abruptly shattered. She never anticipated that shortly after the mission was posted, someone would come to her and protest. Sheng Shuzi burst in with great urgency. Xiaobai, why only recruit wood-type ability users? Fire abilities are the strongest offense. Don't you need them? I'm not here to engage in combat, so no, thank you. Plants have little affinity for fire. Having a fire-type user nearby would only escalate the aggression of mutated flora. After calming the irate fiery beauty, another enchanting figure approached. Little sister Xiaobai, how could you possibly search for items without your elder sister? Don't you need tools to dig? Indeed. Gold ability users could conjure various tools with ease, but she was looking for plants, not raiding tombs. After much coaxing and a touch of flirtation, she finally convinced the enchantress to depart with promises of future inclusion in such ventures. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she was about to head for a meal when she spotted Gong Zhua standing in the corridor. Gong Shu, do you need something? Gong Zhua had always maintained a reliable and silent demeanor, so her first instinct was that he must have an important matter to discuss. Yet, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. I just wanted to ask, isn't it necessary to have Earth-type ability users to protect everyone during missions? Gong Shu, this time I'll be entering the forest. Wood-type users generally want to be attacked, so you needn't worry. Is that so? His disappointment was palpable, but he was still reasonable, departing without further insistence. She felt utterly helpless, having never anticipated that this mission would attract such attention. Yet, it was understandable given the rarity of high-reward missions. During mealtime, she encountered Luya, sharing her experiences, only to be met with laughter from her companion. Other ability users may seek you for the rewards, but I suspect those few are simply eager to spend time with you again. As she spoke, her laughter continued. No wonder Sister Shu was so picky with me this afternoon. The problem lay there. She was bewildered. What was so appealing about accompanying her? The tasks she undertook were fraught with peril and trouble. But you are our captain, Luya responded matter-of-factly. You were the one leading us from the beginning. However, we also understand that with our current abilities, following you would only hinder your progress, which is why everyone is training diligently. Caught off guard by her teammates' sentiments, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her and shook her head after a moment. I never viewed you as a burden, perhaps. We can work together again in the future. All right. Luya nodded, suddenly beaming with pride. But this time, I got to you first. After dinner, she routinely went outside to patrol, returning to the bunker to find a slender figure waiting. Nian Luo Luo? The youth lifted his face from the shadows, his eyes suddenly sparkling with light. Chapter 93. The peculiar child Tu Xiaobai felt a surge of excitement and immediately inquired, could it be that a discovery has been made? After sensing something amiss with Guogua, she refrained from showing her concern right away, casually parting ways with Sheng Shuzi, all the while allowing the other to seek out Nian Luoluo. Nian Luoluo, possessing a level 1 water-based ability, was ideally suited for surveillance, as water, in its gentlest form, silently observes. Her intention was to have him monitor Guogua. It seemed that they were awaiting results. Nian Luoluo appeared momentarily stunned before nodding. What did you find? The child is not parasitized. Not a parasite. She furrowed her brow, as this was the most likely possibility she had considered, only to have it dismissed first. Then is there anything else unusual? Nian Luoluo seemed to contemplate how to articulate his thoughts, and after a moment, he slowly began. She can sit in one spot, completely still for several hours. That's rather strange, she mused. Generally, children are quite active, although some may possess extraordinary patience. After a moment's reflection, she concluded that this alone could not serve as compelling evidence. However, Nian Luoluo elaborated, she doesn't even blink during that time. What? She was taken aback. You mean she sat for hours without blinking? Nian Luoluo shook his head. A flicker of regret crossed her mind for having assigned this socially anxious youth to observe Guogua. The communication was indeed laborious. Yet, she dared not reveal her feelings, fearing it might wound the boy's fragile psyche. Instead, she patiently guided him. Please share every detail you observed. Nian Luoluo had been watching Guogua's home through a glass of water. Due to his limited line of sight, he could not perceive every corner of the room, but fortunately, Guogua sat beside the table, allowing him a clear view of her head and a considerable portion of her shoulder. Throughout the afternoon, Guogua remained seated without moving. Yet whenever Nian Luoluo heard the voices of her parents, the girl would lower her head as if pretending to be engaged in some activity. He could only infer from the couple's voices that a book likely rested on Guogua's lap. Thus, to her parents, their daughter appeared to have been diligently reading all afternoon. As the water medium distorted both vision and color, Nian Luoluo hesitated to assert the accuracy of his observations, yet he felt that Guogua's eyes were somewhat peculiar. What was peculiar about them? She inquired, feeling somewhat fatigued from guiding him to express everything he had seen. The boy fell silent for a moment, hesitating before finally stating, they resembled the eyes of Subject 1. She instinctively recalled the nature of Subject 1's eyes, deep, dark, with pupils larger than those of an ordinary person, lending them a fearsome quality. However, as the level increased, the features of the zombie gradually diminished, and with a touch of makeup, it might be challenging to discern its true identity. Wait a moment, zombie features. She furrowed her brow and abruptly turned towards Guogua's home. After a pause, she whispered, let us go take a look later. Nian Luoluo nodded, his expression hesitant. Yet, lost in thoughts about Guogua, she failed to notice the boy's inner turmoil. It was not until deep into the night that she and Nian Luoluo found themselves beneath Guogua's building. Tu Xiaobai raised her gaze to the second-floor window. To the left was Guogua's father's room, with the curtains drawn tight. To the right was the room shared by mother and daughter, where the curtains were only partially drawn, leaving the window slightly ajar, allowing the night breeze to gently flutter the fabric. At a glance, it appeared as though someone was hiding behind the curtain. After observing for a while, she turned to Nian Luoluo and asked, what do you sense? The boy, eyes closed in concentration, eventually whispered, it's too dark. My view is obstructed. I can only vaguely discern shadows on the bed. Can you distinguish the number of people? I'll try. Nian Luoluo's eyes widened suddenly, and he clasped his mouth tightly with one hand while pulling her away with the other. Before she could question him, she heard a faint sound. They concealed themselves in the shadows beside the building, and Nian Luoluo leaned close to her ear, whispering, she us up. Thud. At that moment, she heard something hit the ground. It seemed as if an object had fallen from the second floor. Nian Luoluo gripped her tightly, and they pressed against the wall, blending into the darkness. After a moment, she heard another sound. Tap, tap, tap. It was the soft, deliberate sound of footsteps retreating into the distance. She cautiously peered out. In the dimly lit refuge, illuminated only by the faint moonlight, she glimpsed a small figure moving in an odd manner. What was peculiar about their movement? It appeared that the figure walked on two legs, yet there was an inherent discord, as if the arms and legs, the limbs and torso, were awkwardly fused together. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she gestured to Nian Luoluo. He nodded softly, and they quietly followed at a distance. After only a few steps, she sensed something was wrong. She pulled Nian Luoluo back, and they quickly concealed themselves again. In the next moment, a series of faint sounds erupted. Counting quickly, she noted that from different buildings, several shadowy figures emerged, some leaping down, others walking out. And there were at least a dozen in total. Their movements mirrored each other's, gathering around Guogua. From the looks of it, most of them were children. A wave of terror washed over her. Regardless of what these beings were, it was evident that they had stealthily infiltrated the refuge. And given their furtive behavior, only a fool would believe they harbored no ill will towards the sanctuary. Once the children congregated, even from a distance, their actions became discernible. She hesitated to pursue them immediately, opting instead to observe their intentions. After meandering for a while, several more children emerged from the building to join their ranks. Minutes passed without any new arrivals, and finally, Guogua slowly pivoted her direction. The moment she moved, the other children seemed to be tethered, synchronously turning in unison. Their movements were eerily identical. Nian Luoluo spoke in a whisper, his voice laced with dread. She discreetly rubbed her arms, already prickling with goosebumps. The combination of the dead of night, children, and their synchronized, rigid movements. It encompassed all the elements of a horror film. Even though she felt no fear towards zombies or mutated flora and fauna, witnessing this tableau sent shivers down her spine. Struggling to suppress her trepidation, she reassuringly patted the boy's arm, refocusing on Guogua's actions. With meticulous observation, she noticed that Guogua's movements were just a fraction faster than the others, leading the group as if an invisible thread connected her to the rest. Soon, Tu Xiaobai realized she understood their destination. Chapter 94. Once again for this matter, the child soldiers halted at the entrance of the bunker. Guogua waved his hand, prompting the children to leap onto the stone that concealed the bunker door. Sister Xiaobai, what should we do? Nian Luoluo expressed a hint of concern. However, Tu Xiaobai remained relatively calm, knowing that the bunker-esque camouflage, provided by the system, was not easily damaged. Clearly, these children were hesitant to create too much commotion. Thus, breaching the entrance would naturally be a formidable challenge. Observing their actions, she recalled Guogua's resistance to psychological counseling earlier that day. At that moment, she had suspected something peculiar about him, leading to his fear of being discovered upon entering the bunker. It now seemed that his reluctance stemmed not from a desire to avoid the bunker, but rather from an aversion to being guided into it. After a brief wait, Guogua emitted an impatient growl, as if responding to an unspoken command. All the children came to an abrupt halt. Following a moment of stillness, Guogua appeared to perform some action, after which all the children returned home. Eventually, she too made her way back to her own residence. This time, Tu Xiaobai's perspective was unimpeded, allowing her to clearly observe Guogua springing up forcefully before gracefully leaping through the second-floor window. After a while, they emerged from their hiding place. And Nian Luoluo anxiously inquired, "Shall we go apprehend them now?" "No need. By the way, how many buildings did you remember from where those children entered?" In truth, she had retained a fairly accurate memory, but she sought to confirm it. To her surprise, he confidently replied, "I remember all of them." "Very well. Let us return to the bunker to verify the information." The two made their way back to the bunker, where she retrieved 2 maps of the shelter. Handing one to Nian Luoluo, they began marking the locations of the buildings on the maps. After completing their task and comparing their notes, they found that all the markings were identical. Realizing that she had sensed something amiss from the start and had been observing for discrepancies, she was taken aback to discover that Nian Luoluo had thought of the same thing. She smiled and praised the young man. "Well done." She noticed his cheeks flush slightly, and he quickly lowered his gaze, seemingly afraid to move. Amused, she shook her head and became lost in thought, contemplating the marked areas on the map. After a considerable time, she remembered that Nian Luoluo was still waiting and hurriedly said, "You've worked hard today. You should rest well." "Okay." The young man hesitated before slowly rising to his feet, taking deliberate steps towards the door. He turned back, noticing that she had once again fallen into contemplation. Biting his lip, he mustered the courage to speak. "Sister Xiaobai, what is it?" She looked up and saw him standing at the door, clearly wanting to say something. Suddenly recalling how he had hesitated several times that evening, she finally realized that he had matters other than Guogua to discuss. "If you have something to say, please do so," she encouraged gently. The young man, head bowed, finally articulated his request for tomorrow's mission. "Can I accompany you?" Once again, it revolved around this task. She believed in Luya's judgment. After all, Nian Luoluo was a significant contributor. If there were a wealth ranking within the bunker, he would consistently place among the top 3. Thus, it was unlikely that he would overcome his social anxiety merely for a few hundred contribution points. After he spoke, he continuously observed her expression from the corner of his eye. Even with his head lowered, she could sense his anticipation, just as she was about to decline. Her words faltered. Unlike the more aggressive fire and metal abilities, water abilities were comparatively gentle. While they were not as safe as wood abilities in the forest, they were also less susceptible to attacks. Moreover, water abilities excelled in reconnaissance. Having him along could prove beneficial for the mission. With this thought, she altered her decision, nodding. Then let's meet at 8 tomorrow. Nian Luoluo was overwhelmed with joy, his head snapping up. Really? You'll take me with you? Indeed, just remember not to be late. I won't. I promise I'll be on time. He nearly floated away, clearly elated. Rubbing her temples, she decided to rest as well. Although they had agreed on 8 in the morning, she had already prepared by 7:30. To her surprise, someone had arrived even earlier. Upon reaching the meeting point, she found Nian Luoluo pacing nervously, rubbing his hands together. Hearing her approach, he turned and visibly relaxed. Sister Xiaobai, you're finally here. Finally. She checked the time, 7:33. How long have you been waiting? Not long, he replied, shaking his head, though his stomach betrayed him with a series of rumbling sounds. Did you skip breakfast? Like a child caught in wrongdoing, he replied softly. No. Her expression darkened. You have 15 minutes to eat breakfast. I don't. His voice dwindled as he sensed her displeasure. I'll go right now. Nian Luoluo dashed back toward the bunker, anxious that even a second spent eating could cost him his chance to leave with the group. Shaking her head in exasperation, she found the young man perplexing. He was gloomy, sullen, and introverted, yet once he made a decision, it was as if 100 oxen could not deter him. He was a problematic youth, but similarly, once such individuals committed to something, betrayal was rare. Thus, she felt a sense of reassurance regarding Nian Luoluo. After some idle thoughts, wood ability users began to arrive for the gathering. Some hailed from the Nirvana bunker, while others came from the Jingwei bunker. Most were meeting for the first time, cautiously sizing each other up before attempting to engage in conversation. Within 10 minutes, Nian Luoluo returned, just as she was about to ask if he had eaten well. She noticed Shin Shizi emerging from the bunker. She suddenly recalled something she had overlooked, quickly gesturing to Nian Luoluo to prevent him from approaching, simultaneously mouthing, "Gather outside." The young man paused, realization dawning as he rushed out. In the distance, Shang Shizi surveyed the burgeoning group, her expression one of dismay. With an innocent smile, she performed playful gestures, finally managing to disperse the crowd. Fortunately, she had reacted in time. Otherwise, if those few ancestors learned that she had brought Nian Luoluo along, there would surely be an uproar. By 8 o'clock, she led the 6 wood ability users who had gathered and set off. Calculating the numbers, with 2 bunkers and ground shelters, there should be around 50 to 60 ability users. However, nearly half were military personnel who would not easily depart, thus unable to join her mission. The remaining 20 to 30 were awakened survivors, with most abilities distributed fairly evenly, save for a few specialized types. Therefore, this group of 6 represented nearly all the wood ability users she could mobilize. With such a small number, the success of their mission would largely depend on luck. Shortly after her departure, a scheduled notification appeared on every survivor's smartwatch, including temporary residents, who promptly viewed the announcement via their personal recording devices. Instantly, discussions about the notification erupted everywhere. Chapter 95. You actually want me to take the blame as she departed from the shelter with her companions. Nian Luoluo was engrossed in her smartphone. Sister Bai, are you planning to establish a school in the bunker? He asked, astonished. Upon hearing his inquiry, the wood-type abilities users glanced at their watches as they walked. She shrugged. It's not exactly a school. It's merely a way to gather the younger children, so their parents need not worry about them while they are out on missions. The wood-type abilities users in the Nirvana bunker had heard about the events of the previous day and naturally deduced the reasoning behind her decision. However, everyone was quite supportive of it. Survivors with children were undoubtedly pleased upon receiving the notice. Those without children felt a quiet sense of relief as well. With so many children in the shelter, their boundless energy often led to mischief, which could be quite bothersome. Everyone expressed their admiration for Sister Bai's thoughtful consideration, and it took a considerable amount of time for her to feel somewhat bashful before they finally ceased. Finding an excuse to check on the situation ahead, she distanced herself from the group and let out a sigh of relief. She had not overly emphasized her status, however, as the apocalyptic situation grew increasingly dire. The survivors instinctively sought to curry favor with her, perhaps believing that such actions would enhance their chances of safety should any crisis arise. She shook her head in resignation, knowing that this sentiment could not be easily dispelled by mere explanations. Only as the shelter grew stronger over time would the survivors gain sufficient security. understanding that they could live peacefully without needing to please her. The group swiftly ventured into the mountains, where the dangers far surpassed those outside the shelter, prompting everyone to fall silent. She then returned to the team, instructing number 1 to scout ahead while she began to describe the objectives of their mission. I wish to locate one or several mutated plants. Their appearance is uncertain, but I can assure you that they possess gentle dispositions and exceptional air-purifying capabilities. Within a certain radius of these plants, one can distinctly feel the air becoming more pleasant to breathe. Noticing the puzzled expressions on her companions' faces, she could only smile wryly. She was well aware that the mission objectives were rather vague, but then again, she had never encountered these plants in their physical form. Regardless of whether we find them, we shall venture into the mountains for no more than 5 days. The basic contribution point rewards will not diminish for anyone, so there is no need for concern. Just give it your best effort. After calming the group's apprehensions regarding the ambiguous mission goals, she added, to be candid, there may be new developments in the apocalypse. And we require these air-purifying mutated plants, so I kindly ask for your utmost effort. The previously relaxed atmosphere immediately shifted. The abilities' users' expressions sharpened, their gazes scanning the surroundings as if they were eager to discover those extraordinary mutated plants. Among the team was the wood-type abilities user who had treated Guagua the day before. It was his first time participating in a collective mission from the shelter, and since he was unfamiliar with everyone, he appeared particularly cautious, having already noticed his considerable abilities and compassionate nature from the previous day's events. Tu Xiaobai intentionally approached him to ease their rapport. "Brother, what do you go by?" "My name isn't Shueling." "What?" Her exclamation startled everyone, causing the wood-type abilities users to quickly unleash their powers to soothe the disturbed plants. Realizing she had overreacted, Tu Xiaobai promptly offered her apologies. The group was particularly forgiving of her, and since no harm had been done, they waved it off, indicating that all was well. She smiled apologetically, using the moment to collect herself. When she looked back at Inshuelin, he appeared quite bewildered, unsure why her reaction was so intense over a mere name. In a moment of urgency, she walked over to number 1, who was vigilantly on guard not far away. She gently patted his shoulder and sternly chided. "Why make such a fuss? You startled me." While speaking, she remained attentive to the nearby activity. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed that everyone, including Inshuelin, had expressions of realization, prompting her to silently breathe a sigh of relief. She had managed to gloss over the incident. Yet, before she could fully relax, she sensed 2 other gazes upon her. Looking up, she found number 1 staring directly at her, his expression reflecting shock, as if to say, "You actually want me to take the blame." Clearing her throat, she felt a pang of guilt, but could not reveal it at that moment. She hastily patted his back, silently conveying her apologies from an angle where the others could not see. To her surprise, number 1 tilted his head and suddenly leaned in closer. A chill brushed against her cheek, leaving her momentarily stunned. Number 1 had pressed his face against hers, gently nuzzling her, extending a finger to push him away. She rolled her eyes. "Come on, do you really think of yourself as a pet?" Number 1 tilted his head cutely. "Not again, you're not that adorable." With a complaint, she returned to the group, meeting their gazes and sheepishly explaining, "I was just startled by a signal from number 1, and it seems I startled you as well." Inshuelin, with good humor, shook his head. "It's fine. Your abilities are truly impressive." He spoke with a hint of envy. "You can even command zombies. If more people had abilities like yours, we survivors would be much safer." Seeing that he seemed less reserved, she smiled. "In truth, there are no good or bad abilities. Your healing power is also something the survivors desperately need." He nodded, sighing. "Healing abilities are relatively fortunate, after all, in battles against zombies. No one can guarantee they won't get injured. However, some abilities are rather niche. Even if awakened, they lack much combat power and are easily marginalized." Hearing the depth of his sentiments, she inquired curiously, "Brotherin, have you traveled to many places before?" "Not really," and Shuelin replied with a bitter smile. "In this world, who dares to roam freely? I was working in Haishur and had just taken a year off to visit family when the zombie outbreak occurred." Having reviewed Shuelin's profile, she noted he was registered as a single individual, implying that his family. Tu Xiaobai's expression darkened as she softly said, "I'm sorry." "It's nothing," and Shuelin replied, his eyes reddening, yet maintaining a calm tone. "In this apocalypse, lives are as fragile as reeds. At least they haven't suffered too much." A silence enveloped them. After a while, she regained her spirits and shifted the topic. "Mr. N, have you seen Xinjia?" He looked somewhat bewildered. "Who is that?" It seemed he had just arrived at the shelter, and they had yet to meet. It was not surprising, after all, Xinjia had been responsible for part of the shelter's affairs since her arrival, and with more people here, she was perpetually busy. Yet, she felt the strange twists of fate. Although she had not followed the path of her previous life, familiar faces continued to appear around her, one after another. Chapter 96. It always strikes first after exchanging a few more words within Xiulin. They had already entered the Eagle Beak Mountain section of the botanical garden. The flora here was more abundant than outside, but after competing for survival space, the less advantageous mutated species had been consumed or eradicated. Nevertheless, the density of plants remained unchanged, primarily due to the sheer size of the mutated specimens. Liu was currently examining a giant fern. I recall that such ferns could once be purchased at the market for a handful of coins, and now it had grown to such a size. If it were edible, one would suffice for half a year. Upon hearing this, Tu Xiaobai looked up just in time to see a shadow sliding down the enormous leaves. Be careful. To avoid provoking the plant life, they refrained from using their powers indiscriminately, and she merely tugged Liu backward. Meanwhile, number one instinctively moved forward. With a loud thud, 8 furry legs flailed toward the sky as the massive spider flipped over, its compound eyes fixated on the group. Its mandibles clashing ominously like 2 sharp scimitars. What in the world is that? Someone exclaimed, unable to contain their shock. Others quickly glanced around, anxious that this terrifying creature had ensnared them without their knowledge. Tu Xiaobai, calm and collected, commanded, "Slowly retreat. We will lead it to the water's edge." The group was puzzled. Could such a large creature truly be drowned? However, upon reaching the water's edge, it became clear that she did not intend to submerge the giant spider. There stood a mutated willow tree, which she had wisely directed them to circumvent earlier. The image had firmly lodged in her memory, and now, facing the colossal spider, they could turn its strength against it. They soon exited the thicket. Though still about 500 meters from the water, the area was starkly barren, the soil laid bare. In this open expanse, the group found themselves in a more precarious situation, as the giant spider seemed to thrive in its domain. Its 8 legs moved with astonishing agility, sliding and darting, while it intermittently shot out sticky silk, almost impossible to remove once ensnared. Fortunately, while her ability was lightning-based, it also generated intense heat. And several times when comrades became ensnared, she swiftly dispatched bolts of electricity to incinerate the silk. Even so, danger loomed ominously. Yet, having come this far, the group gritted their teeth and pressed on. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed how she and number one expertly coordinated their efforts to divert the spider's attention while continuously guiding it toward their predetermined location. However, the spider was not foolish. It evaded their planned spot several times. She exchanged a glance with number one, conveying a silent message. But he was quicker, darting to a proposed position with remarkable speed. A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, struck the spider squarely on its head, releasing a wisp of smoke. The spider's mandibles clashed furiously. It was not yet a fully mutated creature, and in its rage, reason fled. It leapt high, aiming directly at number one. Originally intending to act as bait, she hesitated instead of rushing forward, anxiously watching the unfolding scene. In that moment of the spider's descent, a dormant plant finally sprang into action. From the water's edge to number one's position, a jade-green willow branch shot up, and in an instant, both the spider and number one were ensnared. Into the woods, she urgently signaled. Without pausing to comprehend, the group instinctively turned and fled. More willow branches rose from the moist earth, like countless emerald whips, lashing out at the retreating individuals. She lagged behind, suddenly halting, her internal energy swirling as violent lightning surged toward the ground. Yet, in the next second, number one, cocooned in willow branches, unleashed a multitude of lightning bolts, rendering the green cocoon almost transparent. This took the mutated willow tree by surprise. The branches that had securely bound number one and the spider turned to charred remains, and the two captives plummeted from the air. The spider, flailing its 8 legs mid-air, managed to twist its body and land normally. However, it was welcomed by a multitude of willow branches. The captured prey dared to flee, enraging the mutated willow tree, which forsook those who had not provoked it and concentrated all its power on the 2 audacious captives. Tu Xiaobai paused again. She recognized that number one had consistently taken the lead, wishing to shield her from danger. However, this mutated willow was formidable. Otherwise, she would not have initially warned everyone to steer clear of its territory. Observing number one struggle with the branches, she began to retreat. As she finally stepped back into the woods, the battle on that side reached a decisive turning point. Number one, ultimately overpowered by the myriad branches, was once again tightly ensnared. Perhaps fearing their escape, The mutated willow tree enveloped both captives in a massive sphere measuring 5 meters in diameter. The tightly woven branches triggering a sense of claustrophobia in onlookers. Leo approached her. Concern etched on her face as she gazed at the 2 large spheres being dragged toward the water. "Should we rescue number 1? She inquired, already accessing the precious beast interface to monitor his status. He was currently assessed as being in a state of confinement, though his health bar was depleting slowly, occasionally recovering somewhat, indicating he was not in immediate peril. Thus, she shook her head. "Let's observe for now. It is best to avoid conflict with this mutated plant." Moments later, the 2 willow spheres were dragged to the water's edge. All the willow branches of the mutated tree began to sway, suddenly straightening like a multitude of spears. Thrusting toward the spheres, she nearly intervened, but in an instant, the branches piercing number 1's sphere softened. Though they did not withdraw, they had lost their aggressiveness. In contrast, the branches encircling the giant spider rapidly shifted from green to red, presenting an eerie spectacle that caused all to swallow hard. "Is it draining blood?" The calmest among them was Tu Xiaobai, who merely glanced before averting her gaze, focusing intently on number 1's condition. At the moment the branches penetrated, his health bar plunged by half, yet it was now gradually rising again. She attempted to issue a command, but the sphere remained unresponsive. However, from the system's feedback, it appeared that number 1 was not in distress. Perhaps the branches were simply too constrictive, preventing him from escaping. Meanwhile, on the other side, the giant spider thrashed wildly. Chapter 97. The theft. The sound of cracking echoed, the willows binding the colossal spider, fracturing from within. Tu Xiaobai tightened her fingers. If this mutated willow tree ultimately failed to restrain the great spider, she would have no choice but to intervene. Yet, whether the willow would perceive her assistance as beneficial was uncertain. However, the mutated willow tree did not grant her the opportunity to act. The branches binding the first zombie suddenly loosened, casting it to the ground, while the rest surged towards the cocoon housing the great spider. Layer upon layer of willow branches enveloped it, twisting tightly. More branches pierced into the cocoon, rapidly staining crimson. The great spider gradually ceased its struggles. Throughout this ordeal, the mutated willow tree neglected the corpse on the ground, allowing the first zombie to revive. It crawled forward slowly, mimicking a corpse whenever the willow's movements faltered. Perhaps this description lacks precision, but the first zombie's actions often led others to forget its true nature. Through its masterful performance, the first zombie deceived the mutated willow tree, successfully escaping into the woods. Just as it rose, the branches that had ensnared the spider fell away. The massive 8-legged beast was left as a mere desiccated shell, cast aside to roll with the wind, a testament to its drained insides. The group instinctively hushed, fearful of attracting the attention of this terrifying mutated plant. The branches that had bound the spider lay limp on the ground, soon burrowing into the soil as if alive. Not only did they dig in, but they also gently swayed the earth back into place, rendering the clearing seemingly innocuous once more. The blood-stained willow branches swayed in the breeze, but moments later, the crimson faded, revealing only the lush willows gently swaying. The deceptive nature of this mutated plant was formidable, and Shualine whispered in awe, questioning whether the expansive clearing by the water was a result of its presence. Tu Xiaobai nodded slightly, acknowledging its overwhelming strength. All creatures within its attack range had been consumed. Pointing toward the water's edge, she remarked, "If you observe closely, there are traces of animal activity on the other side, as this is a water source. Yet here, the ground is spotless, devoid of even a single insect, indicating a dreadful presence. In their line of sight, only one willow tree stood." The group nodded in understanding, casting one last reverent glance at the mutated willow before attempting to retreat as quietly as possible. However, the encounter with the great spider had heightened their vigilance. Although most animals had yet to mutate, there were still those half-altered creatures. They had been fortunate this time, with a powerful mutated willow nearby to utilize. Such luck might not present itself again. Had her purpose been merely to eradicate these mutated plants, she would have acted without hesitation, unleashing her abilities indiscriminately against both flora and fauna. Yet, this time, she sought plants suitable for purification, and provoking conflict would lead to complications. If only something could detect those animals ahead of time. Furrowing her brow, she suddenly recalled having something potentially useful at hand, the biological detector she received during the rescue mission for the mountain and sea creatures. After rummaging through her bag, she retrieved the small device and activated it according to the instructions. 3 seconds later, the device successfully booted up, displaying a radar-like interface. In an instant, the screen filled with red dots. She followed the dots, confirming the device's remarkable capability. It detected even a single mosquito. Whether hidden in the soil, concealed in the underbrush, or passing overhead, any creature within a 150-meter radius of her would appear on the screen. She didn't require such detailed scanning, so she adjusted the settings to detect only threatening creatures larger than 5 meters. Instantly, the red dots diminished by 4/5, with the remaining few not situated too close. After observing them for a while, she noted they neither moved nor approached. "Let us proceed quietly," she instructed. With this device in hand, they could avoid potentially dangerous areas. As wood-type ability users didn't need to approach plants closely to examine them. The next leg of their journey was considerably more stable. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had reached its zenith, and they found a relatively clean spot to rest and share their rations for lunch. She placed the biological detector beside her, eating while occasionally glancing at it, remaining vigilant. However, the screen remained quiet, with only a few red dots stationary. After swiftly finishing her meal, she opened a bottle of water, preparing to take a sip when, out of habit, she glanced at the screen once more. A red dot suddenly appeared beside her. Tu Xiaobai's heart raced. She instinctively hurled the water bottle away. The bottle struck the suddenly appearing creature, a monkey, soaking it. The monkey screeched in pain but did not retreat. Instead, it reached out a claw towards her. She dodged reflexively, only to realize the monkey's target was not her. Having successfully grabbed the bottle, the monkey swung away on a vine. A quick scan revealed that the biological detector was missing. How audacious of it to steal from her. The first zombie had already leaped into action, hot on the monkey's tail, allowing her to calmly gather her belongings before following the first zombie's lead. Whether due to the monkey's ruckus or some other reason, they encountered no dangers along the way. Yet, the monkey was remarkably swift, leaving the group somewhat breathless by the time they caught up. Just as she was about to suggest a break, the first zombie halted abruptly. They had arrived at their destination. She signaled for the others to rest while she pressed forward. Before she could spot the first zombie, she heard the monkey's frantic screeches. Navigating through a thicket of vines, she finally glimpsed the first zombie's silhouette. Not far away, the monkey clung to a cliff, its tail wrapped around the biological detector, while one slender arm reached into a crevice in the rock, seemingly attempting to retrieve something. Yet, there was no movement from within the cliff, and it seemed intent on inserting the detector into the gap. However, the crevice was too narrow for success. In a panic, the monkey screeched and fumbled with the detector. But being an animal, it lacked the finesse to use the device properly, causing Tu Xiaobai to feel a surge of alarm, fearing the monkey might inadvertently damage it. "Hey, that's mine. Don't break it," she called out, raising her voice in warning. Chapter 98. What lies within the crevice? The monkey turned to look at her, then glanced at the biological detector in its hand, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, it suddenly darted down, hopping around her feet, one hand raised with the detector, the other pointing at the crevice. Unfortunately, due to the disparity in species, Tu Xiaobai could not comprehend its utterances. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively asked, "Is there something inside? Do you want me to assist you?" The monkey, whether it understood or not, began chattering excitedly, abruptly tugging at her pant leg. Well, it seemed it genuinely wanted her to investigate. However, while the monkey could easily scale the cliff, her ascent would prove more challenging. She glanced at number 1 beside her and devised a plan. After a moment of deliberation, number 1 hoisted her onto its back, using its claws to climb the sheer rock face. The monkey followed closely, occasionally racing ahead, then returning to her, scratching its head anxiously, seemingly impatient with her pace. Yet, number 1 paid no heed, steadily ascending without allowing her to jostle. Minutes later, they finally reached the edge of the crevice. She gestured, realizing her hand could not reach inside, so she leaned closer to peer within. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and it took some time for her eyes to adjust, only to faintly discern a shadowy form. Despite her efforts, she could not ascertain what it was. Realizing the clever monkey was focused on the biological detector, she had a hunch and turned to extend her hand. "Show me what it is." The monkey obediently placed the detector into her palm. Peering down at the jumbled data the monkey had disturbed, she quickly stabilized the display. A red dot flickered directly in front of them. Indeed, there was a living creature within the crevice, but what was its connection to the monkey? Could it be its mother? The monkey seemed to sense her confirmation, chirping louder and gesturing emphatically at the crevice. Was she to rescue the being inside? It chirped in agreement. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. This was a trivial matter. Yet her curiosity about the intelligent monkey was piqued. It did not appear mutated, but its remarkable intelligence felt rather unusual. Looking up, The cliff seemed to rise 1,000 fathoms, disappearing into the void, leaving her ignorant of what lay above. Given the height, excavating near the bottom would likely pose no risk. Thus, she patted number one's shoulder, who understood and began sliding down the cliff. Upon dismounting, she instructed, "Dig open that crevice carefully, ensuring not to harm the one inside." Number one swiftly climbed back up, securing its body with one hand while the other extended its sharp claws, forcefully digging into the hard rock, which yielded like tofu beneath its strength. In no time, number one had transformed the crevice into a gaping hole. Suddenly, it hesitated, leaning its upper body into the opening. The monkey, sensing something, became even more agitated. Moments later, number one emerged, dragging a man from within. She was taken aback, completely unprepared to find a person trapped inside. When dealing with others, number one's demeanor was rather casual. It gripped the man's shoulder and leapt down. Tu Xiaobai's heart nearly dropped, fearing the man, who appeared weak and faint from his confinement, might be harmed by the abrupt descent. Number one laid the man on the ground, and she hurried over to examine him. Thankfully, she sensed the fluctuations of psychic energy emanating from him. As an ability wielder, his resilience was undoubtedly greater than that of an ordinary person, though he appeared frail. It was likely due to starvation rather than any critical physical condition. She retrieved a bottle of water, gently lifting his head to provide him with a sip. He gulped eagerly, swallowing on his own, which eased her worries. Clearly parched, he instinctively opened his mouth for more, draining half the bottle in quick succession. The monkey had remained close since the man's extraction, now crouched beside him, gently grooming his disheveled hair while softly chattering. Before long, the man emitted a low groan, gradually regaining consciousness. A few moments later, he opened his eyes slowly. Tu Xiaobai was startled. His gaze was both mesmerizing and intimidating. The pale gray irises resembled exquisite glass beads when light filtered through them. The man initially turned his head to the monkey, reaching out to pat it lightly, a weak smile gracing his lips. "Jack, are you all right?" The monkey responded with a series of chirps. "Did you save me?" It pointed at her and chirped again. Only then did the man slowly turn his head in her direction, as if just realizing she was there, displaying a look of surprise. Tu Xiaobai thought, "How lacking in presence am I?" Considering his evident weakness, she chose not to press the matter. She instructed number one to help him sit up, offering him some food. "This is all I have for now. Eat slowly with the water." Thank you, he murmured. After a few minutes, having consumed a pack of rations, he appeared somewhat revitalized. She finally inquired, "Who are you? How did you end up trapped in there?" As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed the anxiety wash over his face as he glanced up at the cliff's summit. After observing the silence above, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "Let us leave. It's too dangerous here," he whispered. Though she perceived no immediate threat, she acquiesced, allowing number one to carry the man as they swiftly departed from the cliff. The man, slung over his shoulder like a sack, made no complaints but continuously gazed up at the cliff until it vanished from view. Only after they had distanced themselves did he finally relax. "Thank you for rescuing me. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished there. What exactly happened?" she pressed, genuinely curious. The man sighed and began recounting his tale. "My name is Adams, and I happen to be the youngest prince of a small European nation. I arrived here 10 months ago to pursue my postgraduate studies. Unfortunately, I encountered the outbreak of the apocalypse and became trapped in the country, unable to leave. Fortunately, I was among the first to awaken my abilities, and I possessed dual powers, earth manipulation and control abilities." Upon hearing this, she understood why this monkey was so exceptional. This is his contracted beast. Adam's control ability was merely his description. In time, this ability to command animals would bear a specific title, Hunter, and then, grasping the nature of his abilities, she had already surmised how he became ensnared within that crevice. Yet, her curiosity lingered regarding why Adams had found himself in such a predicament. Chapter 99. How could her pet allow others to inflict harm? Adams, with a tense expression revealing his lingering trepidation, finally addressed the crux of the matter in a subdued tone. "Jack and I had heard a broadcast mentioning a commendable refuge nearby, prompting our decision to investigate. This route was suggested by the locals, who claimed it was the most direct path through the mountain. While his words were not entirely unfounded, it was rather audacious, if not reckless, to traverse the mountain directly in this post-apocalyptic world." Seemingly attuned to her thoughts, Adams hastily clarified, "My powers allow me to gain the favor of animals. They will alert me to danger. I have also heard that the flora in these mountains is relatively benign, which instilled a sense of confidence in my ability to navigate through." "All right," Tu Xiaobai nodded. "But what transpired thereafter?" His demeanor grew increasingly grave. Miss Tu, that cliff over there was not a natural formation. It is the result of a terrifying demon. A colossal beast that obscured the sky. Its mere movement created that precipice, and I almost became its prey. She gently cleared her ears, somewhat unaccustomed to the melodramatic manner of foreign speech. However, the general situation became clear. The cliff must have been caused by some mutated plant. After all, Adams described it as gigantic, and even if some animals had mutated, it was improbable that they could now cast such a shadow over the sky. Yet, his knowledge of plants was limited, and he could only gesture and describe the tree's appearance. She could only surmise that the mutation likely involved a banyan tree. A banyan tree? Her expression froze momentarily as she instinctively glanced around. Surrounding them were robust plants, resembling an unaltered forest. In the apocalypse, not all flora and fauna necessarily mutated. Hence, she initially sensed no issue. But now, a dreadful hypothesis arose, darkening her countenance as she shouted, "Run!" She surged forward. Number one swiftly leaping onto her back, like a monkey. The forest suddenly trembled, as if a slumbering beast had awakened. The slight stretching of its form conjured a terrifying spectacle. The ground beneath them transformed, roiling like tumultuous seas, making it difficult to maintain their footing. Tu Xiaobai gritted her teeth and unleashed a lightning whip, anchoring it to a nearby tree to stabilize herself. In the next moment, the tree began to writhe, curling from its base upward. The section ensnared by her lightning whip ascended, reaching the limit of what she could control. With a crack, the whip snapped, the disconnected part flickering momentarily before vanishing into the air. Number one extended a hand to steady her, the pair clinging together as they struggled to stand on the surging ground. The recent exploration had already confirmed her suspicions. This woodland was not an ordinary grove that had escaped mutation, but rather the aerial roots of a mutated banyan tree. Originally, banyan trees were known for their propensity to grow into forests, but this mutation was even more alarming, with aerial roots resembling trees in their own right. Moreover, it had been remarkably patient, disguising itself as innocuous. One could only imagine that, had she not been so eager to uncover what Adams had encountered, the mutated banyan might have lured them into a trap in a more insidious manner. Clearly, this entity possessed considerable intelligence. Upon sensing its disguise might be unraveled, it immediately altered its tactics. Now, the entire forest had descended into a frenzied state, and they found themselves like a fragile vessel amidst a raging sea, perilously close to being engulfed. Adams clutched number one's clothing, his face ashen with fear. This unfortunate young prince had encountered a particularly vengeful mutated plant, which pursued him even after his escape. Yet, she had no time to reassure him. She merely instructed number one not to let him fall, while she unleashed a torrent of lightning against the aerial roots of the mutated banyan. Fortunately, this territory belonged entirely to the mutated banyan, allowing her to wield her powers without excessive caution. Number one coordinated with her, launching lightning strikes, and soon, numerous aerial roots were reduced to charred remnants. Suddenly, the ground heaved violently, and Tu Xiaobai sensed impending doom, but it was too late to warn the others. The entire surface collapsed, revealing a mass of gnarled roots below, writhing like giant serpents, opening their gaping maws to devour the falling prey. "Ah, I do not wish to die." Screeches filled the air as Adams and the monkey cried out, their surroundings plunging into darkness. Yet, in the next instant, a violet-white lightning bolt pierced through the gloom, incinerating the roots that sought to engulf them. She opened her eyes wide, lightning dancing in her gaze. However, the mutated banyan refused to yield, its roots continuing their assault, while the aerial roots pursued relentlessly. After its mutation, it likely possessed thousands of aerial roots, even though she could dispatch them in waves with her lightning. Their relentless onslaught created an inescapable feeling of being overwhelmed. Thus, despite number one's assistance, their available space for movement dwindled. Adams, barely contributing, unleashed a few earth-based powers, but his physical weakness quickly rendered him ineffective, leaving him to mutter prayers to alleviate his terror. In a short while, she heard him beseeching God, Jesus, and the Holy Virgin repeatedly. Yet, when one of the roots charged at them, he emitted a terrified scream and fainted, his eyes rolling back. Well, if today were indeed to be his last, at least he could depart in peace. Tu Xiaobai mused with a hint of mockery, yet her resolve remained unyielding. She had not returned to life merely to perish here. After several more attacks, her remaining strength waned significantly, and she felt her body grow increasingly heavy, her movements less agile than before. Suddenly, she sensed something being placed beside her, A glance revealed that number one had set Adams down next to her. Freed from the burden, his movements became much more convenient, and he began assisting her in defense. The zombie's corporeal form was sturdy, even when directly confronted with attacks. It proved difficult to breach his defenses, buying her precious moments to breathe. However, number one was still only at level 2, and his body was far from impervious to harm. After a while, he acquired numerous wounds, though the absence of blood reduced the visual impact of his injuries. A surge of rage ignited within her heart. This was her pet. How could she allow others to inflict harm upon it? The fury within her escalated, culminating in a sensation akin to something being severed. She perceived a resounding pop, followed by a refreshing sensation cascading down from her crown. Beep beep. The system alert sounded suddenly, yet she had no time to attend to it, her eyes widening as she laughed heartily. Number one, step aside. Chapter 100. The obscured object number one swiftly evaded the impending danger, and in the next instant, Tu Xiaobai erupted with a torrent of violet-white lightning. This electric energy seemed boundless. No matter how many vines approached, they were reduced to mere charred remnants before they could draw near. The long-awaited opportunity had finally presented itself. Feeling a surge of power, nearly threefold her usual strength, she laughed joyfully, her gaze scanning the surroundings eagerly. At last, illuminated by the electric glow, she spotted a concealed passageway. That was the way. Number one proceeded to carry the unconscious Adams, following closely behind her. The monkey, visibly anxious, squeaked nervously while perched on Adam's back, its features displaying a human-like tension as it gazed into the murky passage. The mutated banyan tree clearly opposed their entry into the passage, but her augmented strength rendered its resistance futile. They swiftly surged into the corridor with an unstoppable momentum, akin to a divine force cleaving through all obstacles. The passage soon transitioned from horizontal to an upward incline. Adams gradually regained consciousness, dazedly observing his surroundings as he inquired, "Where are we? Goodness, have we descended into hell?" "Not quite," she retorted casually. "We are merely preparing to send our foes to their doom." As the incline steepened, she extravagantly wove a soft ladder of entwined lightning to ascend, while number one scaled the heights with bare hands. Both moved with remarkable speed. Soon catching sight of light ahead, Adams strained to lift his head, still babbling nonsensically. "Is that the light of God?" In high spirits, she turned to tease him. "Friend, you are on the sacred land of our flower-planting nation. If you must meet a deity, it shall be one from our realm." Adams slapped his forehead. "The Jade Emperor? Immortals? Monsters? Huh." She chuckled, relieved to see he had not been rendered mute by fear. They finally reached the exit, and she leaped forth as if anticipating the moment, unleashing a dazzling display of lightning to incinerate the encroaching branches and leaves. Adams, still striving to observe, finally grasped the reality as he caught a glimpse of the sky. "Goodness, have we reached the top of the tree?" "Indeed," she replied effortlessly while casting a ball of lightning. Mutated plants often exhibited a tendency towards gigantism, and those that followed this path shared a common trait, an internal passageway. The function of this passage remained ambiguous, but through countless battles with mutated flora in her past life, they had all acquired the wisdom to seek it out when threatened by consumption. This passageway either led to the weak point of the mutated plant or provided an escape route. In either case, it was a worthwhile endeavor. Her preference leaned towards discovering the banyan tree's vulnerability, yet merely escaping was not a poor outcome. Meanwhile, the enemy's wrath intensified. The repeated escapes of its prey were undeniably provocative. Thus, the seemingly boundless canopy trembled with anger as branches surged towards them like a relentless tide. However, as a level 3 ability user, she harbored no fear of these assaults. After repelling wave after wave of attacks, the dense canopy revealed numerous gaps. It was through these openings that she glimpsed obscured objects, but the vision was fleeting, quickly concealed once more by shifting branches. Were it not for the heightened senses of an ability user, she might have doubted her perception. Determined to ascertain the truth, she began to move towards the previous direction. Sensing her intent, the mutated banyan tree escalated its assaults against her. The more it obstructed her, the more she yearned to investigate, especially since its resistance proved ineffective. In no time, she had closed the distance sufficiently, and with a swift motion of her arms, several lightning whips shot forth, entangling the branches. "Stand aside," she commanded, exerting all her strength. Number one rushed in to assist, its strength far superior, and the previously immovable branches creaked in protest as they were reluctantly pulled apart, revealing what the mutated banyan tree had attempted to conceal. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Within a half-meter nest, 7 fledglings, sensing the light, craned their necks and opened their mouths wide in a chorus of calls. She was no avian expert, unable to discern their species. Yet she could sense a distinctive pulse of energy emanating from them. Thus, these fledglings were either offspring of mutated birds or had undergone mutation shortly after birth. Regardless, they could not be regarded as ordinary creatures. The branches of the mutated banyan tree continued their frantic struggle, and she suddenly spoke. I have no intention of harming them. However, should you persist in your attacks, I cannot guarantee that we will not inadvertently engage in a confrontation. The fledglings, likely famished, responded to her voice by turning towards her, their pale yellow beaks widening in an apparent plea for sustenance. Meanwhile, the banyan tree's resistance lessened, granting her the opportunity to observe more closely. After a brief assessment without drawing any conclusions, an idea struck her. Isn't there a hunter among us? She called out, Adams. Now that you're awake, come down from number 1 and take a look at the fledglings. Oh, coming, Adams replied, slowly sliding down, casting a wary glance at the surrounding branches before cautiously approaching. After a moment of observation, he confidently declared, the adult birds must have been gone for over a day. No wonder the fledglings are so hungry. Their first reaction to the sound was not fear but a cry for food. How much longer can they endure? These fledglings. They must be mutated, right? Adams, though of lower rank, possessed a keen intuition as a hunter. Mutated beings exhibited resilient life forces. But if the adult birds did not return soon, the fledglings would last at most 3 to 5 days. Remarkable, indeed, if they were ordinary chicks. They would perish within 2 to 3 days. She glanced at the now limp branches of the mutated banyan tree and then at the nest of fledglings. And a thought suddenly emerged. Digging through her bag, she inquired, can you identify any food suitable for the fledglings? Adams scrutinized the contents and selected a rice ball. It would be better if it were soaked in warm water. I have some, she replied, retrieving a small thermos. Although the weather was warm and she typically drank cool water while outdoors, she always carried a small bottle of warm water for emergencies. Unexpectedly, it proved advantageous for feeding the fledglings. Tapping the nearby branches, she proposed, could you spare a few leaves? Under Adam's astonished gaze, the mutated banyan tree slowly extended a slender branch, resting it before her. Chapter 101. Communicating with a tree directly tearing off 3 leaves. Tu Xiaobai began to fold them into a makeshift bowl. Adams looked on in admiration. You're quite impressive. Aren't you afraid it might go wild? Not at all. Haven't you noticed? This mutated banyan tree has been protecting these fledglings. I suspect it harbors more than just this brood of creatures. She continued her task without lifting her gaze. The fact that it allows other non-threatening beings to nest upon it indicates a degree of intelligence. With intelligence comes the possibility of communication. And look, she shrugged, poured a little water into the leaf bowl, and held it above her head to check for leaks, remarking, it seems my assumptions were correct. Adams, with a face full of despair, questioned, then why is it relentlessly pursuing me? Suddenly, the surrounding branches rustled, startling him, prompting him to hide behind her in an attempt to conceal his towering frame of nearly 2 meters. However, just as he grasped her shoulder, he was unexpectedly yanked aside by a force. Number 1 pulled him closer. Gratefully, Adams said, thanks, brother. Did he not realize that number 1 was not human? Truly, a rather oblivious fellow. She shook her head in exasperation, deliberately refraining from informing him that number 1 was a zombie, instead asking, can you recall if you did anything to provoke it? Adams pondered deeply, muttering, I didn't do anything. I only ate what I carried and drank water I found in the mountains, then boiled. The mutated banyan remained still since he had hidden behind number 1. But as he contemplated providing nourishment for Jack by hunting a small animal, the tree's branches began to move menacingly once more. This startled the timid hunter, causing him to retreat behind number 1, eyes closed, and shout, brother, save me. Tu Xiaobai urged, calm down. I think it's indicating that's the issue. Huh. Confusion filled his gray eyes. What animal are you referring to for hunting to supplement Jack's nourishment? A bird, oh no. He finally grasped the situation. By this time, the rice balls in the leaf bowl had softened, and she placed the bowl on a branch. You can deliver it yourself. At once, 2 branches extended, intertwining to form a stable triangle, carefully transporting the leaf bowl to the nest. Immediately, the 7 fledglings flocked to the edge of the bowl, initially struggling but quickly learning to peck at the food. Only then did she turn to Adams. Have you not considered that the birds you hunted are likely the parents of these chicks? The young prince lowered his head in shame. I didn't think that far at the time. In truth, it was not entirely his fault, but the mutated banyan clearly had a protective instinct. Likely enraged upon discovering he had hunted the creatures it sheltered, leading it to pursue him with ferocity. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The fledglings, having been quiet for a moment, began to squawk again. As she turned her head, the now empty leaf bowl was returned to her. Resignedly, she prepared another rice ball, while the banyan's branches waited expectantly. After 3 consecutive servings, she felt an unspoken understanding developing between herself and the tree. The 7 fledglings, finally satiated, nestled together, burying their heads, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Witnessing such a scene of eating and sleeping amidst the apocalypse was truly unexpected. Filled with trepidation towards the mutated banyan, Adams, upon seeing the fledglings asleep, quickly whispered, "Can we leave now?" As he spoke, he reached out to number 1, readying himself to be carried like a sack. Yet she shook her head. "Let us wait a moment longer." Adams visibly wilted. Even his hair seemed to express his desire to depart. Ignoring the prince's comedic demeanor, she gazed thoughtfully at the sleeping chicks, suddenly voicing her concerns. "What will they do tomorrow after being well fed today?" Adams replied, "Please don't bring it up." The mutated banyan rustled its leaves vigorously. She looked up at the sky, still overcast, with sunlight barely penetrating the thick clouds. Observing the heavens, she sensed impending rain. "I wonder what issues the rain in this apocalypse might bring." Adams appeared numb, as the banyan's leaves rattled even louder. "You must have sensed it too," she stated for the 3rd time. "Otherwise, there would be no need for such hasty evolution." Adams blinked, finally realizing she might not be speaking solely to him. "I found it rather strange earlier. Typically, mutations in flora and fauna tend to follow 2 extremes, either growing larger or smaller. However, there is a commonality. The more extreme the size, the greater the combat capability. Yet your combat strength does not align with your size, does it not?" Adams murmured softly. Unbeknownst to him, he stood before a level 3 mutant and a plant capable of perceiving its surroundings through every leaf, both of whom heard his whisper clearly. However, no one, not even the tree, acknowledged him. As Tu Xiaobai continued her analysis, "I was pondering that plants are inherently sensitive to climatic changes. As a mutated banyan, you must be even more acutely aware of something, prompting you to hasten your evolution, likely for self-preservation and to protect the creatures nesting within you." The banyan's branches ceased their movement, falling into complete silence. The sudden stillness made Adams more cautious, nearly pressing himself against number 1. He then observed the zombie silently extending an arm, gently nudging him aside. The disdain on its face was unmistakable, feeling a lack of safety. Adams seemed on the verge of tears. She felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, finally diverting her attention to him. "All right, it won't attack you now. Just stay quiet for a moment." "Oh." He felt reassured, finally settling down to squat beside the monkey, drawing circles in the dirt. Returning to the matter at hand, she asked, "Am I correct in my assumptions? If so, please extend a branch towards me." In the silence, a slender branch slowly moved into her view. "Indeed." She nodded in satisfaction. "So you believe enlarging yourself will suffice for the forthcoming challenges. Allow me to speculate further. Have you possibly developed a purification ability?" As she posed this question, her heart raced. If this were true, it would indeed affirm the saying, "After searching high and low, what was sought was found without effort." Of course, it wasn't entirely effortless, but one must engage to form bonds. After a moment of silence, the mutated banyan extended another branch. Bingo! She had guessed correctly. Delighted, she snapped her fingers. Chapter 102. The Great Deceiver. Tu Xiaobai restrained her joyous emotions. It was not yet time for celebration. This banyan tree exhibited a high degree of mutation. And persuading it, no, inviting it to reside in the shelter, would depend on its willingness. As she pondered, the banyan tree shifted its branches, once again obscuring the bird's nest. Noticing this movement, an idea suddenly struck her. "How about we discuss a matter to convey her lack of hostility?" She settled cross-legged. "Surely, you must be harboring numerous small creatures within you. Are there many orphan cubs like this?" The banyan tree remained unresponsive. "Oh, you truly seem to be one who burns bridges," she chuckled softly. "So, these little darlings are well fed now, and they need to eat tomorrow, the day after, or even the day after that. Even if they are mutated beings with rapid reproductive rates, they will eventually require sustenance. You must sense the impending danger. Have you considered how these animals will forage for food once they grow?" The branches trembled slightly. As long as there was some reaction, there was hope. She rallied her spirits and continued to persuade. "No, analyze. I cannot ascertain the specificity of your premonition of danger, but I can unequivocally inform you that danger is imminent. The rain is coming." She wore an enigmatic expression. "You have witnessed my prowess. Amongst humans, I am among the strongest, and naturally, I possess the most information. Upon seeing Adams about to speak, she shot him a glare, effectively silencing him. Then she continued to appeal to the tree with emotion and reason. In any case, I have received concrete news that it will soon rain, not ordinary rain, but acid rain laden with radiation, harmful to all living beings. Of course, with your purification abilities. You likely fear it not. The banyan tree's branches swayed slightly, and though it could not speak or express emotion, she sensed its smugness. Ah, soon enough. You shall find that pride misplaced, she thought wickedly, shifting her tone. Yet you cannot resolve their feeding dilemma, can you? Do you produce me? Oh, what will you do if more cubs are born? With each rhetorical question, the branches that had been raised high drooped a little more, nearly wilting. She felt as though she were bullying a child, and cleared her throat to suppress the guilt that bubbled up. Having said enough, it was time to cast the bait. I propose a collaboration. The mutated banyan tree remained indifferent, seemingly uninterested in cooperation. You likely do not know that my shelter is vast and peaceful, where everyone coexists harmoniously. Oh, I almost forgot. She pulled number one close. You cannot see it, but you should be able to sense it. It is a zombie. What? It is a zombie. Adams was the first to react, his eyes nearly popping out as he pointed at number one in shock. Indeed. Do you not see its skin taking on a bluish hue? I did not notice. Adams wore a woeful expression, immediately checking himself. I want he turn into a zombie, will I? Rolling her eyes in exasperation, she retorted, rest assured, the zombie virus does not transmit through contact. Ignoring his distressed demeanor, she turned her attention back to the extended branches, patting number one on the shoulder to keep it still. The banyan tree entwined its branches around number one, and moments later, when it released him, the leaves on the branch stood upright, seemingly in astonishment. She smiled. I did not deceive you, did I? Look, our shelter can even accommodate zombies alongside survivors. Thus, if you were to relocate, I can assure you that both you and the creatures you protect will live a peaceful and comfortable life. Pausing briefly, she added, of course. The prerequisite is that none of you harm others. The mutated banyan tree remained silent for a while. She glanced at the time. It was past 5. If she did not reunite with the others soon, they would surely worry. After contemplating, she declared, I must first go join my companions. Tomorrow, I shall return to find you. If you are willing, we will devise a way to transport you back to the shelter. Though the banyan tree showed no immediate reaction, moments later, a staircase woven from branches appeared before them. This was a friendly signal, and she felt elated. After politely expressing her gratitude, she ascended the staircase to the ground. Upon stepping down, she realized they had been transported to the top of a cliff. From this vantage point, one could truly appreciate the banyan tree's immense size. No wonder she had seen nothing from below. The canopy reached into the clouds, rendering it invisible. If the area enveloped by this banyan tree could purify the acid rain, not only would the entire shelter be encompassed, but there would also be ample additional space. Her resolve to bring this tree back intensified, though she displayed no outward sign of it. After expressing her thanks once more, she instructed number one to assist Adams. To her surprise, the still weak individual politely, yet firmly refused. I feel invigorated and am fully capable of walking on my own. He spoke with such conviction. But Tu Xiaobai could easily discern his lingering fear of number one. Never mind, she thought, not wishing for her pet to act as a mount. It was puzzling how someone so timid had survived in this post-apocalyptic world for so long. Shrugging, she did not press the matter further and began navigating back to the location where they had separated. Along the way, she reunited with her companions. As she had anticipated, upon seeing her delayed return, Luya and the others were frantic and had followed her trail. Xiaobai, are you all right? Upon spotting her, Luya immediately cast a healing spell. She found it both amusing and exasperating, stopping her with a wave. I'm perfectly fine. Do not waste your energy. However, Luya insisted on checking her thoroughly before finally relaxing, exclaiming in astonishment, why do I feel you have leveled up again? There was nothing to hide. She slightly raised her head, smiling as she replied, yes, I am now level 3. Gasps echoed around her as several voices drew in sharp breaths, their gazes shifting to admiration and envy. In this era, reaching level 2 was already a rarity, and she had surpassed that by a considerable margin. Luya remarked directly, you are progressing too quickly. When will we catch up to your pace? She quickly waved her hands. Leveling requires time and natural accumulation. Do not rush to keep up with me, as it could sow the seeds of future dangers. Understood, Luya nodded, but I will still strive to improve. All right, let us set up camp here for the night. I already have an idea of the plants we need to search for, and we shall venture out tomorrow." Upon hearing this, her companions were both surprised and delighted. After a few inquiries, they dispersed to establish camp. She too joined in to help, unaware of the sudden clenching of Yan Lala's fists and the determination gleaming in her eyes. Chapter 103. Heart to heart, even amidst a group of extraordinary individuals, one must never let their guard down while camping outdoors. After setting up their tents, the group hurriedly kindled a fire to warm some food before twilight descended completely. Although everyone had brought water, Nian Luoluo volunteered to save theirs for daytime consumption, opting instead to boil water conjured by his abilities for their evening needs. Considering the uncertainty surrounding the time it would take to persuade the mutated banyan tree, Tu Xiaobai found his reasoning sound. Thus, Nian Luoluo became the most industrious among them that night, providing ample water for drinking and washing, which garnered heartfelt gratitude from Luya and the others. However, and Xuelin, who had just arrived at the refuge, could not comprehend their insistence on cleanliness amid such dire circumstances. Tu Xiaobai, with a solemn expression, patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "You'll understand once you've stayed here longer. These individuals have grown accustomed to public baths." Around 7 o'clock, they extinguished the fire, and the wood manipulators cultivated an abundance of thorny plants to encircle their camp. After a brief conversation, they retreated into their tents as darkness enveloped them. Adams, a recent addition to their ranks, found himself squeezed into a tent with the men, resulting in a rather cramped arrangement where the previously separated individuals now lay side by side. Upon witnessing this scene, Nian Luoluo hesitated. Yet he recognized the impossibility of demanding more under such circumstances, thus he bore with it. He dragged his sleeping bag to the tent's edge, pressing against the fabric, hoping it might offer some comfort. Yet, sleep eluded him. The presence of others nearby was a constant source of agitation, compounded by the stimulating effects of Tu Xiaobai's recent upgrade, making it nearly impossible for his mind to find rest. After lying there for a while, discomfort grew unbearable, prompting him to rise quietly and slip out of the tent. The forest was engulfed in darkness, devoid of even the faintest sound of insects. An eerie contrast to the summer season. He dared not wander far, settling beside the remnants of the campfire's ashes. Lost in thought, he suddenly extended his hand, and a stream of clear water cascaded from his palm. This ability had been hard-earned, and upon realizing he was a level 1 ability user, he felt a bittersweet sense of achievement. Yet, he had not anticipated that, despite starting at a higher level than others, advancing to level 2 would prove exceedingly challenging. He once believed he would be the closest to her, but now the gap between them seemed to widen once more. Sighing at this realization, he was startled by the sudden sound of a voice from his memories. "What are you doing?" Startled, Nian Luoluo lost control of the water in his hand, splattering half his pant leg. I, he stammered, his face flushing with embarrassment. Tu Xiaobai, who was also somewhat out of her element in this environment, regarded him with mild exasperation. "You have the audacity to sit alone in this pitch-black place." Fortunately, the temperature was mild, sparing him from the risk of catching a cold from his damp trousers. Rubbing her eyes, she approached and asked, "Can't sleep?" She soon realized that the socially anxious boy was likely unable to relax among so many people in the tent. Nian Luoluo nodded, feeling guilty as he replied, "I'm sorry for disturbing you, Xiaobai." "Not at all." She waved her hand dismissively. "I, too, am having trouble sleeping. How about we chat for a bit?" "Okay, sure. Don't be nervous. Let's just talk casually." Given his reticence, she took the initiative to ask, "What were you doing just now?" A seemingly innocuous question that left him pondering for a moment before he weakly inquired, "Xiaobai, do you think it will be difficult for me to level up?" "Why do you say that?" she asked, puzzled. "It was so hard for me when I awakened." Understanding dawned on her, and she smiled, shaking her head. The ease of leveling up has nothing to do with the difficulty of awakening. It solely depends on the amount of power within you and your experience. Nian Luoluo remained silent, appearing somewhat perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, she offered an example. "You know about Shujia, right? She awakened her powers voluntarily. But her innate energy is rather limited, making it hard for her to level up. She can only progress with the help of blood crystals to some extent." He nodded in comprehension. In contrast, it is exceedingly rare for someone to awaken with the power of a level 1 ability user. So your advancement will not only be manageable but may even be swifter than that of others in the initial stages. "But I haven't leveled up yet," he lamented, looking dejected, akin to a cat fearing its owner's displeasure. "It hasn't been long," she chuckled. "You're too impatient. In fact, leveling up too quickly can be detrimental. A building with an unstable foundation is unlikely to stand tall without collapsing." Nian Luo's anxiety flared. Then what about you, Xiaobai? I'm different, she retorted, unconcerned. Realizing her dismissive tone lacked persuasive power, she quickly added, my ability to control zombies means my leveling method differs from yours. And I have a clear understanding of my own progress, so rest assured. That's good. Ultimately, don't be overly anxious. Let nature take its course, young man. She patted his shoulder in a manner that belied her age, finally feeling a hint of drowsiness. She bid him farewell and returned to the tent first. Nian Luoluo lingered a moment longer before slowly making his way back, the potential for sleep remaining a mystery known only to him. Unbeknownst to them both, after their departure, the encircling thorns were suddenly parted to reveal a small opening, through which a branch cautiously intruded. Before it could react, the vigilant number 1 sprang forth and seized the branch. The unexpected visitor froze, but number 1 recognized the familiar scent emanating from it. Realizing it was one of the creatures treated kindly by Tu Xiaobai and thus refrained from harm, it released its grip but remained stationed, preventing any further advance into the camp. A silent standoff ensued between the zombie and the branch in the darkness until, reluctantly, the branch retreated slightly and began to grow in circles, soon sealing the small opening it had created. At first glance, it was entirely inconspicuous. Satisfied, number 1 stepped back a few paces, maintaining a watchful presence. Chapter 104, A Nighttime Glimpse at Dawn. As Tu Xiaobai stepped out of the tent, she was unexpectedly seized by the hand by number 1. What are you doing? She murmured, rubbing her eyes. Trusting the other party, she allowed herself to remain in a state of delightful drowsiness as she was led along. When Luya emerged from the tent, the sight that greeted her was enchanting. In the hazy twilight, a tall, lean man was guiding a small, bewildered woman across the camp, as if they were about to escape together. Luya pressed her hand to her heart, feeling the stirrings of a long-dormant youthful spirit within, almost compelled to pen a novel of 300,000 words. However, mere moments later, she suddenly realized, oh, that's just Xiaobai and number 1. There's nothing to worry about. The fluttering of her youthful heart swiftly returned to slumber as she turned away to attend to her own affairs. Number 1 led Xiaobai to the edge of a thicket, animatedly gesturing at the thorny branches. After a yawn, the others, still partially groggy, gazed at the patch of brownish-green foliage with confusion. What's wrong with these thorns? They seem perfectly fine. Number 1, with an expression urging her to take a closer look, gently pressed the back of her head, coaxing her to lean in closer.